Oh, baby. No Bonte Hill. Joe Spadoni in for Mr. Hill. He's out today on assignment. Be back tomorrow alongside Joe Shasky.
On assignment.
As the San Francisco 49ers, Mr. Shasky, have now lost 3 straight. They get eviscerated by the Cincinnati Bengals 31-17. Brock Purdy, 3 turnovers. And I can't think of a better time to head into a bye week. That was just, I keep watching this team and I'm expecting something to change and it's not changing.
Joey, after week 5, I was like, oh my God. I sat in that stadium. I watched them eviscerate the Dallas Cowboys. Second time that Dallas had an opportunity to play against Brock Purdy. And I sat there in the end zone like it was the all-22 view. And then I went back and I watched the game multiple times. And I said, my God, Brock Purdy looked amazing. He didn't look good. He looked amazing. This team was firing on all cylinders.
MVP.
5-0, 42-10. They dismantled what I thought was one of the better teams in the league in the Dallas Cowboys. A team, again, that fought you tooth and nail, and if it weren't for a couple of Dak interceptions, I thought could have beat you in that playoff game last year. And I sat there and I said, wow, is this the best team they've had in years? Is that the best quarterback they've had in years? And boy, this league changes things so quickly. So quickly. Things can change on a dime. And I want to start right here. The juxtaposition between Joe Burrow, a real Super Bowl caliber quarterback, a franchise quarterback who walked up to the line, audibled, threw dimes, unbelievable pocket presence, unbelievable feel for what the defense was going to do, used his legs, stood up, and threw dime after dime down the field into tight windows, teardrops, throwing guys open, throwing the ball where no one could get their hands on it, never putting the ball in harm's way, taking advantage of opportunities, dicing them up. Joe Burrow's the real deal. And right now, Brock Purdy does not feel like the real deal. Turnovers, panicking late, fourth quarter fumbles. It has been a nightmare, and he played good for like 3 quarters of that game until that turnover. The defense is MIA. Right now, 888-957-9570. Line them up. I'm sorry, I hate to do this. It's the blame game time. Wilkes, the defense, Bosa, the quarterback, the offense. I mean, I'm looking at it right now. 48% of this team's defense, 48% of their salary cap is on defense. Top 6 players: Bosa, Hargrave, Armstead, Ward, Warner, Greenlaw. That's 48% of your salary cap. 6 guys right there. 25% on offense. And Debo's out and Trent's out. Trent makes the most on offense. And they look completely mediocre offensively. They can't run the ball. They can only throw when they're down multiple scores. I mean, they had 170 yards passing through 3 quarters. And then when they fell down 2 scores, they threw the ball more because Cincinnati backed off. Mixon ran right through their soul like I predicted he would. And they used Jamar Chase, and Zach Taylor deserves credit, like a chess piece, lining them up in the slot, clearing out linebackers. Oh, you want to put Charvarius Ward on him? Well, guess what? Charvarius Ward has more holds this year than CMC has touchdowns. How is that even possible?
You're on fire this morning, Joe.
This team right now does not look like a Super Bowl contender. They don't even look like a playoff team right now. And you can say, Joe, and they lost to Cincinnati, that's fine. In a vacuum, yeah, I agree. Losing to Cincinnati is not the end of the world. It's the month of football that we've watched. And look, everyone's going to talk about the interceptions from Purdy, and believe me, there are Jimmy O no throws. How about this? How about 2 fumbles in the Pittsburgh game? 1 in the Ram game, 1 in the Giant game, 1 in the Cleveland game, and 1 yesterday in the Cincinnati game. He's putting the ball on the floor. Yeah. It's not just the oh-no throws. He's putting the ball on the floor. And the freaking play, I'm telling you, the freaking play. Joey, I'm on fire right now. The freaking play that I can't unsee. Alex Smith rolled out left against Philadelphia on either a Sunday or a Monday night. The same night, Brooks Conrad had the horrible, boot of the ball on the Buster Posey ground ball. It was the same night. He rolled out left and tried to throw across his body. It was one of the worst interceptions I've ever seen in my life. Right there and there, I said, Alex can never play quarterback for me. I'm over it. Brock Purdy. It was a zone read play where he's supposed to hand the ball off to Eli Mitchell. And if he doesn't, he can option out and flip it to George Kittle. And they talked about it in the postgame. It's a 7-point game. You're in the red zone. It is first down late in the third quarter. It essentially is the fourth. He doesn't hand to Eli. Mistake number 1. Pulls it back out. Doesn't flip to George Kittle. Maybe that was covered. That's fine. You want to say mistake 2? Fine. But mistake 2, rolling out, on that play, if you don't give it up to Kittle, you're going to have your offensive lineman downfield. So anytime you throw the ball, you're going to get a penalty. You got to slide and go down. That is quarterback 101. All the linemen are already out there blocking downfield. You got to slide. It's first down and goal. It's a 7-point game. And he throws it, and got to give the linebacker credit. Tips it up, catches it. It should have been a pick 6.
Yeah. It's unbelievable. Brock Purdy.
He got cracked in this game, too.
He did. No.
Cracked.
Well, and that head, there was a whiplash a couple times. You saw him grabbing his head. I got concerned for Brock late in that game. He finishes the game 22 of 31, 365, touchdown, 2 picks, and a lost fumble.
Oh, the yardage is hollow.
This yardage
is late yardage.
This yardage is what's concerning. Brock Purdy's your leading rusher.
Well, hey, look, I'll give him credit. He was running his butt off.
That's
yesterday,
great.
And he threw a couple of really nice balls.
That's great. You ain't Lamar Jackson. You cannot be my leading rusher, dude. It's too small. 6 carries, 57 yards. Christian McCaffrey doubled the amount of carries, only 54 yards and a touchdown there. They can't run the ball.
What's their identity? Through 5 weeks, it was suffocating defense, overpowering offense. The last 3 weeks. Now, this isn't like a one-game aberration. This is 3 weeks, Joe, against teams that I deem to be playoff caliber teams. Now, Minnesota, whatever you want to say about Minnesota.
Well, they were until they lost their quarterback in Kirk Cousins. They looked like a playoff
I think that they were going to probably sneak into one of those wild card spots, but whatever. This is who you are. And right now, these 3 weeks, you tell me what they are. Sloppy on defense where they miss tackles. Charvarius Ward holding left and right, penalized all over. Javon Kinlaw lining up off sides again. Another guy making a ton of money for no reason. And then offensively, you can't run the ball. You can't run the ball at all. You're a 1 wide receiver team right now in Brandon Ayuk. And this thing, like Brandon Ayuk is a number 1. It's just like aces in baseball. There's only so many of them. Mike Evans is a number 1. Justin Jefferson is a number 1. I love Ayuk. He's a 1.5, meaning if he's your top dog, it's like, I love him as a 2. I love him as a 2. Don't love him as a 1. And that ball off his face mask, here's the other thing with Brock Purdy. And look, Brock's like, on the list of problems, it's Steve Wilks, it's these cornerbacks. Where is Bosa? Where is Javon Hargrave? What is going on? Where is this offensive line? Where's Shanahan's play calling? But Brock Purdy continues to roll out and throw it back across the middle of the field. And he made a couple of nice throws. But, dude, you are flirting with disaster.
Yes.
And then he got cracked late in the game, and this goes back to player protection. I was apprehensive to see him play. Look, you made this big deal about insulating the quarterback room all offseason. Hey, we want to get QB2 is more important on this team than any other. And then it came the opportunity to protect this young man, and you don't, and his head hits the turf on that interception that gets called back. He had back-to-back turnovers, which were just horrific. His head hits the turf so bad. Do we care about our franchise quarterback or not? Or is he not your franchise quarterback?
888-957-9570. It is a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. And it's also brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations, I should say. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And also shout out Twitch, YouTube, Comcast is a sex line, and YouTube and Twitch is brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. 888-957-9570. Line them up. It's the blame game. Someone's got to take the blame. And quite honestly, it could be everyone. Steve Wilks, if you want to go out and blame him, okay, I'll hear it. He's not the only problem. Players got to make plays. Fred Warner, Nick Bosa, Hufanga, Charvarius Ward, all these people need to make plays. They're not making them. You know what? You were talking about the identity of this team. There is an identity. They're front runners. That's the identity of this team right now. This is a front-running team right now. They feel like it the last few weeks.
Did I crown Brock and the team just way too soon? I feel very foolish.
It looks like a team that was listening to all the outside noise and was buying the hype. That's what it looks like right now.
He did look good though. Like that's the thing that I'm frustrated with. Like I'm like good is even. He looked amazing.
I've seen a Jimmy Garoppolo type of performance like I saw yesterday multiple times.
I know.
Where he looked great at times. Wow, look at that throw from Jimmy. Whoa, look at that. Oh. And then you do what you can't do. Turn the ball over. And that's why I'm having a hard time solely like crushing the defense and Steve Wilks, which is what a lot of people want to do today. They gave up 31 points. Now,
yeah, but they can't get a stop. But there were like 30 first downs. It's timely stops. They can't get timely stops.
Part of that is they're on the field, though, a lot, too.
No, I agree.
Part of that is they're gassed because they keep turning the ball over on offense. Well, you got to help. Like, this is the thing. It's the Niners are at their best, Joe, and you can argue with this if you want, but you probably agree with it. They're at their best when they got a lead to play with.
Well, they can't throw from behind.
They can't. That's the definition of a front-running team.
I know. Their drop-back passing game is – I've been saying this all year. Have you been listening? Their drop-back passing
I've been listening.
Okay, on the interception. Now, I know they run that play a lot, but, like, if you watch that, the two wide receivers are so close to each other, okay? I don't even know who he was throwing to, the back receiver or on the final interception. Bro, I'm sorry. That was going to get picked 99.9999% of the time. And he got lucky on a couple other throws that were tipped that should have been picked as well. And again, Purdy made plays because he was under duress. It wasn't like he was trash all game. But these fourth quarters, he is collapsing in the fourth quarter. This is now a trend. 1 week, all right, aberration. 2 week, all right, now we're, all right, something's up. 3 weeks in a row. And again, the interceptions, the Jimmy Ono throws are headlining it. But what about the 2 fumbles versus Pittsburgh, the 1 versus the Rams, the 1 versus the Giants, 1 versus Cleveland, and yesterday against Cincinnati after his head hit the ground? I mean, the poor guy, his head snapped so bad on that interception that got called back. Joe, they're in deep doo-doo. They've got 2 weeks to point fingers, and everyone wants to point it at the coordinator. And look, I don't even know if the coordinator's good or bad. Like, whatever. Players got to make plays. Come on. 50% of this salary cap is in 6 guys on defense. And 20% is Bosa. Now, I know he caused a couple pressures where Armstead stepped up and made sacks. But on the final drive that mattered for Cincinnati, he completely whiffs on that. Mixon just and just jukes him out of his chest. Bosa is on a milk carton.
It's on a milk carton. 888-957-9570. We want to hear from you. Call or text the Comcast Business Text line.
3 in a row.
3 losses in a row.
Second place in the NFC West.
They're no longer first.
I'm sorry, Joey. I'm cooking.
No, we're not. And Bonte was talking about it last week, and we're going to be talking about it all week long. It ain't a lock that you're even going to be a number 1 or 2 seed anymore. I'm not even talking about that. Can you even win your division? That's a serious question.
3 things I don't ever want to hear again, and I'm guilty of this. I don't ever want to hear Joe Montana's name ever uttered by anyone in Bay Area ever again. You know what Joe was? Joe was the freaking comeback kid. That's what Joe Montana was. You know what the Niners can't do? Come back to save their life. If they're down 7, game is over. You might as well simulate the rest of the game. If they're down 7 in the fourth quarter, the game is over.
8 points.
Period.
Kyle Shanahan has never overcome an 8-point deficit in the fourth quarter.
I don't ever want to hear Joe Cool's name uttered in relation to any 49er quarterback until that guy wins a Lombardi.
Well, yeah.
Never again. I'm guilty of it. I'm yelling at myself. Second thing, I don't want to hear about last year's depoy. I don't want to hear about him at all.
What have you done for me lately?
He got the bag and has evaporated. All right? I don't want to hear about excuses. You missed out on camp. Everything went wrong there. The team, him, you could call it whatever. They miscalculated that entire thing. Last thing I don't want to hear about the Super Bowl. I don't want to hear about Philadelphia. I don't want to hear about the Super Bowl. You have unearned the right for me to discuss you as a Super Bowl caliber team.
You got the Jaguars coming in off of bye. Well, you're going to them 10 a.m. Sunday, November 12th. They got to figure things out. What do you do during this bye week? What is it? Like, you go out there, you rest for a little bit, you relocate. Like, I'm looking at Deebo Samuel and Trent Williams, 2 major pieces that were off. So you can look at that and be like, hey, if they come back and Trent Williams specifically, because they can't run left.
How many
right now,
All-Pros does this offense need to score? They need 5, 6,
well,
7?
those are huge. Like Trent Williams is a massive
I'm paying
piece.
the coach $20 million who says he's one of the top guys. You know what I watched the Rams do? Win some big games without Cooper Kupp, an All-Pro player. All right? Figure it out.
Figure it out. Let's start the calls. 888-957-9570. We want to hear from you. No guests today. We don't need guests to talk about the 49ers losing to the Cincinnati Bengals, 31-17, third straight loss. They're now second in the NFC West behind the Seattle Seahawks. We got a huge win yesterday over the Cleveland Browns. That was actually really fun. A lot of great football yesterday. A lot of fun. Like Patrick Mahomes losing to the Denver Broncos. What? John's happy back there. Board up, John. Huge Bronco fan. Jay in Florida wants to kick things off here.
What's up, Jay?
Jay, you are on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, man? Jay. No, don't go to Jay. It's all right. 888-957-9570. It's all right. We'll figure it out. We're on Twitch and YouTube, though, and that's sponsored by First NorCal Credit Union. And I'm seeing here, 49ers should have traded Bosa for starters and a first-round pick. So we're already getting to that. Is that what we're doing? We're not asking to trade Nick Bosa.
I suggested it in the preseason, remember? When he wasn't, and people lost
their
minds.
Can go to calls? Yes. Harmon and Danville. Let's go to Harmon and Danville. Figure everyone's calling right now. It's all right. We'll get to all of you. Harmon and Danville, you're on 95.7 The Game in the Morning Roast. Spadoni and Shasky. What's going on?
Hey, fellas. How's it going?
You know, thank God for Chris Paul. A sentence I thought I'd never utter.
Yeah.
Huge win.
Because the Niners are driving me ballistic.
I was at the Game 7 win in 2014, or a Game 7 loss, and I've kind of hated Chris Paul since then. But, yeah, you're right. He's made us happy this last week. But, no, I was at the game yesterday. Look, I'll say this, and I'm the biggest optimist in the world. We're a little bit directionless right now. Nothing's really clicking from offense, defense. Man, special teams was giving up huge returns yesterday, too. So my thing on this bye week is everyone's got to sit together, figure out where they want to go and how to connect the team. We still got the talent to do it, which is a good thing. But right now, it's a team with a lost identity. So appreciate you guys, Shaq. Appreciate you helping the community. Have a good rest of the day, guys.
You too, brother. And it's a great point. Well, I'm just asking out loud, what do they do well? Besides penalize themselves left and right on defense, what do they, like right now, the last 3 games, forget the 5 games. The 5 games at the beginning, thank God you won 5 because you gave yourself some breathing room. What do they do well?
Well, the best stuff they do is the off-script stuff. It's what Brock Purdy's doing on offense. It's off-script. That can't happen in a Shanahan offense.
That interception in the red zone was an off-script play.
It was, but some of the good stuff was also off-script. The Christian McCaffrey touchdown, the George Kittle conversion there. So that's the thing, and that's the problem, though. Kyle Shanahan can't be an off-script offense. It has to stick to the script, and you have to score points. But they're not scoring points. So the problem is with the Kyle Shanahan offense, it's not built to come from behind.
No.
8 points in the fourth quarter. If you're down, he's never come back from that.
They're done.
And that's the thing when we're talking about the best of the best quarterbacks. That's what you're going to have to face in the playoffs. You're going to be down 8 points at some point. You need to come back against a Joe Burrow, against a Patrick Mahomes. That's why it was unfair, and I was talking about this before the season. This guy was getting compared to Drew Brees and Joe Montana. He was getting compared to 2 of the greatest quarterbacks in the history of the game. Steve Young even, 3. Like, come on. Really?
You know what?
That's
Nick
so
Mullins,
unfair. And now
Nick
he's
Mullins,
finally played 17 games if you're including the playoffs. Like, it's just, and then we'll get out to all your calls here.
But
and
it's a great point.
Gotta go.
And like, look, he was outstanding. He was. But you know what ended the Nick Mullins little mini run? Turnovers.
Yes.
You know what ended Jimmy Garoppolo besides being injured? Turnovers.
Yeah.
When you're turning the ball over at this clip, you're not going to win. You're just not. Now, look, Mahomes is entitled to have an off game where he's sick yesterday. He's Mahomes. He's got 2 rings in his back pocket. Did you see what a franchise quarterback looked like? That was Joe Burrow.
That was also the Broncos' first win against the Chiefs in 8 years. So I guess he's due for a bad game there. That's Joe Shasky. He's fired up. I'm fired up too. 888-957-9570. Jay, Annie, Mo, Ray, Hayward, California. Yeah, we'll take the city of Hayward on here. That's all coming up, sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-888-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT. 49ers drop their 3rd in a row. How do you fix this? Who's to blame? That's all coming up next, right here. Morning Roast. Spadoni and hit for Bonte and Chasky, 95.7 The Game.
Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Sensational. That's what Joe Burrow was yesterday. Jim Nantz on the call there for CBS. They were in their bag yesterday, Nantz and Romo. I thought they were very, very good on the broadcast. And Tony Romo, we're going to get to something that he had to say a little bit later on because he wasn't here for the excuses when it came to Brock Purdy and, maybe he's still suffering from the concussion. No. You got cleared. You play well. Them the breaks. Now, should he have played it all? That's a different conversation. Shasky likes to think, Joe, that he shouldn't have played it all in this game. Keep it safe. That's why you got a guy like Sam Darnold, because if you're in situations like this and you think that Brock Purdy is your franchise quarterback, you protect him from himself, keep him out heading into the bye, and then it's okay because brain injuries are scary, man.
Well,
they're scary.
Shanahan himself called Sam Darnold, he's the next Steve Young or could be the next Steve Young. And you made such a big deal about backup quarterback. My theory was like, all right, because it's a brain injury, all right? It's a brain injury that we don't know a whole lot about. And we do know one thing. Getting repeated, because it's a cumulative thing, repeated concussions in a short span can really, really affect a human. Yep. And so if you care about the individual at all long term, I'd be apprehensive to play him. Absolutely. Now, I understand, it's a third party that's clearing these guys. It's not the team or whatever. But why did you make such a big deal about backup quarterback all offseason and all during training camp if you don't trust that guy to win you one game?
No, that's a good point. That's Joe Shasky. I'm Joe Spadoni filling in for Bonte Hill. Don't worry, he'll be back tomorrow. Now you got to look at this mug. Yes, the nose is real. It's spectacular. YouTube and Twitch, you guys love it. And that's brought to you by First Northcott Credit Union. And 888-957-9570. Jay, RJ, Mo, Stewart. We'll get to you guys in just a second. Start lining them up. 888-957-9570. 49ers, third straight loss, heading into the bye. Blame game. A lot of blame to go around. Slice of humble pie. Everyone's got to take a bite. Purdy, Shanahan, Wilkes, Bosa. What's really pissing you off this morning, Niners fans? That's what I want to hear from you today. And also, Roasters, how would you like to get a few shots up at Chase Center? Woo-hoo! Warriors looking good, by the way, Joe. Another win yesterday. And 95-7 The Game has given you a chance to do just that with our first ever 95-7 The Game knockout tournament at Chase Center. Tune into the roast all this week and next week. And make sure you are listening today. Yes, today at 7:30. Again, 7:30 a.m. to learn how you can qualify. Each show during the week, during this 2-week stretch, I should say, we'll be picking one winner each show. So every single show, there are 3 winners each day. And make sure you're locked in 95-7 The Game during these 2 weeks so you can have a chance to launch shots from the very same spot as Stephen Curry. So knock out, be listening to 7:30s. Know the show, Shasky. Got to be paying attention. 49ers, looks like they haven't been doing a lot of paying attention. Jay in Florida. Let's go, Jay. We got you back on.
Hey, how you guys doing? Can you hear me?
Can hear you.
All right. So I got a quick question for you guys. Is this really a Brock Purdy thing, or is it more of a Kyle Shanahan system thing? Because for me, if you go through the history of Kyle Shanahan with his quarterbacks, that second year, they always statistically throw more interceptions than the previous first year and working with him. 2 things I was really maybe I'm still on the Crown Royal from last night, but that I was actually encouraged with Brock Purdy. Did you see his vertical throws? Like the one to Kittle right before the half, also Ayuk. I feel that Kyle forces Purdy to throw interceptions when he's kind of throwing those crossing routes. I think if he simplifies the offense and just let the players play and run the vertical and let Purdy figure it out, he might get back on track. That's my thought.
Jay, no, he did throw some nice balls downfield. Jay, the biggest interception of the game, it was a 7-point game. It was all Purdy. I mean, he has no one to blame but himself. It was a option play with Eli Mitchell. It was 1st and goal. All right, late in the third quarter, like a minute to go in that quarter, and it's an option play he doesn't give. In the same way everybody ripped Trey Lance for not giving the ball on the play that ended up breaking his ankle. It's an option play. You can give it at the mesh point. You could pull it out and then flip it to Kittle. He didn't do either of those things. Fine. Kittle's not open on the flip. That's fine. You're rolling out, but now your linemen are downfield. You have to just slide and get down. At that point, mitigate your losses. He tries to throw, and anytime you throw, had he completed that pass, it's getting called back for a penalty. All right? People have to understand this. Linemen were downfield because it's a pitch play. Everyone's going, so the timing is all off. And he throws back into the field. He does it over and over and over again. He has flirted with danger. Now, look, he does deliver nice balls. He delivered a beautiful ball to Kittle on a seam route that was picture perfect. Like, no one is debating whether he could throw good balls. It's the 6 fumbles in 8 games. It's the 5 interceptions in the last 3 games, all in the third and fourth quarter. All second half, gots to have it, turnovers.
I mean, it comes down to this for me. For a guy that everyone kept telling me, he's not Jimmy Garoppolo. He's not Jimmy Garoppolo. He's a lot better. He's all this sort of stuff. The last few weeks, he's looked like Jimmy Garoppolo. Like that's the thing that's
Jimmy
that's
couldn't
frustrating.
move.
He couldn't.
So he's mobile because his legs to me are the big part of he should have been sacked way more. He made plays.
When push comes to shove in the fourth quarter, what usually was what the 49ers ended up losing.
It's the turnovers.
It's the turnovers.
Yes.
The oh-no throws. There was a couple of them yesterday.
It was the apple pies, the turnovers.
All I'm saying, thank you. That sounds great at 6:37 a.m. I can vouch for that. But what I'm saying here is he's looking a lot more like Jimmy Garoppolo than he would a Joe Burrow. And we were talking about this guy as an MVP candidate, rightfully so. He's playing with his hair on fire.
He's playing lights out.
Now, no Trent Williams, no Deebo Samuel. The elite of the elite, the MVPs, if you will, they could hang still when they're missing their best guys. When not everything's going right. How many times has Patrick Mahomes had to deal with the makeshift offensive line? How many times he was throwing to Travis Kelce?
Forget those guys.
No. I'm not forgetting those because he was getting compared to those guys.
No, I know
no. But that's the thing. We're comparing him to a franchise quarterback and MVPs. You're going to get compared to the best of the best.
But even
and he's not playing like that.
And Joey, I'll keep cutting you off.
No, it's okay.
Even Stafford found Puka Nacua, and that guy's turned into an apex player.
Yes.
That guy's he was a nobody.
Yeah.
Here's the other thing. Shanahan and some of the roster decisions, Juwan Jennings fears, no team is fearing Juwan Jennings downfield.
Diddly poo yesterday.
He's a third down, number 3, number 4 type of a wide receiver. Where's Ronnie Bell? Where's Jordan? Jordan Mason is averaging more than 5 yards a carry, and the guy can't see the field? In a game where you can't establish the run? What is going on there?
Alfonso and San Pablo, what's going on with the 49ers, man? You're on 95.7 The Game.
I think there is a disconnect between the defense and the defensive coordinator. Now, hear me out. The last 2 defensive coordinators they had, where were they? They were on the field. They were not only coordinators, they were coaches. They were cheerleaders. They gave the defense energy. You could see how Saleh and Ryan would jump up and down when the team made plays on the field. The team would look over at them and get more energy. When they were on the bench, who would be talking to them? It would be their coordinator, giving them not only guidance, but giving them energy. But when you have a coordinator like Wilkes on a bird's nest, they get none of that. They get no energy. They don't see the coach. They can't feel what he feels. And so I think that has a bearing on the way the defense is performing.
Can I ask you a question? Where did Vic Fangio spend the majority of his career when he was the 49er defensive coordinator? Every freaking game. Do you know where he was, Vic Fangio?
I'm going to answer your question. I'm going to answer your question, but then I want you to hear my reason. He was upstairs.
Okay.
But now listen, this defense, I'm talking about this particular defense. What have they been used to? They've been used to their DC on the field. Now they have to make an adjustment to seeing a defensive coordinator.
Bosa is making
it's called
$51 million this year.
Yeah, it's called adapt or die.
Bosa is making $51 million. He needs a guy to fire him up. Hargrave is making $25 million this year. He needs somebody to rah-rah him like he's a 19-year-old at Oregon in college. Armstead is making $17 million this year. Now, he had a good game for his what he's been doing. Charvarius Ward, $14 million this year. Okay, Fred Warner making $14 million. I pay premium money for premium players to play. The coordinator's making maybe a couple $1 million. Okay, maybe. If these pros making premium all-pro level money need a guy to fist pump them on the sidelines, we've got huge problems.
We're really talking about he should be on the sideline.
Look, we can talk about scheme.
Have you heard Steve Wilkes talk? He's not a rah-rah guy.
No.
Like, what are we doing? If him just like doing the same thing he's doing up in the booth on the sideline is somehow going to make things better, this isn't high school. This isn't Pee Wee football. You're getting paid millions of dollars, to your point. Go out there and make a play, regardless of what the energy is on the sideline.
I will say this. Schematically, I don't know what the hell we're doing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because here's what I would say. Wide receivers are getting anything they want. You want to press? Oh, well, Charvarius Ward's going to hold you. If you want to lay off, they're going to throw quick stuff. They threw a quick one to Jamar Chase. Jamar Chase, like, none of you can guard me. Oh, you want to have Jamar Chase in the slot over and over and over again? We're going to have Fred Warner guarding him. And I love Fred Warner. Fred Warner is an absolute monster. Greenlaw guarding him? Okay, he clears out the linebacker. They throw underneath. Zach Taylor was in his bag. Did we stop Joe Mixon at all yesterday? Joe Mixon ran like he was a rookie.
No, he mixed the 49ers yesterday. He does that when he comes home. He did that when Oakland a few years back. He did look phenomenal, and he couldn't do anything getting into this game. And that's unfortunately becoming a theme here. Teams that aren't doing well at certain position groups all of a sudden play the 49ers. Oh, look, it works out. The Vikings offensive line was not very good. Heading into this game, the Bengals O-line was not looking very good. That's what Brian Baldinger, 95.7 The Game Insider, circled that matchup. I think the Niners can get home. They got home a couple times, but far too often I saw Burrow step up. By the way, Joe Burrow, he's back, folks. That calf didn't look like it was limiting him at all.
Joe Montana was in the building. And I'll tell you this right now. I'm sure he was watching a real Super Bowl caliber quarterback, and he was saying, that's what it looks like. He audibled. Yep. He was under center, audibled, went to shotgun, and then ran because he knew he could just juke some of our linemen. It was bad.
It is a Warriors Game Day brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports. What's coming up next on the game? RJ, Mo, Stewart, Vince, Rick in Oakland. All your calls coming up next right here on 95.7 The Game.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch...
Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Joe Spadoni in for Bonte Hill alongside Joe Shasky as he tries to figure out the camera here on Twitch and YouTube. There you go. It's Skynet. It'll follow you around if you follow it, Joe Shasky. This is the Morning Roast. 888-957-9570 is the number. RJ, Mo, Stuart, Vince, Rick. We'll get to you guys. Keep them coming. We are on Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And we have a poll question. Who is more to blame for the 49ers' 3-game losing streak? Is it the players or is it the coaches? Already have 100 votes in. The players. 58% of you think it's the players. And I agree. Coaches coach and players play. You know what? And it's always 50-50, if you will. Like there's maybe that's 50-50 is too much. 70-30. Like coaching matters to a degree. And I thought there was an adjustment, Joe Shasky, yesterday from Steve Wilkes at halftime. It looked like they were getting more press man, hard press man. Shout out Bully Ball Man, wherever you are. RIP if you're no longer with us. I'm not sure. But it looked like they made an adjustment yesterday.
It was 17-10. The Niners are marching down. All right. Now, again, they weren't great. There was a zillion first downs. I'm talking about defensively. They got stops when they needed it, right? At one point. You got to play complementary football. It's 17-10. You're in the red zone. All right, you're marching. You're feeling good. And again, first and goal, not third and goal, first and goal. You got to walk away with at least 3 there. And you turn the ball over, and then the Niners end up getting a very, I would say, tough break. Jamar Chase on third down after the interception. Burrow completes a pass downfield, and then it's third and whatever, all right? And Gibson gets the kind of a knockdown fumble on Jamar Chase, and it's called an incomplete pass. Regardless, you got to stop. You got to stop. And what does Brock do? He turns it over immediately. And the very next play, double move, Jamar Chase, touchdown, game over. We all felt it. Game over. And that defense was asked to make one too many plays immediately, and they just couldn't do it.
It used to be a luxury for this 49ers team that you can go out there on offense. You know what? You might not have your best stuff, but your defense will always be there. It was a luxury for this offense. Well, now tables have turned. If you're going 3 and out and you're giving up the ball, that defense, this current iteration of the Niners defense, it's not stopping anyone.
No.
It's not stopping Kirk Cousins. It's not stopping Joe Burrow. And I don't know if it's going to stop Trevor Lawrence in a couple weeks. Those are 3 of the best. Well, Kirk was playing like one of the best quarterbacks this year. So unfortunately, he has an Achilles injury. Probably going to be out for the year. Tough blow for the Minnesota Vikings. But Joe Burrow, he's a top 5 quarterback.
How many?
Trevor Lawrence, playing like a top 5 quarterback. Brock Purdy, you need to start playing like one of those guys. You can't be turning the ball over, man.
There were 2 throws to Jamar Chase that they weren't great. They weren't even spectacular. They were godly by Joe Burrow. No, I'm dead serious.
We're going Kratos right now, God of War.
It was 2nd and 12, 2nd and 13. The Niners had stuffed a run play. It was a very obvious run play. And then he steps back and throws an intermediate ball. There was like a 1 yard of space to complete the ball, the teardrop pass. And Jamar Chase got the toe tap down. I mean, it was one of those spectacular plays. And it was like, it could have been second and forever. And Burrow was going to find a way to get a first down. He was unreal. Again, audibly at the line. All right, running the play, whatever Zach Taylor in the first half, Zach Taylor was in his bag. Whatever the creative plays, He was very creative. They had a couple of end arounds that were really nice, a couple of really nice screen plays to kind of get the defense, on their heels. If you were laying off the receivers, they were going to throw short. If you were pressing, it was going to be a hold on Charvarius Ward. Like, right now, Charvarius Ward is a giant liability in man coverage. If he presses, automatic hold. How many penalties have they called on him that have been picked up? Forget the ones where he gets called on.
Oh, my God.
Picked up, where there's double infractions. And then Javon Kinlaw, another week, another lining up offsides in the neutral zone. This team is not disciplined. They're missing tackles in the open space. They can't cover anyone right now. They can't stop the run. They can't sack the quarterback. What does this defense do well?
I don't know. That's shocking because it used to be, well, his defense gets after the quarterback. They get timely interceptions. You got Hufanga flying all over us. We're talking about Fred Warner being a DPOY candidate. And Fred Warner, God bless him, he's playing with his hair on fire.
Trying.
And I actually want to hear from Fred Warner because he's the captain of this team. He is the heart and soul of this 49ers squad to me. Offense or defense, I don't give a damn. It's Fred Warner. That guy presents himself in such a positive way, in such a leader-like way, that I want to hear what he has to say about this notion that, you know what, it's Steve Wilks that's the problem. Here's Fred Warner talking about if there's still an adjustment period for Wilks and this 49ers defense.
Yeah, that's at least my worries. Honestly, I think players win games, not coaches. I think he's done a great job. I think right now the issue is, I mean, there's going to be ebbs and flows in the season, especially with a new defense coordinator. I think the offensive side has gone through that as well when we lost McDaniel. You know, like even though Kyle is the play caller, like when you lose a coach, there's going to be adjustments being made throughout the season. So we got to continue to work on that. But at the end of the day, players are going to be the reason that we win games. We got to execute at a higher level, player-wise.
I mean, look. We could talk about Wilks, and I don't think Wilks is great. But to me, when you're making 50% of the salary cap in 6 guys on defense, those guys got to play better, period. Now, Armstead got a big sack. I think Bosa basically caused the 2 sacks because he forced Joe Burrow to step up. But there were 2 plays where Joe Burrow just juked Bosa and Armstead and Javon Hargrave and just ran down the middle of the field. It was beautiful. And it's just... like right now, they miss Jimmy Ward. I can't believe I'm saying this. They miss Charles Omenihu. They miss Samson Ebukam. Like they miss a lot of their depth. But the premier players making premier money who have earned that money are not living up to the money that they've been allocated. 20% of the cap right now is going to Nick Bosa. What is going on? I saw a guy on the other side from Cincinnati who consistently caved in the pocket and forced Brock Purdy to move all day and stay uncomfortable. Nick Bosa's not giving me that same level of impact. Now, I see flashes here and there. How about the play with Mixon down at the goal line where he's still chewing grass right now?
That's a good point. Trey Hendrickson, to your point, guy got cleated early on. I forget, someone stepped on him. Still finished the game. You know, he had a forced fumble there. He got the sack. And he was grinding. He was gritty. That guy is so underrated, by the way, Trey Hendrickson. Guy's had like double-digit sacks last 2 or 3 years. He's
Justin Smith.
Yes.
He reminds me a lot of Justin Smith.
No one
He's
talks
a guy
about him
that's
when
not going to headline, but he makes a lot of plays. And that guy Wilson in the middle of the field.
Yeah.
The other thing is
Hilton.
like thinking that CMC, Brock Purdy are going to physically make it through this 17-game gauntlet. They got lit up yesterday. Well, CMC is going up against a brick wall.
That's another thing that's very concerning with no Trent Williams. Brock Purdy's health. This guy is not a bit, and you know, a lot of people like to say, oh, you know, he's not the biggest guy. That doesn't matter. No, it does matter when it comes to the injury stuff.
Quarterback, I don't care if you're 6'6", 300 pounds, you're not making it through a season if you're running for your life the way that this guy is.
But even more so if you are smaller and you are more brittle and prone to injury. And right now, I think it's fair to say Brock is a little bit injury prone. Well, people don't like to use that term, but he's smaller and he gets hurt a lot. He does.
I can't argue it. The big thing for me is like, bro, it's the 6 fumbles and the 5 interceptions.
It's tough.
Like the fumbles, we completely like gloss over because he's recovered a couple of them. The team has recovered them. But now you're starting to see the ball is getting put on the floor and into the other team's hands way too much. And for me, it's the crunch time. It's the fourth quarter. Gots to have it drives where everyone in the stadium knows that you have to be a drop back passer. It's one thing to be a play action guy. And a lot of because they had like at 1.5, 20+ yard gains. A lot of them were coming on early downs and they were attacking down the field and they look good. But when everyone in the stadium knows you have to throw, that's what separates the Bradys, the Breezes, the Burrows, the Mahomeses, the upper echelon quarterbacks. Everyone knows that you have to drop back and throw. Can you deliver the ball down the field safely? And we can't right now.
We're not talking about benching this guy, bringing in Sam Darnold, anything like that. But things have got to be corrected if you're going to expect to beat a team like Jacksonville coming up.
How many more games can he play like this?
Well, that's the thing. Like, and to your point, it's not like he played horrible throughout the game, but he made horrible decisions late that cost himself and the team a chance to win.
There were
that's the name of the game the last few weeks. Mistakes. Hell, that final drive, I know he put the team in a position to win. He threw a pick right to the Browns defender that was dropped.
I mean, you heard Tony Romo after Troy Aikman said the same thing. You cannot run around and play backyard ball and fling it back across the middle of the field with a noodle arm.
And speaking of Tony Romo, he doesn't want to hear any excuses about coming off a short week in concussion protocol and, blaming that for Brock not playing well.
We have those instincts. gives you a chance to succeed more. And, this is the most adversity he's faced in his young career right now. It's always been successful, and it's like each game it mounts up.
And again, this week, he was in concussion protocol all week, but still practiced. There's going to be people saying, heck, is this something to do with his play because of what happened being shaken up last week?
Yeah.
Don't think so.
No, and nobody cares. When you go out there and play, you either win, you perform, or you don't.
I thought Tony Romo was in his bag all game, number one. Number two, he's 100% correct. And look, we can come up with whatever we want. Like, this guy's hurt, that guy's hurt, the brain. And that's real. Like, I'm telling you right now, I'm more apprehensive than others. Like, it is your brain. You are the franchise quarterback, at least to this point. And I would have been a little more cautious with him. But they rolled him out there, and he was healthy enough to throw dimes down the field. He's healthy enough to get criticized when he throws interceptions. And right now, look, the defense is not helping him out, but the offense can't bail out the defense right now. They cannot throw from behind. They are, I hate to say the front runner thing is coming to reality, but Joe, I think you're on it.
I mean, they've been playing like it the last few weeks. That's just, it is what it is. RJ and Fairfield, get us started, man. 888-957-9570. If you would like to weigh in on the 49ers blame game, 3-game losing streak, heading into the bye, they're 5-3. Second, I can't believe I'm saying that. They're now second to the Seattle Seahawks, who got a huge win against the Cleveland Browns yesterday. RJ, what's going on, man?
Good morning, guys. Hey, real quick, the Niners in a decade have not had any good secondary play. We paid Nate Clements, we paid Carlos Rogers, and we still haven't got any great cornerbacks. But I got 3 takes on this game, guys. This game, the Niners are not playing complimentary football. When the Niners defense makes a stop, the offense can put up points, and when the offense finally makes a touchdown, gets points, the defense can't make a stop. And number 2, that game was lost on the first drive. When Kyle Juszczyk could not get that 3rd and 1, that game, I knew we ain't not coming from behind. Number 3.
Hold on, real quick, RJ, they gave it to him. They ended up giving Juszczyk.
That was later on in the game.
Okay,
that was when he went under center, and they did it instead of a quarterback sneak because Purdy got concussed. They did it with Kyle Juszczyk, and I thought he got stuffed.
And then they gave it to him, and then Zach Taylor's like, "What the hell?"
He's talking about the first drive. They went 3 straight runs and didn't get it. Keep going, RJ.
Go ahead.
Okay, fine. Then if we can't score on the first drive, guys, if we're not up, I knew it was game over, man. We do not play well from behind. You guys said that all morning. But number 3, I'm giving Brock Purdy 2 games. I was high on Purdy ever since he started that when he started that Tampa Bay game, the Bucs game. Yes, I was high on him, and I've been high on him, Shasky. You know that. And just I don't get the way he processes it. It's really frustrating to watch, man. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, are you Kirk Cousins? Hello, Kirk Cousins, and then hello, Sam Darnold. 2 games, guys. That's all I got.
Well,
that's
here's
all
what
I'm
I'd say,
him,
RJ.
Man.
Here's what I'd say, RJ.
Thanks, RJ.
I think the team's feeling the same way. Something's going on in that locker room. You can just feel it. They just feel disconnected. Whether it is synergy with the coaching staff, whether it's internal strife, I don't know. I'm not in there, but it just doesn't.
The energy is odd.
Exactly.
It's not raw, happy, which again goes back to the front running thing.
And let's
when they
go
were
to
all
the
happy
context
3 weeks ago when they were winning.
Let's go to the context of Purdy. Like, when he is able to do play action, turn his back to the defense, and throw anticipation versus zone, he's really good. Really good. When he's able to get a safety to move using his eyes, like, there are moments in the game where he shows high-level quarterback play. But to me, there is a separator. And this is where Dak Prescott falls short. This is where even guys like Kirk Cousins fall short.
Kirk Cousins, Derek Carr, Ryan Tannehill.
You're down a touchdown. You got to go 4 wide, and you have to orchestrate it at the line. That's the differentiator. The Mahomes there's no question. Josh Allen, there's no question, right? We don't know about Tua. Like, that's what people say. We don't know about Purdy right now. And I don't think that's some knock. It's the reality. Like, I put him into the upper echelon category way too prematurely. And now I got to eat the crow. Straight up, I got to eat the Raven right now. All right? No, it's the truth, because the guy and Kyle Shanahan, there's something about his offense. They cannot go into 4 and 5 wide and just sling it. Did Ronnie Bell play yesterday? Even a snap? Like, what are we doing? Danny Gray, you draft Danny Gray, Ronnie Bell, you draft TDP, can't see the field. Jordan Mason averaging 5+ yards a rip, can't get a carry on a team that is struggling to run the ball? Can't get a carry? Do you have a second tight end? You've drafted 8,000 of them over the last 5 years. You can't buy a tight end. You're a predictable offense throwing to predictable spots on the field, in the middle of the field, and now it is caught up to them. It feels very Jimmy G-esque outside of Purdy's ability to be able to run with his legs.
This segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And you're also listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch stream, sponsored by our very good friends over at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. It is a Monster Monday, and it's brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. And also shout out the Comcast Business Text line, 888-957-9570. We also got Knockout. We're playing a game of Knockout. You might have a chance to go over at Chase Center and play that game. And we're giving opportunities to our listeners to qualify for that. So listen at 7:30, starting at 7:30, and all day right here on 95.7 The Game. But it starts at 7:30. Know the show. You got to be listening to the show starting at 7:30 for a chance to go play Knockout at Chase Center. Sean, Oakland, you're on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, man, I seen that game. Even the little snippets I was seeing. For one thing, that whole holdout with Bosa. Okay, we paid this man all this money. This man still is a one-trick pony. All he do is push the guy into the quarterback the whole game. I didn't see no spins. I didn't see no type of hand checking. I didn't see nothing with this guy. So it's like we paid him for nothing, and he's not showing nothing. The whole defense can't even hold the wide receivers. So it's just like Brock Purdy doing what he can. Can he do better? Yes, he can. Do we need to do better? Hell yeah, he need to do a little bit better. But at the same time, you got to help him. You got to give him protection. You got to give him time to do what he got to do. But the defense don't even look like anything like the beginning of the first 5 games. I don't know what this defense is now. So it's a whole lot of questions need to be answered.
Totally agree.
Sean.
They just
what's the biggest question? 888-957-9570. That needs to be answered.
Well, and then like Nick Bosa, this is now way too much data. Like there's just way too much. Okay, you had a good game against the Rams. Congratulations, dude. You're getting paid $51 million this year. You're getting one fifth of a $200+ million cap goes to Bosa. 1/5. One guy, quarterback money. And you can't even cave in that side of the line consistently. He had ample one-on-one opportunities to make plays yesterday, and he couldn't do it. And that's where, look, quarterback's the most important position. I know we think that having this insufferable, unbelievable roster top to bottom makes you amazing. No, having a franchise quarterback makes you amazing. The Chiefs don't even have one legit wide receiver who'd be a 1 or 2 on most teams.
No.
And yet, what are they? They're sitting at the top of their division. Now, they lost yesterday. Mahomes was sick. But they're sitting at the top of their division because they've got an apex predator in Patrick Mahomes.
Yes. It also helps when you have Andy Reid. And right now, the symmetry between Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy, it's not looking great. I mean, you can see Kyle Shanahan getting frustrated with this young quarterback on the sideline there. Now, is it fair to say that, are we still grading this guy, Brock Purdy, not as a rookie, but hey, he's just now played like a first full season slate of games. If you're including the playoffs,
look, it's a great
he's played
story,
in 17.
Joe. I think we were in. Look, I know for me, right? It's like, this 7th rounder. I don't know. Okay, we'll see it. I doubt it. Right? Most people. And then I was like, oh my God, he looks like my little brother. Like this is like my little brother out there making a play. He's living the dream. This is Mr. Irrelevant, and he was near perfect. He was, and even in yesterday's game, great example. I thought he played pretty good given all the circumstances. Then the late 3rd quarter happened. Then the 4th quarter happened. And you know what the differentiator, as a day we celebrate the alumni of the 49ers, Joe Cool, Joe Montana. The reason he is Joe Montana is because he was the comeback kid.
Yeah.
what they did against New Orleans in 1981, which set the tone for them being able to come back in any game. I believe they were down 35-7, and Bill Walsh at halftime turns around and says, all right, guys, let's just see if we can execute in the second half, motivating his team. And they come from behind, and they win a game they had no business winning. And Joe routinely was the comeback kid. If this team falls behind by 5 points or more in the fourth quarter, game's over. Game is over. And that's not just on Purdy. That's also on Kyle. And he's the one making big bucks. He extended him at the beginning of the year. And I'm sitting here and I'm saying to myself, Josh Allen could be down 10 points and you still like, oh my God. Joe Burrow, you watched what a franchise quarterback looked like. You've now seen 2 consecutive weeks. I would say 3 because P.J. Walker as a backup, I thought outplayed Brock Purdy.
P.J. Walker's actually pretty good.
Kirk
Browns
Cousins
probably should have won the game
thoroughly
yesterday.
outplayed him. Thoroughly. And then this week, Joe Burrow's on a whole nother platform. Now, you could say, Joe, how many other teams out there? 28 other teams wish they had Joe Burrow. Yeah, and that's why they're going to be a Super Bowl contender for the remainder of his career.
That's the kind of quarterback you're going up against in the Super Bowl. That's going to represent the AFC.
That's the highest paid player
and
in the league right now.
If it's still Super Bowl or bust, not Super Bowl or try again, if it's Super Bowl or bust, you're going up against Joe Burrow, the guy you saw yesterday, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, maybe Trevor Lawrence. And you're going to see Trevor Lawrence in a couple weeks coming out of the bye.
If Trevor played on Pittsburgh yesterday, Pittsburgh wins by 3 touchdowns.
Yes.
Okay?
And Kenny Pickett left the game, but no one's taking that team seriously.
That's how good Trevor is.
Yes.
I don't think we understand how good Trevor is. It's basically Travis Etienne, and that's about it.
Yes.
All right?
Hey, Christian Kirk's been pretty good.
No, I know. But
Calvin Ridley, what are they doing with him, by the way? My fantasy team needs him badly.
But again, look, man, I put the cart way before the horse way too soon. He was playing outstanding. He's falling back down to earth, though. He's falling back down to earth. And you could say teams are scheming and they know where they're going to throw. Yeah, it sure feels like that. And he's not reading the defense. He had 200. The interception on the roughing the passer. I'm sorry, that was a horrific pass.
That was a bad pass.
And he should have. This is the other thing. He should have got picked on the tip pass earlier in the game, and he should have got picked on the throw where he's like throwing the ball toward the sideline to Ayuk. He threw it on the inside. It was such a poorly thrown ball. The DB couldn't even make a play, and he should have intercepted it. It was bad.
What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, more of your calls. And is it time to worry about Purdy? That's coming up next on the Morning Roast. Spadoni in for Bonte alongside Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Visit Friedman's.
to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Spadoni in for Bonte Hill alongside Joe Shasky. Jim Nance, Tony Romo on the call there for CBS. And before I get to you, Joe, because you're excited, I feel you're Steph Curry on Dylan Brooks today. Dylan Brooks, i.e. the entire San Francisco 49ers team, and you're Steph making them look foolish as the Warriors got to win last night. They're back in action tonight right here on 95.7 The Game against the New Orleans Pelicans. But Roasters, how would you like to get a few shots up at Chase Center? Well, got an opportunity today. 95.7 The Game has given you that chance to do that with our first ever 95.7 The Game knockout tournament at Chase Center. Tune into the roast all this week and next week, and make sure you are listening to each show at 7:30. It's coming up soon. So 7:30 a.m., which is in 10 minutes, to learn how you can qualify. Each show during that 2-week stretch, we'll be picking one winner each show. Make sure you're locked into 95.7 The Game during these next 2 weeks, and you can have a chance to launch shots from the very same spot that Stephen Curry does. So now, guys, do we have the sounder? So you're going to hear this sounder in about 12 minutes, and that's going to be your cue to start listening. All right, so at that sounder, don't play it again. You don't have to. But when you hear that DJ horn, that's when you're going to start to listen, because we're going to play Know the Show. Shasky or I will say something that you're going to be like, oh, so that's what he said. So just know the show, and then around 7:50-ish, we'll take some calls, and we'll see if you were paying attention. Joe Shasky.
They were 5-0. They put up 42 on the Dallas Cowboys. I was sitting in the end zone watching the game going, my God, this guy looks incredible, Brock Purdy. The offense looks unstoppable. The defense looks insufferable. They're just suffocating opponents. They look incredible, right? And then the last 3 weeks has happened. What the heck has happened here? Now, I know there's injuries, all right? But the quarterback turning the ball over simultaneously as special teams has let them down, as the defense has completely let them down, it is not one reason why they're losing. But a big part is the defense can't get timely stops, and the quarterback, when asked to overcome some of the shortcomings of players being out or the defense letting them down, cannot execute. And specifically in the fourth quarter, it has been a nightmare. The last possession of the third quarter, fine. It was like a minute left. Basically, he's got 5 interceptions the last 3 weeks, all in the second half. And he's got 6 fumbles overall in the game in the season. He has put the ball on the floor and thrown the ball to the other team.
The fumbles are more concerning to me than the interceptions too.
Well,
the interceptions you can live with. You know what? He's still young and relatively. He can go to the film, watch that. You just got to take care of the football, man. That was the problem with Jimmy. Just get Butterfingers all the same. Shout out Halloween tomorrow. Can't be doing that.
Well, and here's where I struggle with this. I don't think Ryan Tannehill's very good. But there are stretches in the game where you watch someone like Ryan Tannehill, and I'm using him in particular because he's probably not going to play again for Tennessee.
Will Levis looked pretty good yesterday.
Right? But there are games where he'll move around, he'll make plays, he'll make throws. These are NFL players. They make plays, right? But what separates Tannehill from someone like Mahomes and Burrow and Josh Allen? The ability to go 4 or 5 wide when the game is on the line and march his team down and win a game with his right arm. And right now, I'm looking at a quarterback and an offense that can't do that. Now, Joe, there's 28 teams that can't do that, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but this is one of the 4 teams that I thought was a Super Bowl champion. This is one of the 4 teams that I put into the category could win a Super Bowl. And it was in large part because I had so much faith in Brock Purdy. And in the last 3 weeks, all of the goodwill that he's built up feels like it's evaporated. Now, I'm not saying he's trash. He made plays in this game. He had big-time plays. But you can't turn the ball over and be one of those upper echelon teams. You just can't.
Can't do it. Is it time to worry about Purdy? 888-957-9570. I want to hear from every single one of you. And let's start with Rocky in the Valley. Joe, what's going on, Rocky?
Hey, what's up, guys? Here's my take, man. That was obviously we lost from the jump. There was no energy, and the other caller was right. When in the first drive, Juszczyk couldn't get that short yardage 31, we lost. And the defense, man, they don't believe in Steve Wilkes. You know that. I know that. He's up there in the booth, and you could tell Fred Warner don't believe in him because he's not bringing that energy anymore. Greenlaw is half dead. The only player on defense that stepped up yesterday was Armstead. Armstead had his first game. I thought he was dead the whole year Armstead must have been hearing us because he woke up yesterday. The rest of the defense needs to wake up. What they got to do, number one, Shanahan got to get the Grohl pair, fire Wilkes. This is the perfect time. You fire him, you have someone internally run the same defense that Robert Saleh and D'Amico ran last year. Just say, hey, follow the same script. Defense isn't, that difficult. It's not like doing a new offense.
Rocky, I think that's a little bit too simple. I think that's a little too simplistic, though. Just
So
to say you can
coordinator-
fire a new coordinator and then just say, hey, just do what D'Amico and Robert Saleh. Those are two really good offensive coaches, or defensive coaches, I should say, and head coaches in the league right now. Look what those guys are doing with Houston and New York. Like, those are legit head coaches. So if you fire Steve Wilkes, just know that you're throwing a monkey wrench into the entire season defensively.
Here's the thing. Like, I don't think Steve Wilkes is great. Is he all of a sudden going to make Charvarius Ward not commit penalties and get cooked?
That's the thing.
Is he going to all of a sudden not going to have Hufanga miss tackles because you switch the coordinator?
Coaches coach and players play.
Dre Greenlaw doesn't look healthy right now. He looked like he got the soul whapped out of him by Joe Mixon early in that game. And I love Greenlaw. We all love Greenlaw. Is Steve Wilkes going to help Nick Bosa actually win a one-on-one in 2023? Earth to Nick Bosa. $51 million this year. Can you make a play? I know you could force a guy to step up so Armstead can make another play, but can you win a one-on-one? When was the last time you saw Bosa win a one-on-one with a tackle, beat him, either, plowed through him or whatever, and actually sack the quarterback?
Actually sack him? See, that's the thing. He's gotten close multiple times.
Great.
He hasn't finished. And when you get paid that much,
only counts in hand grenades, horseshoes,
and hand grenades,
and in the movies. Like, get out of here.
Yeah.
Almost.
Being close isn't good enough.
I almost won the lottery.
Yeah. Hey, but at least when you almost win, you still get like $100,000 or something if it's a lot. Rick in Oakland, you're on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, Ricky?
Yeah, I was just talking about Brock and his concussions.
Okay.
Speaking from experience, I know it's affecting him. I've had 4 over my lifetime. I've 2 in 2 months in 2013. I still deal with that. But your reaction time is slower, and when you get tackled, you're hit, your body is jolted, your brain's jolted. So your reaction time is going to be slower. You're kind of working in a fog. He's a warrior, a battler. He's not going to comment on all that stuff because he wants to stay in there and help his team. But at the same time, it's kind of hurting his team.
Yeah.
He needs to take a break for a couple of weeks at least, get that cleared up. But it's going to affect him for long term. He'll have different degrees of concussions. He'll have a mild one. The next one he'll have might be a mild or moderate one, and it's going to progressively get worse over time the more you get and the more you deal with.
Absolutely, Rick. That's Rick in Oakland right there. And here's Tony Romo talking about not using the concussions as an excuse for Purdy's poor play in the fourth quarter.
When you have those instincts, gives you a chance to succeed more. And, this is the most adversity he's faced in his young career right now. It's always been successful, and it's like each game it mounts up.
And again, this week, he was in concussion protocol all week, but still practice. There's going to be people saying, heck, is this something to do with his play because of what happened being shaken up last week?
Yeah.
Don't think so.
No, and nobody cares. When you go out there and play, you either win, you perform, or you don't.
That's Tony Romo and Jim Nantz, CBS Sports, calling the game yesterday at Levi Stadium. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about that. Hey, you got cleared, you got to play well. Them the breaks, being the guy. Simple as that.
And to like the fourth quarter comeback thing is a real thing. Joe Montana was in the building, right? And Joe Montana. Brock Purdy reminds me of Joe Montana. You know what Joe Montana did? 26 fourth quarter comebacks in the regular season, 28 game winning drives. That's the mark of the great quarterbacks. When we think of Mahomes, has he ever held out? Like at the end, do you not think he's going to get it done?
No.
Jalen Hurts. They were trailing almost that whole game. What did Jalen Hurts do? From behind, won that game.
Yep. Yeah. Hell, Geno Smith did it yesterday. Geno Smith. Like, that's the thing. And listen, this guy was linked to Kyle Shanahan. McVay ended up getting him. But that was one of the things and one of the traits that intrigued me about Matt Stafford potentially coming to the Niners. You know what this guy does? And he did in Detroit. Time after time. Hell, remember that one game and everyone talks NFL films, his arm was dangling off.
Yes.
And he willed that team to a victory. And he came from behind in the Super Bowl against the Cincinnati Bengals. Like, that's what the elite of the elite do. And Brock Purdy, right now, he's not doing it. He's the reason they're losing these games in the fourth quarter. And it's tough because he was the big part of their winning prior to that. And it's hard to wrap our minds around the fact that, hey, our quarterback struggling. He was an MVP candidate. Now it's still time. They're 5-3. The season's not over. No one is saying that. But it's on the brink of potentially going tilted depending on how this bye week goes. Because if they come out, Joe Shasky, out of the bye and still look like this, then there's a real problem and people need to go.
Fourth quarter, they could have won the Cleveland game with proper execution in the fourth quarter. Now, Brock gets credit for getting them down in position. Yes. They missed the kick. But I would say the couple of drives prior to that were horrific. Not just from Shanahan, but from also...
Should have been in that position.
Exactly.
Yes.
Did they have opportunities twice in the Minnesota game to win that game with a good drive?
They did.
Okay. What about yesterday? They had opportunities to cut that lead to make it tied.
Yes.
Okay? There's a reason when I look at the all-time, and it's skewed because guys are now throwing more. Look at the top 10 in comebacks in fourth quarter stats. Tom Brady, this is in order. Tom Brady 1, Peyton Manning 2, Drew Brees 3, Big Ben, Marino, Matt Ryan, Brett Favre, Stafford, Elway, Johnny Unitas.
All Hall of Famers.
Those are your game-winning drive guys all time when it comes to all the game-winning drives, all right? Now, that's where you make your money. That is where you become the dude. Why do we call Joe Burrow Joe Cool? Because yesterday, at any point in that game, you knew, I need a drive. At the end, they got the ball back, okay? They got the ball back, and they ran it down the Niners' throats and got anything they wanted. And then it was time to score a touchdown, and they just handed off to Mixon, boop, to the other side. 14 points, game over.
Yeah.
They got the ball on a short field, okay? After an interception from Purdy, double move from Jamar Chase, touchdown, first play. That's what a killer is.
They looked in control the entire time.
Absolutely.
The entire time. There was at no point in that game when I was watching it, which is rare. Because I always watch a game, especially with Kyle Shanahan and now Brock Purdy, I was like, they still got a chance to win this one. For the first time in the Brock Purdy era, I was watching a game where I was like, they're not going to win this game. Because the other quarterback's better, just playing better. And that was Joe Burrow yesterday. He was just better than Brock Purdy. Simple as that. And that's why they won. Well, and the confidence that he has in that offense with Zach Taylor, the confidence that Zach Taylor has in him and Jamar Chase, that is what an offense should be. I don't know if that confidence is there right now with Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy. Well, I don't know. Maybe he'll tell you different, but I'm watching his body language on the sidelines when Brock's making these turnovers. I saw that with Jimmy. Constantly. I mean, it's got to drive him nuts.
And everyone in the stadium knows, you got to stop Jamar Chase. And we couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. And then when they didn't want to go to Jamar Chase.
I got T. Higgins.
They used him as a decoy to open things up for others. Here's the other thing. The Niners at one point were trailing 24-10. And I knew game was over right then and there. Coaches with the most gains without a win when trailing by 8+ games in the fourth quarter. Listen to this list. There's not a good coach on here. Jay Gruden, 0-41 when trailing by 8 in the fourth quarter. Kyle Shanahan, 0-36.
Heading into the fourth, correct?
What?
Heading into the fourth quarter. Down by
at any point in the
fourth
quarter.
At any point. Oh, wow, okay.
8 points. Jay Gruden, 0-41. Shanahan, 0-36. Mangini, 0-35. Hugh Jackson, 0-35-1. Oh, no. Pat Shurmur, 0-34. Spagnuolo, 0-33. Dom Capers, 0-32. Tony Sperano, 0-32. Mike Nolan, 0-31. And Zach Taylor, 0-29. Shanahan and Taylor are on that list.
It's actually surprising that Zach Taylor's on there. There it is. We are playing Know the Show. Something is going to be happening on the show in the next 15 minutes. Don't call now, because I'm not giving out the contest line out now anyway, so you can't. But don't call the regular line either, because in the next 15 minutes, something's going to happen on this show, and you got to be paying attention, because at 7:50, be the first caller to call in, and I'm going to give out the contest line then and answer the question about what happened on the show first, and you will be on your way to Chase Center to play Knockout. So you got to know the show.
The law of averages, what do you make of that? When they drop down 8 points, the law of averages tells me you're going to find a way to win one of those games just miraculously out of nowhere. And they can't. Is that a Shanahan thing? Is that a quarterback thing? Is that a combo platter? What is that?
I would say it's a Shanahan thing, but also it's a quarterback thing, because the quarterbacks you've had during that time, you got to think it's what? Brian Hoyer, Nick Mull. That's just all Shanahan era, right? So it's all this Jimmy G. So it's a lot of bad quarterback play, or decent quarterback play at the very least. And then you got Brock Purdy now. But there is a thing where it's like a Kyle Shanahan offense. If you're going to give him all this praise, you also got to look at that stat and say, maybe he's holding his quarterbacks back somewhat.
No, this is what I say.
Like that's how you got to look at it.
You're calling them front runners, and I would say this: that's too strong for me because front runner insinuates a lot of other other stuff.
But they play with their heads on fire. If they have a lead, then they're going to play and they're getting in your face. They're going to be rah. But if they're behind, it's very difficult for them to come from behind, as you just.
Well, I look at it this way. They can't stop the run right now. So defensively, when they get a lead, you want them to be able to pin their ears back and get pressure with 4. They can't get pressure with 5, 6, 7 right now simultaneously. When they went 5-man front, Cincinnati, basically a hybrid of the 3-4, they were like, we dare you to beat us downfield. We'll give up a 20-yard gain here to Kittle, there to Ayuk. We don't think you can run the ball, and if you can't run the ball, your offense is negated. Now, all their big plays came on early passing downs, or early downs, passing the ball down the field. When push came to shove, and everyone knew you had to throw, they couldn't throw the ball down the field. Once they got a 2-touchdown lead, Cincinnati backed off. They threw for a bunch of yards. They marched down the field, and they did respond, and they get credit for that. But when they have to throw down 7, they just can't do it. And I think it's a byproduct of their philosophy offensively where run, and then the play action is going to set up the passing game downfield, and we're going to do timing passing downfield, meaning we're going to try to attack the zones in the soft spot. And I know kind of before the snap, because I'm going to turn my back where I want to throw. They can't go 4 or 5 wide, let the quarterback audible at the line and be the maestro the way Joe Burrow did, and just attack teams and pick them apart. They just can't do it. It's not what their offense can do.
No.
And they have no man beaters outside of Ayuk. Who is winning a one-on-one?
Well, it's not going to be Debo when he comes back either, that's for sure. But that will help when he comes back. It does open up things for Ayuk. Juwan Jennings, by the way, nothing yesterday. 0.00 went up against him in fantasy, so I know for a fact.
How about this? Christian McCaffrey, great slot player in terms of a wide receiver. Have we used him in the slot at all?
No.
He might be your best slot player, and yet you have yet to use him in the slot. In a game where you're down Deebo Samuel, put Jordan Mason in the backfield and use McCaffrey as a slot player. At least use him as a decoy. The way they used Jamar Chase yesterday, I was like, we don't use CMC this way. If CMC's on the field, he touches the ball.
I was going to say, do we want him to touch the ball even? Do you want him to touch the ball all the time? Because if sooner or later this guy's carrying the offense, he's gonna be worn down by the end of the season. He can't keep doing everything for this offense, Joe. Put him out the slot. Put him at the quarterback. It doesn't matter. The guy can't do it all.
He juked 5 guys and had like multiple 3-yard gains. And I was like, he juked like 5 guys. It reminded me of Barry Sanders. Am I wrong?
No, it's a good point. It's a great point.
And then at the end, Jalen Moore got caved in. After Purdy throws the interception, they get taken back for, I thought was a terrible pass, roughing the passer. It was a horrible pick by Purdy. His head hits the ground. The very next play, Jalen Moore gets caved in for a fumble play. And I'm like,
there it is.
And here's the thing. The other conversation is, the small hands, it's going to come back.
Small hands.
Because the fumbling, I'm telling you, bro, the fumbling is the most alarming to me. The Jimmy Oh-No throws, all quarterbacks make Oh-No throws. It's the fumbles, dude. The fumbles are killing them.
Stuart in Richmond, you've been hanging on tight. Thank you, Stuart. I appreciate you hanging on out in Richmond. You're on 95.7 The Game with Spadoni and Chasky. What's going on?
Hey, fellas. Hey, you're going to blow a gasket. Calm down, brother. It's going to be okay. We got enough blame to go around to special teams, defense, and offense. But the bright spot is our kicker. We ain't talking about him this week.
Yay. I love this.
I thought that would make you laugh.
I appreciated that. I needed that this morning.
I hate to say it, but bring up Jimmy G. Jimmy G ain't never lost 3 games in a row like this. Even though he had his faults and his downfalls, this is very alarming that Purdy's lost 3 in a row, and it could go to 5. Because look who we got coming up.
I know. Jacksonville.
Yep. Thanks, Stuart. You got Jacksonville. You got Bucks.
You got at Tampa Bay at home.
That's not a. You can't sleep. Baker's been playing pretty well this year. I'm not sleeping on them. Should win that one, but you know what? I thought they should have beaten the Browns. I thought they should have beaten the Vikings. And in a must-win game, as Fred Warner dubbed it this past week, I thought they were going to beat the Bengals, and they didn't.
They've got dominated in the trenches 3 weeks in a row. 3 weeks in a row.
And that's where you make your money.
And look, we can
don't even bring up the Philadelphia team anymore. Don't even bring that team up December 3rd. They're in another galaxy compared to where the 49ers are right now.
You could say, Joe, Trent Williams is a big part of why they can't run the ball. And I get where you're going. I would say this. A big part of why they can't run the ball right now also is they have one elite lineman, and they tried to go dirt cheap, which I get because you're paying premium money everywhere. Somebody's got to be value. Brendel, 7th highest paid player on offense, okay? And then you got Banks Burford. Burford had a hold that was so bad yesterday on first down. Yeah. So bad. You could see it from a mile away, and it put them in 2nd and 20, and it was like, oh, this is going to be a 3-and-out. Like, 2nd and 20 for Cincinnati, you're like, how are they going to convert this? For the Niners, it's like, oh, Wisnowski better warm up because they're getting ready. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong. Vince is in San Francisco. We wants to weigh on. Thanks for holding on, Vince. You're on the Morning Roast. Spit on and Chasky. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? I said it last year with Brock Purdy. He reminds me a lot of Brett Favre because he's just a gambler, man. That guy, he'll make passes, and it's kind of like, why did you throw that? Last season it worked out because it was like, man, how did he get it through? He fit it through a tight window. This year he's throwing passes, and they're just getting picked off real easy. I think that the season or the rest of the league has had enough tape to watch on him to really figure that part out, that he's going to take chances. But regarding the roughing the passer play against him, I mean, I've taken charges in basketball where my feet have gotten trapped under the other guy, and then I just, you fall flat on your back, you smack the back of your head on the ground, and I'm pretty sure he got up holding his head. I'm pretty sure it wasn't just trying to hear the play call. I think he might have had another concussion, and then he scrambles, gets the ball knocked out of his hands, and I don't know how much of this head trauma for the last 2 weeks now. Well, really, it's been a week. A week or so. I think he's been concussed twice. I don't know if he should be in protocol. I don't know if he's going to play next game, but at least we have the bye week. I just wonder what you think of the head trauma.
Hey, look, I'm worried.
Thanks, Vince.
No, he's had 3 horrible games, right? Let's just call it, yes, he played good for stretches at times, but if Tannehill had that same game the last 3 weeks, we'd be like, Tannehill sucks. If Jimmy G had the same games in the last couple of weeks, Jimmy would never be able to run like Purdy. No. But if he had the same games, we'd say, Jimmy sucks. It's okay. Purdy has sucked the last 3 weeks.
Well, yeah, we're using the standard of what he showed in the first 5 games, which was MVP type of stuff. So we're going to only go off what we saw earlier in the season, and it doesn't even touch what he was doing in the first 5 weeks.
But I would take it a step further and say this offense as a whole, it does not look like a $20 million coach offensively who's a genius and a play caller that everybody wants to slurp every single turn. This does not look like that.
Just got extended too, by the way.
That doesn't enrage me at all.
I'm just telling
But I know it pisses off a lot of people that it doesn't matter because you can fire anyone at any time. They fired Tom Sula with 5 years left. They fired
contracts
Chip Kelly.
Mean nothing to these guys.
Exactly. Yeah. The whole extending him thing, irrelevant. It's irrelevant to me. But when you're paying a guy $20 million, he's supposed to have answers when I'm missing an all-pro or two. I'm sorry. You have to be able to score points. They 30, 30, 30, 35, 42, and the last 3 weeks, 17, 17, 17.
Not good enough. It's not good enough.
It's just not.
And it's hard for me to blame the defense solely. And they listen, there is a, what do you like to say, pie chart of culpability?
Yes.
There's a lot of slices of humble pie being served, and it's on everyone. And Stewart and Richmond, except for Jake Moody. Congratulations, Jake Moody. You weren't awful yesterday. Congratulations. Outside of that, everyone needs to take a look at the mirror.
If we could say that Steph Curry sucked in a playoff game, for example, most people, hey, man, Game 7 against Cleveland, 5 minutes to go. He sucked. Yes, he was hurt with the knee, whatever. He was out there. He sucked. He had to wear it for a decade.
He didn't have a great series against the Lakers last year, and they got eliminated. Clay had to wear it, too.
It's Steph freaking Curry, and we have no problem saying, yeah, he sucked in that moment, right? Purdy has sucked the last 3 fourth quarters. He has sucked. It is what it is, guys. I hate saying it. I'm still a huge Brock Purdy fan. I hope he can turn it around. I hope they give him the leeway. I hope he's not hurt. I am worried about his head and where the game is violent. He is little. Balls are getting tipped at the line. He's getting cracked. He's running around for his life, throwing the ball all over to the middle of the field. He has been reckless. That throw to Kittle that he had, it was a cute throw, and everybody liked it. Even Tony Romo's like, you got to be careful. You cannot consistently do that. And he thinks he can get away with it. And it's catching up.
It is. 888-957-9570 is the number. Call or text on the Comcast Business Text line. Also hit us up on Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We are streaming all day long right here on 95.7 The Game. Plus, we have Warriors-Pelicans tonight as well. We have a poll question up on Twitch and YouTube. I think it's just on YouTube, but it's all right. Shout out Twitch. Who is more to blame for the 49ers' 3-game losing streak? The players or the coaches? Over 500 votes in right now. 61% say it's the players. And you know what? I think that's about right. Ultimately, it comes down to your players making plays. Bosa, not making enough plays. Armstead, thanks. He made a couple yesterday. Hasn't been doing it enough. Hufanga, where's he? Has he been on a milk carton all season long? Jennings, sure. Well, whoever. You need to make plays. Brock Purdy right now, he has shown that it can't all be on him. And he's not. And listen, that's okay. But don't compare him to the Mahomeses and the Josh Allens and the Joe Burrows when it can be all on those guys to will you to a victory. That's okay to say that Brock can't do that because he still had Ayuk. He still had George Kittle. That's an all-pro right there and a guy that's probably going to be a Pro Bowler this year in Brandon Ayuk, going off what he's done the last few games all season long.
Well, and I'm looking at Cincinnati, a team across the way who's a Super Bowl caliber team, and look at their draft picks. They're playing. DJ Turner, Battle, Murphy. Like, those guys are playing. Where's our safety from Penn State? Not playing. Where's our first-round pick? Oh, Trey Lance? Oh, he's third string in Dallas. Like, that has caught up to them. Yeah. Whiffing on those picks has finally started to catch up to them. They're not as deep as they were. And losing Charles Omenihu, losing Samson Ebukam, losing Al-Shair, losing Jimmy Ward, it has caught up to their defensive depth. Right now, Isaiah Oliver is a downgrade from Jimmy Ward. Right now, Kinlaw and whoever the heck is on the opposite end of Nick Bosa is not as good as Charles Omenihu and Samson Ebukam. I'm sorry. And I like Randy Gregory. We'll see. I'd like to see more of him. Right now, Javon Hargrave, it feels like a big overpay, and Philadelphia is laughing at you. Nick Bosa, $51 million. He's nowhere near the player he was last year. I don't care about PFF pressure rates anymore. All right? You're losing. We're not getting sacks. Quarterbacks look comfortable. Stop with the advanced analytics.
And when the pass rush isn't getting there, the secondary gets exposed. And right now, the secondary has been overexposed. Shout out Maroon 5 for the San Francisco 49ers. Alex is in Atlanta. He wants to weigh in. The night of numbers. What's going on? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky, bro.
Gentlemen, how are we doing this morning? I know, hey, at least the Warriors won this weekend.
God.
At least
Thank
you got
God
that one
for
bright
CP3.
side.
Sixth man of the year.
But Shasky, you brought up a great point last week about how much money the Niners have dedicated in cap space this year to their defensive line. And I have to agree with you. I'm starting to think that they spent too much money on the defensive line, knowing that, hey, we've got Brock Purdy on a $900,000 contract. We don't have to pay the quarterback position for a while. And instead of trying to bolster up the offensive line, which I think has gotten consistently worse over the last 2 years, you lost guys like Lincoln Tomlinson. I mean, letting go of Mike McGlinchey was probably the right idea, but you didn't really fortify the offensive line to help out Trent Williams. And now that Trent Williams is hurt, that's getting even more exposed. Brock Purdy's getting pressured more. He's played 3 bad games now in a row because that offensive line doesn't look like it holds up under any pressure. Because of that, too, you're not able to run the ball. So I think everything compounds on itself. I also think you have to start calling out individual players, too. I mean, Nick Bosa, the guy got paid and went from being a DPOY to looking like the second coming of Andre Bruce. Mooney Ward, whenever you put that guy in press man coverage, it's either he's going to get cooked by whoever he's guarding or he's going to commit a penalty. Teleno Hufanga, I think, has been pretty much absent all year. I can't tell you where that guy's been. Randy Gregory didn't do much since signing him. And our lack of wide receiver depth's kind of getting exposed. I know Debo's 100%. Hurt, but we don't really have a true third wide receiver to help out Brandon Ayuk, just like we don't have a true second tight end to help out George Kittle. And I think it's a case where everything seems to be going wrong all at once. And the last thing I want to ask you guys, because this is another point you brought up last week, the Shanahans have very little patience at the QB position. Well, for 7 years now, we've been asked to be patient with Kyle Shanahan while he looks for this team's next great franchise QB. How much more patience do we have to have with him? Because it keeps seeming like he's getting it wrong, whether it's been with Trey Lance, whether it's been with Jimmy Garoppolo, whether it's been with CJ Beathard. And, I mean, I'm hoping it's not the case with Brock Purdy, but 3 straight bad games in a row, you're wondering, did Shanahan get this wrong again?
I mean,
it's a great point.
I think
Alex,
everything's on the table. And regarding, money, it's not just this year, because this year, let me just go. top 4 paid players on the team defense-wise. Trent's the only guy on offense that's in the top 5. Bosa, Hargrave, Armstead, Ward. You can make an argument. All of them are bad deals right now.
Been underwhelming.
And I would have paid Bosa. Like, I freely admit, I would have gave Bosa the full bag.
Yes.
Bosa, has he been worth $51 million?
No, not this season.
Okay, how about Hargrave?
No.
How about Armstead?
Well, he had a couple sacks yesterday.
Oh, great. Fantastic. Finally. Glad that you finally had your first 2 sacks in the last 2 years. How about Charvarius Ward?
No.
Okay. Next year, they restructured a bunch of contracts to get the Bosa thing done. Next year, Debo makes $22 million. Trent makes 21. Fred gets 20, and I think Fred's worth it. Armstead gets 18 million. Bosa gets his 17 million. Hargrave gets 16. Randy Gregory is on the hook for 14, and Charvarius for 14. They've restructured some of these deals. What? Hello? Charvarius Ward for 14 again next year? Next year?
It's not good.
Randy Gregory 14 next year?
It's not good.
They're in some trouble.
They are in some trouble. And right now, what are the solutions to it? Like, I'm all ears for the solutions. Is it as simple as, you know what, getting rid of Steve Wilkes on defense? I don't think it's that simple. Well, again, someone who's at Stewart in Richmond, who's like, I think you got to get rid of Wilkes, you know, the guy's on the side. I was like, that's not going to change anything to me. If you just change schemes halfway through, or you go to, go get someone who was like D'Amico and Rob Salt. I was like, that's not doing anything for me.
Can the average fan name one defensive player on either the Kansas City Chiefs, the Cincinnati Bengals, or the Buffalo Bills?
Outside of Chris Jones, probably not. Greg Russo, shout out to you, right?
Do you know what makes them Super Bowl contenders? Their quarterback.
Yeah. Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen.
It's a revolving door of randomness on defense. And they've done a good job, Kansas City, of restocking their defense and making it better. But the point that I'm going to, and look, Von Miller's on Buffalo. He's a high-paid player. But like the point that I'm going to, all these teams are quarterback-driven. Except the Niners. They are player-driven. And when the players making premium money outside of quarterback are all failing, now you're asking the quarterback to bail you out. And that's just not, like, the whole point of Brock was, with 5 All-Pros on offense, all he has to do is just not mess it up. Well, now you're down a couple All-Pros, and he's messing up.
He is messing up. And he's asked to do a lot right now, but you know what? Them the breaks. Like, if you want to be a Super Bowl winning team this season, you're getting compared to the likes of Tom Brady and Joe Montana. Well, you got to act like them in these kind of games. If Tom Brady or Joe Montana were back there yesterday, I'd still feel pretty good about my chances to win the game. You know why? Because I know they're not going to make the mistake late.
Kirk Cousins had no Justin Jefferson.
No. He
had no Justin Jefferson.
He had a rookie wide receiver being his number 1 wide receiver.
PJ Walker had no Nick Chubb. Okay? So that's the NFL. You have to play without guys out there. That's what you have to do.
Who was Tom Brady's number 1 a lot as a wide receiver? Julian Edelman?
Who's always hurt.
He's always hurt. And God bless Julian Edelman.
And I love Julian.
The guy has great plays, and he's like up there with Jerry Rice with the yards and all that sort of stuff in the playoffs. He's not a true number 1. I know most people would say Gronk. That's great. But outside of that, and it was a revolving door around the running backs. Ben Jarvis, Green Ellis. Remember that name?
Yes.
That's one of them.
Yes.
So I don't want to hear the excuses of, Debo being out Trent. Now, when they come back, will it help? Yes. But when push comes to shove, this team is not going to be healthy in the playoffs, Joe Shasky. There's going to be some people, we'll get back to that conversation in a second because that was very important, and that's the sounder. The first person to answer this question about the show correctly will win a spot in our knockout tournament. Be sure to call our contest line, 415-523-4652. Again, that is 415-523-4652. Do I ask a question now or to the person when they call on? Ask the question now, thumbs up. All right, Joe Shasky, you were mad that the 49ers are not using Christian McCaffrey as a what? Don't answer that. That's the question. Joe Shasky was mad that the 49ers were not using Christian McCaffrey as a what? 415-523-4652.
You could have just stopped it at Joe Shasky was mad. No, but like here's the thing. Like they looked unreal through 5 weeks. And the last 3 weeks, they look like a team that's barely going to get into the playoffs, maybe win a road game, and then bow out. That's what they look like. And you can say, whoa, they're missing this guy and that guy. Does it look like CMC's getting through this season healthy? Does it look like Brock is playing like elite level quarterback play the last month?
Jimmy Garoppolo had a hanging shoulder and Trent Williams was damn near dead a couple years ago, and he still almost made the Super Bowl.
And Debo had offseason surgery as well. Remember, half of his arm was hanging off of his elbow.
So I don't want the excuses. And they've done a lot more with a lot less in the past.
Here's the other question that I'm starting to. I hate to bring this up. Defenses have life cycles. The game's so physical. We talk about running backs, linebackers, and D linemen and safeties. Like you have like a 4-5 year window of excellence, right? We saw it with the Harbaugh Niners, and then your body just gives out. Like Legion of Boom, great example. What was it, a 4 or 5 year run, right?
It's about right.
If they were lucky.
And then they all started.
Are we starting to see the expiration date on some of the, are we starting to see the wear and tear? Dre Greenlaw plays the game like it's his last game, and he does not have the same juice the last couple of weeks that he's had in past. And it looks like Mixon took the soul from him yesterday. I couldn't believe that.
It's crazy. 888-957-9570 is the number. Real quick, before we get back to the contest line, let's go to BPA. Brian in Palo Alto, he wants to chime in. BPA, what's going on, man?
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Morning, Brian.
I've had better days.
This is an honor for me to talk to you, by the way.
Oh, wow. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, look, I think I was tweeting with Shasky yesterday, or I was tweeting to him, but that defense, I mean, there's nothing to talk about, right? Talk about Brock Purdy or the offense. I mean, look, their offensive line has been really bad of late, and they're not running the ball, but there's 10 to 15-yard chunks on that defense anywhere you want it. Anywhere you want it. You don't even need to be a good quarterback in the NFL to do it. And, you know, I really can't explain it, but, you know, it just goes to show, I think D'Amico Ryans was covering up issues in our secondary, because it's not just, look, Lenore's not very good. Oliver's terrible.
Terrible.
Our safeties cannot cover a soul. I can't remember a pair of safeties. And maybe that's sort of the John Lynch weak spot, right? Is he's probably attracted to, like, you know, not super athletic safeties.
The try-hard guy.
But, like, it's just, there's nothing to talk about. Like, we're not good. That
BPA,
secondary.
BPA. How about the play at the beginning of the game on third down when Armstead, Bosa, and everyone and their moms had their arms on Joe Burrow, and he evades it, skips out, and then throws a completion for a first down? I was like, you got to be kidding me. Can someone wrap up?
But that's yeah. I mean, defensively, I don't know how much money that defense is paid, but they're not even a competitive defense in the NFL right now. Obviously we can blame Wilkes and all the rest. But I don't really know what to do. And that's the thing about, like, a trade. Like, okay, so you trade for a cornerback but, like, I don't know what they're doing. Like, there was a play yesterday where there was like a pass down the seam and Ward was running the other way.
Yeah. Thanks, Brian. I gotta cut you off there because it is time for the injury report. Johnny.
It's time for the injury report. It really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hate to cut off my guy Brian like that, but you know what? We got the bills to pay, if you will. The injury report. And this one's going to hurt our guy Matt Steinmetz tremendously, as Minnesota Vikings quarterback Kirk Cousins is most likely done for the season after suffering a tear in his Achilles tendon during the Vikings win over the Packers yesterday. Cousins is expected to go through the usual battery of tests today, but that is expected to be a formality in determining that the quarterback season is indeed over. A devastating blow for a Vikings team that even its record to 4-4 yesterday. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Tough blow, man. That honestly sucked. Kirk was having a really good year. That stinks.
No, it does. I feel really bad for Kirk Cousins. I thought we would have Gavin Newsom on there when his ankle broke, when he tried to dribble a basketball against a little boy. He was out in China checking out, like, the Tesla factory, and then he ends up going on a basketball court with a little kid, and he tries to cook the kid, and he just falls all over himself, and then personal fouls the guy like he's Draymond Green and is hugging him. I'm like, get Gavin out of here. The guy broke his own ankle.
There is a hilarious video I urge you all to find. It's Boris Johnson, former, what do they call it? Not prime minister, but whoever the person out is over in Parliament, over in England. He just trucks a bunch of little kids like playing rugby. It's one of the funniest like gifts I've ever seen in my life. What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. More of your calls. Michael, Emmanuel, Jacob, Telmo, all you guys. That's not Telmo, it's JMO. Wireless caller. I see you too. We have caller ID here, by the way. So better be sleeping on that. 888-957-9570 is the number. Is it time to worry about Brock Purdy? Is it time to worry about this defense? What's going on? How do we fix it? Plus, we're going to hear from Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy himself, Fred Warner, George Kittle, all of them coming up next right here on the Morning Roast. Spadoni in for Bonte, along with Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Get your produce.
It's not no baby, as Joe Spadoni is in for Vontae Hill alongside Joe Shasky. Morning roast. Good morning to all of you lovely, lovely people. As the sun is rising, God is beautiful in this new studio. Seeing the sun rise downtown San Francisco. Glad to talk with all of you. Wish it was better news to talk about. But the 49ers, they've lost 3 straight as the Cincinnati Bengals beat them 31-17. Niners heading into the bye at 5-3 and not in first place in the NFC West. No. That'd be Pete Carroll and the Seattle Seahawks, who are now in sole possession of first place. And Brock Purdy, 3 more turnovers, 2 picks, and maybe Joe Shasky on the eve of Halloween. It was proper that Brock Purdy dressed as Jimmy Garoppolo this season for Halloween. That's what he looked like yesterday. He's looked like that the last 3 weeks.
Well, he looks like
he's doing Jimmy Garoppolo impressions, and I don't like it.
Well, he's much more mobile than Jimmy.
I don't care. He's a faster Jimmy G. He's throwing the oh-no throw still. He's throwing the plays to lose you the game, and that's what happened yesterday. They had a chance to tie the game late in the game. Couldn't do it.
Well, I'm looking at it.
Should have been a pick 6, too.
It's a pie chart of culpability this morning. You've got
love that term.
Premier players making premier money playing horrific, right? Whether it's Charvarius Ward, Nick Bosa, etc. You've got a defensive coordinator that does not seem to be on the same page as these players. I put it more on the players, but I'll listen to the Steve Wilkes critiques right now. Then you've got an offense right now that can't run the ball, can't throw the ball when they're down, can really only throw the ball on early downs, down the field, against zone, not man-to-man. And you've got an offensive line that can't block and a quarterback who doesn't see the linebackers. He just doesn't see the linebackers, and he's fumbling the ball left and right. You've got a running game that is stale and predictable where you're begging CMC to break 5 tackles behind the line of scrimmage and then maybe get a couple of yards. Right? Their best run game right now is a scramble play by Purdy. That's it. He had a 16-yard run and another. That was about it.
Brock Purdy can't be your leading rusher when you have Christian McCaffrey on your team.
No.
That's a recipe for disaster.
And a guy, Jordan Mason, who didn't even see the field yesterday, getting over 5 yards a rip.
Can't happen.
Jawan Jennings can't get open right now. I mean, he looks like a guy who is very coverable. And then you look at Brandon Ayuk, who I believe is a really good player. But like him as the number 1, let's call it what it is. Hasn't been that great. And secondarily, dropped a huge ball off the face mask, whether it was in the sun or not. Huge ball off the face mask yesterday. George Kittle, big-time plays, but when they're in the red zone, disappears.
Shout out to YouTube and Twitch streamers, Comcast Business Text Line. YouTube and Twitch brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. We are streaming all day, all long, right here, 95.7 The Game. We want to hear from you guys all day here because it's panic mode. It is. It's panic mode, panic season, whatever the hell you want to call it.
Why are we afraid to criticize Purdy?
I don't think people are afraid to criticize him, but it is interesting how we have not got a lot of calls in regards to his poor play down the stretch. And for the most part, he was playing well, but I can't say he had a good game when you have turnovers. Like when you have back-breaking turnovers like they've had, when your defense makes plays to get you back into the game, when they strip fumble Irv Smith Jr., the tight end for the Cincinnati Bengals.
There.
They got lucky, but they made a play.
Yes.
That's what you needed to see from your defense. They made plays when they needed to make them. The 49ers are not picking up their defense like the defense has picked up the 49ers offense in the past, if that makes sense. I'm not seeing that from the 49ers offense because time in and time out, in the past, I've seen the defense be the difference. I go back to that Green Bay game a few years back in the playoffs. It was that defense, and it was eventually a special teams play that got them over the top. How many times has the defense bailed out the offense?
Oh, the defense has bailed the offense out for 5 years.
Way more.
Yes.
I need the offense to start doing that a little bit more the last few weeks because I'm not seeing it. Hell, even the last 2 weeks, they held 22 points? That's nothing.
Well, especially when that's your side of the ball, Kyle.
Yes.
Like you're the architect of that offense. And then I look at we talk so much. I mean, how many calls did we take about Purdy is Brady, Purdy is Montana? You know what Brady's most known for? Fourth quarter comeback, 28-3. Fourth quarter comeback against the Seattle Seahawks. Fourth quarter comeback in the AFC Championship game against the Chiefs. Brady, fourth quarter against the Rams to start off his entire epic career.
Yeah.
Joe Montana, fourth quarter. Brock Purdy in the fourth quarter, last 3 weeks, has been a turnover machine. Yes. All right? So we could talk about the first 3 quarters, and you can say, Joe, nothing to see here. Well, I would say you're wrong because the elite of the elite, they win in the fourth quarter. That's when the money is made.
Monster Monday is brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Maybe the 5th thing you can do is not be the fan of the 49ers right now, because there's a lot of toxic stress from the fan base and from the callers, which we will get to in a second. And speaking of callers, last hour we did our little contest, and don't worry, you'll have chances again throughout the week right here on the Morning Roast, but as well as Steiny Goo, Willard, and Dibs. Next 2 weeks, we are giving the listeners opportunities to go play knockout at Chase Center. We had that opportunity last hour, and shout out Kevin Rivas. Am I pronouncing that? Kevin Rivas on winning the first caller to win, I should say, that qualified for the knockout tournament at Chase Center. So congratulations, Kevin. I want to hear from the calls today, Shasky. What about you?
And I want to hear from them too. This thing about Purdy's only a rookie. He's not a rookie.
Not anymore.
He's in his second year.
No, he wouldn't have qualified for the Rookie of the Year in the NBA.
Second year of starting.
If we were doing those rules, I'm saying.
Second full year of starting, Jalen Hurts led his team to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Now we can say he had a couple of years in the NFL, whatever. Part of why you played Purdy is because he was a 4-year player in college. No, the second year starting, Joe Burrow went to the Super Bowl.
Yes. Yes, I'm not using that as an excuse at all. People are using that as an excuse still. 888-957-95.
He's not a rookie.
No, I think it is time to worry about Purdy.
He's played in playoff games.
Jacob in Castroville, you're on 95.7 The Game. What's up, man? It's Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Yep.
So I called in to talk about the defense a little bit, but you started talking about Purdy, and I do think that it's on him. He doesn't have very many weapons right now, though. I mean, 7-Eleven is always open. Brandon Ayuk, he's a weapon, but you can't go to him every play. So, there's got to be options, but at the same time,
real quick, Jake.
He's got 3 Pro Bowl players.
He's got 2 All-Pro guys, one of the best, if not the best running back in the game, and one of the top 5 tight ends, everyone thinks.
Yeah, and a wide receiver who's Pro Bowl fringe.
Yeah. Right, and I do agree with Shasky that McCaffrey should be used as a slot receiver more, but he's not being used, and that option's not there, unfortunately. So some of it's on the play calling. I think a lot of it's on Purdy. The players do play a big role. My question for the defense, obviously those players play a big role too, but where is Steve Wilks? He's up in the high tower. Do you think that it would be a motivating force for these players to have Steve Wilks on the sidelines in their face, being able to congratulate them on good plays?
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Vic Fangio. We watched Vic Fangio up in the booth throughout the entirety of the Harbaugh years. Does Bosa making $51 million need a guy to get in his face? Does Hargrave making $25 million this year need a guy to get in his face? How about Armstead? Has he been around this team, I don't know, for 8-9 years, making $17 million? He needs somebody to get in his face. Charvarius Ward, who played big-time playoff games with the Niners and the Chiefs, making $14 million. He needs a coordinator to get in his face? Is that really, we really think that?
I don't know, but I think something should be tried before everyone's just fire him. See what these players need. Switch it up. See if it works, because DeMeco Ryans is on the sideline every game, patting his players on the back or getting in their face if they were doing something wrong, made a stupid play. It could have an impact. A coach should be a motivating force. If you're not there to be able to motivate, and if you are there and you can't motivate your players, then what are we doing?
Well, to your point, Jacob, though, I don't think, but that's also not Steve Wilks' demeanor.
Yeah,
you guys are expecting him to be this raw guy. Did you look at him when he was a head coach? Whether it was with the Cardinals or interim last year with the Panthers, that's not his demeanor. He's calm, cool, collected. He's not going to chew you out. That's not him. So you're asking him to be someone he's not. And also, this isn't peewee football. I'm not asking my coach to get in my grill right now. That's
Charvarius, get over here. Stop holding people. Stop holding wide receivers. All right? Stop it.
What is it?
Okay, coach.
Capri Suns and orange slices with Bonte. That's not what we're doing here. These guys are getting paid multi-millions of dollars, and they need to be making plays. They do. Manny on the Dumbarton. What's going on, man? Manny.
I wish we had brighter things to talk about. Thank God the Warriors won yesterday, right?
Thank God for Chris Paul. A sentence I never thought I'd utter.
The quest for Chris?
But guys, I have to take a step back. I would love more than anything right now to rake Purdy over the coals. I really would. And I'm fighting the temptation not to. So I took a step back. This morning I said, okay, we've all talked about how he's never played a full season up until this point. So if I take the last half of this season that he's playing, get last year's stats, and I rack it up against Cap and I rack it up against Jimmy, he's had a pretty damn good start to his, if we add it all together, his first full year as a starter. Now, that being said, what about those oh-no Jimmy throws or all those oh-no Cap throws that he seems to be making in crucial times? I mean, he needs to clean that up. We're not going to lie about it. We're not going to mix words about it. He needs to be able to put his big boy pants on, hunker down, and see the field better. That being said, you touched on it earlier, guys. Can someone get any other option besides Kittle and Ayuk for this man? Because Jennings and Ronnie Bell, you guys were standing right next to me on the sideline doing absolutely nothing. Okay? Let's get that straight. Now, in regards to the defense, guys, there was one play. I don't know if you guys saw it, Chasky. Nick Bosa overran the running back. Oh, yeah. The running back went one way, Bosa went the other. It's like, for reals? For reals. So what I'm saying is, this is a collective effort. I've been saying it the last 3 weeks. You guys are all screwing up to a man on offense, defense, and thank God this game around, it wasn't on special teams. At least I don't think so. That being said, it all falls on the laurels that we have been giving Kyle and John. Yes, you guys have done a great job putting together a roster that is playoff, if not Super Bowl bound. But you've also did no favors by making the mistakes you've made. I was looking back, and I'm thinking, wow, that guy that caught 10 passes for 100 yards, we could have picked him up instead of Trey Lance. Wow, that guy that was playing on Sunday Night Football, the corner, we could have picked him up instead of Trey Lance. So the failures of this organization the last 3 weeks, I'm not going to put it all on number 13's back because that's a lot to say for a young man going into his now first full season into the NFL.
Well, I'll tell you this, Manny. Right now, the Trey Lance trade, him not being a good quarterback and how much you gave up for him and then moving off of him and not having that card in your back pocket, they're paying the piper at this point in terms of they don't have players to offset from that trade. That player himself isn't even available to you as a team, and the guy that you picked over him hasn't played well. So, yeah, the ramification of that trade is still playing out. Here's one thing I want to say. First quarter, Bengals, play action. I mean, just wide open, getting anything they want. Burrow escaping trouble. He made a Tyler Boyd fade in the red zone. There was a fade pass that was a perfectly thrown pass. When was the last time the Niners threw a fade route?
Oh, my
properly?
God. Oh, my God. Jimmy Garoppolo?
No.
No?
I can't think of one Jimmy G fade in the red zone.
I can think of a fade route very famous in 49ers history that did not work.
Exactly.
Kaepernick and Crabtree.
A fade route in the red zone. One of the lower percentage plays. And Burrow drops it in for an absolute dime.
You know what's funny? It's lower percentage if you don't have an elite quarterback. All the elite guys, that's in their repertoire, and they try it every single time because you know what? They trust, the Mahomes, they trust the Kelseys. The Burrows, they trust Chase because you know what? That's the symmetry between those guys. And right now, I don't know.
And the arm talent.
And the arm talent's there.
And the arm talent.
Ayuk is very good. I don't think he has that relationship or repertoire just yet with Brock Purdy.
No, let's just call it what it is. If Joe Burrow and Ayuk were together, they'd make sweet music.
Maybe.
Like, what are we doing?
Maybe.
What are we doing? And then the second touchdown. Okay, the Niners answer back. CMC, big answer, by the way, after going 3 and out on the first one. On the rollout touchdown to some guy no one's ever heard of, number 80, okay? Burrow throws an absolute dime, holds on to the ball. There wasn't one. There were 2 penalties on the second touchdown. 99 offsides. Charvarius Ward hold. 2 both negated because of a touchdown. All right? I just go right down. Oh, how about the miss for the field goal? Cincinnati should have had more points on the board. They missed the field goal. Not sure if you were aware of this. Oh, and then it's 10-14, and Burrow is carving him up again. Irv Smith, one of the worst fumbles ever. When Romo is telling you they should run the ball with less than 2 minutes to go in that half. I mean, the Niners basically have forced one punt in the last couple of weeks. Their defense has been shredded by two quarterbacks better than yours. Shredded.
I'm trying to find and maybe trying to pinpoint one reason why this all just fell apart the last few weeks.
They've given up more points before halftime in 2 minutes than any other team in football. What do you make of that?
What I make of that is it's just the attention to detail that has been known for a Kyle Shanahan team is not there.
No.
There's no attention to detail. They're constantly whiffing. They're over pursuing, as the caller just mentioned. It's not there. And when the pass rush isn't getting home, Shasky, the defense and this particular secondary gets exposed because there's not a true number one. Charvarius Ward is not a number one.
No.
He's not.
No.
On this team, he is, and that's a problem.
But that's like being an ace in baseball. Just because you're the number one in the rotation doesn't make you an ace.
Correct. And right now, if you're not getting home, I don't care if it doesn't matter. If you're not getting home against anyone, hell, Tyler or Tyson Bagent or whatever from Chicago, who looked horrible yesterday.
Yes.
If you're not getting him on the ground, he'll try to dice you up because you have got to get to the quarterback in this league. Every single quarterback that you're playing against is better than 99.99% of everyone else in the world.
Yes.
Will Levis will carve you up. These guys will carve you up. And Joe Burrow, he's at the top 1/10 of the 1%. Shout out Bernie Sanders. That's what he is. And he's killed you.
No doubt. And look, I've been crushing Purdy and the defense. Kyle Shanahan has a lot to do with this. They burned 2 timeouts on defense. One, because they weren't ready, okay? One, because they weren't ready. And then on the final drive after the Irv Smith fumble, they've only got the one timeout. And so you run the ball with CMC with no timeouts?
Yeah, that was weird.
That was dumb.
Because
that wasn't weird. That was dumb.
Well, they had a great play to George Kittle. That was a dime by
Give me
Brock
a field
Purdy.
goal attempt.
Like, just go out of bounds. No. That's where you're talking about the fade route. Can you give me a back shoulder out of the
No, they can't.
right there?
They can't. And then, okay, 8:22 to go. It's 3rd and 7. Purdy throws high to Kittle. You're at like the 40-something yard line. You're in no man's land. Dog, your offense needs a jolt. Okay, if you're going to go for it, I have no problem with it. I really don't right now because I think you need to score points. They punt the ball, and they punt it to the 18. You might as well have gone for it.
That was useless.
You gave up like 16, 18, 20 yards of yardage. Just go for it. Like, that's on Shanahan. Go for it. You're telling me he's the real deal? Do you think Cincinnati in a similar situation isn't going for it with Burrow?
I thought it was like 4th and 1 at their own like 30 or something. I was like, you know what? You think Zach Taylor will go for it? Because that's how much faith this guy has in his quarterback. Like, this is like the Brandon Staley thing. We laugh. He does that because he trusts his quarterback.
Yes.
And Justin Herbert. That's why he does it.
So you get the punt, okay? And then you end up going 3 and out. You force a 3 and out. The defense finally does their job. They force a 3 and out. You march down. It is a 17-10 game, okay? 17-10 game. You're down at the goal line, and you've been carving. You're starting to cook. And Purdy gets the big turnover. I'm sorry. Shanahan, Purdy, the offense, that's what's letting – the defense is not good. The defense is not good. I'm not here to cape up. The defense is not good. But when can the offense bail the defense out? Yesterday was a day you needed to score points.
Yep.
You knew going into that game, 17's not going to cut it.
I want solutions, people. That's what I want at 888-957-9570. The defense isn't working. The offense isn't working. Well, it's time to fix it. How do we do that?
And then
how? I don't know. I don't know what. There's just not one because I just don't understand coming off that blowout against the Dallas Cowboys. And I go back to this term front running because they were high and mighty and feeling great as they should. They were 5-0.
Yes.
They had PJ Walker, an XFL quarterback in Cleveland, 10 a.m. start. I get it. Kind of short week. Not really. It's Sunday night, so not really. No Nick Chubb, no Deshaun Watson. Coming off that, you were the best team in the league. Everyone was talking about you. Everyone was gassing you up.
I crowned this team foolishly. I said they were a Super Bowl contender. The quarterback is elite. All these things, and I feel like an idiot.
I was talking about how style points mattered at that point. I was filling in for you at the new building we just moved. I was like, it's not enough just beating the Browns. You have to destroy them. If this is a close game, I think it's a failure. They lost the game, and then they lost another. And now it's starting to tumble. The ball's going down the hill, and it's getting bigger and bigger. So the bye week could not have come at a better time because if they were facing the Jags this next week, I'm picking the Niners.
No.
So they needed this bye. How do they fix it? That's the question.
But, Joe, before you go back out to the lines, because I want to hear from everybody, 888-957-9570. They got the stops in the second half early in that game. I'm telling you. So after the Purdy interception on the rollout, which was horrific on 3 levels, which we've broken down 5 times today, they got another stop.
They did.
The defense got another stop, which I know Wilkes sucks. Everyone wants to throw him out. All these defensive players they got stops. And then Purdy throws another interception. And then what does Burrow do? First play,
Bomb.
double move,
Night.
Jamar Chase, game over.
Yep.
Like Steph Curry, he hit the night on the Niners.
He did.
Am I wrong?
No, that's what he did. But that's what killers do. That's what the elite of the elite. The amount of times I've watched Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow snatch souls from my favorite team, it happens every year. That's why John's happy. Big John is Broncos. He's a Broncos fan. 8 years? It was 8 years since they've beaten him. Unbelievable. Broncos got off the schneid. The 49ers need to get off the schneid against Jacksonville.
Mahomes has earned the 2 Super Bowl benefit of the doubt to be sick and have a 3
We're
interception
trying to
game.
create something that's not there this morning. Everyone's trying to say, is there something wrong with the Chiefs? No, they lost to a team they've beaten for 8 straight years.
Well, and the thing about divisional games is that not only do you know your opponent better, but every film you watch is against them. Like, if I'm a Niner, I watch Rams tape, well, they might be playing the Cardinals. So now I'm watching both of those teams simultaneously, so you learn so much about them. Broncos know the Chiefs, and Mahomes has earned the benefit of the doubt. I'm sorry, Purdy hasn't.
No.
And this is not 1 week.
I like
this is 3 weeks.
I like that question. Has Brock Purdy earned the benefit of the doubt with you? 888-957-9570 is the number. That's all coming up on The Game, sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
It's the lunch rush at your local deli. Orders are flying.
The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Ooh, little Miss Jackson on a Monday. Spidonian for Bonte Hill alongside Joe Shasky. 888-957-9570 is the number. We want to hear from you because we've been hearing from you all day. You guys are fired up. It's the word that I would use to describe how fans are feeling is just perplexed. Like, what's going on? Like, there's anger, sure, but I'm with them. I don't know what the hell has happened to the San Francisco 49ers offense, the defense. Hey, Jake Moody, congratulations. We're not talking about you today. Wisnowski didn't have great punts yesterday. Everything is going wrong with the San Francisco 49ers right now. And how do we fix it? Does it start with the quarterback? Are we giving Brock Purdy the benefit of the doubt? That's what Joe Shasky posed to the San Francisco 49ers fandom last segment. Has Brock Purdy earned the benefit of the doubt? I'd like to hear from you at 888-957-9570. You can also hit us up on Twitch and YouTube, which are powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Well, I want to make sure we talk about this. Like, the defense has carried this offense for what feels like
forever.
15 years.
Yes.
No, honestly, it feels like 15 years during Jed York's tenure as owner. And look, they've built incredible defenses. I would be running my team that way too. I thought this year they could kind of meet in the middle and like maybe 1 week the offense carries and the next week the defense. Clearly, if the defense is not leading the way, the offense is going to fall behind. Right? There's just like no arguing it at this point. They need their defense to be top 5 level or they don't have a chance. Then you can say, Joe, they're missing Trent Williams and they're missing Debo and this and that. You went with Brock Purdy, and I wanted them to go with Brock Purdy, and he earned the spot because he was flawless in terms of the decision-making, and he wasn't turning the ball over. Once you start turning the ball over, and once you start losing the team games, all right, now I start to question the whole thing. They went with him, and they moved off Trey, and they brought in Sam Darnold because he gave them their best chance to win a Super Bowl. And right now, they look very basic offensively. They look very mediocre offensively, and they don't look like a team that has a Super Bowl caliber offense and quarterback in particular. Now, I look at the Chiefs, and I look at their personnel, and I say, that's not a Super Bowl winning personnel. Mahomes and some dudes and Kelsey, that's not good enough. But Mahomes is so damn good, it don't matter. I look at Cincinnati. Mixon's been awful all year. He looked great yesterday. Jamar Chase, clearly a superstar. Teagan's been hurt a lot this year, banged up. Boyd, in and out. But Burrow's so good, it doesn't matter. And they make the most out of their personnel. I look at our team. If you are down one dude, the entire equation changes, it feels like, for this offense. And so to me, process of elimination, I'm looking at the quarterback, and although he at times has looked brilliant in those 3 losses, he's also been so erratic in turning the ball over. I don't think he gives me enough pop plays to afford to continue to go down this road. So I'm asking out loud, like, does anyone want to see Darnold? Because I was thinking about it in that fourth quarter. Are we going to go see Darnold? What's going on here? That turnover in the red zone, it can never happen. And if Jimmy threw that same interception,
crushing him,
the lines would be full asking to change quarterbacks.
Are we giving, I should say, Brock Purdy the benefit of the doubt now with his play up until this point? The last 3 weeks have not been good. Tim is on 680. He wants to weigh in. What's up, Tim? You're on the Morning Roast with Spidoni and Shasky.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Hey, at 5-0, we were talking Super Bowl, and so was I. And hey, we're all optimistic with the team. But here's the bottom line. Kyle has put all his eggs in one basket, and it's the running game. They can't run the way they're doing things. We don't have Deebo Samuel as a running back. McCaffrey can't continue to do 20-plus touches a game. So that's one thing. Second thing is the scheme on the defense has to change, whether Wilkes goes or the scheme changes. So you're asking for, what is the solution? A, we got to fix the running game. We need to have another running back step up, and then the defense has to change. And I think we can course correct. But if not, guys, I don't think we're going to win another game.
Do you know who the highest paid running back is in the NFL right now?
I'm sorry?
Do you know who the highest paid running back in the NFL is?
No, I don't.
Yeah, it's Bijan Robinson making $13 million. So your point, and I'm not ripping you at all, you're 100% correct.
Thanks, Tim.
This is why I believe them to be a pretender at this moment right now. Like, if McCaffrey does not get 80-plus yards a game, they're in big trouble because they can't run play action and they can't throw the ball down the field using the deception that they like to use. They're not a drop-back passing team. They're just not.
Well, do they need to be?
No, all the other teams are. Eagles, Bills, Bengals, Chiefs. They're all drop back quarterback teams.
So then I'm looking
Even Seattle is more than we are.
Then I'm looking at Kyle Shanahan to adjust. If we're getting on Steve Wilkes for adjustments and he needs to do this, that, and that, and when he's trying to blitz and then we're crushing him because he's getting bitten on it, at least he's trying something else. I need Kyle to adapt.
But that's not who he is.
No, but he needs to be.
I know.
If he's ever going to win a Super Bowl, he needs to adapt.
But
what did Andy Reid do? He adapts to all of his talent at quarterback.
Their offense is totally different now than what it did with Alex Smith or what it did with Donovan McNabb.
No, when he was with Alex Smith, they didn't even complete a touchdown to a wide receiver all season long. They had running backs and tight ends.
But Joe, the point about Deebo Samuel not being there and hurting the running game, that to me shows how grossly overpaid Deebo. And I love Deebo. I love Deebo. No team in the NFL is spending more than 15 or 16 million at the running back position. The Niners have 12 million invested into Christian McCaffrey and 20 million invested into Deebo Samuel, who by position is wide receiver, but by style of play is running back. And so, again, as we look at defensive line being grossly overpaid, no team in the NFL is spending 2 and 3 times what the most expensive running back room is. That's what the Niners pay. And the fact they can't get the run game going, given how much money they've allocated, again, same argument as the defensive line. If you're going to spend that much and get no production, you're cooked.
Jason's out in Oakland. I think he's going to pile on to the coaching staff here. Jason, what's going on, man? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, man, what a rough weekend. I want to give a shout-out before I give my point. Shout-out to the Warriors. My birthday was on Friday. Thank God. My birthday was on Friday. I went up to Sac for the game. And the fact that they won made my birthday. So shout-out to the Warriors. I think you guys are just really hitting the nail on the head with everything. Your takes have been spot on all morning. I just don't understand how people are just moving, what it seems to me at least, people are just moving the goalpost with Brock Purdy. They're like, oh, he's doing really good for the first 3 quarters. He's great. And then he does really bad in the fourth quarters. And they're like, oh, it's his concussion. Is the concussion symptoms only happening in the fourth quarter? I'm kind of confused on that. And then they're like, oh, he's still a rookie. But the first 5 games, they're like, oh, he's an MVP quarterback. It just seems there's a lot of moving a goalpost with Brock Purdy. My last point, they're talking about the defense and they want to fire Steve Wilkes. I get it. Steve Wilkes isn't the greatest defensive coordinator. But the point is, this defense have only allowed 20 points or more 3 out of the 8 games. That's not bad. On the flip side, the offense have not scored over 20 points in the last three games. So if you're going to have that energy for the defensive coordinator, have the same energy for the offensive coordinator and the coach Shanahan. That's all I got, guys.
I'm with you. Like, they scored 17, 17, 17. It's one thing to score 17 in a rainstorm. It's another in perfect conditions, back-to-back weeks, against teams who aren't led by their defense. Like, Minnesota is not led. Look, Cleveland's a very good defense. But quietly, I don't know if you saw this, Geno Smith came from behind and put up numbers against that same Cleveland defense.
He also didn't write back. I love that line. Sorry.
But like, I don't think Wilkes is great. But these guys got to make plays. Like, they're missing tackles.
Coaches coach and players play, Joe.
I mean,
that's the old
tackles.
saying.
Charvarius Ward continues. Charvarius Ward is literally hanging on the backs of wide receivers in the same way C-3PO was on the back of Chewbacca at the end of Empire Strikes Back. Like, that's literally what it looks like. This guy's holding everyone.
Give you a 3. Would have given you a 4 for Luke Skywalker on the back of Han Solo and Hoth.
Even better.
It's a little bit better.
Even better.
It's all right.
Yoda on the back of Luke when they're in the
That's a 5.
system.
There you go. That would have been a 5 right there. Shout out Empire Strikes Back. Still the best Star Wars of all time.
Ward
but to your
has
point,
been horrific.
Well, I keep going back to this one play because I think it signals to me everything you need to know about the 49ers secondary and how other teams don't respect it. They had an incomplete pass on the sideline. It was a back shoulder to Jamar Chase, and they did I think it was the third or fourth quarter, the exact same play the next play because they knew that Ward couldn't keep up and that it probably should have been PI for the prior one, and they got the call the second time. They don't respect the Niners secondary
at all.
And that's what you can expect to see against Jalen Hurts on December 3rd against elite level quarterback play every time. Trevor Lawrence in a couple weeks. They're going to try to pick on your secondary. And if you're not getting home, that's the consequence of what's going to happen. So Nick Bosa, he got a fat paycheck. He needs to be having some fat game numbers, sack totals, all that. I don't care about the pressures to your point.
But you're
he needs to come home.
You're entitled to have a bad week.
Not 3 in a row.
Not this way.
No.
And here's the thing. The trend is this. Brock plays really good for 3 quarters. Well, except the Cleveland game. Really good for 3 quarters and then completely implodes.
Yeah.
You know what that sounds like? Just taking away the scrambling and some of the throws down. Sounds a lot like Jimmy.
Yep.
Sounds a lot like the bad quarterbacks in the league.
Get to see him tonight, too, by the way, on Monday Night Football as the Raiders head to Detroit.
And all these people, just do the math in your head. Would Minnesota trade Brock Purdy straight up for Kirk Cousins? No.
Ooh. Well,
would Seattle
prior to the injury, that's a great question.
Would Seattle trade Geno Smith for Brock Purdy right now straight up? No. They wouldn't.
That's an interesting one.
Right?
Age is a factor there, too, a little bit with Geno.
I know.
Yeah.
But, they want to win, and I think that they think they can win with Geno. So anyone going, Herbert and, Mahomes and Josh Allen, Purdy's nowhere near those guys. You watched one of the real deals. Like Kyle, he's the real deal. No, Joe Burrow's the real deal. Joe Burrow at the line calling audibles, moving the line with his feet, pocket presence, awareness, arm talent, whether it's called throwing the ball as hard as he needs to or the touch teardrop passes. How about the killer instinct to be able to audible, go to shotgun, and then run for a first down? Or, hey, you just threw a back-breaking pick. Let me step on your throat and throw a dime for a touchdown. Game over. Night. Joe Burrow's the real deal. Brock Purdy, TBD.
Jobin in Walnut Creek? Or is it Jubin? Not Ruben. Jubin in Walnut Creek. What's going on, Jubin? You're on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I think silver lining, we're losing to a bunch of AFC teams, so I think that helps with the
you would see in the Super Bowl
whatnot.
if it's still Super Bowl or bust. But go ahead.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I think the problem is third down on the defense. We just don't get off the field, and I feel like previous years, a lot of 3 and outs, or don't even let him kind of get into our side of the field. And Oliver he's horrible in coverage, but man, that boy can tackle. So I got to give him some props on that. The red zone pick was super unfortunate. And then the main thing I just wanted to talk about was all summer long, it was if Brock has a couple of bad games, what's the narrative going to be with Trey Lance? And this is kind of hypothetical, but I guess I'm curious to hear your thoughts. If Trey was on the team and he did get the 2 job, what would people be saying right now in terms of maybe making a switch to him?
I think the drum beat, I want you to stay on. The drum beat would be significantly louder. No one is opining for Sam Darnold. And here's the crazy thing. I was actually intrigued to see it. Kyle wants to hype him up so much. I was intrigued to see it.
Well, were you, though?
1 game, yes.
Okay.
Just to get a glimpse.
I feel like we would have seen a lot what we saw yesterday when it came to Sam Darnold and Brock Purdy, right? I think we would have seen some arm talent, oh, wow, what a throw. But then ultimately, what does Sam Darnold do? Turns the ball over. That can't happen if you're Brock, though.
No.
Because that's what we expect from Sam Darnolds of the world, the Jimmy Garoppolos of the world. We expect that, not from Brock. That's why it's so perplexing. And maybe it's not. Maybe it's, you know what? This guy is such a small sample size that we were crowning him way too early. Do we crown Brock Purdy way too early? 888-957.
Well, I mean, it was hard not to.
He played so damn well and showed no faults. But the last few weeks, he's in a slump. Can he get out of it?
The glass slipper turned back into a pumpkin, it feels like.
Yes.
It just feels like he needs to be able, with this 2 weeks off, he needs to get right. The point about third down conversion is interesting because yesterday, Cincinnati was only 37% on third down. The Niners were 55% on third down. But the Niners converted a lot of those late in the game. And then I look at it they had 29 first downs. The Bengals, 29 first downs. So forget third down conversions. They just kept, beautifully getting the ball down the field. They ran for $135. They had the time of possession, 31-28. And the only reason it was that close is because the Niners had the ball at the end of the fourth quarter because the game was over.
I want to hear from the quarterback himself, and we'll play some more sound too from Shanahan, Warner, Kittle, but Brock Purdy on finding a balance between playing free and pressing in late game situations.
Yeah, there's definitely got to be a fine balance to that. It's trusting the play, trusting what we're trying to do. The boys trying to get open, the offensive line, the protection, the play call, trusting that. And then, if it's not there, try to make something happen, but don't force it. And clearly towards the end of the game. That's what I was doing, was, starting to force things and not see things clearly. With the second pick to Ayuk, it's like, man, don't force things and let the game come to you. And if it's not there, then try to make something happen. But even when you're trying to make something happen, be smart with it as well. So definitely a fine line to it, and I had to learn the hard way today.
He doesn't trust what Kyle Shanahan's telling him to do, is what that tells me. That's basically what he just told everyone. Yeah, I don't trust his play, so I'm going off script a lot. That's not good. How does Kyle Shanahan fix that?
He's freelancing way too much.
Way too much, because he doesn't trust what's in front of him, what Kyle Shanahan's giving him.
And he's going to get hurt.
Yes.
I mean, he's getting thrown around a lot. Any quarterback that gets hit as much as he's been getting hit, I don't care how big or how small, you're going to get hurt.
And especially if they are smaller, though, too.
That last hit on the interception, which should have been an interception, he got rocked. Even on the one near the sideline, he got rocked, because I put that in my notes. The one that the linebacker just picked, by the way. We can laugh a little. That's one of the worst picks of all time.
It was pretty bad. It was a great play, but also it was
one of the worst.
Play.
You got picked by a guy in your face near the sideline like that, and it should have been pick six.
It should have been a pick six.
I mean, that was
He's
so
lucky
bad.
It's not, because it would have been on like the not top 10 for Sports Center.
Here's my note. Roll out. Should have pitched it. Maybe handoff. Oh, my God. Wow. He got rocked. What was he doing?
How do you do your notes, by the way? Do you have like a little notebook like Steiny? There you go. Not the graph paper like Steiny, though. I like that.
I mean,
That's old
and
school.
look, this Niner offense is not good. They're very predictable.
Yeah.
They throw to the same 5 spots on the field. I mean, they ran that double slant play or whatever that was, where 2 guys were in the same area. There were 3 guys ready to intercept that second pass. 3. It wasn't just 1. It was 3. He also should have thrown an interception on the tip ball. He should have thrown an interception on the one on the inside, Charvarius Ward, near the sideline, which was so bad as he was getting hit that it was such a bad throw after the hit, the DB couldn't even make a play on it.
I know we've been crushing Steve Wilkes a lot for not making adjustments, but one adjustment I would like to see from Kyle Shanahan, because it seems like he's immune to all this criticism because he's the boy genius and all that. I know running is your bread and butter. I would like to see some hurry up a little earlier in the game until you need it to happen. Can you let Brock beat like
But you know
think
why you can't hurry up?
You think
'Cause
he's the
your
real
defense
deal?
is on the field forever.
You think he's the real deal? I want to see him. Yeah, but if the running game's not working, let him work there. If he feels more free and more like he
But
can
most
trust
teams
your
in the
system.
hurry up have 3 receivers they trust. This team has Ray McLeod, a kick returner who can do some jet sweeps here and there, and Juwan Jennings, who couldn't shake my grandpa.
Okay, but Juwan Jennings is a fine if he's your 4th, which is what
He's
he's
their
always doing.
2 right now.
I know. But I use Kittle and Ayuk as 1 and 2, whatever you want to switch them, and then I'll put Jennings in there. But the problem is, again, George Kittle, a lot of his game is predicated on blocking, because that goes back to the running game, yada, yada, yada. He's not a Darren Waller. He's not, the Travis Kelce. He's not as polished route running as those guys. And that comes up to bite them later on. He had a bad drop yesterday. He made up for it late when Brock scrambled. But stuff like that, it catches up.
Heading into the 4th quarter, okay, they had 170 yards passing, and they had like 60 yards rushing. And that was with Brock getting a ton of yards running the ball. All the yardage at the end was garbage. It was all garbage.
He's in the 200s before
It was
that?
Kirk
Yeah.
Cousins-esque playing for Washington in fantasy 5 years ago.
I was going to say, if you had fantasy and Purdy yesterday, you were so happy with all those that they declined the penalty at the end, which is a clear penalty. Gene's in Oakland. He wants to chime in. What's going on, Gene? You're on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Chasky.
Morning, fellas. Yeah, I'm here to say I crowned him way too early, too.
Gene, you had a
even
song.
earlier than you, Joe.
Gene, you had a song dedicated to
But how
Brock.
could you not crown him, though, Gene? Like, he earned it. Like, I feel foolish, but at the same time, like, he was amazing.
Right. Yeah, right. So what's this about a song?
Did you have a song dedicated or a voicemail that you made about Brock Purdy that you called in with?
Not that I recall.
That's
but
someone else. Sorry,
I am
Gene.
77, and I do forget things.
It's all
But
good.
anyway.
Text line helped me out.
All right,
Someone
listen,
called in with like a ringtone for that. Go ahead, Gene.
So, yeah, I mean, look, he's not elite, okay? At least not yet. And, he still might be someday. Let's not forget that Joe Burrows was looking like a major league bust his first year, and he was the number 1 pick. So it took him a while to figure it out. But I really think the problem's starts with the defensive, the defense, the defensive line particularly. I mean, we're just giving even ordinary quarterbacks way too much time to complete passes. We're exposing our backfield and such, and we're playing from behind. And obviously, as you say, we were 0-36 when we're 8 points or more behind the fourth quarter. That's terrible. So we're putting an awful lot of pressure on the guy, on Birdie, and I think he's starting to panic a little bit. We'll see. I also think we are missing Debo and Trent. And who knows? Maybe the concussion is affecting him, but I don't want to make excuses. He has played poorly. Let's see what happens in 2 weeks. Hopefully everybody's back. Hopefully Purdy's moved on from the concussions. And I would say if he has a really bad game against Jacksonville, I hate to say it, biting my lip, but maybe it is time to look at Darnold
Gene,
and see what he
it
can
just
get.
feels like something's up with the locker room.
Thanks, Gene.
I don't know what it is. Whether it's players don't trust coaches, they don't trust the quarterback, they don't trust each other. Guys are mailing it in. I don't know. It feels reckless to even speculate, but clearly they look disconnected. And I think that's obvious to everyone. Did you know that Juwan Jennings, and this is from Niners Wire, our buddy Kyle Madsen, he ran.
What's up, Kyle?
He was in 50 of the 63 offensive snaps. He ran 33 routes, 0 targets. That's the most routes all year in one game with 0 targets for any player in the NFL.
Pretty unbelievable. It's unbelievable. But again, they're 3 or 4. I'm not coming here to hammer Juwan Jennings.
No, but this is on the play caller and the quarterback. Like, the play caller can use his full roster. You drafted Ronnie Bell. You drafted, Danny Gray way back when, even though he's an afterthought now. You have other players on the roster. You're paying Juszczyk. Like, utilize the guys you have.
Hey, we're talking about Kyle Shanahan having to adapt.
Jordan Mason.
I thought it was all on Steve Wilkes. He needs to get better. Kyle Shanahan needs to get better as well.
Yes.
And this is what I'm getting at. And this is from the... Where is it? I lost it here. 707 on the Comcast Business Text line.
Give it to me.
Did you just say our offense is, quote, no good? This show is off the rails. No, the offense isn't good. You haven't scored 20 points. Like, come on. The last 3 weeks, you're not doing anything. This team is not good right now on offense. That's okay to say.
And let's call it what it is. Rams feels like their season's over. Stafford's hurt. Now, they were formidable. I thought they were going to be around 500.
God, his thumb was all messed up.
Pittsburgh's not. I mean, whatever. Like, they got no offense. Pittsburgh has no offense. The New York Giants, they stink.
They're awful.
They threw for -9 yards.
That was the worst game I've ever seen yesterday.
The Arizona Cardinals suck. Okay? Dallas is a very good team. You beat them. But, like, 3 of those wins, and now look, the NFL is made up and comprised of a lot of bad teams. And you suffocated those teams. But in the last 3 weeks, you can't move the ball. Arizona's going to have a top 5 pick, and the New York Giants are going to have a top 5 pick. The Rams might have a top 10 pick when it's all said and done. So we can make all the arguments that we want. Well, at the time, those teams, their season was still alive, and da-da-da-da-da. I'm just saying, like, yeah, you beat up on those teams. How'd you do against a real playoff team in Cincinnati? You got bodied.
They did. And that's the team you're going to face in the playoffs. And maybe not to the caliber of a Joe Burrow, but you know what? If Jared Goff's playing well, you might see him with Detroit. Geno Smith, who had to come from behind victory, you saw him. And Geno Smith, I know we like to crush him, stuff like that. He was pretty damn good in that first half when you played him last year at Levi Stadium. They had a lead, and they got down the field pretty damn quick. Bad penalty was standing that set him up for the Jason Myers field goal. But you saw Geno, and up until that third quarter late where Nick Bosa actually made a play then, it feels like that was the last time he actually made a play, was in that Seattle game against Geno Smith. Like, those are the guys you're playing. And then Jalen Hurts, obviously, you'll see him December 3rd in Philadelphia. So you have to match them quarterback for quarterback. What do we see in the Super Bowl, Joe? I saw the greatest play, the greatest game I've seen Jalen Hurts play ever. And it was the one mistake he had, that fumble that cost him the game. Picked up for a touchdown. He outplayed Patrick Mahomes for most of that game, but it was the one turnover.
Do you remember Danny White?
Yes.
Danny White fumbling after hitting Drew Pearson down
I
the
don't
line
remember him because I wasn't alive
against the NFC Championship game. That's the one play people think of when they think of Danny White.
Which is unfair because he was a hell of a quarterback.
But it is what it is.
It is what it is.
And like the run game right now, McCaffrey, this is the high rushers over from week 1 till now. 152, 116, McCaffrey 85, McCaffrey 106. Week 4, that's their last 100-yard rusher. Mason, you didn't need 100 yards in that game against Dallas. He had 69. Then McCaffrey 43, McCaffrey 45, and Purdy is your leading rusher with 57. They're not even getting 50 yards running from Christian McCaffrey the last 3 weeks.
It's not good enough. Unless there's sweet
what does that tell you? You cannot throw the ball unless you can run. You can't. You can't be an offense led by the pass.
I saw a lot of the throwing to set up the run yesterday with the Cincinnati Bengals.
Yes.
They were so well balanced yesterday. And I think that's somewhat of a fallacy where you have to run to set up the pass. No, what was Al Davis always used to say? We're going to take what we want.
Yes.
Take some shots, man. Download the free Odyssey app and listen to 95.7 The Game wherever you go. And you can catch every single Warriors game live on said app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. And you can also catch amazing interviews that you missed, too, like when Matty Barrows of The Athletic joined Willard and Dibbs last Friday. And Matt Barrows, actually, I was following him on Twitter yesterday. He had a great point. That pick that Purdy had to the linebacker was the same issue that Jimmy G always seemed to have with the 49ers. You can't see that linebacker, man. In the middle of the field, you just can't see him. I don't know what it is, man. It's the scheme or what, but Purdy had a Garoppolo-esque fourth quarter yesterday, and it's become far too common the last few weeks.
When was the last time they won a game going, last time getting down at any point in the game and had to throw back? The Raider game?
That's about it. And that was against a really bad Raiders team that gave up multiple double-digit leads throughout the season.
And against a guy named Jarrett Stidham.
Who was actually really good
in that game.
But in that game, but it's Jarrett Stidham. He's a backup. Like, come on. Let's go out to, Duke is out in San Bruno. He wants to chime in.
Hey, Duke.
Duke, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. A lot to unpack here. Okay, the defense is on a milk carton. We know that. A lot of these problems start at the top. Now, I'll ask you guys a question. When Brock Purdy was doing really good and they were 5-0, and everybody said the only reason Brock Purdy was doing good is because he was executing the play calling of the head coach, Kyle Shanahan. Now, there's no excuse for throwing picks in the fourth quarter. I get that. But how is it now that Brock Purdy stinks and none of this falls on Shanahan's play calling?
No, it's on both of them.
Both.
I think it's both. I think it's undeniably on both.
And it all starts at the top.
Oh, sorry, Duke. Your call's dropping out there a little bit. You're getting a little choppy there, but I think I get where he was going there. It can't.
But here. So on the first interception, just to defend Shanahan here, they march down. It's 17-10. The original play is an option of a handoff to Elijah Mitchell, or Purdy keeps it and flips it as like a forward pass to Kittle. He keeps it where he should have obviously handed it off. Doesn't flip to Kittle. They say Kittle might have been covered, whatever. And then he rolls out. Knowing that the linemen are downfield, if you throw the ball, Purdy, after holding it and scrambling right, it's an automatic penalty even if you complete it. You have to slide. I said it to you. I'm watching. Slide. It's first and goal. He throws it for no reason. They're going to get a penalty the second you throw it. How is that on Shanahan? That's all on Purdy. He deviated from the play.
He did. I also hate plays, and this was Purdy to your point.
Rollout plays?
In the end zone,
I hate them.
takes away half the field.
I hate them.
Drives me nuts. I saw Derek Carr do it with the
I hate
Raiders
them.
thousands of times in the John Gruden offense.
It leads to a throwaway every time.
Every time.
Or
unless,
a pick.
Unless you're going like back across the
Yes.
body again. We don't want Brock doing that. It's just not a good play down in the red zone.
And then
I
the
hate
second interception, I mean, the guy Wilson ran the route. I mean, watch it. There's like how is that on Shanahan? Throw here no matter what? That's not, I guarantee that's not what Shanahan was calling. And then the fumble, Jalen Moore got worked, but you got to hold on to the ball.
If we're going to compare Brock to the best of the best, you got to take the lumps too. This is what comes with the territory when you're the quote unquote real deal and franchise guy. You are going to get crushed after a bad loss, and this is their third in a row in which he has not looked up to snuff.
I'm here to slander Kyle for not using Ronnie Bell, Jordan Mason, being predictable in terms of certain play calls, maybe using timeouts when I wouldn't have used timeouts, running with CMC before halftime, which made no sense to me whatsoever, knowing you have no timeouts. I'm here for those criticisms. Those interceptions are on Purdy.
Yes.
Those are on Purdy. It's okay to say it.
Absolutely. And you can see Kyle Shanahan's reaction to those, by the way, where he knows it's on them and not him. Usually if it's, a scheme thing or it was his fault, he'll own up to it.
Yes.
He'll tell him to come over there.
Yes.
He's like, hey, that was my bad. When he starts getting red like his dad, he's looking like Mike Shanahan yesterday.
Lobster
He's starting
man?
to look like the lobster. All right? I saw a lot of that face growing up in the Spadoni household with a lot of Raider Bronco games.
Why are we afraid to say, Brock stunk in the fourth quarter again?
It's okay to say it.
Yes, the offense as a whole can't run the ball. They can't establish it. I need my quarter. This is why I know everyone. Mr. Irrelevant's going to do this. The great teams are led by their quarterback.
All of them.
It's the most important position in sports. And we thought we could have enough playmakers where it doesn't even matter. Just don't screw it up. Name me a position. Don't screw it up.
It's literally it. Like the last two quarterbacks that didn't play well that won a Super Bowl, probably Peyton Manning with the Broncos was not amazing in that.
Yeah, but even then he executed enough.
He did just enough. Trent Dilfer, which is just a domination performance
25 years ago.
But that's what I'm saying. The Peyton Manning's the most recent example of that, and that's a Hall of Famer.
Maybe the smartest player to ever play the position.
Yes, exactly. Let's go out real quick. Let me get legal here. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on YouTube, starting at 5 a.m., by the way, pregame show, shout out, Monday through Friday with your boy. And Twitch streams sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. It's a Monster Monday, and it's brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com and shout out the Comcast business text line, Joe Shasky.
Joe, okay. 2-minute warning. They put a graphic up. It says, the 49ers have given up the most points in the final 2 minutes of the half than any other team in the league.
It's pretty unbelievable.
You've got to be kidding me.
It's unbelievable.
And then Burrow and Cincinnati was going to score another point, whether it will be a field goal or a touchdown, and Irv Smith fumbles.
Horrible.
Niners get the ball back, but because they burned timeouts, not getting set up properly on defense, which that's on coaching, they have one timeout, and they use it on their drive to try to score points. And then they run the ball. McCaffrey's got to know to either get down so you could clock it, but throw to the edges. What are we doing?
Well, Tony Romo
this
said
highlights,
that,
literally, Brock cannot throw the ball to the outs. He can't throw beyond the numbers. And then, like, I'm telling you, man, these chip plays, they were doing this. Jamar Chase chips on Bosa or whoever it was, and then it was just like, boom, little screen pass. Zach Taylor was brilliant in terms of chess mastering the X's and O's. He out-coached Shanahan and Wilkes. He did it.
They were so balanced yesterday.
Yes.
On offense and defense. That's the one word that we used to use that was synonymous with the Kyle Shanahan-led team. The first 5 weeks were balance, offense and defense. Where is the balance right now? It's both at 0.
No, here's the balance. You're allowing a quarterback to complete 18 in a row. His career high. 19. His career high. It looked like a video game.
He's not good.
Burrow he's unreal.
He's unbelievable.
My respect can't be any higher for him.
He's so good. Cameron on 880 wants to weigh in at 888-957-9570. What's up, Cameron? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky on the Morning Roast.
Not much, man. You're a long-time listener, big fan. Hey, so a couple things. I think the defense is playing soft, S-O-F-T. They need to get it together. And you know what? It might be, a time to, throw freaking Bosa on the trading block and motivate some people. No one's exempt. Let's get it done. Let's get a cornerback. Let's get a real playmaker out there.
You going Bosa for Pat Surtain? Is that what you're doing?
You know what? I'm with the holdout and all the stuff, we gave him all that money. You know what? He ain't showing up. You know what? So throw him on the block and let's move on. We got all these guys and, you got all these offensive weapons. We got Juszczyk. We got all these guys and no one can make a play. We go to the same 3 guys. We got all these guys.
Thanks, Cameron.
I'm looking at the television right now. Fox Sports 1, Colin Cowherd. It's clear Brock Purdy isn't even close to the same level as Joe Burrow. I've been saying this for since yesterday's game ended. That's what if you're gonna say for real deal, and you're the head coach, and you've been here for 7 years, and you're a really good coach, you're very successful, and you come out and say real deal guys can go 4 and 5 wide. And literally, like an orchestra conductor, are pointing out what they want to do and can call audibles. There was 2 plays in particular. Joe Burrow audibled. One, he was under center, audibled the shotgun, and ran for a first down.
That was genius right there.
That's next level.
Yes.
And then the second one, he goes, oh, you're going to guard us that way? Here's another back-to-back back shoulder plays. He audibled at the line. Was like, yeah, we got this. Charvarius, he's going to press, automatic hold, or we're going to cook him. I'm telling you, dude, Burrow's on a whole nother level.
When you use the term real deal as well, you have to understand the franchise that you're coaching. They've seen 2 of the realest deals in all of football in Steve Young and Joe Montana. You don't just say that. This isn't the Jacksonville Jaguars, who are just now having the greatest quarterback they've ever had, and they had Mark Brunell and David Garrard in years past. Or Cleveland and Bernie Kosar, by the way. Search Odyssey for one of the greatest interviews I've heard with you guys. Bernie Kosar joining Bonte.
Did you see him tweeting about Purdy's head?
Oh, was he tweeting? I did not. And that's a guy that's obviously dealt with a lot of concussions.
Negligence. In this day and age, to play a guy, even if he got cleared, you need to protect him from himself.
Well, here's Tony Romo about, people using the concussions as a quote-unquote excuse maybe, and why Purdy did not play well this year. This is Tony Romo on the broadcast yesterday for CBS.
We have those instincts, gives you a chance to succeed more. And, this is the most adversity he's faced in his young career right now. It's always been successful, and it's like each game it mounts up.
And again, this week, he was in concussion protocol all week, but still practice. There's going to be people saying, heck, is this something to do with his play because of what happened being shaken up last week?
Yeah.
Don't think so.
No, and nobody cares. When you go out there and play, you either win, you perform, or you don't.
All right.
It's very succinct.
He is. And everybody's saying, well, it's Brock Purdy's first full season. The guy across from him, Joe Burrow, in his first full season, because he missed part of his rookie year because he got hurt, started all 16 games, completed 71% of his balls, threw for 4,600 yards, 34 touchdowns, 14 interceptions, and was sacked 51 times.
I was going to say, that's the one. He had no offensive line, and they took it to the Super Bowl. Unbelievable.
Had 2 fourth-quarter comebacks and 3 game-winning drives.
He was unbelievable.
So when you say, hey, he's only this old, he's only this, he's only that, look, you are factually correct. But when you're comparing the Mahomeses, who in his second year dropped 50 touchdowns and was the MVP.
Yeah, one of the greatest seasons of all time.
Look, this position is unique. We are comparing you to the best of the best. Whoever takes over for point guard after Steph, you will be compared to Steph for the rest of your life. I'm sorry, it is what it is. We have been looking for a premier Bonds-like player since Bonds retired. And Buster Posey, the only reason he's even in the Bonds category is because he won and was an MVP from day one. From day one.
There are always exceptions to the rule. Nick Foles being one. Go prior to that, Eli Manning against Tom Brady. Both of them against Tom Brady, actually. But by and large, you have to have the better quarterback if you're going to win a Super Bowl. Every single time. Matt Stafford at the end outplayed Joe Burrow in that Super Bowl. He made the winning plays to Cooper Kupp. That was the deciding factor. Tom Brady over against Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson made the pick. That was the deciding factor. He shouldn't have done that. Probably should have ran the ball. But those are the plays that decide these things. The best quarterbacks, here, go back again. I mentioned him. Peyton Manning, he outplayed Cam Newton because he limited his mistakes in that game.
But here's the thing that I'm not here for. Well, it's Mr. Irrelevant. What'd you expect? They chose him.
Yeah.
They had all offseason to upgrade the position or to stay with him or to make it a quarterback competition. They chose him. Once you're drafted and you play, it's irrelevant. No one cares that Russell Wilson was a 4th-round pick. Nope. Nobody cares Josh Allen went somewhere in the 1st round or Mahomes was the 2nd quarterback taken, 3rd quarterback taken. No one cares. Once you're in the league, it's what are you doing? When you become the starter, it doesn't matter. The kid in Tennessee this morning, everyone's feeling high and mighty.
Will Levis.
Does it matter where he was picked?
No, 2nd round.
They got rid of Trey Lance. You know why? He was the number 3 overall pick. He couldn't play. It doesn't matter. I don't care about the fairy tale story. No. I care about my team finally winning a damn Super Bowl.
That's what it's all about. It was Super Bowl or bust this season for a lot of 49er fans. Have those expectations changed now with this 3-game losing streak? Is it still Super Bowl or bust for the San Francisco 49ers? 888-957-9570. Real quick before the break, let's hit Nick in Berkeley. What's going on, Nick?
Hey, what's up, you guys? You know what's maddening is like yesterday we go 3 passes down the field and then we go to a run play. We had them on their backs. And on pass for a second we were getting hot, and then Shanahan just like some little run up the middle. Dude, it's not working. Like, we're not running. We have to be able to run in order to protect Purdy. And, the thing is, man, is that, literally, we are, 4 or 5 plays away from being undefeated. And since Debo been out, the Debo factor is huge, man. We can't, and not having Williams, those are our two of our star players on offense, and they're out. You can take any team and take away 2 of their star players, man. And they're going to be in trouble, man. We got to get the run game. Shanahan, Purdy got to pull his head out for one thing, you know what I'm saying? But Juwan Jennings, I was hollering Juwan Jennings on Friday, and he don't even get a catch.
Thanks, Nick in Berkeley. We're up against it here.
He didn't get a target.
No, he didn't.
33 routes, not 1 target, most in the NFL this year.
It's pretty unbelievable.
That's unreal.
Again, I was going up against someone who had him in fantasy. I think it was Craig, actually, from here, one of our producers. 0.00. I was like, he's playing the whole game, too. Unbelievable. 888-957-9570. Is it still Super Bowl or bust for the 49ers? Are you worried about Brock Purdy? And how do we fix what's going on with all these problems? Offense, defense, whatever. Do you have the solutions? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is presented by Consumer Cellular Freedom Calls. It's Spadoni and Shasky on the Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game.
Consumer Cellular offers unlimited talk and text on every plan starting at $20 per month. Stay connected in rain, sleet, and snow with their premium nationwide 5G coverage with no contract and free activation. Visit
the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Jim Nantz on the call, CBS. They were in their bag yesterday. Joe Shasky's been his bag this morning. Just like Stephen Curry last night, as Stephen Curry beat not the Golden State Warriors, it's Stephen Curry. Anyone else is fine. But the Golden State Warriors beat the Dylan Brooks-led Houston Rockets. That guy. Real quick on that game, real quick, and we'll get back to the 49ers who have lost 3 straight. 31-17 Bengals get the win yesterday at Levi's. Dylan Brooks, how'd that guy get paid $86 million? What are we doing here? That guy gets that money and Josh Jacobs has to get scraps. Saquon can't get anything, but Dylan Brooks gets $86 million?
Hey, you know what?
Oh, my God.
I bet he can cover cover wide receivers better than Charvarius Ward.
Can't cover a cold in January. It's cold out there, too, by the way. That was horrible. But it's chilly out there in the East Bay, and then it gets warm. I hate the weather right now. It's horrible.
Every bench player had a positive plus-minus yesterday.
Unbelievable. And speaking of the Golden State Warriors, thinking of Chase Center, if that's what I'm thinking of, Roasters. How would you like to get a few shots up at Chase Center? Well, you're going to have the opportunity because 95.7 The Game has given you a chance to do just that with our first ever 95.7 The Game knockout tournament at Chase Center. So you got to be listening at 7:30 every week. We already gave it away. Kevin Rivas won today, but you'll have an opportunity the next 2 shows, Steiny and Goo at 12:30 and Willard and Dibbs at 4:30. So you're going to be listening all day this week and next week, 7:30, 12:30, and 4:30 for your chance to qualify to play knockout at Chase Center. We'll get back to your calls in a second. 888-957-9570. Joe Shasky.
People are going to say, well, Joe, they were 3-5 a couple years ago. And, look, they ended up getting where they needed to go. They also were a throwaway from not making the playoffs that year.
True.
The margins are too thin. And we all understand this. This team's not going on the road. I don't believe any team is going to go on the road 3 separate times and be able to win the Super Bowl. I find that to be very difficult. I think you need to have at least one home game. And having that bye, last year, both teams with the byes advanced. The sample's small because we've only had 7 teams for the last 2 years.
I'll say this real quick, though. I'm outside of the Eagles. Maybe the Lions, they'll probably destroy the Raiders tonight, but they had a bad loss to the Ravens last week.
Don't sleep on Seattle. Seattle had everything going wrong last year.
I know they're first.
Kenneth Walker was hurt in that Thursday night game and didn't play well. Their defense is not the same. They dragged that Witherspoon kid. That Witherspoon kid looks legit. Those tackles that were rookies last year are legit, and they're back. And their O-line has been much maligned. Is starting to play better.
And their receivers have
hasn't
always
done much. Yeah. That team, Metcalf's been hurt. They're right
and
where they
Jigba had a
need to be.
touchdown yesterday. Adam on my fantasy bench. He got like 14 or 15 points.
Don't sleep on the Seahawks.
No.
Pete wants his revenge.
We'll see. I'm still, if there is a silver lining for a lot of you, it's not the AFC, where there's a lot of really great quarterbacks, I should say. Geno Smith is good. Jared Goff is good. Jalen Hurts is great. Outside of that, that's what you're looking at, I think. I'm not, Derek Carr, it's not doing anything for me.
Here's what I would say to you. Right now, this secondary has no chance against that wide receiver core in Seattle.
No, yeah.
And has no chance against Detroit's wide receiver.
The way they're playing now, yes, I would agree.
Laporta?
Yes.
Okay? They have no chance against Tampa Bay in a couple of weeks if Mike Evans stays there. Mike Evans will cook them.
We'll see with Baker Mayfield, and I was bullish on Baker. He was my comeback player of the year. He's been a little down the last few weeks, but no, to your point, Chris Godwin's legit. Mike Evans, they got players there.
Are we sure Debo's going to come back after the bye?
I do not know. That's scary. And you paid this guy a lot of money, and you knew this when you were paying him. He does not last the season.
What did I say
gets
before
hurt
he even got hurt?
multiple times every single year.
What did I say before he even got hurt? I love Debo. I do.
But
they overpaid him.
Yeah.
Grossly. And I wanted to keep him, and I felt the same way. But to give him that much guaranteed money when he is a glorified running back. Now, he can do some wide receiver things, but in this offense, because of the yak and everything, I get it. I understand it. Is he $25 million worth?
Are we starting to see, and Deebo Samuel's included in this, and Peter King alluded to it a few weeks ago, the physicality already take its toll on this team? The way they play, the physical nature in which this, and it's great. When it's going well and you're 5-0, it's awesome.
Yeah.
But you're seeing the ramifications. Trent Williams down. Deebo Samuel down. McCaffrey, torn oblique. Slight tear. Still a torn oblique.
Slight tear.
But it's getting worse.
I love how we just gloss over that.
Just saying. That's what they tell me. Slight tear. It still sounds painful.
Does anyone care that McCaffrey scored a touchdown again? Honest to God, you want to talk about something I don't want to hear about this morning? I don't want to hear about McCaffrey scoring a touchdown.
Hey, Lenny Moore. Him and Lenny Moore. Who the hell's Lenny Moore, by the way?
You lost 3 in a row. 3 in a row.
It's not good.
The vibes are bad.
The vibes are bad.
I can't remember this much finger pointing in a long time.
888-957-9570 is the number. How do we fix this?
Do I say?
What's going on?
Dare I say?
Oh.
It's got a Warrior 2022 dark cloud vibe.
Oh, no.
The whole trade thing at the preseason, the Darnold thing, Purdy recovering from the injury. Now he's back and blah, blah. You go on this little run. Everyone, look past all this. Now the DC, we got issues. We got high-paid players not performing, like in the same way Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins didn't perform last year. I don't know, man. There's a lot of negativity going on right now. Again, I ask Clear very simply, what's going well?
Jake Moody. He was good yesterday. I'm serious. That's it. Like that's the problem, though.
The guy who lost you the Cleveland game?
Yes. Hey, he looked better the last couple weeks, right? Although he did miss one last week. By the way, I think the opposing field goal kicker for the Niners last 3 weeks, you can fact check me on this, but I believe every single one of the opposing kickers has missed a field goal, and you still have lost.
I know.
It's pretty unbelievable. Carl's in Pleasanton, 888-957-9570. What's up, Carl? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky.
Yeah, hey guys. It's not that Purdy is not the second coming of Montana. I think Shanahan is not the second coming of Bill Walsh. I mean, here's my couple of big negative points on him. First is inability to kind of change on the fly, coach under tight situations. I mean, that when you see that 30 record of being down by 5 points, what was the last championship team that did not have the ability to come back from deficits?
I totally agree.
You got to do that.
Totally agree.
Thanks, Carl.
It's the hallmark. I would argue it's the hallmark of the Belichick era is coming back. Yeah. It's the hallmark of all the great players, whether it be Brett Favre, Peyton Manning, name whoever it is. The hallmark of being the Chiefs right now is no lead is insurmountable. What were they down? 10, 14 at halftime? What were they down at halftime? Super Bowl, the Chiefs.
Oh, yeah, they were down, I think 10, double
10.
digits. You know, Patrick Mahomes has a winning record when down double digits in the game. I think he's 14 and 10
Patrick
now.
Mahomes has a winning record.
Yeah.
And the Niners are 0 for their life.
It's unbelievable.
When they're down 8.
Real quick, this is some interesting sound here. This is from the Up and Adams podcast via FanDuel, I believe. Taylor Lewan does a weekly. Taylor Lewan, obviously former offensive lineman with the Tennessee Titans. I think he was an all-pro at one point. Now does stuff with Barstool, but he's on the weekly there. Taylor Lewan talking about Brock Purdy and one of his sources saying maybe he wasn't all cracked up like he was supposed to be.
I have, from a reliable source that I'm not going to tell you, told me back in January, said this to me back in January. Brock Purdy's not the guy. He's not the guy. He's not as good as people think he is.
How reliable?
Reliable in the sense that when these guys went down, he texted me and told me that Brock Purdy's going to start throwing interceptions. He's not going to be doing as well.
Everybody's just going to think it's Kittle that's telling you.
No, God, no. Kittle's like the nicest, most positive individual. He would never. It was not a player for the 49ers.
But I will say, Purdy wasn't the one giving up 8 million yards yesterday.
I know the defense that's a weird position too. You think they'd be doing a whole lot better. I don't know. I think the defense is going to be all right. They got the studs. They just got to figure it out a little bit. But I would, from what I've been told, this is not my opinion.
Yeah.
I would say we got to worry about Brock Purdy a little bit if I'm just being the messenger.
Interesting. Inside source. So you got to think it's maybe a GM, maybe some executive saying that.
I thought they were back to 49er football again. They did this to Trey with Jimmy, and now they're doing it to Brock. The first sight of a 3-week adversity.
Not the guy? Is Brock Purdy not the guy?
Look, I heard...
Is it time to worry about Purdy?
I'm probably saying too much, and I don't want to steal some of Bonte's thunder. Bonte had heard from a reliable source who is with the 49ers a lot that there are a few players on this team that have been looked at as frontrunners. And when things start to go awry, they come up a little lame or they don't want the smoke. And this whole frontrunner thing that you bringing up, it's hard to deny. When you're 0-36, when you trail by more than 8 in the fourth quarter, that's insane to me.
George Kittle was asked kind of about this yesterday. And if the team's been overconfident this year. George Kittle after the game.
No, I don't think it's a confidence thing. You look at we go into Cleveland, and I wouldn't say overconfident. We should be confident because of the players and the staff that we have. Like, I'm not worried about that. I think you look at Cleveland, what do we have, 15 penalties? You can't win a football game with 15 penalties and multiple turnovers. Like, I mean, you can. It's just really, and then, we had an opportunity to win at the end. We didn't. And I don't think it's an overconfidence thing. I think it's Grant, I can't give you an answer on why we're losing besides turnovers. I don't think we're running the ball enough, and situationally, I don't think we can run the ball because of the situation we're putting ourselves in. No, I mean, I think, we have an offense with explosive players all over the football field, and, we can win these games, and we had an opportunity down there. We're at 17-10, and, hey, we have a turnover. Turnovers really hurt you, and, I'm not going to – there's no pointing fingers like that. Like, there's the plays that can be made all over the football field, but it's hard to win football games when you have 3 turnovers.
Hard to win football games when there have been 3 turnovers. And that's ultimately what it comes down to. Brock Purdy's been turning the ball over. He can look as great as he wants. The throws could be looking. I saw the Baldy breakdowns, all the throws, spectacular. Fourth quarter, can't turn the ball over, man. You just can't. You're going to lose. Do you see what Joe Burrow's doing on the other side? And I feel like we're beating a dead horse here. But it's, again, when you use the term real deal when describing your quarterback, this is what a real deal quarterback looks like in Joe Burrow. And right now, Brock Purdy looks closer to the guy we saw in a 49ers uniform last year in Jimmy Garoppolo than he does that we saw yesterday in Joe Burrow. He looks closer to that. He looks closer to a
Jimmy
12 to 16, 15, like a Tannehill, a Derek Carr, Kirk Cousins type. He looks closer to that than a top 5 quarterback.
100%.
And that's okay to say right now.
Most Niner fans would say that Kirk Cousins isn't good enough to win a Super Bowl. Most would say. I don't know about all, but I think most. Brock doesn't look as good as Kirk Cousins right now.
No.
And it's okay to say. Now, at one point he did. Times have changed. And again, as the resume gets more comprehensive for Brock, we start to learn more things about him and everything. This isn't just a rough patch. This is a horrible stretch of football that we've watched. And it's the turnovers. And it's the putting the ball on the floor. We can talk about the Jimmy O no throws all we want. Fumbling. Yeah. The fumbling. Like, we have glossed over 6 fumbles in 8 games. 6.
It's a lot.
6. All right? And he's had a couple of dropped interceptions where it could be a lot worse. I know a lot of quarterbacks have those. And then the penalties from this team. There was a screen pass. Isaiah Oliver, he's getting cooked at every single turn. They're identifying him. We're going to 26. I'm going to throw right at him. And they're blowing him off the line. And when he does finally get a hold of someone, he face masks. Treverius Ward holds. Kinlaw lining up neutral zone. Burford, hold. Like, what are we doing?
The attention to detail goes back to that again, Joe Shasky. A Kyle Shanahan-led team that was very good start of the season, very good at the end of last season. Attention to detail is something I always go. The script, everyone knows about the script, everything. There's just such a fine-tuning element to everything about this team that is just lacking right now. So you know what? Yes, Brock Purdy, but it goes to the head honcho too. Kyle Shanahan, man. Take a look in the mirror. You got to change something.
And the amount of people that are coming
stubborn, very stubborn.
Like, well, Mahomes has a bad game and Burrow's had bad games. Those guys are proven winners. You've now watched Joe Burrow yesterday. At what point has Purdy audibled the way he did and thrown teardrop throws he did against Dallas, but audibly at the line and taking it into his own control the way Burrow did yesterday? You've watched the two. Like, come on. There's levels to this.
I do not want to hear the name Patrick Mahomes and Brock Purdy in the same sentence ever again. Don't even entertain the thought. I don't care if he was having an MVP. No one has an MVP run in the first 5 weeks. MVP is settled at the end of the year. Oh, you know who's the MVP for the first, 3/4 of the season last year? Jalen Hurts. Who won the MVP at the very end? Who was it?
Wasn't him.
It was Patrick Mahomes.
And he was awesome.
Stop. Just stop it. It was laughable then. It's laughable now. TC and Sack, what's going on?
Hey, it's on fire today, man. What's up with my boys, man? Good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, look, it's crazy how the truth is coming out, man, about the real deal and Kyle Shanahan and that Trey Lance karma, huh?
Karma?
Be honest. Yeah.
I don't know if it's karma,
Dude,
but
look,
go ahead.
We don't even we don't even know if he was good or not. Because this guy's coming out talking about we got the real deal and everything is starting to unravel. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to find out what's going on, bro. Look, check it out. Joe Shasky, I try to tell you on Vontae, man, about Shanahan and Purdy. But I'm going to fall back. I'm going to let everybody settle on his bye week and let this sink in. But I'm telling you, bro, karma's an MF.
I don't think it's karma moving on from Trey Lance because Brock Purdy looked good. I think it's more so you failed the Trey Lance pick and you don't have depth right now. I think that's more so. And then you didn't have the depth, so you had to go out and get free agency pieces that haven't worked out. Javon Hargrave has not been working out very well. Charvarius Ward has not looked very good the last few weeks. So that's more so where I would say it's not karma. It was just a bad pick. One of the worst trade-ups in the NFL history.
You want to know, to the drive for me is 8:12 to go. The Niners scored a touchdown. It was a great bounce back by Brock Purdy in terms of answering. They were down 24-10, and, since he kind of lays off, but he made a lot of really nice plays, and he bounced back. They cut it to 24-17. There's 8:12 left in the game. I want you guys to go back and watch the final drive, that the more important one that Burrow conducted. Soaking up the clock, conducting at the line of scrimmage, audibling into plays, whether it's run plays, short controlled passing plays, isolating players so he can get the playmakers the ball. Jamar Chase with unbelievable footwork. The dime that he threw on 2nd and 12 was one of, to throw in that situation when everyone knows, hey, if you just kind of run the ball a little here, dare Purdy to kind of beat you. No. We're going to throw to flip the field position.
On the road, coming off a bye, they were not playing scared.
That drive was a championship-level drive by a superstar franchise quarterback. And I want you to watch how that guy conducted that drive.
You don't think it was, I wouldn't say personal, but you don't think he had a little extra juice, Joe Burrow, seeing Joe Montana in there?
100%.
He was fired up after those runs. Like usually Joe Burrow, I watch him, he's very calm, cool, collected. No. He was playing like a man possessed yesterday.
How about Joe Mixon?
He was banging his head. I was like, that's a Joe Burrow I haven't seen before.
How about Joe Mixon in his hometown
homecoming?
Return? He looked amazing. I said to you guys on Thursday, Friday, I said, I worry about Joe Mixon. Oh, he's been garbage all year. He looked pretty good in this game.
He's been garbage all year. Oh, the Minnesota Vikings offense has been garbage all year, right? The Browns running game has been garbage all year without Nick Chubb. Oh, things change when you go against the Niners right now, and not in a good way. Like deficiencies for other teams now turn into positives when you play this 49ers team. That's not good.
2 weeks in a row. I've watched high-level quarterbacks go to the line of scrimmage, audible into the play that they need to audible into, and then negate huge negative plays by just crushing your soul with picture-perfect passes, on touch, on point, great ball placement, and just making plays and moving the sticks. You saw Kirk do it in that fourth quarter. You saw Joe Burrow do it in the fourth quarter. I don't know what else you need to say. Watch the games, people. If you think Brock's on that level, the last month he is not.
Jason in Wisconsin, he was watching the game. What's going on, Jason? You're on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky.
What's going on, boys? First-time caller, long-time listener. I wanted to talk about the defense because I think we're really failing on the aspect of complementary football to put Brock in a good position on offense.
Well, let's talk. Wait. Before you continue, I would like to talk about that because coming out of halftime, they got to stop. Okay? It was 14-10. They got to stop. And then the Niners go 3 and out. Boom, Bengals get the ball. They hold them to a field goal. 17-10. And then great stand by Cincinnati. Niners have to play defense again. They do. They force a turnover. They get the ball back. Brock throws an interception. 17-10. And then the Niners hold up again. The Bengals have to punt the ball. And Brock throws another interception. So I know we can look at the defense, but 3 different stops in that third and early fourth quarter to give them a chance in a one-score game. I don't know what people would like. Yes, the defense isn't great. They were playing complimentary football in that third quarter.
Yeah, I agree, Shasky. Brock can't throw those picks, especially on the 1st and goal, trying to get the score knotted up. He can't throw that interception. However, and that's not taking anything away from Brock's deficiencies yesterday, but QBs in the last 2 weeks against the 49ers are 66 and 77. And when you do that, and in 2022, our defense had 7 games that they allowed 300-plus yards altogether. This season, throughout 8 weeks, they've already got 5. Now, this is the same personnel.
It's great,
on
great stats.
Every level. every level. Like you look at your defensive line, and they're getting paid a lot of money, and they need to improve. But you look at the D-line, you got Bosa. You look mid-level, you've got Dre and Warner. You look at the secondary, you've got Mooney and Gibb and Huff, and and this defense does not look the same at all. When the one time that Brock did take it down the field, when it was 24-10, he lit it up. 10 plays, 75 yards, just like that. And it's 24-17. And I'll argue, Shasty, that the defense has got to get a stop there. What time it is. Brock just put some momentum into the 49ers. He lit it up for a minute. The defense has got to come out and get a stop.
But they lit it up when Cincinnati was up 2 scores within 8 minutes left in the game. Like there's a time and a place. That was a hollow drive. Yes, they scored. It was great they scored. Come on. Cincinnati's like, hey, as long as we don't give up a big one quickly, we're good. And here's what I would say about the defense. Everyone wants to harp on the defense, and I get it. They caused 2 interceptions in the Cleveland game. They caused 1 interception in the Minnesota game. Now, they should have had the interception before halftime, whatever. They caused a forced fumble in the red zone yesterday, as well as the stops that I've referenced. We're acting like the defense is giving up points on every possession and not giving short fields. They did get the ball back for them.
I think
Brock turned it over 3 times yesterday.
The final score doesn't indicate how well I think the defense played in that second half.
They were better in the second half.
They were a lot better in the second half.
They were.
And they did, to your point, listen, the defense made the plays in that game in the second half to get you back into it. The offense just turned the ball over. Your quarterback is just making the losing plays and winning time.
Now, here's what I will say. The efficiency that he brought up, 66 of 77 for quarterbacks the last 2 weeks, no one's arguing that. Quarterback, and guess what? Great quarterbacks beat great defenses. Not sure if you've paid attention. That's the NFL.
That's a hot take right there.
That's why quarterbacks go 5 of them, and weak ones go in the first round. Right there. 66 to 77 against a defense that's making $110 million.
Matt in San Rafael. What's going on, Matt? You're on the Morning Roast.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
It's going.
So first up, so real quick, I want to take it down a notch. Rome is not burning right now. Brock Purdy came out super hot from last season till now. Yeah, we've had a down stretch here, but if we can endure Jimmy for as long as we did, Jimmy played like this for 4 years.
Yeah, but the defense isn't as good this year. Will you acknowledge that?
No, I fully acknowledge that, but here's the issue. The last caller made a great point. The personnel is essentially the same. So I'm looking at Wilkes and the game plan. 2, the front, whether they get pressure or not, yes, Hargrave is underperforming and Bosa needs to get going. But when you watch these games, especially Charvarius Ward, even if we get pressure, these receivers are open all over the place. We could put traffic cones in the secondary and at least they might trip on one. I mean, the cushions they're given and the amount of times you see Charvarius Ward getting turned around, he is not playing like the premier corner he's billed as. So we can go out and get Gregory and sign Hargrave, but at what point, because the secondary's been suspect for a few seasons now, and the front has always been able to cover for it, and the explosiveness on offense with all the players that we have when things are going well, this secondary, Hufanga aside, needs to figure it out.
Hufanga was not
frustrating to watch.
Hufanga was not good yesterday either. He missed tackles. He's misplaying the ball in the air.
And he was dealing with an injury coming into this. He had the cyst behind his knee, right? So that's something to monitor.
Well, and here's what I would say about the defense. Like, they're not the same defense. Jimmy Ward, Isaiah Oliver. That's who your slot corners. Last year was Jimmy Ward. This year it's Isaiah Oliver. Who's the better football player?
Jimmy Ward.
Yeah, right?
And D'Amico took him because he knew that.
Let's look at their defensive end situation right now. Samson Ebukam and Charles Omenihu, are they greater than what you've seen from Jake Jackson through 8 games and Randy Gregory?
Yes.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were. Now, Javon Hargrave on paper looks like an upgrade from what you had last year. I would argue 2 years ago when you had DJ Jones, he's been better than what Hargrave was, especially bang for the buck. And you're not getting the same Bosa season. So this is not the same defense. It's not. Then add into that, you're missing your third linebacker, who was very good for you, especially when Greenlaw stepped out, Al Shair. He wasn't perfect, but he was very good for you. So, no, I don't think this is exactly the same defense.
It's hard for me to like blame Steve Wilkes for the reigning DPOI just not playing good. Like it's not.
That's what I'm saying.
It's really not science. It's not like a rocket science or whatever calculus. See quarterback, hit quarterback. That's what Nick Bosa does.
Could you imagine?
He's not doing it.
Aaron Donald. Yeah, my coordinator's not setting me up right now. What? Aaron Donald? You're a foot away from the quarterback. It's up to you.
Like schemes matter. I'm not saying that. But you got to put yourself in a position to succeed ultimately.
Absolutely.
You got to do that. Like, that's what Nick Bosa was doing last year. He was commanding double, triple teams at time. He's not commanding jack right now.
And here's what I would say. Is D'Amico Ryans Jesus? Because he turned water into wine when it comes to Charvarius Ward. No, seriously. Like, Charvarius Ward right now is unplayable. Unplayable.
Chiefs moved off him, and they did not skip a beat. They brought in 2 rookies, and it was like, oh, yeah.
The fade route touchdown was on Isaiah Oliver. The touchdown on the fake screen throw over to Jamar Chase was on Isaiah Oliver. They're targeting Isaiah Oliver.
They are.
Newsflash.
Well, my dad always said, people with 2 first names, can't trust them. Raider Debater, you're on the Morning Roast. What's going on, Raider Debater? I haven't heard from you in a while.
Hey, buddy.
What's going on? Macaroni Spadoni
Yes,
and
sir.
Joe Exotic, the Niner King. What's happening? Well wishes and blessings to all of y'all, man, today. Man, as I'm hearing all this stuff, man, and what I see through my prism, through my eyes, this 5-3 team, it's one player away, man, from being an above average team to an elite team, right? So Spadoni will back me up on this, man. There may be, even tonight, the Monday night game, Lions and Raiders. The Raiders could win this game tonight, and they may very well have a fire sale tomorrow and be trading everybody out of there. I think you guys pleaded and wanted CMC to get there. I think the Niners brass listened. They went and traded for CMC. You guys wanted Trey Lance. They drafted Trey Lance. The campaign needs to start to trade for Mad Max Crosby. Just think, if you have, and Spadoni, you know it. This guy's a top 5 pass rusher. He may be the number 1 rush defender in the league right now, too. So you got a top 5 pass rusher and a number 1 rush defender. You won't have to worry about Ward anymore, not being able to hold anybody, because the quarterback won't be able to get it out their hands if they have the Condor and the Bear on both of those bushwhackers on the side. This team turns into a totally different team. It would be like.
Why would Raiders I know, why would anyone trade anyone, but why would they get rid of a guy making half what Bosa's making when he's so good? Like, he's the one guy that you would think they would want to keep. I mean, I would love to have him, but man, and I don't see Mark Davis ever dealing with the Niners.
No, yeah, and listen, anything can happen, anything's possible. Shout out Kevin Garnett. I don't see that happening. And do the 49ers want to do that? Are they willing to invest that much capital? Like, that's the thing. The trade deadline's tomorrow. What do the Niners got up their sleeve here?
And here's the funny thing. Like, pass rushers, they've invested, just real quick, since 2015, Armstead, first rounder, and a ton of money. Buckner, first rounder, and they gave him money. All right? They brought in D Ford. They drafted Nick Bosa. They drafted Kinlaw. They signed Javon Hargrave. They've signed Ebukam. Like, how much more money and draft capital do they need to put? 40% is just on the D-line, and that's not even included all the first-round draft picks. And so they're going to have to trade more and invest more into the D-line? Well, how about some of these guys just, like, play up to their status?
The team that has actually been sniffing around Max Crosby, according to reports, is actually the team they're playing tonight because Max is from Michigan. It's the Detroit Lions. And can you imagine him and Hutchinson be pretty unbelievable? We have a special guest on line 7, I see. Special guest. How's it going? Good morning. You're on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Chasky.
Oh, baby. Look, I've been
there
driving
he is.
around for the last hour. You know, I'm feeling good. I dropped my little mama off at her first day of preschool. She's excited, smiling ear to ear. I went to bed smiling from ear to ear because we got a guy named Stephen Curry playing for the Golden State Warriors. But then I turned on the roast this morning. I know I'm not there, and I miss you guys. Trust me. I wanted to be on today. But there's a lot of doom and gloom. And I get the Skies, they're 5-3. They've lost 3 in a row. Purdy's throwing turnovers, interceptions left and right. But they're 5-3. The season's not over. And the tone I'm hearing being set this morning is that the season is over. Hey, buck up. Buck up, baby. It's adversity. We embrace adversity here in the Bay Area. It's going to be all right here. But there is some worry points, right? There's a lot of warning signs going all over the place that I identified a couple weeks ago. But it's not doom and gloom, Shasky. Take a deep breath. My man's about to have a heart attack out there.
What do they do well?
Well, right now they don't do anything well. Let's be honest. Let's be honest here. Listen. Right now it doesn't look good. They were in that football game yesterday in the third quarter despite playing poorly. Listen, the missed tackles are alarming. Wilkes can't tackle for this defense. All right, that's number one. They had 22 missed tackles in the last 2 weeks coming into this game. I counted 7 alone in the first half. Dre Greenlaw getting trucked by Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon took Dre Greenlaw's soul yesterday in the second quarter. He was not the same. The defensive front, I just heard Chasky about the front. It's embarrassing right now what Nick Bosa's putting out there on tape. It starts with him and it ends with him. You have to show up. He's not showing up right now, and he got the big bag. He needs to go back to Florida during a bye week, reevaluate his situation here in San Francisco, and say, you know what? Do I want to go to get the quarterback coming out of Jacksonville? Matter of fact, just send Bosa to Jacksonville for the bye week. Let him sit there for 2 weeks. Let him read the press clippings about Trevor Lawrence. Let him read everything about Travis Etienne. Just let him stay in Florida, and we'll beat you in Jacksonville. Maybe that's the best way to get the best out of him. I have no idea. Javon Hargrave, I haven't seen him in 3 weeks. Eric Armstead showed up yesterday, great. But overall, this defense is not performing well. They have 2 cornerbacks. Kind of reminds me of the Giants, right? The Giants had 2 sturdy pitchers for most of the season, and then it ended with a pitcher and a half with Logan Webb and Alex Cobb. Well, right now, they have 2 corners, maybe a corner and a half, and Diamador Lenore and half of Travius Ward. Isaiah Oliver is unplayable. Ambry Thomas is unplayable. They need corner depth in the worst way. And then let me get to Brock Purdy real quick. Brock Purdy. Look, we're going to ride this thing out with Brock Purdy throughout the year because I want to see what it looks like. I want to see if he's the quote-unquote real deal. I'm tired of going through the quarterback musical chairs. I'm tired of talking about this guy and that guy and this guy and that guy. Brock Purdy needs to step up. He needs to step up. But a lot of things that he's doing out there on the football field, it's very Jimmy G-esque. And before we move on from Jimmy G, let's just look at Jimmy G's record from the first 5 games he showed up in San Francisco through 2019 and through that Super Bowl run. And then let's evaluate where Brock is at. Let's evaluate where Brock is at because a lot of things that he's doing right now reminds me of Jimmy Garoppolo. And you know what? That's all on Kyle Shanahan. He handpicked this guy. He gave up on the first-round pick after giving up heaven and earth for Trey Lance. And now that depth from those 3 picks, it's starting to show himself. Because outside of Brandon Ayuk, they don't have a receiver to throw to. That's embarrassing. For the 20th straight year, they don't have a third wide receiver. How? How does that happen in today's NFL?
Man, he's a pretty good caller. He should be like a host or something at a radio station.
How about the real deal, Joe Burrow?
Oh, well, let me say, last year I missed Patrick Mahomes. I was doing the Warriors game. I told NBC yesterday, I have to see Joe Burrow in person. I have to see what a franchise quarterback looks like. And let me tell you, Joe Burrow is the real deal. I mean, forget Josh Allen. Joe Burrow, 19 straight completions in the first half. He checked, I swear, in the second quarter, it's a 3rd and 9. This guy's under center. He checks. Everybody checks. He lines up his shotgun and runs a quarterback draw for 10 yards like it was nothing. He got out of town. Bosa had him in his grasp a couple times, and Joe Burrow just spins out of it, makes a play with his arm, makes a play with his legs, and the Bengals fan was sitting right in front of me saying, Joey B's back. And I was like, yeah, you're right. He is back. All those early season struggles, they're gone. Joe Burrow is the real deal. That's what a franchise quarterback looks like. That's why we all were helping out Trey Lance. He looked the part, right? He had the arm. Well, we didn't see it. Whether or not he got a chance, that time is gone. Trey Lance has moved on. The Niners moved on. But Joe Burrow, oh, my Lord, I wish I had a quarterback like that. I've been begging for one like that for years.
What about seeing Brock get hit the way he did and having his head hit the turf as hard as he did?
Well, you know what, Shasky? Let's be real. He probably shouldn't have played yesterday. But this is Shanahan. When Christian McCaffrey got all those snaps last week in Minnesota, Shanahan, look, if he gets cleared, if these players get cleared, he's not going to protect his players. So, anyway, you guys have a good one. I'll see you guys in the morning. Yep. But it's not doom and gloom.
Look at that.
He's so full of cap. My guy is wearing a ski mask as tall as the Empire State Building.
Even calling in, he's trying to blow through the Fast Five. We're not allowing him to do that. He still tried to.
It was tough. I couldn't get in his ear and tell him to break or anything. He beat me on that one.
If only the talkback worked in there on the callers, you could have gotten into the caller's ear simultaneously. Oh, it is time for Fast Five.
Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
It is time for the Xfinity Fast Five, where the four of us and one listener can give their final thoughts on the show. Text us your final thoughts now, 888-957-9570 for the show, and you might be featured on the Xfinity Fast Five, brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now. Joe Shasky.
Yeah, no one's saying the season's over.
No.
But this was all about winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That team that I saw yesterday is not winning the Super Bowl. It's pretty succinct.
The teams you've seen for the last 3 weeks is not winning a Super Bowl. The team you saw for the last 3 weeks might not even win your division.
You have to have a defining skill set, and their defining skill set right now is overhyped. As in, they're the most overhyped team in the league.
Sam Lubman.
I got 2 quick points I'm going to try and make here. Number one, guys, I am so glad they moved off Trey Lance. You cannot have a young quarterback going through growing pains on a Super Bowl winning, need to win the Super Bowl right now roster. Just can't have it. So I'm glad that we moved off Trey Lance to avoid that problem. And number 2, I'm glad we moved off Trey Lance because then we have Sam Darnold, the quarterback who you could trust to fill in just for one game if your quarterback's banged up or hurt. So credit to you, Kyle Shanahan, for rushing Brock Purdy back in the middle of a concussion to avoid going to Sam Darnold. So good looks, guys.
There you go. That was only 1 point. I thought you had 2 of them.
Well, the other one was that
it was 1A, 1B.
He might want to trade for Jimmy G.
Wow, there you go. Speaking of which, there was a USC quarterback that did win in the Bay Area over the weekend.
I know, 95-7 the game was there on the sidelines.
Yeah, well, Evan Giddings and dude, we had more people at the USC Cal game than at Warriors games. What's up, John?
What's going on, Joe?
John Lukin, baby, a.k.a. Kevin O'Connell, head coach of the Minnesota Vikings.
I like that.
I'll take it. So I know it's cliche, but defense does win championships. After the first 5 games of this season for the 49ers, I was ready to put them in the category of the 2000 Ravens, the 85 Bears, the 2015 Broncos, the Legion of Boom Seahawks. But after these 3 weeks, I don't know. The offense, I think they're going to figure it out. Debo's going to come back. Trent's going to come back. I think they're going to get the ball rolling. I think they're going to figure it out, but that real test after this bye week, I want to see this defense come out and be the defense the first 5 weeks we saw.
My final thoughts? God, there's nothing like football. It's the best. I love it so much. Brock Purdy conversations, Kyle Shanahan, Steve Wilkes. It doesn't matter. That's going to roll out next with Steiny and Goo. But before I say goodbye to all of you, and thank you so much for allowing me to fill in for Mr. Bonte Hill. He'll be back tomorrow. He's going to be excited. He'll have his thoughts. That was just a taste of that little call that you're going to get tomorrow.
Yeah, he's so sophisticated. You guys, the season's not over.
No, it's great.
We're good.
Hey, Super Bowl or try again. That was the Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity.
I knew he was
brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Guru.
Invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Every team goes through a little bit of adversity. 49ers have theirs. That's all. That's all. 5-3. There's only 4 teams better than us in the NFC right now. We just got to take the bye week, recollect, go hammer Jacksonville. Everything's fine. What's up, Goo?
I'll tell you what's up.
All right.
I don't know what's up. Like, the Niners are not – we talked about it all season long, Steiny, when they were 5-0 and they were getting to 5-0. It was Operation Home Field Advantage. It was the Eagles, Dallas, and the Niners. And since the Dallas game, the Niners have turned into slippers. But get this. They're not even in first place in their division. So you talk about a fall off, a fall from grace. Steiny, I don't know. They got handled yesterday. Cincinnati came in here and gave them the business. And it's not just the defense now. It's everything. And you said it. And I'm going to throw it back to you. Goo, I want to see Brock without the weaponry. Well, he didn't have Debo and he didn't have Trent. And when you said that, I was like, you know what? He is a weapon. But Steiny, something's going on, and he's turned into a turnover machine. And now I'm wondering aloud, how many more games like yesterday does Brock Purdy have before you think of a Sam Darnold? I don't know if you're there or not, but yesterday was bad. Then he hit the turf after he got saved from a bad interception over the middle with a low hit. And then he comes back and they strip him of the ball. It was all bad all across the board. Greenlaw out there on one leg. Mixon just hit. Mixon was delivering blows. Steiny, I have no answers, but I am shocked, boy. I have not been this shocked. I'm telling you, and this might not be fair, since the Giants were on their way to 107. Remember, I didn't expect that. But I had this team on they were it. They were the standard. So I don't know what's going on. Kyle, you got to get your ship right, man. Because right now, it's all hell has broken loose.
Yeah. Brock Purdy he turned the ball over 3 times in the last 15 minutes and 5 seconds of that game. The biggest mistake was the one at 17-10. Oh, because that ball had to be handed off, and then once it wasn't handed off, you couldn't throw it because they were going to get a penalty.
Yep.
He ended up throwing it, and it gets picked off, and now you give up the ball when you have an easy 3 at the very least to make it 17-13 at the start of the fourth quarter. So that was a big mistake, obviously, for the 49ers. It also seemed to be the one that Kyle got most upset about after the game. So we'll see. They have a bye now, so there's not much you can do. But obviously Purdy has not been as good as he's been the first 10 games, the last 2 or 3.
Where are you at? You concerned?
They all aren't playing well right now. Like, look, they've played 8 games this year, and now it's obvious that Bosa's not. He's not doing what he did last year, obviously.
And Steiny, it ain't all double teams. He ain't beating his man one-on-one. He ain't setting the edge, nothing.
Yeah.
Teams are running. I don't have any answers. We need the people today.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, Brock Purdy didn't play a good fourth quarter. That's obvious. But Joe Burrow goes 28 of 32.
19 straight completions
that's ridiculous.
At one point.
That's ridiculous.
It is.
I mean, 28 of 32? You're not going to win that game. You're just not.
He died. We thought Kirk Cousins, and hopefully Steiny, I know you heard about he tore his Achilles. That's sad. But he took what Kirk did on Monday night to this Niner defense. He took it up a couple notches. When you complete in an NFL game 19 straight passes, you're in your zone. And Steiny, the Niners got the benefit before the first half of a stupid play call where it was a turnover when they should have just turned around and handed it to Nixon, who was gashing. And I thought, you know what? Here come the Niners. And you're right, they can't get a stop. They can't run the ball. All of a sudden, teams are loading the box with 5 defensive linemen to tell McCaffrey and company, you ain't coming through here. And again, Brock Purdy led the Niners in rushing. What's that about? That's letting you know. And I know it was no Trent Williams, but damn, Steiny, I am stunned. I don't know how good this team is. I just don't.
Well, when they don't have Deebo Samuel, Brock Purdy doesn't seem like he's as good. I think we can acknowledge that.
But he won a game without Deebo this year.
Right, and he lost 3, essentially.
You are correct.
I mean, Deebo didn't play against Cleveland for the most part. He was in the game early, but didn't do much. So,
wow, man.
No Deebo Samuel hurts. 4 teams in the NFC now with a better record than the Niners.
And 1 in their division.
Yeah.
Seattle is in first place.
Mm-hmm.
Boy.
Mm-hmm. You know, we've got to remember that the NFL season is it's not a 5-game season. They play 17. 17 games.
You are correct. But nobody saw this happen. Not at 5-0. I threw out 17-0.
We know.
And you didn't get mad that day.
I don't get mad anymore. I just accept you, and you accept me, and we move on with a smile. But clearly, something's going on with the Niners.
Who do you blame? Because I'm going to tell you right now, I think the biggest concern is Brock Purdy. It was the defense, but this offense, we talked about it was loaded. I talked about it being your new defense, and the defense could have slippage. Those words came out of my mouth because it was Purdy for 30 Purdy, hashtag. Steiny, they haven't even sniffed 30. And all of a sudden now, you talk about nobody's playing well. You're right, but he's the one that has the ball in his hands every snap. And he's turning it over all of a sudden when that was his biggest attribute, protecting the rock.
I don't know. I think their overall defense is actually more of an issue because that defense doesn't look daunting at all.
I don't know why.
And I get it.
Hargrave.
I get it. Burrow's good, real good, and he looks like he's healthy now. But I'll say it again. 28 for 32? I mean, that's preposterous.
19 straight.
If you think your defense is any good, that's unheard of. It's totally unheard of. 28 for 32. So is that on the defensive line? Is that on the defensive backs? Who's that on? Who's that on?
Defensive coordinator. But
yeah,
I'll tell you what, the William Shatner. Help me out, Evan. What's our guy's name? Captain,
Joe Burrow.
No, who played Captain Kirk? William Shatner.
Okay. Where was that? Leonard Nimoy.
No, he was Spock. Who was Captain Kirk?
I never watched
William
that
Shatner.
show.
Yeah.
I never watched that show.
Okay. Anyway, maybe it's Kyle. You could, instead of criticizing guys aloud, I mean, this is your team. You go in there and tell Wilkes what you're saying. I don't know, but this is how bad it's gotten. Steiny, it's rotten right now. 3 in a row. You just said it. You got Warner, Bosa, Hargrave, and they got an Isaiah Oliver. I hate, if you're listening to Isaiah, Steiny, he can't cover a blanket. I mean, man, he's, boy, Steiny.
I mean, a blanket is stationary, so it works, technically.
But he can't cover. They could do nothing yesterday. That game shouldn't have even been as close. How about that? What do you give me for that? You give me $1 for that?
It had a chance to go be worse than it was, but like it could have been worse. But by the same token, if you watch the game, you know it could have been worse. I mean, what if the Bengals don't turn it over at the end of the first half?
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying. How do you fix it?
I think you got to get back to basic
Okay,
football.
what if this is the real, I'm putting it right on the table early by Atco. What if this is who Brock Purdy is? Then you really got a problem.
Well,
or we're going to see Sam Darnold, because Kyle ain't going to keep up with this, Donnie. I know it's 3 games, and I'll put him in the Hall of Fame. Arrest me. I said that. But, boy, I didn't see him coming back to earth like this.
Yeah, I don't know.
We got a donation on the First NorCal Credit Union YouTube chat. Zeus Cronus. Steiny had $5 he donated. Steiny having a hell of a year.
Yeah.
I hit 1,200 on Bengals. What does that mean?
Well, I had the Bengals covering too.
Okay.
And I want you. Who's that?
Zeus Cronus.
Zeus. Don't be afraid to send some of that my way.
Boy,
if you know what I mean.
Steiny, I'm blown away, man.
I mean, if you want to, Purdy was really good for 3 quarters. Now that may not matter to 49er fans, but the reality is he was good for 3 quarters. He threw for what, 365?
Yeah, but a lot of that was at the end when they had to pass, and that's another theme. It seems like when they have to pass, that's when they pass. They have success passing. It's before then. What happened to us just going down the field, sending the message, telling you who we are, and what about the 4th and 1 to use check? And McCaffrey was sitting right there. Like, why wouldn't he get that ball?
I thought Juszczyk is a bowling ball. We like Juszczyk. We can't use him. He doesn't get the ball more than twice a game. Now we can't even give him the ball twice a game. Poor guy. He's got to block the whole time. 888-957-9570 is the number. And the 49ers, they get beat again, this time pretty handily by the Cincinnati Bengals. They're 5-3. They have a bye, and then they play the Jacksonville Jaguars, who they didn't look great, but they did handle the worst team in the league.
It was a tough game, and the Steelers were 4-2.
Now they're 4-3.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Same as the Bengals.
Yeah, who's playing better football? Who's playing better football?
The team with their quarterback.
Thank you. Hey, you got to stay healthy in this league.
Just ask Minnesota.
Just ask the Niners.
What a shame.
Kirk was balling. Had 2 touchdowns.
Shame.
Too,
Hate to see it.
You hate to see it.
You know, we usually use that phrase as kind of a funny thing.
Yeah.
It's not funny when a guy's torn his ACL.
No, we really hate to see it.
Yeah, no, it doesn't work like that.
I'm defending Evan. He wasn't laughing.
It's a sarcastic comment and should be used as such.
Please.
Bottom line.
By the way, he tore his Achilles, not his ACL.
It's a difference. He's done.
I thought you said he could come back by week 18.
Well, we're expecting the worst. We're expecting the worst.
I'll tell you what, real quick, tomorrow's the trading deadline. Niners, what do they need? They could use some secondary help.
Well, they can't trade for Kirk now.
Man, or a defensive coordinator. How do you
Unless you're already thinking ahead to next year.
How do you inherit this unit? They got Robert Saleh and DeMeco Ryans a job. They slap in Hargrave, who's a beast, and you can get no pressure on the quarterback.
I mean, this is the part that I think
Armstead had 2 sacks.
How can what kind of years Javon Hargrave having? Because about 3 weeks ago, he was the steal of free agency. And he was the biggest bargain we've had. He's a wrecking shop.
Well, you know we can
wrecking
play.
shop.
You know we can play.
He hasn't wrecked shop.
They haven't.
Well, maybe they're not as good as we think they are.
Fred Warner, Greenlaw, they look regular. Everybody looked regular yesterday.
Yeah.
And I said, you know what? They're at home. To hell with that 2-game losing streak. I mean, they're in the red. And, boy, they got handled. They got dominated, Matt.
707, Purdy was the 49ers' best running back yesterday. Purdy's not the problem. I don't think he's the biggest problem.
He threw 2 picks and then fumbled. He threw 1 at the 10-yard line and didn't know the rules.
Yeah.
That's a problem in my JD voice.
What are you going to do? You want Sam Darnold to start against Jacksonville?
No, I'm not there yet, but I am asking the question, what do you think Kyle's going to do? Like, how many more of these does Purdy have at his disposal?
I mean, listen.
6 interceptions and 5 touchdown passes in the last 3 games. Or 3 or 5. Jesus.
Yeah. Might not be 6. He had 1 interception, 2. I think he's had 5 in the last 3 games.
Yeah. And, 6 turnovers, the fumble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I look at it. I look at a game like yesterday, and I'm thinking, once you get down, and this is what I heard against Minnesota. So the last pick against Minnesota, is that a killer? Is it? You got to try to make something happen. You're down. Like, that's what happens. You get down more than 1 score, and that's when quarterbacks tend to make mistakes. Why? Because they're trying to make too much happen.
But when you miss a handoff and you're at the 10-yard line to tie the game, they were down 17-10. I don't know why you missed a handoff. Okay, things happen. And then, Steiny, you throw a pick to the linebacker. I mean, that's a killer.
Yeah.
And they still almost tried to get back in the game.
Well, I don't. I mean, that's the one thing where I don't think they were in that game.
His turnovers are happening in the second half, money time. It's all money time, but this theme, Estani, is in the second half, and those are killers.
I guess what I want to know is this a theme after 3 games? Is that a theme when a guy's played 12 good ones? Or is it just a little rut he's in? 415, Joe Montana threw 3 picks in the catch game. Is Purdy Montana? No. No one is. But most of yesterday, he was excellent.
Well, I thought you can't have 3 turnovers and be excellent, but his legs, he was using them.
You could look at it. Listen, Purdy gave him no chance in the 4th quarter, but they were going to have. by the way, Kyle Shanahan now 0-20. Yeah, went down by 6.
I didn't have that one. Appreciate you.
Right? They were down 6 in the fourth quarter. They were down more than 5, right?
I think the stat is entering the fourth quarter.
And they were down 17-10 in the fourth?
Yep.
Yeah, so it's another chalk up another loss for Kyle when they get down.
Kittle had 149 yards on 9 catches. Ayuk, a $109 with 5 catches. Steiny, you could make the case. Yeah, the defense didn't even come close to stopping Cincinnati, but it was there for a second. The 3 turnovers were killer, especially one in the red zone.
The drop by your number one.
The one that hit him in the head.
Right in the face.
The sun got in his eyes.
Okay. Well, then it's okay. It's okay then. He can drop that.
6 for 57.
I'm glad I didn't say it. And I noticed when Shasky said it, you were a little subdued. When he said Ayuk, he's not a number one. That other team's got a number one.
We got more than
Shasky
that.
said that, Evan. Just because
I think Ayuk has like the most separation of any receiver in football.
Well, I'm just saying.
You've never been high on him.
He's fine. Yeah. He's 1.5.
He had 110 yards yesterday.
Yeah, big drop.
21.
As long as if we're going to do it with Purdy, we got to do it with everybody.
Yeah, because that drop really cost them the game.
Well,
not the 3 turnovers.
They were down when all 3 of those turnovers occurred. Like they were already getting beat bad.
No, they weren't. It was 17-10, and they were at the 10-yard line about to tie the game.
Yeah. And he made a mistake.
And your boy said, "Open up the oven. Here comes the turnover."
Yeah.
Boy, I'm worried about him, Stoney. I am now.
Well, you know what?
They got a week off.
I don't care.
I don't care if you don't care.
Because I'm sick of 5.
For Brock Purdy. You were the one saying,
that's right.
I want to see him without his weapons, and now you're coming in here caping up for him. Man
that's
up.
Right.
Call a spade, damn it.
I'll say, you said after 5 games he was Joe Montana, and I'm like, can we wait a little bit?
I said he was headed in that direction.
Well, he wasn't.
Well, he was playing stellar. He wasn't turning
the
ball
good football.
over.
But, again, every team's got to go through some adversity. This is it. I'm not saying Brock Purdy was great yesterday. He had 3 turnovers in the last 15 minutes of the game. You name me a player who played well yesterday. Who played well?
Kittle and Ayuk.
Ayuk didn't play well.
5 for 109.
The numbers are he's going to drop a ball. Well, Purdy's going to throw some picks.
All right. A couple.
Yeah, what's the difference?
And a fumble.
Okay. The fumble didn't mean anything. Yeah. The game was over when the fumble occurred. And again, he's trying to make a play down 2 touchdowns. That one doesn't bother me at all.
Well, the defense is man, Stoney. I don't recognize
again. Why wouldn't we look at this team? And I'm not saying, Purdy's he's fair game. He's played 16 games in his career, so he's basically played a full season. Why can't we talk about Bosa, who just got paid? Why can't we talk about Armstead, who's paid? Hargrave, who's been paid? Where are those guys? Yeah. To me, those guys should get pointed out more quickly than Brock Purdy, because they're the veterans on the team that you built your team around. You have not built your team around Purdy. He just happened to be the quarterback.
I don't know what's going on with the defense, the defense in general. I don't think nobody does, including Steve Wilkes and Kyle. This is concerning, man.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Jimmy. Jimmy's in Dublin. What's to talk about Brock Purdy? What's up, Jimmy? How are you?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Jimmy.
Doing well.
So first off, man, I want to say, the quarterback is the main, the mastermind behind the whole, to get the engine going, right? But, kind of like what Steiny was saying, though. Why isn't anybody saying anything about Bosa? He's having that he just got paid syndrome. When he gets paid, but you see it every year, and then they're nowhere to be found. Eric Armstead. Same thing. It's almost like a pitcher is out there throwing a decent game and can't get any run support. What is the defense doing? The defense can't get a sack. The defense can't get a pick, a strip fumble, nothing. And then one more thing. This is where it all goes wrong when everybody puts all this stock into a guy that haven't even really got his ears all the way wet. We have these Joe Montana comparisons. Joe Montana, where? The dude hasn't won no champion. The dude hasn't won no Super Bowl. The dude has played good, yeah. But a lot of people have these highs before they have their lows, and then everybody goes, oh, man, he's the next great. Hey, I'm going to take it off there. You guys have a good rest of your day.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah, he wasn't wrong, Stoney. My question is, I feel you on the defense. The question is, it's not like this is week one and they just got off to a bad start. This has happened all of a sudden. And again, I'm asking you and the listeners, why? Why are they not getting home? Is it scheme? I was listening to the broadcast on the radio, Stoney. One of the guys was going in on Bosa saying all he was doing was bull rushing. He wasn't doing anything against the run. I'm like, I don't know, but maybe this week off will afford them to get the answers. But he is right. Everybody's right when you talk about even before Brock Purdy. This team was predicated on defense. They beat the Cowboys down. They were 5-0, and since then, I mean, it's been lightweight embarrassing how the defense has been playing.
888-957-9570 is the number. And the 49ers, they lose their third in a row. They're now 5-3 from the 408. Stein, the people comparing Purdy to Montana or Brady. It's comical. That's a page out of I can't think of his name now. Raiders coach.
Callahan.
No.
Del Rio.
Del Rio. Jack Del Rio. Real good coordinator. Jack Del Rio is. By the way, don't forget, you're going to have a chance today to win an opportunity to play knockout on the Chase Center floor. That is coming up at 12:30. 12:30, we're going to tell you exactly how to do that. 12:30 for your chance at one of the slots at Chase Center. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Lot to talk about. And what are you most concerned about if you're a 49er fan right now? They were 5-0. Now they're 5-3. What's the biggest reason they've lost 3 in a row? And what's the reason that's going to turn this thing around for them? 888-957-9570 is the number. It's a Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com.
Let's change this to that by picking up after our...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you. 10:33 on a Monday morning. And the 49ers lost to the Cincinnati Bengals 31-17. Comprehensive. It was comprehensive. The defense wasn't very good. The offense wasn't very good. Special teams, they gave up a long return on a kickoff, but other than that, I guess they were fine. Well, actually, the punt where they tried to pin him back wasn't a great punt. I think they only got it to the 18, but
I think I found some good news for Niner fans.
Okay.
You tell me if this qualifies. In 2021, they started the season 2 road victories. They beat Detroit and Philly. I don't know if you remember that. Then they lost 3 straight going into the bye. Then after the bye, Steiny, they lost 2 of 3, and they were 3-5 at one juncture. Ended up getting it together. Ended up 10-7 and lost to the NFC Championship. That was last year. 2 years ago.
Okay.
All right. Last year, they were 500 going into the bye and then won 12 straight. So I'm just saying, if you look at the last 2 years, we talked about it before, the Niners have got off to slow starts. So this is different because we saw the greatness of the defense, but now it's just dissipated. I don't know where it's at. We don't even know why Bosa, and we'll start with him because we ain't giving out no passes, Donnie, but it sounded like you thought I was giving him one. But the defense, I don't know why he's not getting home, but if you look at the last 2 years, the Niners have got it together and then went on a run. Can they do that this year? But I'm lost because I don't even know what I'm watching. Defensively, I don't know what I'm watching at all.
Oh, you're watching a team get picked apart.
19 straight completions by Burrow yesterday.
Yep.
They had, get this, you know how long an NFL game is, and a half. Steiny, the Bengals had 20 first downs in the first half. That means you can't stop them at all. And they gave you 7 away at the end, which you just talked about before break. 20 first downs and a half.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go out and take some calls. Yep. Let's go to Kenny in Los Gatos. What's up, Kenny? How you doing?
Good. How you guys doing?
Talk to us.
Great show, man. I like you guys. Hey,
thank you.
My thing is that I was born and raised here in the Bay Area. I was a Raider fan. My dad was a Niner fan since Kezar. So I'm familiar with the way, right? But my thing is that I think we should have been pumping our brakes because I think I'm seeing kind of who they are. We don't give any respect to these teams that are beating them. You look at, last year's schedule was easy. This early part of this year, the schedule was easy. Now they're getting beat. These guys line up every Sunday across from somebody else, and they're just getting beat. You can write it off to scheme if you want, but no, they're just getting beat. And I just got, I know it's a station, you got to keep the dialogue going, but I played my ball. I played myself in college, and so I just hate to see that we don't give these other teams any respect when they're beating the Niners.
I agree. And if you look at the first 5 games, okay, so week 1 was Pittsburgh, and
they dominated pretty much. Right?
Pittsburgh stunk that game, and I think they stink anyway. But whatever, they were terrible that night. One of the things that we do have a tendency to do is that when the Niners win or any team wins, our team wins, we gloss over anything that might have happened in the win that didn't sit well with us. So now we got the Rams in week 2. Well, the Rams moved the ball against the Niners, but nobody really wanted to hear it because Purdy snuck in at the end of the first half to make it 17-17. Then the Rams threw a bad interception that came off a guy's fingertips. But Nakua had a lot of yards that game. But, hey, they won. So, people say, well, why are you dwelling on the negative if we won? Well, because the win wasn't perfect. And then they played the Giants. And that game now, looking at the Giants, that's not an impressive win.
Yeah.
It's just not.
But it's a win nonetheless, though, Steiny. Because that's all. Because I'm
that's
getting
the
a lot
point.
of that. A lot of people.
Yeah.
Oh, they ain't played nobody.
They haven't. They didn't early.
But you could do that with any
No,
team.
you can't.
You play who's on your schedule.
That's right.
I don't give a damn.
Well, that's my point. If we're playing the Giants and we win, but we don't look great, then we say, well, it's the Giants. We didn't look. Oh, win is a win. Who cares? You're a hater if you don't like it. Yeah. No. The bottom line is there's been some signs here, even in the first 5 games. Arizona moved the ball against
99-yard drive.
Arizona moved the ball against the 49ers. The Arizona Cardinals moved the ball against the Niners. So, I mean, they weren't perfect when they were 5-0. They weren't perfect when they were 5-0, but hey, if you criticize some of the aspects of the game that aren't up to par, even in a win, nobody wants to hear it. That's the bottom line.
But what we're seeing is not what we saw in any facet in any of those games you mentioned.
What do you mean?
When I came in here and said the Rams, telling everybody, hey, the Rams won time of possession, I was told, oh, it's Stafford. He gets rid of the ball quick. My point is the drop-off defensively was never on display in any of those 5 wins. So nobody saw this coming is my point. That's what I mean. And then you beat Dallas, which was built up to be a big clash, and it was. You knocked them out. So I'm wondering if did they start feeling themselves? I mean, it can't be everybody, but all of a sudden Cleveland came out with a boombox. Minnesota did the same thing, and you guys can laugh, but that was saying, you know what, we're tired of the Niners and their pompous ways. They're arrogant, and now all of a sudden they're the ones getting pushed around. And they got beat down yesterday in their own backyard.
Let's go to CJ. CJ's in San Francisco. What's up, CJ? How you doing, man?
Good morning, Goo. How you guys doing
Hey, CJ.
Hey, man. So here's what I got for you guys. At the beginning of the year, Kyle Shanahan told us that Brock Purdy was the guy. He said, Brock Purdy's the guy. He's him. He's 100% him. Brock Purdy said, I'm 100% healthy. Coming into this week, he said he had no concussion symptoms. He was all good. He was clear to play. So that's not even a factor into how Brock Purdy played. In my opinion, Brock Purdy is not the answer moving forward, man. We got this star-studded team, and if he can't get the job done missing 2 Pro Bowlers, that's a huge red flag for me. These corners, these linebackers are starting to bait Brock Purdy. They're starting to pick Brock Purdy off. He's making these boneheaded interceptions. It's just not making sense. So my thing is, I agree with the past caller, by the way. How come every single loss, it's, oh, yeah. I mean, this is a learning experience for us. This one was on us. This was, we needed this. How the hell do you need a loss, brother? Like, we need to be more humble as a team. We going in there with our necks high, like, oh, yeah, we didn't lose last week. Even though we lost, we didn't really lose. Like, we needed that. We needed to wake up. Well, we just got 3 L's in a row. So that's like a left hook, a right hook, and an uppercut. So are we missing of our body blow to go down? Like, we need to figure this out. And if Brock Purdy has one more bad game after a bye week, let's turn the ball over to Sam Darnold. And one last thing. The main reason why Kyle Shanahan traded Trey Lance is when Brock starts playing the way he did, he wouldn't have to hear the fans yelling out, Trey. That's all I got.
Yeah, it's a good point. Here's what Shanahan said about Purdy's concussion from the previous week and if that affected him this week.
No, he wouldn't have been allowed to play.
Right.
Yeah.
He would have been allowed to play, but he felt like he was as sharp as usual.
I mean, he had those turnovers, but, I mean, the guy made some really good plays in the game, and when it came down to there at the end, and we're getting a little bit one-dimensional, especially that pick when we were backed up there inside the red zone, or the negative red zone was the worst one.
And he's talking about the handoff that he didn't hand off. And
it ended up a pick.
This guy made a great play on that.
That was one-handed.
Let's go to Jay in San Jose. What's up, Jay? How you doing, man?
Great. Happy Monday.
Same to you, man.
Want to get a couple points in here quick. Number one, you can't fault Brock Purdy completely when he does lose 2 all-pro offensive threats, or a threat and protection with Williams. He does have instincts to make the plays. Secondly, the Montana comparison, we all know that's ridiculous. We've been hearing this forever. But, man, Montana was not Joe Montana when he took over for DeBerg. So there's a little bit of that. I think it's just a little overblown. Yes, this is 3 straight losses. And I'll tell you what, winning on the road is tough. Getting punched in the mouth is not good. But I believe that they can, as they get healthy, pull it together. That's it.
Appreciate the call, Jay.
Yeah. Last 2 years, Donnie, they went into the bye and they got hot after. I mean, that's all you can do at this point. That's all you can do. And I get that you had no Trent Williams. You kept saying it, no Deebo Samuel. But damn, an interception's an interception. Regardless of who's out there, you could control that. And Brock had 0 picks in the first 5 games, Donnie, and 5 in the last 3. So I don't know where this is going. Maybe the bye week is coming. It is coming at a perfect time. But, man, I do wonder how much leeway he's afforded himself if he doesn't get past this bad spell. Because that's what this is for him on a personal level, a bad spell.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers get beat by Cincinnati, 31-17. Let's go to, we got a lot of call, 888-957-9570. Phone line's working well today. They're working well today. Gus is in Vallejo. Hey, Gus. How you doing, man? Gus, what's going on? No Gus. Let's go to Richie Rich in Livermore.
Rich.
What's going on, Rich?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Thanks for taking my call, guys. Hey, check it out. I'm normally roast, but I'm trying to talk to you guys today, man. Let me cook for a minute. So, hey, couple things. I think the main thing is that defensive front, man. It's really bad. And let's be real, we never really had cornerbacks over the last few years. It's that defensive front getting home which saves their ass, right? And it's just a no-show. And I was telling, the morning roast last week, if you guys noticed something about Bosa, in the past, he's in on about 70% of defensive plays, as in even when the ball gets past him, he's running, he's getting there, and he's assisting on a tackle. Right now, the dude's legs look crappy. He's just giving up. If you look at once the play gets back to the second level, he turns around and just watches it get past him. He's not even in on it, which is horrible. I think it's a big problem, and it looks like it's getting worse. Now, second, that offense. The offense needs to do their job. Like, Purdy put him in position, to that third quarter. But what I realized, what the big problem with it is in the crunch time when it matters, what separates the good from the great is the turnovers. And when crunch gets going, the boy's making turnovers. And he's doing that anticipated throw where he's throwing it a couple seconds ahead, and that's getting him in trouble. That one interception yesterday when 4 guys there, oh, man, that was rough, fellas. But tell me what you think about that one.
Nah.
Appreciate the call.
You told no lies, Donnie.
I had nicknamed Nick Bosa the Big Cat.
I'll give you that. I was here.
You know what Evan said this morning?
Hold on, let me get ready. No, I don't.
Said he's not the big cat anymore. He's the fat cat.
Wow.
Fat cat in terms of maybe not in the best shape. Fat cat in terms of
But his mom told Willard and Diz he lost a little weight.
You know what? My mom thinks I'm the best looking
Mine too.
young man in the country. Right. So
I got some bad news, Donnie. It is confirmed Kirk Cousins did tear his Achilles. You okay? He was balling.
He always balls.
The contract year, too.
First time he's been hurt.
I'll tell you what, he'll get a job.
No kidding.
Yeah, he'll get a job.
No kidding.
And he had 2 tugs yesterday. Dude, before you get to what concerns you most? Is it the defense? Because 5 minutes ago it was Purdy, now it's the defense.
I said it's the defense more for me than Purdy. I think it's a defense more than Purdy.
Man, they didn't get home. Burrow's he's been dealing with the calf, but he's been much of a statue yesterday, Steiny. He had 41 yards on the ground. And then they had time to get to sack him, and they couldn't sack him.
Yeah, I guess what I keep coming back to is we've got to figure out a way to, 3 weeks ago, this team was one of the greatest teams ever. Scored 30 points in 5 straight games. The defense was good. So
Purdy 30.
Why there's an old adage, you're never as good as you are at your best and you're never as bad as you are at your worst. How come when this stuff really hits, though, we don't want to believe it? Like when the 49ers are 5-0, if somebody were to said, they are 5-0, but let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Oh, then you're a hater. Yeah, you're a hater.
Well, that's a fact. Mad at you. That's the nature of the beast, man.
But that's where it's like, okay, so after every win, they're great, and after every loss, they stink.
But
there's got to be a middle, right? There got to be a middle ground.
And he didn't do it to himself. We did it.
Exactly.
Because nobody knew how good he was. But he was playing. He set the bar so damn high.
In 10 games. And you know what?
2 of those were playoff games.
That's right. And here's the other thing. Everybody, the big stat about the numbers. Jimmy Garoppolo was 17-3 in his first 20 games with the Niners. Nobody cared.
But it was stressful.
So what? The point
it goes against your point. It was stressful. Brock Purdy had been playing turnover-free
Jimmy
football.
Garoppolo was 17-3, but that gets cast aside. Brock Purdy's 10-0. Oh, Brock. Well, guess what? Brock Purdy, what is he now in his career? 13-3? He's off to a worse start as a starting quarterback than Garoppolo with the Niners.
You know what I'm saying.
That's just a fact.
Yeah, but he had not been.
Right, because nobody gives him a chance. Right, nobody gives him a chance to fail or succeed. He's a superstar after 10 games. It's like, no, he's good quarterback. He's let him. Who else? Oh, Mike Tomczak. Started out 10-0. Well, he's a joke. Okay, Mike Tomczak's a joke. Oh, Ben Roethlisberger. Well, we acted as though nobody had ever gotten off to the kind of start that Brock Purdy had when there were examples of guys who got off to a start that Brock Purdy got off to, and they didn't go on to be Hall of Fame quarterbacks. Like, we all screwed up after 10 games.
Well, we don't know yet. This is 3 games that have been subpar for him, but if he's to come back after the bye and they reel off 5 and he looks like that guy that won 2 playoff games and was undefeated, then that won't be valid. People will be back on and they'll be calling he's the GOAT or whatever.
Well, no, that's
my biggest concern, and any Niner
he's
fan's
not the
biggest
GOAT.
concern. Can
He's
he
not
take you
the
to the
GOAT.
Super Bowl? And nobody's saying he is. The bottom line is,
everybody. You just said everybody said
Super Bowl.
it. Like,
we just
you're
had
right,
to call
Goop.
and compare him
You're
to
right.
Montana. I never said that, but I said the start was something better than Montana's. That's all. Like, I'm shocked. I'm over here looking at you like he wasn't that good, but can he be this bad? Can he get you? Because if he continue, if this is who he really is, then they might have a problem. And not a might, they do. Because I told you.
Okay, well, what do you do?
Came out of my
so
mouth.
they have a problem at quarterback.
No, if this
what are we
going to
do?
The defense needs to get better.
Okay.
But if this, remember I said, the defense could have slippage. I said that because the offense was so stellar. Now, 3 weeks later, the offense is MIA. And 365, Steiny, again, I'm just telling anybody that tells me he threw for 365, if you watch that game, a lot of those yards came when they had to pass and Cincinnati called the dogs off. But I don't know.
How many of those yards came in the fourth quarter?
I bet 100 of them.
I don't know. 925, haven't let Purdy played enough. Yes. 888-957-9570 is the number. Like, it's also possible this is who Purdy is. He's pretty good, and then he's not going to be pretty good. I mean, that's what we all think about Kirk Cousins, right? Kirk Cousins really good. And then it gets to crunch time, and he takes the choke.
Right.
Okay. Well, maybe Brock Purdy's the exact same way.
Wow. Then that would be a problem.
Well, I don't
we
think.
Haven't seen
see,
that
I
for
disagree.
So long.
I don't think it would be a problem with a healthy Kirk Cousins at quarterback for the Niners. See, I don't think he would be a problem there. I'm just saying that he's doing what a lot of quarterbacks now do.
Lori Matthews started saying it's called growing pains.
They're down
Hopefully
2 touchdowns. Yeah, they're down 2 touchdowns. You got to try to make a play to come back. And that's when you make most of your mistakes. Let's go to wow, we got a lot of calls. Let's go to G-Rock. G-Rock's in San Jose. What's up, G-Rock?
Hey, how y'all doing today?
Hey. Doing well.
Okay, so my thing is I'm hearing a lot about, Purdy, about the defense, which, it rightfully so, but I think this all starts with the head coach. I mean, he's the guy in charge. He's made all these great, grand decisions, ran Trey Lance up out of here because we're ready to win now. He comes up with this high, expensive draft pick kicker who seems to kick right sometimes, but we're ready to win now. But he's okay when he lose games for us, but the ready to win now team. Trey Lance is out of here because we're ready to win now. So that kind of still got me a little pissed off a little bit. But now here we are. We're talking about, well, Purdy's doing a great job. He's going to make mistakes. He's young. He's a good quarterback to me. I think he can win with this team. And I think, yes, the defense are having problems. But where does this all start at? It starts with our head coach. He's not calling great plays. And I'm going to tell you this before you guys cut me off. I think that he is a great play designer. But as a head coach, hell no. He is not a great head coach. He does not know how to coach games. He has no feel for the game. Great play designer, but head coach, hell no. That's my take.
That's G-Rock in San Jose.
Not a Kyle fan.
What's Kyle's overall record now?
He's over 500, and he's been in multiple NFC championship games. Again, he don't need me to defend him. I'm not. And he's been to a Super Bowl. And everybody and their mama had the Niners in the Super Bowl this year. I know that you could do with that what you want. But isn't I mean, Stoney, we call the defensive coordinator. Yeah, his job is solely to look over the defense, and Wilkes is struggling. But they got major talent. I mean, Kyle said last week he was sitting in on the meetings, on the defensive meetings. So to the caller's point, the head coach is responsible for everything, right? Everything. When stuff hits the fan.
Okay, well then, I mean, so I think it's mostly on the players.
You sound like 54. Fred Warner said the same thing. And have you noticed they've been missing a gang of tackles, Donnie? Yesterday they missed a gang of tackles. I mean, they had Burrow back there, and he looked like Michael Vick. This could just be a stretch. For Purdy, too, a stretch.
888-957-9570 is the number. I see y'all on the phone lines. Rob, Josh, B, and Antonio, Carlito,
they hot.
Paul. 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't forget, coming up at 12:30 today, 12:30, your chance to play Knockout on the Chase Center floor. You want to start listening today? Well, from this point on, but at 12:30 particularly, listen to the content at 12:30, and then at 12:45, we're going to ask you a question about what was said. You get the question right, and the next thing you know, you'll be playing Knockout at Chase Center.
Let's go.
That's 12:30 this afternoon, and then you'll have another shot at it with Willard and Dibbs, and you'll have those shots at it all week long. All right. That segment was also brought to you by Consumer Cellular. Freedom calls. 888-957-9570 is the number. Niners have now lost 3 in a row. What's the thing you're most worried about during this losing streak, and what's going to get them back on track? 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll be right back.
Consumer Cellular offers the exact same nationwide.
Here's Purdy on first down.
He's intercepted. Back-to-back throws. He's intercepted by Wilson. All time at home. Purdy coming into this game had only thrown one interception in 8 games. He was 8-0 with only 1 pick, and now he's thrown 2 on his last 2 passes.
Man.
Yeah, but he's Joe Montana.
You never said that. Nobody said that.
Yeah, what do you mean nobody? Yes,
Donnie,
don't. Everybody compared it.
It was the start.
Here's the bottom line.
It was the start.
Right, and everybody gets suckered in. 5-0, this is the greatest team ever. They weren't that good, and they're not this bad. Can't stand this. This pisses me off.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does, actually.
You fake man.
No, I'm not. Oh, they're the greatest team ever. Greatest team ever. 5 week greatest team ever. This is Purdy's great. This is great, great, great. Now they stink. Got to be better than this. Come on. My camera?
I think it's me. My bad.
What's going on? What's going on?
My camera.
Okay.
Sometimes it's not about
So you go to tap unlock. Tap unlock. Tap it and unlock it.
Why is he coming in so loud? I just want to throw something at him. Dude, but when you don't see something for so long, Steiny, you're not used to it.
What haven't we seen for so long?
A turnover from Brock Purdy.
10 games.
No.
That's not long.
No, man.
In the NFL, that's not long.
No, for me, it was a rare occasion. And
what, rare occasion?
Yeah,
where
now you got a duck. I mean, back to back. I mean, he did it on 2 plays back to back. And I'm not saying he's done. I'm just like, damn, man. That start you started out on was in the clouds, heaven.
You know what? I remember me saying after 5 games, can somebody tell me how Purdy can play better? Like, how can he play better?
We both said that.
Well,
but you got to play better than this, Donnie. You have to.
Yeah, so does Bosa.
And I'll tell you what, I don't want to go too far down the road because it was Operation Home Field Advantage. We see Brock Purdy had problems throwing the ball with the hand size or whatever, a wet ball. I mean, they need to get this thing fixed because you don't want to be on the road in the playoffs.
Maybe this is who they are. Maybe they're a 10-6 team. Maybe they're an 11-6 team. Mm-hmm. Like, maybe this is who they are. Maybe we were wrong, and they're not a 16-1 team, and it's not the biggest juggernaut in the last 20 years, and Brock Purdy's not the greatest story. I mean, God, the season wasn't even a third of the way over. Goo.
Oh, you're looking at this season. I'm looking at last season. Where they went to the NFC Championship game. Okay. I'm looking at the season before
they got their ass
where they
kicked.
were in the NFC Championship game.
Okay.
Should have won.
Right.
So this defense has been stellar for a couple years. And then it comes into this year. They're the darlings. And now the defense is the one that's just on the milk carton.
Well, but we got to throw Purdy in there too.
Yeah.
I mean, after
all
watching
three, both have been bad for 3 games. You're right. The same amount of time.
See,
we came in here after the Dallas game. That was Ali knocking out Tyson.
Well, in week 5.
But still, you
they
said
were the
it was
best
the game
team in
of the
week
year.
5. So what? What's that matter now? They were the most dominant team in week 5.
Nobody.
What does it matter now?
You have my point is, you had a standard. They had a standard, they said. And they're not meeting that defensively.
And that's what pisses me off. Because at 5-0, everything's perfect. Even though we're saying, you know what? Moody missed a couple of kicks. You know what?
Arizona drove 99 yards.
Thank you. But we didn't want to talk about it. Like, I'm just telling you. There were signs that this team was not going to be 17-0. But I don't think we wanted to see them. I mean, let's go to Rob. Rob's in San Bruno.
Oh, boy, Rob, help us.
Man, look, let's be real about it. This is all on Kyle. This is Kyle's baby. This is squad. He chose the quarterback. He the one, instead of, trying to smear Trey Lance and get him out the way, you went out and paid, $4 million for Darnold. You got the other quarterback, pay him a couple million. So that $6 million you used on the quarterback to get rid of Trey, you could have used it on some extra cornerbacks. You didn't replace Jimmy Ward. You replaced Jimmy Ward with a worse.
Rob, we got it. Rob, you're breaking up a little.
Yeah, because
clickety-clack.
Steiny, their secondary right now is not getting it done. And I know, secondary's best friend is a pass rush. They're not getting it done. But for a guy to come in here, Joe Burrow, who can be beat, the Bengals can be beat. They weren't healthy, no excuses. They were 3-3 coming into this game, and my man went out there and completed 28 of 32, as you pointed out. But this is what gets me. Steiny, 19 straight passes complete. You dropped back and completed 19 straight passes on the road? Yeah, this has been a colossal failure defensively the last 3 games. And the thing about it, I don't know if the bye is good. You know what? Because I feel like, Steiny, I'm glossing over, but you tell me if this sounds like an excuse. No Kittle and no Debo and Trent. That's a big deal. So it's nothing to see here.
Well, if you want to talk yourself into that, that's fine. That's fine. Whatever you're comfortable with is okay.
It don't sit well with me because I was part of this dude looks like he has the goods. I'm not ashamed of that, and I'm not by myself. Now I'm being so real. If this is who he is and the last pick in the draft, I mean, how many times scouts get it wrong?
This is who he is. 10 games like he played and 3 games like he played. That's who he is. That's all we have.
Can the 3 be the 4? Okay, all right.
I mean,
well, no, because Jacksonville ain't no. I know it ain't about Jacksonville, but that ain't no easy game.
Of course it's not. Of course it's
on
not.
the road.
The bottom line is they got beat by two quarterbacks who are better than Brock Purdy. Kirk Cousins and Burrow are better than Brock Purdy.
Well, PJ
not that
Walker
they go up,
ain't.
not that they go up against him. But the reality of the situation is you saw how really good quarterbacks carve up a defense.
He was incredible yesterday, Joe Burrow.
And Cousins was incredible the week before.
Huh?
That, to me, is the biggest problem with the 49ers right now. It's like their entire defense, they're not complimenting
the
each
highest
other.
paid defensive player ever is doing jack squat. And this ain't week 3. This is, Steiny, when do you
what? Bench him?
No, I ain't saying that.
Well, why couldn't he get benched?
Well, he said some stuff about Wilkes, I feel like on the subliminal, on the under, as we say from the Yoon, Steiny, on the under. So is this scheme or dogs just get after the quarterback whatever you got him in? And Armstead had 2 sacks yesterday, but I ain't going to call them meaningless, but they weren't money time.
Let's go to B in Oakland. Hey, B, how you doing, man?
The town.
Hey, B.
Yes, sir.
What's going on, man?
Okay, too much. I called just to tell y'all, thumbs up to you guys, because all morning y'all been hitting the nail right on the head. Our defense have been playing very lousy. And if you think about it, back in the day, we should be able to win them low-scoring games because our defense is playing lights out. Some days, you're going to have to be able to win these shootouts. So, Brock Purdy going to have to get himself together and stop throwing these picks, because you're not going to always be able to rely on your defense. Sometimes you're going to have to rely on your offense. You're going to have these shootouts. And last but least, like I say all the time, that's our main concern is our defense. But like I said, Shanahan needs to get himself together because, like I said, he's not a great coach. He's not a good coach. He's an all right coach. And I think when we traded up to get Trey Lance, he didn't have to do that because it was like nobody was knocking down the door for Trey Lance. And you build your team off free agency and drafts. So when you give up your draft picks and you can't reach out there and get that, that's what happened. And you guys, thank you for taking my call.
Thank you for listening, man. Appreciate it.
Steiny, okay, let me just say this to you and the masses. We all know the defense stinks. It's just the last 12 quarters have been damn near embarrassing.
Okay, I got to stop you there.
Right. The last 12 quarters.
No. That was no.
PJ Walker, Steiny, though he didn't, he tried to give the game away.
41 points in the last 2 games before yesterday. I'm sorry, it's not embarrassing. Like, that's just not. You're giving up 20 points a game? How can, that to me, this game you want to pin on the defense, pin it on the defense. But the last 2 games, we got to score 20 points if we're the offense, and we didn't. To me, that yesterday was the first day the D didn't play well enough where they could have won the game. But go ahead.
No, I was getting to that. Why haven't they scored 30 all of a sudden? And I feel like I owe Deebo Samuel an apology because months ago I said he could be the odd man out. I was sipping the McCaffrey Kool-Aid. I told you and anybody that would listen, this offense is got the plethora of weapons. Maybe it don't need Deebo. And now Deebo may have been Purdy's best friend to drop back and throw it behind the line of scrimmage, put something else on the defensive mind. So, the one constant, I'm trying to solve a mystery here. The one constant, the last 3 games, Deebo went out early against Cleveland. Maybe his impact is way, way more important than I and a lot of people thought for Brock Purdy. But let's hope that's it because he's coming back. I don't know when. But those words came out of my mouth, and I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed that I said this offense could do great things without Deebo Samuel after he was the offense before McCaffrey got here. So I'm checking my own self because I can do that. That's a real man. When you can look yourself in the mirror and say, you know what, Goo, you got that wrong. You tried to say Deebo wasn't that important, and now they figured out, put 8 men in the box, 5 defensive linemen, Purdy, it's McCaffrey, let's see what you got. And right now, that ain't working. They're getting nothing up the gut like they used to. And you think that's something to do with Debo not being out there?
Well, what I would just say is let this be a lesson to you to not jump to conclusions. Let it play out.
Well, damn, I got to say my Warrior one this. My Warriors.
Oh, they're going to the finals?
No, we got to.
You know what's funny?
But no, I'm saying that to you like I'm admitting. I don't need you to tell me that. Shame on me or any. But you can admit it. It looked like they had so much. You know what?
5 games. It's 5 games. Why do we assume, or did we assume, that the next 12 were going to look like the first 5?
And again, Steiny, I'm trying to find my answer. I went down the schedule game, and I was like, oh, my gosh. When are they? Oh, and I didn't see the slip up in Cleveland. I didn't see the slip up in Minnie. I was laughing at you guys, 10-point favorites, and then 4 points yesterday. I didn't see – I mean, did Fred Warner play? Greenlaw's out there. Do you sit him so he can get healthy? I mean, Mixon was putting his shoulder into your heart and soul, delivering the thunder. At every level, they're defensively, they're doing nothing. Isaiah Oliver, he's playing tag. He's chasing somebody whoa. This is a big, big bye week, Stoney. What if they don't have
your popcorn ready for the bye week?
No, I don't, because they're not playing, but I do wonder what's going on at the complex.
Well, they're taking days off first. Carlito in Alameda. What's up, Carlito?
Gentlemen.
Hello, gentlemen. Hello, gentlemen. Listen, fellas, let me put the rat on the table. Brought to you by Acco Pest Control.
Give it to us.
When Purdy started last year, he had everything ready for him. McCaffrey was fresh. The defense was fresh. Nobody knew who Purdy was. Now everybody has studied him and knows what's going to happen. Look, I think moving forward, I think Kyle should be more conservative with Purdy and use him like Garoppolo. Thank you.
I kind of love that little boom.
But it's got a emphasis.
But maybe that's the reason why we're getting some clickety-clacks.
The whole thing about Purdy and his takeoff, shout out Migo Steiny, was there was trust. The whole playbook was open. But when you start talking, if Carlito's right and Kyle's going to dial stuff back, well, guess what, Steiny? You got the Jimmy Garoppolo experience all over again. And Purdy wasn't awful yesterday. He used his legs, made some throws to where I was like, interception. He's throwing it back across the field. Oh, completion, touchdown. But then you saw those picks at the 10-yard line where you're going into tie the game.
One pick at the 10-yard line.
Yeah, but the
it's
picks.
A pick.
No, right.
At the 10-yard line.
Right. But the picks in general.
Here's the other thing. And how
2
many
games with 2 picks?
How many times did I hear? Okay, 2 games with 2 picks. And how many times over the last year did we say, man, he got away with one? Oh, he got away with one that game. A lot. Okay. We didn't get away with any yesterday. It's football. Steiny's salty about the Warriors winning on the road.
What is that one? Boy, they look good. But
I actually don't think they do look good, believe it or not.
I had this conversation last night.
Yeah, I don't think they look great.
But they won the games where last year they would have lost these.
I wouldn't say that. They played the Houston Rockets. Again. Oh, but let's crack. Go ahead and make the same mistake. Go ahead, say it. Warriors are unbeatable. They're unbeatable.
Jalen Green's a baller.
Jalen Green stinks. He doesn't know how to play basketball.
But he'll learn it. And when he does,
really?
watch out.
Why would you say that?
Oh, just his time in the league. You learn, Stoney.
Not everybody. Look at Nick Young.
Well, he didn't have this skill set.
Yeah. Nick Young is very talented. Very talented.
I'll just tell you this last thing about the Warriors. Strength in numbers is back. They got a bench now. And I love Chris Paul came off of it, no problem.
So you're doing the same thing now with the Warriors that you did with the Niners.
I didn't make any declarations. I just said they got a bench.
Well, we'll see. It's 3 games in.
I like what I see.
Well, okay, that's better.
I didn't say you hate that I'm making no declaration. You know what? I'm going to chill on the prediction.
Let me tell you who I don't think's been great. Sarich.
That ain't shocking.
I don't think he's made. I don't think he's. What I say? Hey, what I say before the season? I know it's only 3 games. What did I say?
Look at old Evan.
He's having trouble making shots for some reason.
His age, maybe. And
he's 30.
29.
That's
Is
even
he
worse.
29?
Thank you.
Oh.
Let's go to
Undefeated
Antonio.
on the road, though, Steiny.
What's that?
Back to the calls.
Your bet with me on the road is, yeah. Tibbs even tweeted it out.
What is
trouble?
Early.
You want to double down? I'll double down on it.
New Orleans tonight.
I'll double down. They're going to win tonight?
They're underdogs.
Of course they are. Of course they are. Back to back.
Somebody said your mad Warriors went on the road.
I could care less about that.
Boy.
Let's go to...
We need some solutions. Call with a solution. Quit saying, oh, I told you. Johnny, I told you so. I admitted my error.
Which one? Which one?
Now, did Purdy could keep this up? We don't know. But how can you were in the conversation? Philly Niners. Right. It's them in Dallas.
Yeah,
now where we at?
Seattle's
in first in the NFC West. That's no shade at you. It's just
it can't be shade at me.
It's incredible.
The only one with a rational.
This is incredible.
What's incredible? This isn't the first team that's lost 3 in a row. What do you want, Evan?
Go ahead. Yeah.
You look like you're ready to jump in. That don't look like that. If you're not ready to jump in,
look like what?
Right.
Don't look poised.
How dare you
to jump in?
How you feeling? How's a hip?
I can't stand you right now.
For what?
For everything you said for 5 weeks.
Some days I think you work with the internet. I think you look at me like I'm the internet. No, seriously.
No, you're worse than that.
Like you take it out on me, brother. I'm being real.
No, you're not.
Then what's the solution?
Somebody said
Give me.
Somebody said something about Guru's.
I was at the zoo Saturday, baby.
They were hitting you on the text on the Comcast business text.
Saying what?
They used a word that I didn't like. That's why I didn't read it.
Spade.
No.
Remember I said call a spade a spade? You didn't. Some people.
Yeah.
What was the word?
They said you're disingenuous.
About?
The Niners.
What's that mean?
That means you pump them up so you can kill them. You call them one of the greatest teams going so that the minute they stub their toe, you can stick it to them. All right,
let me just, before you get to the calls, Evan, this is my proof. My father, Norman Johnson, has 2 tickets in his wallet. One for the Niners to win the Super Bowl and the other for him to win the NFC. Okay. I can't even find him. He's so despondent right now. When a couple weeks ago it looked like cash it. This is crazy. And I'm going to throw another rat on the table. I think something's going on with Wilkes and Kyle. I think we could see Kyle take over. Somebody else call the defensive plays. I feel like that is growing and manifesting. I hope it ain't, because the other 2 guys here parlayed their defensive coordinator job into head coaching jobs, and they were minorities. What is going on with Wilkes? I don't know, because I don't recognize this defense.
What's a bigger
there, I said it.
What's a bigger concern? That the 49ers gave up 31 against that team, or that they scored 17 against that team? Because I'll take a 50-50 on that.
And
one.
That's why I was about to say equal, and that's why I changed. It's tiny 50-50.
No, that's what I said.
Brought to you by Steinmetz. Right. Dude, man.
Let's go to Antonio in Oakland.
Give us some answers, man.
Hey, what's up, you guys? Man, the defense has to deserve most of the blame, man. Like Bosa, he's getting pressures, but he's not getting home. He's not getting the sacks. Hargrave disappearing. Then you got Drake missing in action. Jackson, where's he gone? Drake Greenlaw missed, 3 tackles? Hufanga and Gibson not getting turnovers. Travarius Ward is playing like a rookie corner. All these holding calls, like, geez Louise. But the Niners miss Deebo Samuel because he is a little bit like Draymond Green is for the Warriors. He brings that physical element, tone setter, rough and tough, run you over, physicality. Same with Trent Williams, man. Those are our 2 big dudes, because when the Browns game started, before the game, who were the 2 guys involved in the little scuffle? Trent and Deebo. Those are the 2 notable guys. So those guys are the dudes. We miss them. But they got to do some things in their bye week, man. Get back to 49er football.
Hey, Antonio, real quick. Speaking of those 2, isn't it ironic that those were the 2 S starters in a good way, and they're both out? I'm wondering if you should have let sleeping dogs lie. Like now teams are mocking the Niners before the game starts. They're mocking them, and they're beating them.
Yeah, I know, man, because when they play the Niners, it's like their Super Bowl. They go all out, and then next week, they're not even the same team. So, man, like I said, man, the Niners, it's better that they go through this now compared to the rest of the season. I think they're going to get back to 49er winning football because they finished out the last 2 seasons very strong.
That they have.
A bad start. So I think they're going to do the same thing this time around.
Appreciate it, Antonio.
I want to hear you and Evan's take on this. I don't want to get too technical, but I was watching the we got to get out of here, Stoney. I'll save it for the other side.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. What concerns you most about the 49ers in this 3-game losing streak? 888-957-9570. I see all of you, and I'm going to get all of those calls. All right. You want a chance to play Knockout at Chase Center? You can do so in 1 hour. In 1 hour, you have a chance to be a contestant playing Knockout at Chase Center. We're going to give out 10 slots, as will all the shows. So the contest is going to run for 2 weeks, but at 12:30, that's when you can start listening, and we're going to give you a little quiz at 12:45, and if you get it right, you're going to be playing at the Chase Center floor. That's a fact. All right, 888-957-9570. Also, I'm going to get to some of the sound from yesterday from Kyle Shanahan and the players, but the Niners, they've lost 3 in a row. What's your biggest concern on 95.7, The Game?
So I have been in the operating.
the lid for the next one from 10 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Lofts it. Oh, there's Kittle to catch this time for the first down. How about that play? Purdy somehow, as his father Sean celebrates.
Oh my gosh. The number one thing you don't do is throw back and across the field, and definitely not in the NFL. But this is only for the guys with the rarest instincts, and we talked about him using his legs and his ability to extend plays. None bigger than that one today.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny Guru, 95.7 The Game.
Hey.
It is a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com.
It is an overreaction Monday. But maybe with that performance yesterday, it's not an overreaction.
Well, I feel like every Monday is an overreaction.
Not when they win.
No, that's when it really is an overreaction because nobody wants to.
Those are euphoria
Nobody
Mondays.
wants to dissect a win. They just want to say a win is a win, and then everything's great. And then when you lose, everything stinks and sucks. I still believe in this team. Mm-hmm.
Take that to the bank.
That's right. That's right.
Take that for data.
That's a cute little line here, 650. Just want to make sure I'm allowed to express concern now because Steiny said we were fools after week 3. Well, I mean, yeah, to assume this team was going to go to the Super Bowl after week 3, that was foolish, right? But again, don't give up ship right now either, just because you lost 3 games in a row. Look at the Chiefs. The Chiefs got beat by Denver. Denver stinks. The Chiefs got beat. Easy, Lucan.
Easy.
I was like, Luke is.
Let's go to the dog trainer. Dog trainer's in Milpitas. Hey, man.
What's up, my homies? Okay, I got something I know you guys saw. You guys are very observant. You make some good key points. So I want to say that when CMC started fumbling the ball, it wasn't until after he had his oblique tear. If you get a pain in the side of your stomach where your obliques are above your waist, you're going to open your hand and let go of that football naturally and want to put your hand on your side. Now, I'm not saying you let go of the football on purpose, but it's a reflex to want to open your hands and cover up. That's one. Number 2, Purdy hit his head on the turf late in the game. He rocked onto his butt, and then he landed on the back of his helmet. And he took both hands and put his palms of his hands on the side of his helmet like he had a head pain. It was weird. And then the last thing is that Purdy doesn't have the arm to throw off the back foot, and all his great throws have been running out of the pocket, but he's not thrown any really good passes this year off his back foot, and they're not giving him time. He's getting popped. So, there's some things to consider. There's kind of starting to look on the offensive line a little bit like University of Colorado not protecting their quarterback, and Purdy's not going to last if he keeps getting hit.
Good talk. Good call, dog trainer.
He was spot on, Steiny. And again, who am I? I just do a radio show with a guy from Reading, PA. But I told you my concerns about Brock even playing in this game. And I just thought it was a bad look that hadn't even really been talked about. But the video captured and said it all. When Purdy took that low hit, which resulted in a flag because he got hit too low, it wasn't interception he threw. It was negated. Steiny, he fell back, bounced his head off the turf. You seen it, and put both hands over his ear, just like it was just a bad look to me. But they chose to play him. He was cleared, and you are right. I said this, and I'm no doctor. I think there's a correlation between the fumbles. Although he did not fumble McCaffrey yesterday, I thought there was a correlation between the oblique and him all of a sudden dropping the ball. I don't think that's too far-fetched, but to McCaffrey's credit, Stoney, he didn't fumble yesterday. Only problem was they couldn't get the ground game going.
So if you look at the 49ers wins. Oh, go ahead, E.
Just have an update, guys. Of course, as you know, the NFL trade deadline is tomorrow.
Yes.
The Seattle Seahawks have made a move, trading a 2025 second-round pick for the Pro Bowl defensive lineman Leonard Williams of the New York Giants. Wow. So the Seahawks get a little bit bigger up front. Your move, Kyle.
The first place Seattle Seahawks, Evan. That's a shocker. Nothing to lose. Got some depth, some bulk.
Now, why is that a shocker? They're 5-2. They're going for it.
Oh, no, that I get. Just
Sorry, I forgot to say the first place Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, that's
Guru fixed that for you. He said he made sure to say it because he wants to stick it to the Niners.
Oh, I'm just shocked. Coming around the back lane, here comes the Seahawks. They overtake the Niners.
Right, but the race is not even halfway over, announcer.
Yeah. Golden Gate Fields.
Let's not make the same mistake we made after 5 games.
I love that you said we. Because we're a unit. You were in on there, too.
Nope. I'm the voice. I'm the vor.
You don't stop.
I'm the vor, voice of reason.
Throw something at you, I'll throw it. You got to be shocked. We're all.
I'm not shocked
that they lost.
I am not shocked they lost to the Cincinnati Bengals.
No. Well, I'm going back.
Okay.
To the Deshaun Watson-less Cleveland Browns and Kirk Cousins carved him up the way he did.
Of course he's gonna. They faced 2 good quarterbacks the last 2 weeks. They really did.
But they're a great defense. They've been a great defense.
Yeah. Rich and Hayward.
Richie.
What's up, Rich? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing good. Doing great.
Oh. Talk to us.
I am going to tell you right now, Tony Romo had it right. I said it last week when I said, hey, I didn't want to be a Tua, but if you're out there, you're out there. And it's on him. And, it's like, yeah, you can say defense, how you respond. We're the 49ers. It's offense first. I don't want to hear all this crap, Bosa, all the rest of that stuff. No. We're the 49ers. 49ers. And Trey Lance is on Dallas and Sam Darnold. He could have started at the game. You did not do him. And you put this dude in there, and he had 365 yards passing. And, yeah, and I don't want to reveal my real name, but anybody knows Brock Purdy is my quarterback in fantasy league. And I'll say right now, he screwed up. And there's nothing about that. But now he's looking like Nick Mullins. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I'm done.
Thanks, Rich. Good. Yeah, it was all right.
Yeah. The last 3 games have been Jimmy Garoppolo-like, Stoney. Couple interceptions yesterday. He didn't see the backer. Like, man, you can't make that throw, young fella.
This is what we do, and I got a caution against it. Now, we've lost 3 games in a row. When I say we because I'm a Niner fan. See, we don't. Now we're saying, oh, Brock, 3 bad games. No, he's not had 3 bad games. 3 games ago against the Cleveland Browns, he drove the ball down the field. Kyle Shanahan refused to try to move it 4 or 5 yards down further. And they have a kicker who misses what should have been a game-winning kick. That's kind of what I always pay attention to. Like, did they lose? Yeah, they lost. They lost that game. It goes down as a loss. They're 5-3. But, let's not forget, Purdy drove them down the field the very last drive, and the guy missed a field goal. Right?
That's the bare minimum. That's his job, is to drive the team down there.
Well, he did.
But you're forgetting he threw his first interception against Cleveland.
Okay.
And then fumbled. So I'm just saying we saw something then, and now it's progressing. And
so let me ask you a question.
We don't know where it's going. So I don't know what you mean by he does not look the same the last 3 weeks.
Okay.
The guy was.
He was 11
perfect.
for 13 in the first half against the Vikings. Purdy.
Okay.
So it's not like he's been terrible for 4 quarters of each game.
No, the question is, why has the offense not been getting to their norm, their 30 points? And he's a part of that.
Well, that's the other thing. You really think the Niners were going to average 32 points a game like they did the first 5 games?
I'm the guy that said and you said it. See, you need to stop this because you're trying to act like you weren't in the pool party of this offense is incredible, unstoppable.
It was for 5 games.
No, you didn't say when it was going to end. You were in the pool.
You're right, I didn't.
So don't come at me or anybody else saying, did you really think? Yeah, I thought.
You thought they were going to score 32, 33 a game.
Especially the lowly Minnesota and Cleveland that didn't have Deshaun Watson.
Well, to me, that's ludicrous because 33 points a game is a lot. Like a lot to average.
But we're talking about McCaffrey, MVP. We're talking about Purdy, who was in the MVP conversation. Okay. We're talking about Kittle.
Okay,
we're talking about Debo. We're talking about Ayuk. Where is that Steiny at that was praising that collective
first of all,
offensive pieces? First of all, what?
First of all, maybe their weaponry isn't as good as you thought it was.
Well,
maybe Ayuk's not as
now
good.
After they play 12 bad quarters. So easy for you to come in and say that now. My point is you were in the pool, partner.
What are you talking about?
You were in the pool of talking about this offense was good.
It is good.
Is great.
It's a good offense. One of the best. 33 points a game. Go look at NFL history and find out how many teams scored that many points a game.
I just don't want you on the wrong side of the street saying you saw this ending, pal.
I never said I saw it ending, but I never said I'm 17-0. 17-0.
So now that's what it's about.
Well,
Nobody brought up 17.
Please.
We were talking about a standard.
You acknowledge you brought up 17.
Oh, Guru, it's just about the Niners, Dallas, and Philly. Nothing wrong with that.
That's right.
Everybody was saying it. Now what?
Okay, you want to bet against the Niners to get to the NFC Championship.
I got enough bets out
That's
there.
That's right. So quit acting like the sky's falling.
What are you acting like?
I'm acting like they're 5-3.
No, you're acting like you predicted 5-3, and there's nothing to see here, and that's fake.
No,
you were just like
I
the
never
rest
said
of
it's
us
not. There's nothing to see
this
here.
Offense was a juggernaut.
I never said there's nothing to see here.
Don't act like you're different now, passing out pills to people, trying to say take these pills.
See, this is what you do. This is what you do.
No, what you
call them a Super Bowl team after 5 weeks.
No, so did you.
No, I didn't. I would never do that.
Stand on it, Steiny.
That's right.
It's okay.
I said it. You know what I said? They're the best team after 5 weeks. Well, what does that mean?
Of course.
And what does it mean?
Guru, it's about home field. It's just Philly and the Niners.
Oh, that's 13.
Right.
It is about home field.
With that, but don't act
it is about home field.
Don't Jedi mind. I listen to you every day, pal. Don't act like you weren't a part of it. Don't act like you didn't say this offensive team was headed to the Super Bowl.
I never did.
Because you said the standard, and I'm not even mad. You said the standard was home field advantage. Now you want to come in here and be phony baroni and act like this. You saw 3 losses coming.
Standard.
You saw 3 losses. He was 11-13. He was out here, had a good first half. Miss me with that. The kid is not playing like he did when he first started out. And there's nothing wrong with taking calls from the people who have enough guts to admit that they thought it was going to keep up, and you want to come here and act like, oh, I saw it change it. I saw him losing 3 in a row. There's nothing to see here. Miss me, because you ain't that guy, because you didn't say it.
You said he played 12 bad quarters, Brock Purdy. And I bring up he was 11 for 13 in the first half, which, of course, makes you wrong about 12 great quarters. But you know what? Then miss me with it. Then I got to miss you with reminding you that he hasn't played 12 bad quarters. In fact, he played 3 pretty good quarters.
What about yesterday?
3 pretty good quarters.
I don't care about quarters. What was the stat line?
Then don't say
blew
play
the game.
12. Then don't say play 12.
He blew the game. When did you put on the Purdy cape?
I'm just saying
you want to be different. I get it.
I'm just saying.
That's all good.
No, don't say 12 bad quarters when that is wrong.
I can say whatever I want. 12 bad quarters. 12 bad quarters. Come on, man.
Right. And that's
quit acting like you wasn't having this team of playing for home field advantage.
You're wrong about 12 bad quarters. Are they out of the home field race?
11 bad quarters.
Hold on, are they done? They have no chance at home field? Like, I don't get when I say home, it's about home field. It is about home field. What does this have to do with anything?
Don't act like you saw 3 losses coming.
And you know what? I never would. I never would. So don't misrepresent me.
Yeah, please.
Don't misrepresent me.
I don't want the case. I ain't going to represent you.
Yeah, I know. Yep. Let's go to Bob in San Francisco. What's up, Bob?
Hey, I love the show, guys.
Thanks, buddy.
What's up?
Well, I got 2 things. Number one, we knew who the Bengals were, and we let them off the hook. No. I mean, since everybody's yelling, right? I think you guys should settle your differences with a one-on-one up to 20 points. And whoever wins, they win the argument. Let's do it like that. But anyway, getting back to the Niners, it's really technical. Troy Aikman called it last week. Tony Romo may have mentioned it, but the corners are playing soft. They're letting these guys run crossing routes with nothing. And then when we do blitz, the quarterback is just eating us up. So I think the defense is definitely not up to the challenge over the last 2 weeks. So they got to correct that. They got to cut off those routes from easy throws. How many first and sixes, right? How many first and sixes did these guys just turn around and catch the ball with no hitting, nothing?
20 first really downs in the first half. That's what Cincy accumulated. That they were winning on first down, second down, all the downs, if you ask me.
If Burrow was that good, they would have won the Super Bowl. Okay? All right. That's what I got.
Thanks, Bob. Appreciate the call.
Burrow is good. That's why they were in the Super Bowl.
Let's go to Leroy. Leroy in Oakland.
Steiny, Goo.
What up, baby?
You guys are bringing. It's fire coming through the phone, man.
It's all love, baby. Look at Lee.
I love it, man. I love it. And you know, guys, Steiny and Goo, man, I've been loving you guys for a long time, and I know what's going to happen at the end of the show. It's all going to be cool.
This
is part of the thing, man. I love it. Anyway, man. Ooh, let me take a deep breath, man, y'all. Anyway, so I just wanted to say this. It was in some questions that I posed about the Niners before they went on this 3-game losing streak, right? And I would ask questions like, is the defensive line, the pressure that we're getting, that we were getting with Bowles and them, was that hiding the DBs? Because I didn't think the DBs, were playing as well. And I was asking questions like, what if you're a team, how can you give yourself a chance to beat the 49ers offensively? And I would always say, hey, run up the middle on them. Because, I thought they were a little soft. And I just say that to say this. We as 49er fans have to stop linking this season to last season or seasons prior, because we are a work in progress. If you look at Purdy, come on, it's his second year. If you look at, McCaffrey, he kind of just got there. If you look at without Debo, there's other receivers that have to get acclimated. We have a new defensive coordinator, and so we're working stuff out, and I think people forget that. And there's going to be games, I think I had said, I expected us to win 4 games straight, and then it was going to get tough. And it's looking that way. So, we're going to work it out. We have the talent. We have, like I said, we got a first-year defensive coordinator. We're working things out. It's a work in progress. We're going to have some ups and downs. And I want to say this about Purdy. The same stuff we loved about him, taking chances when he rolls out of the pocket and he's trying to make something happen. When he was doing that, we were all on his team. But when he rolled out and in the red zone and it got tipped up and it went, he was just trying to make something happen. And so we just got to realize from game to game it's going to be like that, but it's a work in progress. And I think once Kyle Shanahan gets done molding this team in about maybe I'd say 3 to 4 weeks, we're going to see the team that we saw at the beginning of the season. But it's a work in progress, 49er fans. Be patient. You look at this as it is, and we move forward.
Good call, Leroy.
To me, when I think back to week 5 when they were 5-0, and I'm thinking, what did I say? I remember me saying, it can't be this easy. It can't be this easy. I would never say, oh, this team's going to the Super Bowl after 5 games. When I was saying, we're only 5 games into the season. We got to let it play out. And you know what? Why? They had no injuries in the first 5 games. They were completely healthy. Now they've got a few injuries. That changes things. A few injuries means you can lose a couple games. Is it because of the injuries? I don't know. They might have something to do with it.
Well,
Drew's in Oakland. What's up, Drew? Hey,
what's going on, fellas?
Hey, Drew.
I don't know if y'all can hear me, but yeah, I want to come down Goul's road, man, because I feel like he gets mad when he's wrong, and then he wants to come down Steiny's road because Steiny doesn't look at it as black and white.
No.
Let him go. Let him go.
Not
go
do
ahead.
that,
No,
Drew.
let's hear him. Go ahead, baby.
Let me go.
Yeah.
Let me go. Because I feel like Guru be doing this menopausal radio. It'd be temper flares and hot flashes whenever he wrong, and then he just
That's a good one.
Yeah, I don't. Because that's not fair to you. That's not fair to you.
See,
it's not. And I know you can protect yourself.
Fair is I know what you say to me. I don't need you to be my protector.
I know you don't.
Somebody, I've been a caller. Let him call.
But
I deal with you 15 rounds, and for you to step in my way from somebody hurt my feelings, it ain't gonna hurt.
I was the one that ran him because he used examples about women that I don't think we should have on a radio station. So it wasn't about you being wrong. It was about the way he was talking.
Hey, can I say something else, Donnie?
Well, I'm sorry. Say you're sorry. To me, because you got mad at me.
He had the role reversed.
What?
Anyway, go ahead. But your heart was in the right place, partner. Lori goes, Steiny's mad at you. No, he's not.
Yeah, I was for 5 minutes.
You're not.
No, not now. I'm not. But for 5 minutes, I was.
Sports mad.
I don't know. Ask me if I want to go to the ship today.
I can't. I'm out.
You said you were going.
I changed it. Oh, boy.
So you can or can't?
I can't. I can, but I don't want to. Yeah. What you got?
Let's take a call. Dave's in the know. What's up, Dave? How you doing? That's Fresno. Hey, Dave.
Hey, guys. Hey, hot show. Hey, it's very passionate, and I love the passion from the callers and you guys.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks for getting me in there, though. I know it's a busy Monday, especially after a loss, but, you know, I'll be quick because I know the lines are jam-packed, but I think the concerns for me, and I'll go in order, is you know, the last couple of years we pluck guys on other teams, you know, Hargrave and Ward, where, you know, those teams even extend re-signing offers, and we take them and they look average, but we give them Pro Bowl caliber money to them. Another disappointing thing from my standpoint is this regime. They haven't really hit on the picks round 1 through 3. You know, the Ambry Thomases, the Taylor Prices, the Drake Jacksons, they're not even seeing the field, and that's supposed to be your depth. So we keep trying to Isaiah Oliver and Willie Snead. Like I don't understand the direction or the plan for some of these players. And the last but not least, and this kind of goes with the plan, this is more concerning than the picks for Purdy is what's the plan for him with Shanahan? Because for me, it's more so Shanahan than Purdy, in my opinion, is that he never has a plan for another quarterback he trades or drafts. It's like he goes with the hot hand and the flavor of the month, and if Purdy keeps having a few bad games, he has no cachet to stand on and be like, hey, he can afford a bad season. He's just going to go to Darnold, and Darnold's going to show flashes of a good game, and everybody's going to say he's elite, and he's the next Steve Young, and then he's going to have some bad games, and Shannon's going to move on for him. It's like Purdy's he's a rookie, but he's not going to get the time that the growing pains need to take. You saw that with Beathard. Like, he drafted in the third round. We didn't see what the plan was. And then obviously with Trey. Now Purdy, it's like, at some point, stop looking at the quarterback. It's his coach. Like, what is his plan for some of these players that they invest in, you know? And until I see him give the reins over to a quarterback, let a quarterback make some audibles at the line, let him be the face of the franchise, we going to keep getting what we getting. Y'all going to keep yelling and screaming on the radio. Thanks for taking my call.
888-957-9570 if you want to jump in on the other side. By the way, coming up in a half hour, your chance to play on the Chase Center floor in a game of knockout. Listen starting today at 12:30. So if you're listening now, just listen up to 12:30 and a little beyond for your chance to win, a chance to play knockout at Chase Center. We're going to give out 10 slots, as will all the shows. So the contest is going to run for 2 weeks. 888-957-9570 is the number. Niners have lost 3 in a row. What's your biggest concern on 95.7 The Game?
Hurry, this is your last chance to play in the Monopoly Kickoff the Savings.
Here's the give. Tying the record. Yes, he does. Touchdown, Christian McCaffrey.
This was an incredible block by Elijah Mitchell. He took on the defensive end, Trey Hendrickson, and he actually created a hole so McCaffrey could tie the record, which is almost inconceivable.
Yeah. Lenny Moore has just been tied with 17 consecutive games.
Go ahead, Evan. Fill us in with some details, and then I'll fill you in more, Bay Area.
Sorry about that, guys. Lenny Moore, of course, everyone knows from the Baltimore Colts in the 1960s and 70s. Once scored a touchdown in 17 straight games. Christian McCaffrey tied him yesterday.
Right, and Lenny Moore was a Baltimore Colt, but you know where he's from, don't you?
Oh, let me guess.
I'm sure you're about to tell us.
Yeah, Reading, Pennsylvania.
Wow.
That's right. And then he went to Syracuse, played with Jim Brown. Mm-hmm.
Better Readingite.
Well,
Lenny Moore.
I think Lenny Moore.
Lonnie Walker.
The third.
Well, Lenny Moore did something. He scored touchdowns 17 straight games.
Yeah, but he didn't score 13 straight points.
True, Lonnie Walker just ended the Warrior dynasty.
Which is not a record, though. Moore's got a record. He's tied to it.
Exactly.
Probably get broke in 2 weeks, huh? Jacksonville?
Possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly. Let's say, you know what? I want to do this one from Tony Romo because this was after his sack where he hit his head. I'm talking about Purdy.
You have those instincts, gives you a chance to succeed more. And, you know, this is the most adversity he's faced in his young career right now. It's always been successful, and it's like each game it mounts up.
And again, this week, he was in concussion protocol all week.
but still practice. You're going to be people saying, heck, is this something to do with his play because of what happened being shaken up last week?
Yeah.
Don't think so.
No, and nobody cares. When you go out there and play, you either win, you perform, or you don't.
Yeah, I mean, let me be clear. Like, I think there's a chance that after he got hit last week with 6:20 to go, he might have been concussed for the last 6 minutes. Yesterday, there's no excuse. I mean, he played. He passed protocol, he played, and he didn't play well. So whether it's concussion or not, or whether he was wobbly or that like that, I agree with Roma. It doesn't matter.
You said it before we left here Friday. He cleared the protocol.
Yeah, so,
but him hitting his head, again, Stoney, who am I? But I hate that. I was hoping they could avoid that. And every time he ran, because he ran a whole lot, I was just like, man, but to see him put his both hands over his eardrums, like, man, no telling what's going on.
Let's go to Solomon in New Jersey. What's up, Solomon? How you doing, man?
Hey, Stoney. What's up, Goo?
Hey, baby.
Hey, man. I know this is going to be controversial, but I think it's time we see Goo's Mr. USC, give him a chance because he's got a big, strong arm, super talented. And Purdy just, I think it's the clock struck midnight for Purdy. It is what it is. Great story. I just don't see I think Sam just has more potential, and why have him sit on the bench for a whole year when you got what did Trey Lance for him, It's like, let's get a look at this guy. He was hitting phenomenal deep balls in preseason. What do you have to lose at this point? If you end up losing a few more games with Purdy or Sam, you're probably picking in the top half of the draft anyway. So, why not?
If you don't mind, let me ask you this. How long have you been holding on to that? Because Purdy's been playing stellar. Did that just start 3 weeks ago, or have you been that way from the beginning? Because if I had to guess, I think you've been that way from the start.
Well, I just knew eventually Purdy would unravel. He had a lot of dropped interceptions in the playoffs last year. You know what I mean? It's just, what does your eyes tell you if you go back, a little beyond the numbers? That's just how I felt. So, especially going in now, you're going into the bye week. It's the perfect time to change quarterbacks. So,
thanks for the call, Solomon. Appreciate it.
We're not there, Stoney. I don't believe we're there.
I'd be surprised. The only way I wouldn't
go ahead. I'm sorry.
The only way I wouldn't be surprised is if Purdy got concussed again.
No,
on that where his helmet hit the turf. If he did, then yeah, I might start Darnold, but I don't know that that's the case.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you this, and again, I've considered the last 3 games subpar for him compared to what he's done, but he's still way ahead with good compared to what he's put on tape. But yesterday, Stoney, I'm just here. I'm gonna call it a theme. It seems that the turnovers are happening in the second half. And I know it's a 60-minute game, it's all money time, but there's something different about when you make your picks or you turn the ball over. And the last 2 have been in they came in the fourth quarter yesterday, big ones. Well, late third, 17-10, that was the game. And then I'll ask you this, because I ain't inside football, but how do you miss the handoff? And then if you miss the handoff, you got to know. Maybe I'll just throw it out. You can't. If he would have threw it, he would have got flagged too for a legal man downfield. But how do you not just slide?
I don't know.
He's a young quarterback. He ain't perfect. I get it. Okay.
Kyle Shanahan on what he saw with Purdy's 2 interceptions.
Made some bad picks there at the end. Thought he was one of the reasons we were in the game today. Some of those throws he made out there were unbelievable. Mistake in the red zone, missing the handoff was the biggest part. And then once you do that, you can't throw it or you're going to get the penalty. But on worse that he got the pick. He was aggressive, thought the mic was going to pass on that second pick, and the mic fell off right with Juwan. So just got to see it.
Those are the two picks he's talking about.
Yeah.
Let's go to Mac Attack in Oakland. What's up, Mac Attack?
Hey, boys. Good morning. Oh, good afternoon. How we doing?
All right.
Hey.
Hey, I just had to say, I don't think I've ever talked to you guys, but you 2 are my favorite. I usually end up listening to you guys most of the day on the road and whatnot.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. But I had a lot to unfold because I've been listening for a minute on hold, but I'm going to try and keep it short. You, I'm with Sandy, man. I love you, but I love to hate you. So you got some good points. But that's good for sports, right? Like I need your like unbiased opinion. You know, it gets me fired up, but it's also true sometimes. But I have to say, man, you said this an hour ago, but Purdy has a great story. I think what you said was Purdy is not a great story. I may be wrong, but I just want to say he's a great story, regardless if he crashes and burns, right? Like I've been a Niner fan my whole life. I'm 27, born in 95, never experienced a Super Bowl win, none of that jazz. But out of all the teams I've seen, starting watching the Niners in 2006, you know, with like Jay Foreman, and it was the second year of Gore. Like, I loved Alex Smith, but nobody has me more excited than Purdy. And he doesn't have to be magic. You know, he's not like a stud, but he's not the worst guy I've ever seen. And I trust him more than I've ever trusted anybody else besides maybe Alex Smith.
All right, let me give this to you, because I'm the guy on the show that said the movie, the ink is not dry on the script that is the Brock Purdy movie. I mean, that's where this thing was headed. So I never said he was not a story. I said he was a movie. So I'll just leave you with that.
I think he was talking about me.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
No, I said it. I said it.
I agree with you, man. Like, I'm not saying like he's gonna be like the end all be all like stud forever, but I like him right now, and I like who he like. I played quarterback in high school. My first game in freshman year was against Joe Mixon, actually.
What school?
I played for Amador.
Okay.
I played for Freedom.
Amador Valley.
But my first pass was actually a pick six to him. So that was great. But no, I mean, like, I know quarterbacks, and like Purdy as a quarterback, as a person, like, it says so much more than him just being like athletic and good at that position. Like his character, you know, his presence in the locker room, how he took over at 22 years old. Like, that just says a lot to me. You know, like, there's guys like Murray, like, where it's like the team's not behind him, or at least that's how I feel. You know, like, I just love that this guy's like likable. The team loves him. They're behind him. He is good, but the team doesn't rely on him. You know, like, mostly what I wanted to say about this game and whatnot was, you know, like the last three games, it's the defense. You know, like, it's not all the offense. And that caller, the dog trainer or whatever, like, he was way wrong. Like, the Niners, in my opinion, from when I've been watching, have never been a offensive-oriented team. Like, this is probably the best offense we may have had, but it's always been defense. Like, we have, like Willis, like, all defense have been stacked. And the defense, we play complementary football. Like, the defense complements the offense, and the offense thrives off the defense, and vice versa. But when a defense doesn't produce, like we haven't, we can't touch the quarterback right now. Like, what is happening?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's the missing answer.
I don't think it's a play.
Thanks, Mac. Appreciate the call.
You think we talked about the D enough today?
How many sacks did they have yesterday, the 49ers?
2. Armstead had,
that's right.
Yeah.
And then none against
Well, no,
Kirk
Burrow
Cousins.
was sacked 3 times. So I said they got to him 3 times. Well, it's showing right here, 3 sacks for minus 17 yards.
Sorry, the Bengals got to Birdie twice.
Oh, okay. Joe was sacked 3 times. My bad.
Yeah, Roy and San Leandro. Hey, Roy.
Hey, how you doing? How you guys doing? I heard the argument between you guys, but anyway, I just wanted to chime in and say it's a combination of things why the 49ers are not winning. Okay, they got penalized just like after the game. Kettle admitted. He said that all those penalties the 49ers got on them.
I like Roy, too.
Roy, call back, get a bad connection.
But he ain't wrong, Snotty. It's all a combo. All depending on who you are, you put more stock into what concerns you most. But they are not getting to the quarterback, and that's where all you paid Hargrave. Bosa's getting a bag. Armstead, he's getting a nice dollar. I don't understand it.
Let's go to Lori in Arizona.
Our girl.
Hey, Lori. How are you?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm good. Hey, so I got to say, I actually am agreeing with Steiny today, which is very rare. But he's making some really good points about Purdy, and I do think that it's easy to say, okay, let's blame the head coach, let's blame the quarterbacks. Those are two two people that all the blame's going to go back to. But, you know, when you've got a young quarterback like Purdy and you've got a young kicker like Moody, you put them in positions of high pressure type positions or type things. Things like this are going to happen. That's when you're going to get your picks. That's when you're going to get your misses. The whole reason the Niners are a great team is that it's a team. They aren't predicated on one guy. The run game is huge. Since Trent Williams has been out, they haven't been able to run the football. That's the major problem with the offense. That's why you're seeing them not score the points that they were scoring before. But to me, the biggest problem is the defense, because you've got all your players. These are great players. These are players that they should be getting to the quarterback. They should be wrecking these games. So to me, you have to put it more on the defense. I think they can still get it together. I don't think that all is lost. I think you got to look at the big picture. Drew, I think you're more of a week-to-week guy. We start to get emotional. You start to see this team is still 5-3. Every season's going to have its adversity. Right now, this is our adversity. They're going to go into the bye week. I think they're going to come back out, and I think they're going to see a different team. They need to get Trent Williams back. Debo would definitely be helpful, but I'm not ready to write off this team yet. I still think they've got a great chance. But we got to be watching out for Seattle, because Seattle is definitely another team that is not going to, they're not going to lay down either. But
the first place Seahawks, Lori, they're in first now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's a concern. That's always a concern. That Thanksgiving game is going to be a lot bigger than you guys think. So, but I still think this team has got what it takes to go all the way, and we just got to have a little more faith. I'd like to see a little bit more positivity from these Niner fans.
Thanks, Lori. Appreciate the call.
We love Lori. It's kind of hard after 3 losses, though, Lori.
Veggie Delight says, good call, Lori. A lot of people like that call.
I'm looking at it. I don't know about a lot.
Well, yeah.
Some people like you, some people like me. So whatever you say, they're going to side with you.
It wasn't about me and you. It was about Lori. They liked her call.
Yeah, she said she agreed with you.
No. That's not what they were agreeing with.
Oh, well, you don't know.
No, they meant it was a good call.
I'm living my life.
It was a good call in terms of.
She's always a good call.
888-957-9570 is the number. Sway on the YouTube. We face the Jaguars next, and they have a 5-game winning streak.
Oh, boy.
Sparky. Sparky's in Alameda. What's up, Sparky? How you doing, man?
Sparky.
Hello, fellas. How you doing? It's been a while.
Yeah, how you doing?
Talk to us.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you one thing. Teams need to lose. Why? If you don't lose, you don't get to see the problem. The boy code is broken. We need to fix it. There's only one team that won all the way through. Who was it? Miami. How long ago? Who knows? It's been a while since we haven't seen a winning streak like that. If you don't lose, you cannot fix a problem. Stop complaining. You cannot win it all the way through, especially when you're just getting in the game, baby. Listen to 95.7 The Game, because it's the best you can get right here, baby.
I love
Truth
it.
out.
I was just going to let him go.
And I wanted to say about the Miami the comps, Scotty. They've lost 3 in a row. That's just, it's not one game, it's 3 in a row.
49ers lose 3 in a row last year at all?
Let's see.
Probably not, because they only lost 4 altogether, right? And they started out 3 and
They were 3-5 last year, and then won 12 straight.
Gotcha. Sean,
including the playoffs.
Sean's in San Francisco. Hey, Sean. How you doing, man?
Yeah. I wanted to bring up a couple of points. I think we had concerns about the offensive line before the season started. Without Trent Williams, we're seeing that offensive line really struggle. I think the secondary was always a question mark. Getting acclimated to the new defensive coordinator hasn't quite worked out well, and we're seeing that secondary struggle. Oliver's got to go. We need Womack in there, one of those other young guys, to see what they can do. The only surprise I'm having is with the defensive line and them not getting pressure. But some of these issues we knew coming into the season will be question marks. I think the defensive coordinator's got to do a much better job, and Bosa's got to get on his horse and get us some sacks.
Good call.
Appreciate the call.
When do you think that'll be, Steiny? Is it something technical he's not doing?
Steve Wilkes?
No, Bosa.
Oh, I have no idea.
Damn sure we know he wants to get him and shut everybody up, but man, 19 complete passes by Joe Burrow. That's just think about that. 19 straight on the road.
Yeah.
I've turned into you.
Steiny, the callers that profess to be former quarterbacks remind me of the character Uncle Rico. No. No. Not that last guy. He acknowledged he threw a pick six to Joe Mixon.
Yeah, right.
I mean, to me, if
Joe
he were
is a bad
lying,
dude, man.
He's telling the truth.
Yeah. He's proud of it.
Otherwise, he'd be like, I ran over Joe Mixon.
Steiny, did you see Joe Mixon delivering blows to the linebacker core for the Niners? He was leaning with that shoulder like, pat-ow. And Greenlaw, you got to give him credit, Steiny. He's out there on one leg, man. No excuses, but he's playing hurt.
Roy's in San Leandro. Roy's back.
Yeah.
Hey, Roy, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Going well.
Hey, look, I'm glad to hear both of you. But, I just wanted to say it's a combination of things with the 49ers. It's the offensive line. It's those safeties and defensive backs. I mean, it's just a combination of things because the 49ers would have made the score a lot closer before Purdy threw that interception to that guy. He tipped it and ran for it. They were driving. They were driving. He was driving, and he led the team down the field. But he shouldn't have thrown that. I seen it yesterday on the television, and he just shouldn't. It was a bad. And you have to admit, that Purdy's some of his inexperience is starting to show up, and that's the reason that I'm saying that it's a combination of things. Even though they still should have won that game against Cleveland, just like Steiny said, that they should have won. I mean, beyond any question, that guy just flat out missed that field goal, which he should have. And then, too, the last point I wanted to make was that Lynch should have went out and got a quarterback, either by trade or in the draft, because to pick up some slack when that other guy, the other running back, is not in there. I mean, because you got to remember that at running back, it's a grind. It's a grind. It's a grind. He can take the punishment, but at the same time, you need somebody else to back him up. And Lynch haven't got nobody because that guy named Mitchell is missing in action. I mean, he's always like that.
Roy, good stuff, Roy. Appreciate you hanging in there.
Just think about Mitchell. This was his job. He was the McCaffrey before McCaffrey. He was the lead back. Steiny, every time he gets it, it looks like a tackle for loss. And he ain't getting it much. But the only reason I brought that up is Roy mentioned it, and things do change. This was his job. Got to stay healthy, man.
Yep. They were for most of the first 5 games. Now they're a little banged up, and maybe that changes the team. 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation. What are you most concerned about with this 3-game losing streak? Because there's plenty of worry to go around.
You think anything's going on on a personal front with Wilkes and Shanahan after last week?
Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things where I have no idea. But maybe Wilkes will something will happen in the next couple weeks. I don't think so, but who knows? Who knows?
But they don't look like themselves. They were since the Dallas game. And again, they've kept it at bay to win the Cleveland game. Come on, guys. I understand that. But I'm talking about that nasty, that take your soul. And we saw Cleveland with the screen game. They were running to the outside. That's when I started seeing like, oh, whoa, okay. P.J. Walker. You ain't got Peyton Manning back there. Bernie Kosar. He tweeted something about that. I think he said negligent, Steiny, about that Purdy hit yesterday, the one where he hit his head. No, because he's had a lot of concussions in his day.
Who?
Bernie Kosar.
I know, but who's it
saying
negligent?
the Niners for having Purdy play. That's what his tweet said.
You mean start in the first place?
Yeah. But he cleared the protocol.
888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation on the other side, you can do so. Also, coming up at 12:30, which is after this break, you're going to get your shot today during our show to win a chance to play at Chase Center. Knockout. You and 29 others. We're going to give out 10 slots, as will all the shows. So the contest is going to run for 2 weeks. You're going to listen at 12:30, and then at 12:45, we're going to ask you a question about some of the content. From 12:30 to 12:45, you get the question right, and you will be playing on Chase Center floor. Also, we have John Dickinson, 95.7 The Game's insider for the 49ers and the Golden State Warriors. He's going to join us at 1 o'clock. John Dickinson joining us at 1 o'clock. All right. It's also a Monster Monday. You know what that is? I'll tell you what it is. First of all, it's brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. 888-957-9570 is the number. The Niners have lost 3 in a row. And what's your biggest concern with this losing streak? Is it Purdy? Is it the defense? Is it the O-line? A lot to pick from on 95.7 The Game.
We mark every inch that our kids...
into that defensive front for San Francisco. And from the pocket, Burrow now stepping back, trying to find some breathing room, and it's still alive as he throws, and it's caught by Higgins. What a sensational play by Joe Burrow, and a catch by Higgins.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That catch may have given me the victory over John in fantasy.
You mean the Minnesota Viking head coach? Because that's who he is. Jesus, that's his doppelganger. I beat Kruger. I texted him the score. I'm one of those dudes.
Are you?
He took his print screen.
Okay. Hit it. All right, there it is. There's the foghorn or the air horn or whatever you want to call it. All right, so at 12:45, you're going to have a chance to call in and answer a question about what we've talked about for the last 15 minutes, and that'll give you a shot to play knockout at Chase Center. Real quick, Goo, I did want to ask you about the San Francisco Zoo. You were at the San Francisco Zoo on Saturday.
Yeah, you hurt my feelings. But, yeah, I was at the zoo. Steiny, let me tell you.
Why did I hurt your feelings?
It was booing the zoo because I put up a video of a young lady, a little girl. They all had to come up and see the judges. So I had the mic, and you go, Guru, you scared that little girl. And I was great with the kids, but the video I put, I could see you getting to that. But, Steiny, the line was around the corner.
Really?
So many great entries. And guess who won the top prize? This kid was Zelda, the video game.
Who?
Zelda.
I've never.
Oh, God.
Evan, you've never heard of Zelda, right?
The video game Zelda.
Of course I've heard of Zelda.
Oh, boy.
And kudos
John.
to the kid.
More of a Link guy.
Oh, boy.
Okay.
But anyway,
right.
Just the creativity to win in all the outfits. And the kids came up.
Let me be honest, because I did say to you, the little child looked a little scared.
And she was
as she was approaching.
Yeah, she was a pussycat.
Yeah. Actually, the mom looked more scared. Guru was like, come here. I got some candy for you. And mom's like, easy, Bridget. Be careful.
Took a lot of good pictures. Of course, I messed them up, but I only posted one. Dude, they treated me like a king. It was awesome. Hey, real
Any
quick,
food?
No food.
Oh.
San Francisco Zoo.
Yeah, it's nice.
You seen the water over there? It was over. I went and took a walk. The water where the beach is along that peninsula or what
Ocean Beach?
Pacific Ocean? It's the Pacific? The Great Pacific.
Oh, boy. Dude, that is paradise. It was over. I just went and shout out Ryan Crawford. I went solo and just thought about a lot of stuff.
So
I didn't know that was there. It's been that long since I've been over there. So
we live near a body of water called the Pacific Ocean. It's one of the bigger oceans in the world. I'll tell you what's a big ocean, the Indian Ocean.
It's been around for a while.
Oh, boy, you guys. Dude, it's beautiful.
Hey, I got to tell you, earlier today, we snapped at you a little bit.
And now I'm here for you, man. I knew it.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I had a terrible night's sleep.
Dude, not the hip?
Yeah, the hip really bothered me.
You need some medical gummies. I just hear I try to get my dad to take them. They knock you out.
Yeah, I rolled over. It was 12:30. I rolled over. It was 12:33. I rolled over. It was 12:39, and so on. So I can't stop yawning today. I'm going to try to regroup, watch the Warriors. Zion playing tonight?
Yeah. It seems like everybody's taking this serious. Somebody about the Warriors said, you said Friday's game, I got to keep you honest. Okay. I'm doing this for the people, the fans. They said, you said this was a great barometer for young versus old. And so the Warriors did good.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. So if I say...
The person thought you were running from that. I knew you wouldn't.
Okay. So if I say, Kings and Warriors tonight, it's a young team against an old team. Be interested to see if the Warriors can hold up and da-da-da-da-da. Oh, yeah, they held up.
Yeah.
They won. Now, I do remember saying that place is going to be a zoo. You know what? I'm kicking myself right now, and I'll tell you why.
Sabonis, I was in the house, Donnie. Sabonis still, man.
What?
He got a Warrior problem. And there was no Draymond. I know you know this.
No, I'm
feeling Chris Paul, though. We'll get to it tomorrow.
I was going to say something. I forgot what I was going to say.
I'll talk you out of it.
What do you guys think as far as the 49ers and the Bengals game is concerned was the most positive thing you could take from it? Like, what was something that you did like? Because there was a lot kind of coming down the other road.
See what you're doing there.
I'm just trying to spin this thing.
All right. What was the best thing about yesterday afternoon's game if you're the 49ers? I would say, it's had to be George Kittle, right?
149 yards. Also, I believe became the franchise leader in yards among tight ends.
Those are just numbers. You know what I'm saying?
Hollow.
No, not
you
necessarily
already know.
hollow,
Okay.
but just
because I got mine.
Go ahead.
Brock Purdy's wheels. I mean, Steiny, Romo was wild on one where looked like the nose guard was about to get him. The lineman was about to get him, and he just did, what do you call it, the skedaddle, or what did we deem it? And he got away, but, 6 for 57. The dude's elusive. He's not a statue, man.
Definitely not. He's absolutely not a statue. I would say George Kittle, to me, is my bright spot, and I really can't figure out. I can't figure out. It doesn't feel like they have a plan for Kittle. He just kind of, if he's there one game, he's there. If he's not, he's not. I don't know.
But he had a good game.
Yeah, he did. Let's go to Steven. Steven's in Las Vegas. Hey, Steven, what's going on, man?
LV.
Not much. Lifetime Niners fan, but kind of younger fan. I'm only 30, so, I didn't get to live through those Joe Montana, Steve Young years.
That's a shame.
In my whole lifetime, other than Alex Smith, Brock Purdy's the first quarterback where I'm a fan. I want his jersey. And just, seeing these fans, they jumped on the bandwagon. They loved him. Now he has 3 games where you can't put it on him. Yes, he made some bad plays, but he also made some plays where I'm like, oh, damn, that's Purdy. You want to see Jimmy make that play. You want to see, Trey make that play. That's what he brings. And this fan base, I'm not going to compare Purdy to Joe Montana. He has a long way to go to that till he's anywhere near that. But this fan base would not have let Joe Montana become Joe Montana. You look at his first 4 years in the NFL, 2-14, 6-9. It wasn't until his third season he went 13-3. The next year he only plays 9 games, but he goes 3-6. This fan base nowadays would have been calling for him to get fired, to get kicked out. They wouldn't have let Joe be Joe. And, let this guy play. He made a few mistakes, but he's young and he's learning.
Good stuff, Steve, in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Hey, Brock, what happened on that first interception?
Yeah, man, I should have handed it off. Simple as that. It was an option play with George coming backside to toss it to him. Once I pulled it to go toss it to him, it wasn't there. So I tried making something up and just scrambling to the right. At that point, I got to know that the linemen are downfield, and I just got to try to get what I can get. But to throw the ball in itself would be a penalty, and I got to be better. So I saw Elijah in the corner of the end zone, tried making something happen there, but regardless, it would have been a penalty. So that's on me.
Yeah, that was a bad. I'm sorry, Stoney. I'm gonna say it. That was a game changer.
It hurt. Absolutely hurt. And then I think on the very next play, they
30 yards downfield, right in the middle of the field, they were just getting whapped. Whop, whop.
What?
Whop. Those are the passes from Burrow to his receivers. Whop, whop, 15, 20. That's a quarterback.
What are the 4
Burrow,
interceptions?
Stoney. Huh?
What do you call the 4 incompletes? If 28 are whop wops, what
they don't get a sound.
They don't get a sound.
Yeah.
Let's see.
That's a 3.
Let's go to Joe. Joe's in San Francisco. He's got a little issue with the secondary.
Oh, boy.
A primary issue with the secondary. Go ahead. Yes.
Joe.
Yeah, he's done. Let's go to we'll go to Sway in San Francisco. What's up, Sway? How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Going well.
All right. Okay. So as our losses are starting to mount up, they're starting to stack up. everybody's asking, well, who's to blame more, the coaches or the players? And I say there's more than enough blame to go around. For the coaches, they need to be able to realize that week 8, there's more than enough film for the opposing team to see all the holes in Purdy's game and in our offense. Also for the defense, we're tied with Buffalo this season. We're with 55 penalties. That's all around penalties, offense and defense.
Wow.
For first. So we have the most penalties. Also, it's like our secondary. Man, these guys are getting ate up in the corners. They need to step it up,
Appreciate the call.
Stoney tied with Buffalo, 55 total penalties in the NFL. That's a lot. You would think it wouldn't be that much. I know it's happened under Kyle before, but I mean, I can't.
Wait, is that worse than the league? The Niners,
the most.
The Niners have been the most penalized team
tied
in
with
the
the Bills. He said
NFL?
55 apiece. Wow. Well, I'll say this: I don't know Kyle Shanahan, but he seems like he manages with fear. But when you lead in those blunders or penalties, then I feel like the guys aren't scaring you. But he said something that hit me. You tell me what you think. Okay, yeah, these haven't been Brock Purdy's best 3 games. But I never once, and you could, come on, Goo, I never once thought, you know what, there's more tape out there. Minnesota's watching the tape. Cleveland's watching the tape more so than Purdy's just making the mental errors. Where are you at on you think?
Well, what are they trying to get him to do after watching the tape?
Well, I would try to get him to throw in the middle of the field, and that's where he didn't even see one of the backers yesterday.
Yeah, it looks like that's what teams are trying to do. I mean, look, if you got Christian McCaffrey and the 49ers fancy themselves a running team,
they
then
shut
you know
it
what?
down yesterday.
Then you want to make Purdy beat you with his arm.
And I think that's the title of the jam. But you know what? Trent Williams was gone, so I'm sure that would have helped the run game. But even though McCaffrey 12 for 50, average 4.5 a pop, only 12 carries.
Yeah, I mean he usually gets 18 carries, so that was a little bit strange. And let's go to Brian in New Jersey. What's up, Brian?
I'm a huge 49er fan. I'm up in New Jersey. Got to listen to these people with their Jets and their Giants talk dirty about my team, and it's really sickening. I really want to say that guy, the defensive coordinator Wilkes. Stevie, I don't care what nobody say. Yo, listen, I don't care what nobody say. He got to go because that defense look lost. It's like you're not doing your homework. You're not even looking at the weaknesses of Joe Burrow and them. He passed that well yesterday. Come on, man. Because Brock Purdy, he made 2 bad interceptions. Yeah, they're bad. But he looked pretty decent besides them. And it's going to be growing pains with, a second-year player. So I'm not really worried about him. That defense I'm worried about. They can't even run the ball. And they running the ball down our throat, y'all. What is going on?
Yeah, he might have got him 27.
Brian, I'm with you. That's my number one concern is the defense more so than Brock Purdy. All right, there it is. If you want to have a chance to play on the Chase Center floor, a game of knockout, now is the time. The contest line is 415-523-4692. It is not the other number. It is not the number used to call and text. All right, here's the question. For a chance to play on Chase Center floor, Guru and I just came up with one positive each for yesterday's game against the Bengals. I said one, he said another. The phone number is 415-523-4692 for a chance to play at Chase Center.
Wow.
A game of knockout. What were either Guru and I positive about from yesterday's game? One of the two will suffice. 415-523-4692. And don't forget, your next chance to win will be on Willard and Dibbs at 4:30. Same situation. Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Today is 3:30. It's an outlier because of the Warriors game. 3:30 today. you'll have another opportunity to play knockout. So there it is. And we'll give you the details. And if you don't win today, you can play tomorrow and Wednesday and Thursday, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, as Yul Brynner would say in The King and I.
Huh?
You have any idea what I'm talking about?
No.
Okay. The King and I is just a wonderful, wonderful Broadway show that starred Yul Brynner back in the day, and also called Anna and the King of Siam. But yeah, he would always, he was learning English, and he learned the word et cetera, and he always would say et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yul Brynner. And and then my sister, when she was a senior in high school, played the role of Anna, the Siam thing. My sister's very talented, great.
Did she go on to?
She went on to college,
like down the field of the arts.
She didn't go to Broadway, if that's what you meant.
Right. Did she try?
No, but she's always been a thespian.
Okay.
She ended up going to an all-women's college back east, and then transferred to Georgetown for a year, and then graduated from there. And anyway, shout out to Gretch.
Hey, Gretch.
Yeah, she's all right. 888-957-9570 is the number. And what are you most concerned about after the 49ers lose their third consecutive game? Oh, boy.
Hey, Steiny, I think we got a minor typo in our contest line. I want to let everyone know that the number to call in is 415-523-5652. 4652. 415-523-4652. That's the number.
All right. And whose fault isn't that?
Yours.
Thank you.
That is great.
I don't care whose it is. Just make sure it ain't mine. 415-523-46. Oh, 569. 415-523-5692.
4652.
All right, Evan, say
415-523-4652.
Yeah, we almost got it right. Actually, we didn't. It wasn't even close. Oh, boy, I'm watching Burrow right now. What a beautiful fade.
Can I tell you their numbers?
We got 9 more opportunities, Steiny. Don't beat yourself up too much.
Can I tell you the Bengals offensive numbers coming into this game yesterday?
Sure.
Can you tell me if they match what we saw?
Okay.
Against the passing, the Bengals and Joe Burrow, they came into yesterday's game 26. That's at the bottom.
Okay.
Rushing, 31st. And they came in and did whatever they wanted to do from the jump. Burrow almost threw a pick on the first try. You got to catch that. I know it's one play. Who was that dropped it, Evan?
Probably Flynn.
Oh, man.
I don't know who.
You hope that would have changed the game, but they didn't look like that yesterday. Stoney, that looked like a well-oiled offense.
Can we check on a stat, please?
Which is?
According to the 408, the 49ers are middle of the pack in penalties.
He said tied with Buffalo for 55.
That is correct.
Right, but this guy's saying that's 17th most in the league.
55 penalties is tied with Buffalo for the most. Now, the amount of yards against penalties-wise might be middle of the pack, but number of penalties are number one.
Evan.
Well, I'm not trying to get in the middle of anything here.
Our caller was right.
408.
I trust the callers.
Well, I'm looking at the texter that's saying the 408.
Tell him he's wrong.
I don't know that he is.
Evan just double-checked.
The 49ers are in the middle of the pack. 17th most penalized. Dude didn't know what he was talking about.
Evan just double-checked.
That's from the 408. Well, he's sometimes wrong. Too.
Evan.
Evan. I mean,
he's 98%. Evan, you're 99, but
I'll take 97 for Nick Bosa. We're both off the field.
But Evan just said they're tied with Buffalo, Stoney.
Right. For worst in the league or somewhere else. Okay.
How do you fix this, man? That's what today's show was supposed to be about. How do you fix it?
Yeah. Let's see here. I had something. How about this one, Goo? You ready?
Yep.
My favorite allergy song is Blowing in the Wind by Peter Pollen Mary. Get it, Evan? Peter Pollen Mary. Ha! My mom sends me one a day. She loves me.
Hey, that made me chuckle.
She loves wordplay, my mom.
We got JD at 1, Stoney.
Mm-hmm.
He was there.
Yes, he was.
Kyle.
Yes, he was.
So I'm going to put another rat on the table. It's been a couple hours since you screamed at me. You think? Yeah,
I let you go.
I'm playing.
But you know what? Real quick, though.
Yeah.
I have really figured it. You just take a step back and let you go.
That's what I did.
No, that's what I did.
No, you were screaming the whole.
No.
Yeah, Stoney, you came out screaming. I didn't want to tell you. Even before we got you, was just screaming.
No,
I get it. I'm here for you. But
see, that pisses me off.
Listen,
does he not? Sam?
I love you, buddy. You
were getting ready to say something.
I'm about to tell.
Yeah.
I'm about to pay it off. Do you think a couple more performances like these from Brock, we could even see a quarterback change or a thought? Because I'm sorry, Stoney. Sam Darnold, I'm starting to wonder if Kyle's starting to wonder. Because what irritates a ball coach more, like Kyle, is turnovers. And we're seeing Purdy do that just the last 3 games, people. Everybody relax. I know. But he's doing it to himself. And it was 17-10. They're at the 10, late third. I counted at least a field goal, and boy, you miss a handoff and then throw a pick. I just wonder how far Darnold is if we continue to see bad Brock, where this thing is going. Because like you said, we got a few games left, more than a few. Or is he above that? And if you think he's above, like you still, even if you said no, we don't know, but you might think his portfolio he's done enough to where that ain't even on the table.
I don't know how Kyle truly feels about the way Purdy's quarterbacked. I know that I think it was after the Minnesota game, he said he was almost flawless, but that may just be coach speak or not. 650. Can we talk about how the Warriors have won 2 road games early, Steiny? No. After 2 games.
What did Evan say this morning? How close are they to last year's total? Just with those 2 wins? I forget. But, man, what a hell of a start.
49ers have 55 total penalties for 475 yards, tied for first in number of penalties with Buffalo, the 3rd most penalty yards. The other texter needs to check their facts.
Don't you get it? When Evan said he did it, you didn't even have to go do that.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. Let's let me know.
Get it together.
Let me know who's going to
slipping away.
What's that?
Home field is slipping away. Philly has 1 effing loss.
Let me ask you this, Evan. Will we give the name of the person on the other side who's playing the knockout game?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. That's really good. John Dickinson is on the other side on 95.7 The Game. He was at the 49ers game last night. We check in with John every Monday. He's our 49ers insider, and we're going to do so again today. And it'd be interesting to hear what JD has to say.
The mood of the locker room, too, Stan.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number for conversation after the break. But John Dickinson on the other side. And don't forget, it's a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. John Dickinson, 95.7 The Game's NFL and NBA insider, coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
This 95.7 The Game.
Stein and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game, and let's welcome in 95.7 The Game's reporter John Dickinson, who was at Levi Stadium yesterday watching the Cincinnati Bengals beat the San Francisco 49ers 31-17. JD, one of the things we've been batting around today is what are you most concerned about with this team? Because after the last 3 games, it looks like there's a few things that are concerning. How would you answer that question?
The defense right now, I think above all. I think the defense was the most concerning aspect of the Minnesota game, and I think the defense is the most concerning aspect coming out of yesterday's game. They got absolutely shredded by the Cincinnati Bengals. And look, the Bengals have Joe Burrow, who's an elite quarterback. They have 3 really good wide receivers. Joe Mixon's pretty good. In a lot of ways, it was the worst team or one of the worst teams the 49ers could have probably faced, given everything that's been going on with them on a short week, with the Bengals having extra time to prep coming off their bye, and the 49ers almost limping. I mean, that was the big takeaway from a week ago, being in Minnesota, and the aftermath of that game is the Niners really seemed to me like they were limping toward the bye. Like they wanted the bye to be yesterday and not next week. And so I thought it was going to be really difficult for them to gather themselves to win the game yesterday. I think yesterday was probably a game, guys, that they could have been 7-0 and they probably would have lost yesterday's game. So I think as we move outward in the big picture, yesterday's game is kind of the one-off for me, although it compounds a lot of the problems that have been there the last couple of weeks. To me, it goes back to, and the Niners can't do anything about it other than lick their wounds, maybe add somebody at the trade deadline and try and perform better after their week off. But it's the Browns game now and the Minnesota game that really stick out as this team sits at 5-3 and second in the NFC West now. Forget about Philadelphia for a second and being, going to the Super Bowl and who's going to host the title game. I mean, they're now behind Seattle, they're behind Detroit, they're behind Dallas. All of these teams that I think 2 weeks ago we wouldn't have thought that'd be possible, but they're sixth in the NFC now and only a game ahead of Minnesota, obviously, who lost Kirk Cousins, so they're probably done. But they're fighting for a playoff spot at this point as much as they're fighting to be the number 1 seed. JD, you couldn't have said it any better. I started the show and told Steiny, not that anybody cared, I was the guy looking at the schedule saying maybe 17-0. It's home field advantage, and now they're not even in first, just like you mentioned, in their own division. I want to be careful here because I don't have the answers about the defense. But from your experience, what's on the table, if anything, in regard to Wilks? Could somebody, if he didn't could he lose those duties if his unit if this didn't get better? Is that even an option? Or no, they just ride it out with him to the end? I think they're going to ride it out with him to the end. And this has all happened so quickly. It's really 2 bad games. The defense wasn't horrible in the Browns game, and the Browns were able to rush on them a little bit. But, 2 weeks ago, we weren't really having conversations about, what's going on with Steve Wilks and does he need to be replaced and would that be on the table at the bye? I think what really opened the door to that was the one play at the end of the first half in Minnesota, and there was just so much made about that play. Then you've got Nick Bosa and Fred Warner huddling up after the game in Minnesota in the locker room, and you're thinking, what's going on there? I do think there's been a disconnect between all of the blitzing, as I've mentioned to you guys a bunch of times, that Wilks likes to do versus what this 49ers defense has been successful doing over the years. And then yesterday, I think is in large part opponent-based yesterday, so I'm more tend to not make too much of the fact that the Bengals did what they did to the 49ers defense, but on the back end of the last 2 games, it all seems worse. But as far as the game plan yesterday, it almost seemed like the 49ers had a little conversation last week about getting back to basics and 4-man rush and not going to blitz as much, and the Bengals picked them apart when they did that. So it's almost back to the drawing board now and continuing to find that balance. Look, the 49ers secondary, guys, is just not very good unless the defensive line is getting pressure and getting to the quarterback, and they haven't been getting enough pressure. When they have gotten pressure, they haven't been able to get home. So the elite quarterbacks are always going to find a way. We saw Joe Burrow do it when he was able to evade Armstead and Bosa on that first series and pick up a first down. Kyle Shanahan said that set a bad tone for the afternoon. And, that's really been, I think, indicative of the 49ers' defensive issues. The secondary isn't very good unless the defense is getting home. Warner and Greenlaw's clearly banged up. Warner didn't have his best game, obviously, yesterday either. So it's just compounded matters. I think they need to do something at the deadline. I'm sure you guys have talked about it the last 3 hours. There's under 24 hours to go now until the trade deadline. I think the 49ers need to make at least one, if not two, defensive additions, whether it's a pass rusher or somebody that can be in the secondary and play on the outside that maybe could allow Lenore to move inside, and then that could take care of two problems with one move in the secondary. And then if you add some pass rush, that just helps everybody. Now, are the Niners going to be willing to give up the draft capital that it takes to do that? Remains to be seen, but I think as all in as they've been, Steiny, on this season, almost in a weird way, acting like it's their best and last chance. I find it hard to believe that they would just let tomorrow pass and ride it out with what they have.
John Dickinson joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's our reporter. He was at the 49ers game against the Bengals. D'Amico Ryans and Robert Saleh were two defensive coordinators that were on the sidelines. Steve Wilks is in the booth. I'm starting to hear some stuff about that, whether it could be more advantageous to be on the sidelines. Can you kind of characterize the positives and negatives of having a defensive coordinator on the sidelines versus one in the booth? Do you have a preference? Do coaches have a preference? Just give me some insight as to what guys do what.
Yeah, it's just, to me, it's the individual preference. Some guys like to be down there in the trenches around the guys, able to still, communicate and watch what's going on from that angle. I know Wilks has said he prefers to have and is more comfortable with the all 22 overview angle and basically the ability to keep everything kind of laid out and organized in front of him, being up in the booth. And so for him, there's a comfort level with that in terms of calling the defense. Others view it differently. And look, I think, it's natural for people to say, hey, the Niners have had success with a couple of coordinators doing it one way. It's not exactly working out here these last 2.5 games with Wilks, who it likes to do it another way. Does there need to be some kind of a change? But ultimately, I think that's going to be a conversation between Kyle Shanahan and Steve Wilks. And I think the onus would be on Wilks to say, I think I would be better off moving down to the field. I don't get the impression, though, at this point that that's something that necessarily would happen. I think Wilks, the Niners defense performed pretty damn well the first 5.5 games of the season. And so I think there's a belief that they have enough talent and get some things tweaked and can get back on track, maybe even adding, like I said, a player or two from the outside. So I definitely think there's going to be a lot of conversations about a lot of different things this week, but I really wouldn't expect there to be drastic changes unless things are internally a lot more frayed and gone than meets the eye, at least to my eye.
Jay, I can admit I'm having trouble processing everything I'm seeing from Brock. Was he horrible yesterday? No, but one of his great attributes was he didn't turn over the rock. Yesterday, they're going into tie late third quarter. You're in the stadium. Can you just walk us through what you've seen from him and where you're at with the last few games with him turning the ball over all of a sudden?
Yeah, the 49ers were absolutely flat out lucky to be in a position where it was 17-10. That game to me, it ends 31-17. It felt like it was 48-17. It really did in terms of the way the Bengals were able to move the ball up and down the field on the 49ers. But as far as Purdy, and look, the Niners made it, forced a turnover and The Bengals missed a kick and left some points out there. Obviously, it was why it was in that position. But as you look at Purdy specifically, fellas, I think it's two things, and it's one. Again, I'm gonna sound like I'm being redundant because we've talked about it a little bit these last few weeks. But it's you take guys away. Debo's gone, and teams are stacking up McCaffrey, who I think is a little bit banged up, and that changes things in terms of the offense. And then the other thing is he's playing from behind more. I mean, the 49ers have been ahead a lot with Brock Purdy at quarterback because they're getting out, they're scoring first. Then the defense is able to kind of come after the opposition, and then the 49ers can kind of pile on and play from a position of advantage. They're not running the football. I thought George Kittle really said it. I mean, too many penalties. They're not running the football enough, and part of the reason they're not running the football enough, I think, is because, one, teams are stopping them, but the other part of it is the 49ers are getting behind more than they have been. And with the Niners getting behind more than they have been, I think that's when Kyle Shanahan typically, with a quarterback now that he trusts in Brock Purdy, he's going to throw it more. And I think when quarterbacks are playing from behind, they're more apt to make mistakes. They're more apt to take risks. I mean, you look at the first interception, and Purdy had no business throwing the ball because he should have known that the play wasn't going to count anyway if he threw the ball. So, I mean, at that point, that's the ultimate to me in you're down 17-10. You're feeling like, oh, my God, we're lucky we're in this game right now. I need to do something. Haven't done much today. I need to do something. Bonehead play turns into an interception. And then I think the second interception similarly is, all right, now you're down and you're trying to make something happen, and you don't see somebody over the middle of the field, and you throw it right to him. I mean, to me, it's the thing that happens when quarterbacks play from behind, and we just hadn't seen Purdy play from behind a lot, and it makes every quarterback, I think, more vulnerable.
No, good stuff, JD.
John Dickinson joining us on 95.7 The Game. Our reporter, he was at the 49er Bengal game. Let me ask you about Nick Bosa. I mean, what's going on? He's got 2.5 sacks if you go back to 11 games. If you go back to last year, I mean, what do you think's going on, JD?
Yeah, it's a good one. I'm a little more perplexed on that one, guys. I mean, it just, I mean, teams are obviously going to pay a lot of attention to him. I mean, I wonder, and I mean, he said within the last week that he thought maybe that his own created layoff may have caused a little bit of an issue as far as, him being where he wanted to be at the beginning of the season, and there's been some carryover. I personally kind of cringed when I saw that. Like even if you think that's true, don't admit that because you created that. Like and I think that was, remember, if that is part of it, remember that's what we were talking about in August. We were talking about the fact that, this could have an impact. Bosa's holdout could have an impact because he may not be the player. And then every time anybody wanted to broach that, it was, oh, no, can't do that, can't say that. Bosa doesn't practice anyway. But, he'd be here, but he would be, he'd be on the sideline because the 49ers are going to keep him in bubble wrap, and none of that matters. He's so good, it doesn't matter. Well, I guess he's saying, at least he did here within the last week, that maybe he set himself up to not be, I don't know whether it's in as good a shape. I mean, the guy looks like he's in pretty great shape, but whether it's a timing issue or whatever it is, but it just seems a lot of the power rush moves for him have just not worked as successfully as they have in other times. And I also think there has been pressure, but he and the rest of the defensive line just haven't been able to actually get the sacks. I mean, I go back to that 3rd and 10 right off the shoot. I mean, Armstead and Bosa both. I mean, when you get the guy, you gotta get him on the ground. And the 49ers haven't been able to do that. They've missed those opportunities. I mean, how different is yesterday if the 49ers sack Burrow just on that first possession and they don't go down and score a touchdown. I mean, I think you could make a case maybe the Niners are ahead in the third quarter, which would have been stunning considering the way that you look at how the rest of the game played out.
JD, if I could piggyback real quick here, and if Oliver catches that interception that Burrow threw early on that first drive that hit the ground. Jay, we did shows. I looked at you. I know your facial expression, and I said to you, because I was drunk on the Niner offense and their weaponry, I was like, Jay, maybe they don't even need Debo. He could possibly be the odd man out. And I was drunk on the offense looking great. But why do you think Purdy misses Debo so much? Because I can't ignore the fact that this kind of started the problems when he left in Cleveland.
Yeah, it started with Debo being out and McCaffrey both being out in that game. And I still think McCaffrey isn't 100%. Now, he's the last person that would want to say that or anything. He just doesn't seem like he has quite the burst that he had earlier on. But it's Debo's ability to run some of the plays that McCaffrey runs. You can hit Debo on a little bit of an end around. You can use him to stretch the outside of defenses a little bit. I think you can use Debo Samuel in a lot of ways to counter some of the things that defenses do to try to stack up against McCaffrey with the short passing game and with even bringing him around and handing it off to him in Kyle Shanahan's offense. So he really is, I think, an integral chess piece for Shanahan. And I think the one thing that we've seen is, at least in this iteration, I know Shanahan over the years has lost players and adjusted, and you have to fix the offense. And sometimes I think that can take a couple of weeks when you lose significant players in your offense and on your chessboard. But I think with this team, for whatever reason, they have proven that they need everybody to be at their best, and when they haven't had everybody, they've quickly turned ordinary. From a great offense to pretty good offense that can be slowed down and can make mistakes and maybe can not be as explosive as we've been used to seeing them when they're whole. So I think Trent Williams being out is also a big part of this. I think that's been under-discussed because there haven't been the glaring mistakes from Jalen Moore that can happen when a backup left tackle is playing. Like, it hasn't been like he's been a turnstile through the last couple of games. I mean, he's been, I think, solid, but at the same time, he can be solid and not be Trent Williams, where certain plays that maybe the 49ers would be running to the left would break free for bigger gains that keep the sticks moving. That hasn't been there. So I think they got to get Debo back. They got to get Trent Williams back and use this bye week to recalibrate. And look, things aren't getting any easier. I mean, the Jags just swept October 5-0 and won games on different continents and all kinds of things. So, I mean, that's not going to be an easy game. The Jags have their bye next week as well. And then Tampa, and then now these games with Seattle. Thanksgiving night's a huge game. At Philly, huge game. Seattle again in December, huge game. I mean, that's the one thing that these last 3 weeks have done for the 49ers. It's really set up the fact that they're going to have 4 or 5 massive games here of these last 9, which in a way I think is going to make it all the more entertaining to watch.
John Dickinson, 95.7 The Game's reporter, joining us here on Steiny and Guru. Let me finish up with a Warrior question, and you can listen to JD after tonight's ball game against the New Orleans Pelicans. He'll have Warriors wrap for you. Just what do you think of the Warriors' first 3-game start with a couple road wins early?
Yeah, I thought the game in Sacramento was really the early turning point. I mean, it's one thing to talk about all the things that you think you can do better, but you have to go out and turn it into wins. And for them to, I think, up against it a little bit, middle of the second quarter in Sacramento, basically take control of that game from the middle of the second until the middle of the fourth and get the contributions that they had, from others, to have Steph Curry, put the team on his back, and really in both of the last 2 games. He did it in the final 6 minutes last night. But I think you're seeing where Chris Paul really fits. I think in these really the first 3 games, but the last 2 in particular, I think maybe they're a little too Steph having to be dominant dependent at times. I mean, they were still, I don't want to say in trouble last night, down a couple with 6 minutes to go, but they needed Steph to be special to win it. It was good to see Klay Thompson have a better game, but I do think the pieces for this team connect a lot better than last year's team, but they're going to have to stay healthy. I mean, I think Kuminga and Klay Thompson are questionable for tonight. Their intention is to play all the veterans tonight in New Orleans, which is something they didn't do a couple of times last year on the second of a back-to-back. So maybe there's a little bit more urgency to do that this year and get wins when you're closer to whole, which I think is important. But I think it's, the game in Sacramento was huge. It got them on the board. Then they go to Houston. That's a game I think everybody would say they should win. And now we'll see where they're at in the first of the back-to-back after that. But to me, the road wins, I know Steve Kerr downplayed it after the game in Sacramento, and I was on hand at Golden One Center. He said, last year, not worried about road wins. This group's won a lot of road games. I completely disagreed with him. I thought the game Friday night was huge to get one. Now you've got 2. I mean, the Warriors didn't have 2 road wins until, December last year? So to me, staying ahead of 500 and winning games that you're supposed to win is going to be really important for this team this year. And, so far so good, but they're going to have to stay healthy, which I still think is long-term probably a bigger question mark.
All right, JD, stuff, appreciate it, man, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, you got it, fellas.
All right, that's John Dickinson, 95.7 The Game's reporter. He was at the Warriors game in Sac on Friday. He was at the 49er game against the Cincinnati Bengals yesterday.
Yeah, a lot of stuff. And I'll say this about the Niners in this bye week. I know when Debo is dealing with this fracture, Steiny, who's to say hopefully he's back when they play Jacksonville. But now I'm telling you, before I go in the lab, I know now, I'm going out on a limb here, that Brock needs Debo and just what he brings in regard to keeping the defense honest. Now, a lot of people say, it ain't got nothing to do with him reading the coverages and making those throws, but you need Debo. You need more variety. You wanted to see him without his weaponry or some. I think we got a good glimpse of that. And obviously you need Trent back. But, Steiny, this defense, I think something's brewing. I don't know. But they need to get their groove back like Stella, or I think some stuff is going to go down. And when you say that, Steiny, I don't know. Duties, not a firing, but this can't keep up.
888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. And we'll jump into some calls on the other side.
Right.
But the 49ers, they lose their third straight game, 31-17 to the Cincinnati Bengals. And we'll talk about it on the other side. What is your most concerning aspect of this 3-game losing streak if you're a San Francisco 49er fan? Don't forget, it's a Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Also, that segment was brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports. That was John Dickinson.
Good stuff.
And if you want to react to anything JD said, whether it's about the 49ers or even about the Golden State Warriors, next segment is where you can do it. It's Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. 49ers have dropped 3 in a row. How you feeling if you're a San Francisco 49er fan on 95.7 The Game?
and goal. Here's the give. Tying the record. Yes, he does. Touchdown, Christian McCaffrey.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Steiny Guru with you on a Monday afternoon in the Bay.
Yes, sir.
49ers lose their third straight game. This one 31-17 against the Cincinnati Bengals. And we've been talking about what concerns you most about this team. And Evan just was in our ear saying, what does this team need, if anything? And obviously it feels like it needs some help on the defense, but I don't know. The trade deadline's tomorrow, so maybe we'll see some action out of the 49ers.
But JD shocked me when he said defensive line. Somebody called me a fool right now because you just brought in Randy Gregory. He was showing some promise early, but you brought in Hargrave. You got Armstead. You got Bosa. Both of those guys got their money, so why are we not getting the production? Why are the Niner fans not seeing those guys just turn into junkyard dogs? Ask me, Steiny, they need a corner. How about that? They need a cornerback. When I'm watching these Niner games, these guys are either committing flags or getting picked on. And Oliver, Steiny, cornerback's best friend is a pass rush, but still show me something. They were getting lit up yesterday, and I would go corner if I were Lynch. That's what I'd be shopping for.
Let's go out to Philmo Mike.
Let's hear it is.
Philmo, what's going on? By the way, do you see Philmo had Mr. Fab on? Wash Your Back?
Oh, no, we got podcast? Fab on Friday. Yeah, I'm going to listen to it on the way home.
Oh. What's up, man?
I appreciate the love.
Yeah, I appreciate the love, man. Hey, if the listeners ain't watched they back, make sure they go watch they back. They don't need to be listening to nothing 95.7, my station, no station, if they ain't watched they back. Anyway, though,
I love you.
Man, I was just gonna get on Oliver, man. Oliver, I don't know, man. Like I said early in the year, he's no Jimmy Ward. You know what I'm saying? Like he don't got no, like at least Jimmy Ward had like speed. He can't keep up. He getting burnt from the line of scrimmage. Also, people was talking, harping, we don't need Debo. I told you, we need everybody.
Man.
We need everybody. Debo does things that when Kittle can't get the ball, Kittle electrifies the team as well. But when Kittle can't get the ball, you give it to Debo, you can give it to him in multiple situations, and he lifts up the team. Y'all have to understand that. Football is a team sport. There's certain players on the field. They bring morale to the team. Debo he does that for the Niners, man. So we have to realize that. So that's what my biggest concern is. When is Debo gonna get back, and how injured is he? Because it's a hairline fracture. So it's almost there. So it ain't like when he even come back, we can even use him how we want to use him. So that's my concern.
That's good. That's
Fair
good
enough,
stuff.
Filmo.
And how easy is it to get the ball in Debo's hands? That goes a long ways, Donnie, for Brock Purdy. Get a positive play, chains moving. Then he can wop. But when you don't have that,
I thought wop was just a pass.
No,
you can do a wop on a run?
Yeah, a three-pointer's a wop. Just anything to hit you and cut you.
Three-pointer in basketball.
Yeah. Oh, we got a donation, $9.99 from Left Coast, Maine. Wilkes should come down from the booth, not for rah-rah chest bumps, but to communicate with players and what they're seeing in real time. There's got to be something there, right?
I don't know.
Remember Robert Saleh and D'Amico looking like they played?
Yeah, I'm never a fan of that look myself.
To be fair, and I love you, you didn't play. You know what I mean? You don't play the sport of football. So to the guys, I'm wondering if that means, could they use some of that?
See,
or Oliver, get your butt in gear.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it. No, that would do it. I'll tell you what, if Wilkes comes down to the sidelines and says, Oliver, get your butt in gear.
Or some other
I got to believe he'll rise to the occasion.
Or some other choice words.
Miles is in Hayward. Hey, Miles.
The stack.
Hey, Miles, how you doing, man?
I'm doing fine. I think the 49ers is exactly where they should be.
Mm.
And we about to say that because they know when they lost that guy Ford on the other end, right? They didn't re-sign him because injuries. They didn't get a pass rush on the other side. Okay, and they need a cornerback. And as far as the coach Bills is concerned, there's a disconnect because it doesn't matter if he's on the field or not. He's disconnected because they had the former defensive coach they had. They were solidly connected to the team, whether they were on the booth or on the field. This guy got a different style, right? Okay? And so both of them are used to somebody down there, patting them on the back, come right, all this stuff like that. And this guy that is not as good as the defensive coordinator they've had in the past, he ain't as good. And so he's trying to figure stuff out, right? So, and then the injuries and stuff like that. So I think all stuff to look aside, the penalties and stopping the drives, Debo's out. McCaffrey got hurt. Come on, man. You got to realize we're lucky we're 5-3.
That's Miles and Hayward.
Wow, after being 5-0.
I mean, I thought they deserved to win all 5 of their first games, and they might have been able to squeak out a win against Cleveland.
As you say, they got the ball right there for Moody to make it.
But I mean, I don't think they got it. Like, if I look at those first 5 games, I don't look at any of those games and say, boy, they were lucky to win that game. So,
yeah, Mr. Hecatite on the YouTube chat line says, a good point, Stoney. Dan Quinn for Dallas, he's a defensive coordinator. He's up in the booth. So, whatever that's worth.
Troy Garner in the YouTube chat says, Guru, where'd you get that jacket?
My cousin Bud, who passed. Passed last year. He left it to me.
It's a nice one. A lot of people are commenting on it. A lot of people. Let's go to Joe in San Mateo. Hey, Joe, how you doing, man?
Hey guys, doing good. First time caller. I just want to make a couple of quick comments about the game. So yeah, I was expecting, there's been some Brock Purdy bashing, but I think, yes, he made mistakes, but I think without Purdy yesterday, they'd probably lose that game by 30. I mean, he made some plays with the speed, that cross-body throw, conversion to Kittle. I mean, he kept it close until halfway through the fourth quarter. So I think Debo is key because with all the pre-snap motions, they have to count for Debo even if he doesn't get the ball. So that's exactly I think what's going on with the offense. So I'm okay with the offense, but defense, guys. I think Guru is making a point. Maybe he comes down, or maybe another caller making a point about Will coming down from the booth. That might help. Let me ask you guys this: if Jim Tomsula comes down from the booth, would that help?
I don't think so. Where is he at?
He's an assistant somewhere, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. I know he was with the Commanders for a little bit. You might be right.
He is on a football staff.
College.
In Europe.
Oh, Evan.
He's the head coach for the Fire, the European League
you know
of
what?
Football.
They're 11-0.
Look at him.
They're 11-0. They don't have
That's James Andrew Tomsula.
Remember that conversation?
Well, they don't have any. They don't have a 3-game losing streak.
Stoddy, that interview he had with Arcosamore, that was for some of the greatest work ever in Bay Area history.
He actually just won the European Championship. Was named Coach of the Year.
Wear your rings, baby.
Yeah. Steiny Niners are on a KO streak. Eventually, level of opposition caught up with them. I mean, they're playing tougher teams now. And now they got Jacksonville coming in here.
They got the Ravens
they got to go
who
to
are playing.
Jacksonville.
They got Seattle twice. Rams again. Rams got cut up yesterday. You guys won that bet. Yeah.
What bet?
For the show, you pick Rams. I pick Rams. You guys pick Dallas.
Yeah.
I lost that. Look at this.
I also picked the Bengals. I may be.
Hey, this is ugly for me, Evan. Evan might be at first.
No, I mean, both Goo and I were down for basically due for a bad week. Meanwhile, Steiny,
look at the smile
coming up from the bottom at this point. So
you ain't mentioned fantasy football in forever.
Oh, I won. I beat John.
No, I'm
5-3.
You won a game and you didn't fat man.
5-3.
He already mentioned like twice when John was in here.
Oh, okay. See, I missed that. So he stuck it to John.
But now I got quarterback issues.
Who you got?
Kirk.
Who's your backup?
Daniel Jones.
Night.
Oh, you really
Thank
got
you.
issues.
That's all right.
My neck and my back.
Go pick up. I'll tell you, I'm about to pick up
Gardner Minshew.
No, Sam Darnold. About to pick him up, make a run in the second half. All right, coming up next, it's the crossover with Dibbs and Willard. It's also Monster Monday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com.
Get the perfect post-Halloween party meal at Whole Foods Market. Get 50% off Bonza, Cauliflower, Daya, and Rayo's frozen pizzas with Prime through October 31st. Grab an oven-ready meal with your favorite toppings. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
My little brother...
He still has it. Oh, it's taken away from him by Pratt. We'll see what the marker results in.
That's going to be offensive lineman downfield. I think that's going to be an interception. And wow, what a mistake by Purdy.
Incredible.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
See, I'm one of these guys who says that was a hell of a play that guy made on defense.
Incredible.
Like a great play. Pratt.
One hand.
No relation to Casey.
I'm going to give you one.
That's all it deserves. Yeah, so anyway, I thought that was a heck of a play. How you guys doing? Willard and Dibbs in the house.
What's up, boys?
It's the crossover.
Indeed it is.
Who would have thunk it, Mark?
We screamed at each other early, but we're good now.
Yeah, I can always tell what kind of show it was when you and I come in and have our little pre-crossover talk. I'm like, oh, Goose, your voice is a little hoarse.
Oh, no, that's not.
That?
Something's going on, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was at the zoo with the kids.
I will say this, and I've told you this 100 times. One of the things that makes you an infectious personality is the fact that everything is right there on your sleeve, and you speak well to what you're feeling in this given moment. What is also funny about that in a moment like today?
I knew that. Go ahead.
Well, I'm listening to you all day kind of do the I'm sorry for jumping to conclusions.
Yeah, right.
But you're apologizing for jumping to a conclusion by jumping to another one. And I want to know if you hear that. I want to know if you hear that. We don't need to do this. And whether it's about Brock or the defense or anything else for that matter, we don't need to define everything every week. So that's my thing. Like, we don't need to come in. I know, everybody you better admit you were wrong about Brock Purdy if you were Brock Purdy. No, you don't. You're not wrong yet. The same way you weren't right before.
Snoop Dogg had a great album, to just piggyback off that point, called Charge It to the Game. And Willard, I do that because I try to keep myself accountable. I'm not predicting the future, but I can't hide, Dibbs, that I thought this kid, and he didn't do it, Brock didn't do it to himself, was going to be perfect for the rest of his life.
Right,
so
right.
I'm not used to seeing what we've been seeing. It's
but
3
you
games.
Didn't think that. We all sat here, look, interceptions
Willard,
are
you're
coming.
right, but let's be honest real quick. It was going on a long time.
Oh, yeah, it looked good.
Now, in this defense, they destroyed Dallas and they've disappeared. Like, I got to speak to that and hold myself accountable for I was in the pool swimming like.
Everyone was. And how could you not be? Because they were playing that well. Now. And when you look at the biggest issues this team has, you can look at Brock Purdy in fourth quarter turnovers. That's fine. It's a big issue. But the defense is a bigger issue.
Agreed.
When you have a team that has not been able to run the ball all year, when they are running it straight at you, not a lot of trickeration, as we like to say. It was Joe Mixon straight up the gut,
shoulders,
B gap, C gap, and your D line is getting pushed out of the way, and your linebackers are coming up and making tackles or not, and they're getting 5, and they're getting 7, they're getting 8, they're in second and short, and then you get them into third and long, and you're not getting the quarterback down. And their receivers are better than your corners, and you're playing from behind, and you're not built to play from behind, and you can't run the ball yourself either. So, yeah, the quarterback is making fourth quarter mistakes, and those are 2 inexcusable mistakes that he made, but that's not the quote-unquote reason you lost.
That's wow.
Yeah. You brought up something about the weapons.
You said the Bengals... He said the Bengals' weapons are better than the 49ers' defensive backs. No?
Well, yeah, no, he did.
That's what I said.
Yeah. I know. I've lost my train. I've completely lost my train of thought. Yeah. Oh, I know.
I was listening.
No, you said.
It was amazing.
No.
Proud of you.
I heard it.
You said.
Come a long way.
Recall everything. I did it. Mama, I did it.
Before I forget again, you said they're not built to come from behind. Or they don't like.
Yeah.
But,
this is interesting.
But I guess my thing is why? Like they're supposed to have this dynamic offense. I know teams are different when they're behind.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something that we're going to play for everybody today, and I haven't even heard it totally pieced apart myself because it was happening in a live conversation. But Kyle Rudolph last night on the Fox show said he's played in this system. Now, he's not played for Kyle Shanahan, but he's played under a Gary Kubiak system, the Shanahan tree, if you will. And he said that 0-36 stat that we started tossing around last week, 0-36, Shanahan, when trailing by 8 or more going into the fourth quarter.
It's crazy.
He didn't say it was crazy. He said, it's not an accident. Now, this is somebody who played offense in the system.
Well, damn.
And he's telling you, and we've batted this around a little bit, but to hear it from somebody who's been on the field in the system, to me, was very different. And to hear him essentially say that all of the ingenuity that Kyle Shanahan brings to play calling, all of the movement, the things that make a defense get confused and why it's so effective, they are not that when you're down by 2 scores in the fourth quarter. It confuses no one. And therefore, does the Kyle Shanahan most complicated offense in the game become a big bowl of vanilla ice cream when you're down by 10 in the fourth quarter? This, to me, is, if you want to talk about the offensive problems of the Niners, specifically also to Brock, why does he keep looking great for 3 quarters? And then the problems come in the fourth. That goes hand in hand, I think, with what we're saying here. That's the question I have. Is there essentially a flaw in the system, which is to say this offense is only really good if it's playing from ahead?
But don't you still got to execute, though?
Of course.
The players got to execute whatever you call.
But everybody in the NFL is running a quote-unquote system. And you're doing things to confuse a defense. And if the defense is suddenly no longer confused, and that means you just become a shell of yourself in that moment, I mean, 0-36.
That's wow.
0-37 now, I think.
Well, I don't know if they were down by... Were they down by 8 or more at the start of the fourth quarter?
17-10 yesterday.
They were down by 7. So
at the end of 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but
so
whatever.
That one doesn't qualify.
Point well taken.
Well, when you
0 for 36.
No matter what your system is, when you're behind and you have to throw it, and they know you have to throw it, it comes down to your guys against their guys. And right now, the Niners guys, when they have to go 3 wide, and they played without Juszczyk a lot yesterday, Steiny, I'm sure made you very happy, but they went 3 wide receivers a lot yesterday. And when you're going to Jennings, Ayuk, and Ray McLeod, it's not going to be as effective as if you have Higgins and Jamar Chase, for example.
Man.
Or, you could pick a lot of different teams where you have more weapons. The Niner offense is built to rely on McCaffrey. Kittle as a blocker more than anything. Deebo Samuel, who's out. Trent Williams. If you have Trent, you'd be able to run the ball. To me, the most telling thing of the entire game was the opening drive. First play from scrimmage. They don't go to Trent's side. They go right, 8.5 yards. And then McCaffrey again, nothing. Use check, nothing. Now we got to punt the ball.
And
they
they're
couldn't
playing
get a
5
yard.
D linemen now. I guess Minnesota debuted that on the Niners. Like, you ain't coming up. Them days are over.
Yes.
Lombardi tweeted it. I agree with him. Sometimes you simplify this conversation. There are a lot of problems and nobody's innocent. But in the NFL, if one side can run the ball and the other side can't, you're dead.
Wow.
You're dead. So you could talk about Brock. I don't know what's causing it. Is it Trent's absence? They stopped running the ball right when he got hurt.
Yeah.
So I'm sure it's a big piece of it, but I don't think a team gets to use that ever as an excuse to where, like, well, one player is gone and you crumble. You can't be that. Your other players have to at least be able to be a portion of whoever they're replacing. So I don't know the answer. I certainly don't know it on defense. Like, why the 49ers? You could never run the ball against this 49er
What
defense.
has happened?
And now, average running backs, good running backs, somewhere in between, everybody is running the ball on them. And if you can't stop the run and you can't get a first down with your run, you're dead in this
JD
league.
just joined us not too long ago, and we asked him a wish list if you could make a trade. And he didn't say take this to the bank, but he said a D lineman.
Yeah.
I said to myself, hell no. You got lucked into Gregory from where you got him from much enough. I mean, this is big. I feel like you could put Lawrence Taylor on that line right now, and they're not getting run. Like, something fundamentally is going on. I don't know what it is, but how are you not touching the quarterback?
Well, you do need, and Gregory's been nice for 25 plays a game, but he's not a run-stopping D end. You need somebody who can set the edge on the other side and stop the run, for one. And the other thing you need badly is somebody who can cover. And you watch Isaiah Oliver yesterday, and he played great against the run. He played, if he was a linebacker yesterday, he would have had a great game. He was hitting.
What about the air, though?
Well, we're going to get to the air. I'm going to go ahead and lead with the praise.
That's the only problem.
Wait till you hear the number.
You know, as a parent, you lead with the praise. You know what, little Johnny, I'm happy you got that B+ in geometry. I'm really proud of it. But you know what? You crashed the car. Now let's talk about Isaiah Oliver in the air. That wasn't even a double move. That I'm blocking. No, I'm not. And Isaiah Oliver got caught by Jamar Chase. Easy walk-in touchdown. How many yards did he give up? What was the passer rating against?
I got a better the extension of that stat. Listen to this. And
He's not normally a numbers guy either.
Well, Larry's son, who helps him with his work, just tweeted this out. You ready for this?
Sure.
Isaiah Oliver, in now 4 consecutive games.
Oh, don't do it, baby Krug.
Has allowed a completion percentage of
not 90.
100.
Oh, my goodness.
100%
against
in 4 games now. When they throw the ball at Isaiah
scored
Oliver,
the only touchdown Dallas got was on Oliver.
100% completion percentage. 8 catches.
That's a small sample size, though.
It's only 8 throws, but it's 8 throws. It's 8 catches for 71 yards and 2 touchdowns.
The next man up has got to get a shot. If 4 games dibs, man, come on.
Well, the next man up might be found tomorrow by 1 o'clock. Is my point.
And remember, Isaiah Oliver is not just a player. He is, whether this is fair or not, he is representative of something. He is representative of Steve Wilks. Steve Wilks stood on a table and demanded that this was the guy for this position. This was the new addition that had.
Did he really stand on the table?
Steve Wilks, I don't know that, but
because you said it so authoritatively, I thought
maybe I don't know how his personality.
Did I miss a piece of news?
I did too.
I missed a nugget.
This was Steve's guy. This was Steve. Steve fought for this, and this was Steve Wilks' guy. And so I know that how it sounds right now when people, it's a little too easy to just blame the coordinator. Players have to play. I hear all those things. They're true, but I'm sorry, there's a problem here. There is a problem with Steve Wilks. I don't know if moving down to the sideline fixes it. I don't know what fixes it. What I know is that has to be the number one focus of the bye week. Your coverage schemes are not working with your pass rush schemes. They are the opposite of puzzle pieces that are fitting together right now, and great players suddenly look average, and it's not one, it's all of them. There is a Steve Wilks problem that this team needs to address in the next 12 days.
I don't want to run him out of town. I asked my partner.
No, we're not like.
Do you take play calling duties from him? What are the options? Or this is just his baby to figure out?
Well, it depends on how far down this thing continues to sink. Because the one thing that you need to have what they call complementary football, where the offense keeps it for a long time, possesses it, the defense stays fresh, or the defense goes out there and coaxes a 3-and-out so the offense can go back and go to work. And right now the D's on the field way longer than they need to be. And when the offense gets the ball, too often they're not cashing it in. Brock with that pick inside the 10-yard line on a run play.
That you missed the handoff.
Yeah, so you missed the handoff, and you see the side judge or the line judge, he's got his hand on the flag because he knows.
That was the worst one.
He knows that these linemen are downfield. So as soon as Brock Purdy throws it and it gets snatched, he throws the flag because even the referee knows it's a run play because he saw all the linemen run downfield. So that one to me was a mental thing where he's got to know you can't throw the ball, and then the very next throw is a Jimmy G throw.
Which is exactly, by the way, what he said in the postgame. You're spot on. Like in that moment, his field awareness has to be.
Oh, we just played the
you just got to run. And if you only
fall down.
If you get nothing, you get nothing. Fall down. Don't take a penalty. Don't put the ball in harm's way. It was I won't call him a rookie mistake because he's not a rookie.
Youth.
It was a young player mistake.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Still in his first 17 games, so technically still a rookie in terms of starts.
He's been around the team for 2 years.
You used the P word, which I can't believe we waited until 2:03 to actually break out because they are number one in the league in penalties.
Tied with Buffalo, 55.
That comes down to attention to detail, and that falls on, it's got to fall on me and stuff because I'm the head coach and stuff, and ultimately, and that's where he's got to take a long look in the mirror and figure out what he's not doing right in terms of getting these guys prepared because the number of penalties is... it's way too many.
It's sloppy.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You guys were talking about where the running game's gone. See, I think it's got to be a combination of things because it started 3 games ago when I think McCaffrey was banged up. Then they lost Trent Williams, and Debo was ineffectual against the Browns. But so they've been, for the last 3 weeks, essentially, they've been missing Trent Williams, Debo Samuel, and McCaffrey maybe is a little banged up right now. Maybe that's the answer.
I also think that teams out there have a bit of a book on the 49ers offense. They know what the Niners like to do.
Wow.
They know where they like to run the football. And you mentioned it, Goo, right off the top. The Bengals put 5 up. They got 3 down. They got the 2 defensive ends standing
did it
up.
too.
Exactly, and Cleveland beat you up in the ground game. So I think that there's a definite blueprint. So now Kyle's got, 12 days or 13 days to figure out how he can come up with new ways to run the football.
Willard, give me this because I gave it to Steiny, you and Dibs. I don't do agenda radio. I don't have an agenda. I love football, but we talked about Brock. Was he rushed in there? And to me, it meant something because I felt like, you know what? They didn't have to put him out there. He cleared protocol. He played.
Oh, you're talking about the concussion?
What if I told you I just thought the Niners took 2 L's yesterday, and the second L is only in my book? When he got that hit below the knees where he threw the pick, got saved from the pick, got the ball back, but to have that head bounce off that carpet and hear Romo Nance, we know the history. Tell me what to do with – I just thought it was a bad look, like, you almost escaped not getting them, and Purdy got up and fit. But
you're not alone. You're not alone in the thought.
It just bothered me, man, it really did.
You're not alone in the thought, and there have been more than one health professionals who have expressed concern about it, and then there's been more than one who have said, "Well, this is the way it works." I did have, after the conversation we had last week, and the doctor who said players can talk their way through the concussion protocol by just saying,
I didn't hear that.
I feel, no, this is a doctor now that's not involved in it. He said, oh, players know, so just keep telling everybody that you're fine. So another conversation that I sought out some people who have been through concussion protocol and tried to work their way through it. And I asked, can you talk your way through it? Absolutely categorically deny that that's even possible. They're like, if you are feeling symptoms, these tests that you have to pass are so rigorous that they will absolutely spark those symptoms and put you in a really bad spot mentally in that moment and physically, potentially, if you are actually still feeling symptoms. Again, I'm just trying to learn here because I don't know how the concussion protocol works, and I'm not a doctor. So all I can do is go back to what we said last week, what Steiny and I both said. This protocol is in place. If you're clear, you're clear. They're like, this is it's probably not this, but I have no choice but to look at it as a black and white thing. Like, are you clear? Then you play. And if you're not, you don't. So,
and if you play, what you do when you play is how you play.
And Romo said as much.
That's the way I say it.
Romo said
Shanahan said as much in the postgame, too.
It's not an excuse for any picks. Yeah, absolutely not.
No, I've heard some people who are trying to excuse last week's picks and then...
Well, that's a very big difference.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I can beg to differ with
we got into it about that.
Yeah.
But it was fresh right after 6 minutes left.
But yesterday's head bounce was after the pitch.
No, yeah, it was. He didn't come back on the field.
Right. No, but once he cleared protocol, the concussion issue's off the table in terms of blaming anything from this game against the Bengals.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And all I'm saying is the game before that, when he got hit with 6:20 to go, I mean, he may have been concussed at that point.
Who knows?
He was not concussed on yesterday.
Yeah, my bigger point was if they had a game, Steiny, this week, would that hit have affected his availability?
The one that just happened yesterday?
No idea.
He may have a concussion now.
I don't know how he feels right now.
Don't know.
We didn't find about last week.
That's true.
48 hours after it happened.
That's right.
We didn't find out till Wednesday that he was in the protocol.
Now, Steiny and I have been in here 4 hours. I want to read this text to you from the 206 because I hope I'm not doing this. Do opponents get credit versus the Niners? So are we making it? I'm not making excuses. We gave Cincinnati their prop.
They gave Cincinnati this win 3 months ago. And
true.
I told you that this was
I didn't do that.
This was a scheduled defeat.
No,
it means
he called it preseason.
Yeah, we talked about it, and I said, you know what? That Cincinnati game is a scheduled loss. Cincinnati's coming off a bye. They're wrapping up 8 straight weeks of football. This is the kind of game that is set up for the Niners to lose. Now, you wouldn't have thought they would have lost 2 in a row before that one to make it 3 straight. I was thinking about this listening to you guys on the drive-in. Let's say the Niners would have lost their first 3, and then they'd be riding a 5-game win streak, like Jacksonville's riding a 5-pack. We'd all be feeling differently about 5-3.
No doubt.
But it's just because they've lost these 3 in a row that we're all going into Chicken Little Radio.
Well, I'd also say everybody always gets credit for everything they achieve, but we're in San Francisco. We're doing this through the perspective of the 49er fan. Everybody who watches football thinks their defense should stop every play and their offense should complete every play. That's being a fan. So I'm not going to apologize for this being through the perspective of the 49ers. Sure, the Bengals and Joe Burrow, he was fantastic yesterday. But to think that this defense, no matter how good Burrow is, because he looks like he's back to himself, no matter how good of a player he is, if you complete 19 straight balls against this defense, you got a problem. That is a problem. I don't care if Tom Brady and Joe Montana had a baby and he played quarterback yesterday. I don't care.
He was throwing that thing.
You had 19
some
straight.
Good throws in there.
He had almost as many TD passes as incompletions.
And what about the bumble they messed up at halftime? JD was saying the game shouldn't even been that close if you want to look at it through that prism.
What was that?
Cincinnati had a score and decided to get cute right before halftime and fumbled.
Yeah.
But if they go in for that one, and they got the ball after half, it's just – I'll tell you what, last 2 years, the Niners were 3-5 at the bye. They got hot, went to the SC Championship. Last year, 4-4. Got hot, so
I don't. You know what? I heard you say that earlier, and
I don't feel the same.
No, it doesn't. I wish it helped. I heard you earlier. You're like, I got something that's going to help. I'm like, hit me, Goo, and you said, I'm like, it didn't help.
Yeah, it didn't really help. It didn't do it.
It didn't help because It didn't help because, A, I feel like this team is better than those teams. B, they were 5-0. Like every single week, it is through the prism of what we have experienced. So to be 5-0 and then suddenly be happy about 5-3 because they were 4-4 a year ago, they shouldn't be 5-3 right now. They just shouldn't.
I'll tell you what's alarming. Kirk Cousins was 35 for 45.
Mm-hmm.
And Burrow came in here and went 28 for 32.
Exactly.
92%.
That's 82% completion the last two games against the Niners.
And if you combine both of them on third down, they both went 180 for 181 for 1,000 yards. I don't know if you've heard that stat
on
yet.
third down.
Yeah, just on third down.
Including the one where Joe Burrow got sacked twice yesterday and didn't go down either time.
It is funny. That play's different. Maybe the game's a little changes.
Maybe.
But even with Cousins last week, they had him on that last drive.
Exactly. Got out of there.
Exactly. And now they were ahead, and they needed to make a play to win that game.
Burrow threw a pick on opening drive. Oliver dropped it. I'm just saying.
This is what, look, and Cousins did get picked on the opening drive too, and they fumbled it right back. I don't, like, there are pieces. I firmly believe what I stated. There's a Steve Wilkes problem, but at the same time, there's also stuff that I don't know.
Kyle's the captain of this whole ship.
No. I'm saying I don't know who could figure out why these guys suddenly can't tackle. Like, what does that have to do with anybody else or anything else?
Kinlaw jumps off sides on a play that they weren't even going to run, and so they run it anyway, and they score a touchdown.
Uh-huh.
I mean, you're sloppy right now.
It is a comedy of errors. It really is.
All right, gentlemen, you have a heck of a show, and we'll catch up with you tomorrow.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I tell you what, I'm so glad that everybody's with us today, and there's so much to talk about, but that's my number one thing. Like, everybody, this seems to be the thing that we do in 2023. I heard a caller call in to Steiny and Goo earlier today, and he said, do y'all realize that if Joe Montana had played in this era, this fan base wouldn't have allowed him to be good because it took 4 years. Yeah, he went 13-3 in his third season. The other 3 years were all losing record. This fan base would not have had the patience to allow Joe Montana to be Joe Montana, and that's the last time I want to even say the word Joe Montana today. Man, I've never compared him to Joe. I've never said that the guy was Joe Montana, but whether this is about Brock, the defense, we'll get into all of it. We really want to hear from you today. 888-957-9570 is the number. The idea that the fan base got ahead of itself and jumped to conclusions, I would argue, even if that's true, don't double down by doing it back. You know, that's like what I just said to Goo. Don't apologize for jumping to a conclusion by jumping to another one. This is not over.
No.
There are things to address, but I don't think every week should be this overwhelming career-long opinion-based narrative on who someone is or can be. They got stuff that they need to figure out, and they've got 2 weeks to do it, and just about everybody is on the list.
What you're advocating is what we don't do. So I admire the advocation of what you're trying to do, but in this era of instant reaction and social media and even the show we're watching, we're not really watching it, we're doing live radio ourselves, but on FS1, back in the A block, right when the show opened, 49ers, is it time to panic? That was their headline in terms of the conversation starter. So
you can panic a little bit.
Well, you really shouldn't panic at 5-3 heading into a bye, and you're a half game out of first place in the division. And I haven't checked the wild card scenarios, but you're probably still in the playoff picture.
No, they are.
Yeah, I don't know if that necessarily is what would prompt panic in terms of what you're talking about.
Yeah, but I mean, that's situational.
The instant reaction era in which we live, of course people are going to react instantaneously. And to make the Montana comp, if you look back at like all the quarterbacks in the late 70s and the early 80s, they all got years and years and years to struggle. There wasn't this quick call to pull people and remove the quarterback and all the rest of it.
I'll tell you what. Where's everyone's head at today? I'm with you. This is like, did Purdy make a couple of major errors? Sure did. And you can point the finger around everywhere. I don't know that anything stood out as very, very good yesterday. But to me, what is a consistent problem? Consistent problem is the defense. The metrics are unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Last 2 weeks, 30th. 30th in the league, the defense. So this is what I think is confusing to people, head-scratching. It is to me. It is to me. And the only reason I'm sitting here saying that there's a Steve Wilks problem, I'm not going to dive in and give you all the X's and O's. It doesn't make sense to me. It really doesn't. There's no way that this group of players is playing this poorly. But you can point to 2 interceptions by Brock Purdy all you want. For every Brock Purdy mistake, there were 15 by the defense. They are not even causing an incompletion. They are not getting a running back at less than 5 yards on any given carry almost ever. It's almost seemingly, and it feels this way. I get that there's emotion involved as a fan. It's almost every play, quite frankly, right now on defense that looks bad. They're like, I walked out of that game, and I'd say the defense looked good on about 5 plays.
I was going to say 10, but a couple of Armstead sacks.
Sure.
He looked good. Nick Bosa is playing better than what people want to give him credit for. And if you just watch the game, and I watched it back again this morning, he's getting close to the quarterback. His pressure rate is still pretty high. He's just not getting home, quote unquote. To me, the bigger issue is the running game, stopping the rush attack, because that's what's setting up everything in terms of not being able to stop the pass. You didn't have Cleveland in third and uncomfortable very often yesterday in that football game. They had 3rd and short, which puts your defense on its heels. The defense is on the field too long, and then you get into the passing game, and you said 19 straight completions for Joe Burrow, and they all weren't pitch and catch and easy. He made some tough throws in there, but there were a lot of guys running open, and it's because the secondary is struggling to cover. And I don't know how much of it you can put on Steve Wilks, but you look at last year's defensive people and then this year's defensive people, they're almost all the same. Javon Hargrave is a huge upgrade, and yet he's getting pushed out of the middle. Yeah.
How's it possible? Can someone answer that for me? How is this possible? When people do the whole, hey, players play, and I appreciate the players themselves who went to the microphone and said that. This is on us. We they don't want to be called scheme-dependent players the same way Brock Purdy doesn't want to be called a system quarterback. All right, so they're going to tell you, hey, my name's Nick Bosa, my name's Fred Warner. I can make plays in any system. That's fine, and it's probably true. But here's the bottom line. The right hand and the left hand aren't working together. They just aren't. And that is where the coordinator, because that's literally the word, what do our right arm and our left arm do together? They coordinate. So the coordinator is the one who is in charge of that. What I am having the hardest time believing is that suddenly some of the best defensive players in the league suddenly forgot how to play football. That's what it looks like. You mean to tell me that Nick Bosa just actually isn't that good? That the last 4 years of our lives, what we were watching wasn't real? Defensive player of the year now cannot get sacks? I'm to believe that? I'm to believe that Javon Hargrave came in here and just forgot how to plug the middle and stop the run? I'm sorry. The coverage scheme and the pass rush scheme are not working together. It is a total discombobulation sensation.
Wow.
And I have no idea. I know many have suggested. People who know more than me about football have suggested that Steve Wilks needs to get down on the sideline, not to get in people's face and hold them accountable, but to just fix a disconnect. I don't know if that's the answer. What I do know is that you now have essentially 12 days to really look at yourselves and how you're doing it, because the problems are everywhere, but I have absolutely zero hesitation in saying that the biggest problems are on the defensive side of the football, and they have got to be better when they get back to work in Jacksonville in a little less than 2 weeks.
Was it a problem with Steve Wilkes being up in the booth when they gave up 68 points through the first 5 games? No, it wasn't.
No.
So how is Steve Wilkes being in the booth the problem as opposed to Steve Wilkes being on the sideline?
I don't know.
I would say that the problem is, and I see this when I watch the game, it looks like every player on defense is a step slow. Is it because they're not comfortable with the scheme and what they're being asked to do? Is Nick Bosa just not in the shape that he needed to be in terms of missing training camp? And so he's maybe a step slow, or he's not as explosive coming around the edge. Every time I watch him rush the passer, it's mainly the same thing. Bull rush. He gets into the tackle and he moves the tackle back. Every time the tackle goes back, and eventually Nick gets to where the quarterback is going to be, but that takes some time. And usually by the time he drives the tackle back, the ball's out. And so Nick gets close, but Nick doesn't get home. And he had a half a sack yesterday. And so he has been able to do some things. They ran some stunts yesterday up front to try to, bring Bosa from the outside, loop him around the inside. I didn't see him blitz a ton yesterday after Blitzgate the week before. Steve Wilkes and company have got to find a way to get this defense back to where they're playing full speed on the edge of out of control.
Let me ask you this. The Mixon touchdown at the end, which was essentially the end of the game. You notice the way Bosa reacted? He was on the right end. It was his edge. No, he didn't give a shrug. If he had given a shrug, it would have been like, I don't know why Mixon got hit 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. But no, Mixon's in there. He's dancing in the end zone, and the ball game is over for all intents and purposes. And it was an odd reaction of frustration. Sure, somebody scored a touchdown, a defensive player's frustrated, I get it. But he went powering into the edge as if he thought there was help on the outside.
Right.
There was nobody on the outside. And he turned his head, he dove for his feet, he missed. And he slapped the ground in a way that felt to me like he was frustrated about the fact that there was nobody back there. That suggests the right arm and the left arm aren't working together. Not lack of talent, not he missed training camp. It suggests to me that something's happening that he wasn't expecting to happen. And that's why I go to the coordinator. But that was my read. Did you read it the same way?
Yeah, and he basically got taken out by a tight end. So he got taken out by the tight end on the play, and Mixon bounces it out, and Bosa has no ability to get off the tight end and get all the way out there and stop him. And you're right. He kind of looks back, and there's just nobody there. And Mixon is high-stepping at the 5. He's pimping and preening at the 3. He's grinning at the 2 to the 1, touchdown.
Yeah, the TV set to himself.
Untouched.
Yeah.
Untouched.
And ball game. That was it.
Right. So is it a bad call? Is it his teammates didn't fit the run the way they were supposed to? A little bit of both. But I am sensing that same level of frustration, not only from Bosa, but from all of them. And it doesn't seem like they're playing full speed as much as they used to, where they would fly around and they're lighting people up, and it felt like there was 3 Niners around the ball at all times.
There's no escaping the negativity, no matter who you are, if you've got a 49er helmet or a hat or a headset. Everybody right now looks bad. Purdy making fourth quarter picks, got the turnover bug, can't do it. You can't do it. You can't make those mistakes. Everybody understands that, but I wonder if anybody is affected by the actual metrics that are out there. It's one thing, because you hear a lot of, right, like, but the offense has only scored 17 a game. True. Not good enough, obviously. There are game flow things where the right hand and the left hand need to work together, not just coordinator and player, but offense and defense. Is the defense put on a short field? That's not fair. So what I do to get past that, go take a look at productivity. The 49ers defense right now is not less than it's been. It's literally lesser than almost every other defense in the league. So, Minnesota only scored 22. Forget that. I want to talk about the way the ball is moving up and down the field. The defense right now is one of the worst defenses in the whole NFL in terms of the flow of the ball. I feel like that should affect everybody's opinion. The offense is not. They're not good enough, but they're not one of the worst offenses in the NFL. The defense the last 2+ weeks, one of the worst defenses in the NFL in terms of the ball moving up and down the field.
And you're talking about EPA, expected points added,
Correct.
which is one of the new metrics that basically rate what that play would be like against an average defense, and they're giving up more yards. I wonder where their offense ranks in that same metric, because they had been top 2 or 3 all year.
Yeah, it's less.
And they've been humming. And I shared this with the group. I think this is the 37th time Kyle Shanahan's team has not gotten more than 17 points in a game in his 7 years, and they've only won 4 of those games.
Oh, is it 4? Okay, yeah.
Including the, they won 9-3 in Washington in the monsoon a couple of years ago.
All right, we're getting the calls in coming up next. It's all you all afternoon. We're giving you a chance to play a game of Knockout at Chase Center. Remember, we've been talking about it. Today's the day and for the next 2 weeks. But today's the first. Make sure you're listening at 3:30 for more details. Your call's next. Here we go. It's Willard and Dibbs.
This
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, that's going to be a yes from me, dog.
Yes.
So Dibs is just telling me about, we do this usually after our first segment on a Monday.
Yeah.
So how was the weekend?
Totally.
Right? We don't have time to, before the show, we're getting all ready. So I thought when you said that you took Mila to a dog costume contest,
My baby daughter.
You meant that it was people dressed up as dogs.
Oh, no.
For Halloween.
Oh, no.
This is people who dressed their dogs up.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Down there right near Fieldwork in San Ramon at
Shout
Bishop
out.
Ranch.
Shout out.
And you talk about 150 dogs in costumes. It's got to be a truly American phenomenon. Not only do we now dress ourselves up as adults for Halloween and a holiday that used to be for the kids, now we dress our pets up.
Why not?
Why not?
Why the hell not?
And wow, there was a lot of creative dog costumes out there at Bishop Ranch.
I bet.
Let me tell you.
Are you dressing up this year?
Nah.
Why not?
I don't dress up, Mark. I'm an adult.
Yeah. So you've thought lesser of me when I came as Gabe Kapler last year.
No judgment. No judgment at all.
You were judging me.
I actually wasn't, because your costume was perfectly appropriate for you.
For me.
And the one thing that, and again, I'm not judging anybody, but I do sometimes look at some of these costumes in adults, and it's like, you're basically not wearing any clothes.
Well, sure. Halloween is
Go crazy.
Halloween is an excuse to get in touch with your alter ego,
And I do
whoever
not,
that may be.
I do not costume shame. I do not shame
No.
in any way.
Yeah.
But I would ask the same from those of you who will dress up. Don't shame me. I don't hate that you want to go crazy on Halloween.
No, there's no judgment at all. I just was like, man, last year went well enough. I don't think I can follow it up. The Giants don't even have a manager. I don't know who to, that I could dress up as.
Yeah,
They've got Bob Melvin. What am I going to do?
Yeah.
Like, come in here and try to look like Bob Melvin? I don't know how to do that. So I don't even think I could be Boach. Thought about being Boach. I have to have like an even bigger head than I've already got, and I've got a really big head. So I don't know. But Halloween for me is a last-minute deal. I never think about it until the last 24 hours. So we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see if something comes up tomorrow.
And I'll be here till 6 anyway. So by the time you get home at 7 and, baby girl will already have done her turn in her chicken costume. Hopefully she'll put the hat on.
Another super chat. Zeus Kronos for $2 says, Willard, come as Purdy. I don't know what that would look like. Put a backpack on, and then
you'd have to rosy up your cheeks.
Rosy
a
the
little
cheeks.
Bit. Certainly,
I'd have to get younger.
A little bit.
Yeah.
You'd have to do something with those eyebrows.
What's wrong with my eyebrows?
Purdy doesn't have the bushy eyebrows of a Mark Willard.
Just got them trimmed. What do you mean?
They look good.
Yeah. Like, what are
They're
you saying?
full and handsome. I've
Calling
got eyebrow
me Bert
in
or
me.
Ernie right now. What are you doing?
I'm more of an Ernie. You're the Bert, I'm afraid.
All right.
They're bushy and full.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll take it as a compliment, even though it's not meant as one. 888-957-9570. Let's talk out the Niners. Poll has just gone up, 95.7 The Game on Twitter or X. And you can go vote on it. I don't want to jump to conclusions because when I hopped in there was like only 10 or 20 votes. But basically, the question is, what's the bigger concern right now for the 49ers, the offense or the defense? I want to make sure everybody hears us correctly. This does not mean that either side gets to escape the concern level. They both are a concern. The number one thing that you can't do as a quarterback, especially in a Kyle Shanahan system, is turn the ball over. And Brock Purdy has turned the ball over in the fourth quarter a lot the last 2 weeks. So that is a completely fair concern. He's got to learn from that. He's got to be better. But yes, if you ask me about game flow, there's no question which side of the ball, if they both say they both look bad. I don't even know if that's true, but whatever word you want to use, there's no question to me which looks worse and which one is a harder fix. The answer to both of those, in my opinion, is the defense, especially compared to what they were before. This is supposedly an elite defense. Supposedly. And by the way, I don't really buy some of the numbers that we were watching earlier in the year. I thought they had a very good game against Dallas. I think holding the New York Giants to 12 or 13 points is damn easy because it happens every week. Everyone holds them to 10 to 14 points.
That was a fun one yesterday with them and the Jets.
Good Lord. The Jets.
Danny DeVito at quarterback?
How about that?
Hey,
And the rabbit out of the hat 2 weeks in a row by the Jets to win football games, incredible. But that's not all that impressive. Holding Pittsburgh's offense down, not that impressive. And I don't think the Rams' offense did get held down. Matt Stafford ran the ball up and down the field. The completion percentages of the good quarterbacks the Niners have faced are alarming. And they've only gotten worse in the last 2 weeks. So that's my vote. And the early returns on this, again, we're about 50 votes in. Now we're about 70 votes in.
Yeah.
80%.
It's overwhelming.
It says the defense over the offense.
And if you watch Brock Purdy throughout the entirety of the game and don't just look at his stats and don't just look at those last two throws, or not the last two, but the back-to-back throws, he made some big-time plays in that game. Plays with his legs. He was the leading rusher, for crying out loud.
Good Lord.
And he made a lot of great throws in the game. Now, when you needed him to make plays, he didn't. And he made a terrible mental error on the first pick. And the second pick was Jimmy-esque in terms of just not seeing a defender.
Yeah, they got it.
And throwing it right in there. And those are things you can't do when you want to play winning football in the fourth quarter, but you can't look at just that small piece of the game and automatically say, he was terrible, because he wasn't terrible. He was actually really good for the most part of that game.
Same for both the last 2 weeks. If 3 great quarters and then messed up the fourth, and that's not a compliment.
Right.
It's not a compliment, but he's not consistently bad. Right now, to me, the defense is. It is consistently bad. It was yesterday. On almost every play, Joe Burrow did whatever he wanted. They barely got him to incomplete a pass the whole afternoon. So, that to me is a much, much bigger concern right now and probably harder to figure out. I do think this. I don't think there are a lot of you. I think most of you who bring up his name, you're doing it to troll. And I get that. That's part of our world. Okay? But people who are bringing up Trey Lance's name today, you're not really doing it in good faith. But I'd ask you this. Let's say Trey Lance was the 49ers quarterback. Let's say they did pick him and they rode with him. And he was the starter. And this was, forget the game and a half he got last year. First full year as a starter, and he got 8 games. And this that Brock has produced is what you got. He'd be 5-3. I don't even know what the stats are today. Has he fallen from second-rated quarterback? Is he third or fourth or fifth? Whatever he is now. You're a top 5 rated quarterback in the league, and your team was 5-3. What would you say about it? Because my guess is y'all would be thrilled. Thrilled. You'd be like, this young kid is getting better, and he's on his way, and the Niners are winning, and you got to live with a couple of bumps and bruises here and there. Brock Purdy is suffering from himself right now. He's suffering from himself because he went for a stretch of 13 to 15 games without losing and barely turned the ball over once. And so now all of a sudden, we got 3 games where it doesn't look as good. And see, everything that we saw before was now a joke.
Right.
It was all, the banana in the tailpipe. And so the perspective is totally changed. If Trey Lance had done what Brock Purdy had done this year,
the moon.
The fan base would be thrilled.
Second in the league in quarterback rating, second in the league in QBR. The one area where he had been dominant, he's now ballooned to 14th in interception percentage based on his recent spate of picks. C.J. Stroud's only thrown 1 pick on the year.
Yeah.
Rookie of the year in waiting, but Purdy now with the 5 interceptions and a 2.2 interception percentage, which is still not terrible. And the 12-5 TD to interception ratio, also not terrible. He came in with a much better, I think it was 3.1 to 1, and now he's about 2.4 to 1. Still not terrible, but certainly these last few games have felt like a regression. But you're right, Mark, if it was any other quarterback, but because it's Brock Purdy, there is that flash in the pan feeling that you get because he wasn't supposed to be that good, and now he's playing like maybe some people thought that he should have all along.
I wonder if people care what a Hall of Fame quarterback thinks.
Depends which one.
Okay. What if his name's Kurt Warner?
I like Kurt Warner.
Okay.
I'm in on Kurt.
Credible?
Very.
Watches tape?
Yeah.
Knows the position?
Sure.
Quote.
Undrafted? Yeah.
quote, those people out there saying Brock Purdy is struggling aren't watching the games. Young man is playing some really good football, making all kinds of plays, not without mistakes, but who does? Quit looking at stats. They should back the narrative, not create it. Those are someone else's words.
Stats should back the narrative, not create it.
Yep.
I like that.
Yep, I do too. That's a Hall of Fame quarterback. So, you do with that what you will. That's not somebody who's paid by the Niners. That's not somebody who's in his bag. That's not somebody who is a Brock stan. That's Kurt Warner. Watch the tape. That's what he sees.
Yeah.
So nobody thinks Brock Purdy's perfect. Nobody thinks those weren't bad picks. Nobody thinks he doesn't need to get better. He does. Absolutely. But the concern for me right now is on the other side of the football. Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Injury update, courtesy Kyle Shanahan. Let's go live to the other room where Mark Grandy is standing by.
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan just wrapping up his weekly conference call with the media. He has said that Niners left guard Aaron Banks has turf toe and will miss, quote, a few weeks. And Dre Greenlaw, linebacker, is day-to-day with a shoulder.
Okay, so offensive line, which has struggled, is now going to get even thinner. Aaron Banks out for a few weeks. Now, you got the bye.
Yes, and you have John Feliciano, who is a veteran who can play either guard spot. He can play the center. And there was already some talk yesterday post-game. I was talking to some folks, and they were saying it might be time for a change on the offensive line anyway. So maybe this is a little bit of a shakeup that you can put in a veteran, and maybe you can jumpstart things a little bit, because running the ball, it's been more of a Jalen Moore in for Trent Williams problem. The entire offensive line has not been cohesive. They have not been moving defenses off the ball. And Kyle Shanahan's got to get in his bag during the bye and figure out how he can counteract these 5-man fronts, because the last 3 weeks, Cleveland came in and we were, Myles Garrett. And then we learned about 3 other names on the D-line because they all ate. And then Minnesota did a good job of keeping the Niners running game at bay. And then we saw it again yesterday where Brock Purdy was the leading rusher and Christian McCaffrey had a fairly quiet game on the ground. Jordan Mason, he's not playing, Mark. So there's something there. I don't know if it's a doghouse. Kyle has already said he doesn't have a doghouse. I don't know what it is right now.
It's not true.
Well, he said it.
Brandon Ayuk lived in it for weeks.
Kyle said he doesn't have a doghouse.
Brandon Ayuk paid rent in it.
Right now, you've got Eli Mitchell, who barely touches the ball, and Jordan Mason has fallen out of favor. So what's the deal with the running back room? I
don't know.
Why can't you run it? Why is Christian McCaffrey the only one trusted to run it other than Juszczyk?
I mean, I'd also say this, like if you were going to make changes on the offensive line, Aaron Banks is not the one you'd replace. So I'm not going to this is not a good thing. It's not a good thing. I don't hear a lot about acquisitions at the deadline on the offensive line. I don't know if anyone's available. That would interest me. But obviously Trent Williams returning is the number one thing you got to do. And I think that's probably tracking toward happening against Jacksonville. We'll see what it looks like. But there's a good update. Grandy, appreciate it. Let's get out to the phones. Dave in Lathrop is first up today. We'll take a lot of calls. We'll get to everybody with all of your What'd You Think Monday. Here we are after yet another loss. Hey, Dave, what's up?
What's up, fellas? So, I mean, first off, you guys are talking about the O-line. I don't think Kyle has ever put a real priority on the offensive line besides Trent Williams. But what I called about was I saw a stat from Kyle Posey. Kyle Posey put out, over the last 4 games, Isaiah Oliver has had 20 targets with 20 completions, average of 9 yards per completion. And over that same span, Lenore is, I can't remember if it was like the 8th worst completion percentage in the NFL at corner. So that backs up the narrative right now that the defense is not doing their job. And I realistically think there is something going on with Wilkes. I don't think, like you guys said, our team 8th most yardage among all quarterbacks for Lenore. But with Wilkes, he doesn't provide the same mentality that our last 2 coordinators did. He's not a fire you up type of guy. And when we want to see what you guys brought up, guys flying around, hitting people, 3 people on every tackle, that's the type of coordinator you need. A soft-spoken leader is not going to probably get that out of you, especially from up in the box. That's all I got.
All right, Dave, thanks. Yeah, I don't know if that's it, the fire 'em up thing. And by the way, here's the problem with that. That's not Steve's personality anyway.
Right.
So Steve Wilkes on the sideline is not going to look like D'Amico or Robert Saleh.
These are pro football players. You don't need if you need somebody to slap you on the shoulder pad and say, "Give him hell, kid."
I didn't know I was supposed to play hard till then.
I didn't know I was supposed to give him hell.
Right.
I thought I was supposed to gently escort them to the sideline.
I thought I was supposed to give him the business.
Thank you. I don't think that that's it. I've heard that from a lot of people. And if Steve Wilkes is more comfortable in the booth, stay in the booth. I don't think his geolocation is the issue with this defense. I just don't.
And that's fine. I'm not going to dismiss it, but I don't think it's for the reason. The possibility of it being a good thing is not for the reason that a lot of you are bringing up. It has nothing to do with, like, go get one for the get-there.
Totally.
Let's get them down there and be there so they can see you and talk to you and you can yell at them. I don't think that's got anything to do with anything. I think there's confusion. And if his presence on the sideline would help alleviate confusion, then I think it would be a good thing. But only they can fix this. And they've got 2 weeks to do it. I don't think Steve Wilkes should be fired. I think they need to figure out, like I said, how the right arm and the left arm can start walking together, because that's the only thing that makes sense when you look at these very high-priced, very talented players. There is confusion. The pass rush and the coverage schemes are not in concert right now. And that's why you're seeing missed assignments. That's why you're seeing a high completion rate. That's why you're seeing people like Nick Bosa not get home. And when Nick gets beat on the outside of a run play, he slaps the ground because there's no linebacker behind him doing what the actual name of their job is, back the line. They are totally confused. They're totally confused. And that's what the Niners have 12 days to figure out. They need to make changes, not in terms of firing people, but in terms of their approach.
Well, it might be in terms of firing people, because this has to get fixed. And I don't know if the word confused is fair, but I see them playing a little bit slow. And this is a defense that has always played fast.
Yeah.
And if they're playing slow because they're confused, or if they're not in the scheme that they feel most comfortable in, or if it's a combination of both, that's something that has to change. Because the one thing, Mark, we've seen from Warner and Greenlaw and Hufanga, these guys fly around the field and they deliver big hits, they make big plays. Charvarius Ward has been a mostly lockdown corner, and he's been getting passed upon. But I think it all starts with that front. We've never looked at the secondary and thought, oh, they got 4 guys down there locking people up. It's been because the pass rush has been so good that has put the pressure on opposing quarterbacks and opposing passing offenses to generate the sort of tougher throws to make. It's easier to cover for 2 seconds than it is for 7 seconds.
Hufanga's another name where it's just like, dude, are you out there? Like, you watch the game and 2-3 times he shows up. Other than that, I'm like, where is he? And that doesn't make any sense to me, because I agree with you. He flies to the ball. He's actually overly aggressive.
Yeah.
But his name is not being called this year.
He had 10 tackles, but if you have your secondary having the most tackles.
Yeah, I don't want the safety leading the team in tackles.
Isaiah Oliver and Hufanga each with 10.
Not good.
Fred Warner had 10. You want your linebackers and your D-line to be the ones most involved in tackling people, because if it gets to the secondary, that usually means that the opponents have gone for between 7,
yards.
I was going to say 7, 15.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
It's the same thing. And, pressures. The team is pressuring a lot. They're 6th in football in QB pressures, but they're 17th in sacks. So you're pressuring the quarterback, but you're not getting the quarterback down.
No, yeah, under pressure yesterday, I don't have the exact stat, but Burrow was about 90%.
He was 90% on everything.
Yeah, but he was fantastic. Jonathan in the city. Hey, Jonathan, you're on with Willard and Debs. What's up?
Hey, guys. I just want to say I'm not panicking. Not time to panic yet. No, we've all seen him, be below 500 a couple of games like in the last 4 years and was able, come back and correct whatever needs to be corrected. But I do have some concerns, man. And number one concern is the defense doesn't have an identity right now. If they're not rushing the passer, why the hell are they giving up so much yardage, especially in the middle of the defense? Is it because of the wide nine scheme? I was never a fan of the wide nine scheme because every time I see him in that formation, I'd be like, why are they giving up so much gap in the middle of the defense? And then you got Kinlaw and then all these D-line people that can't get off block, and that has become a problem. Number two, and I mentioned this to you guys, last Friday, that throw in the middle of the field for Brock, that bread and butter, it's beginning to be a thing, and they're waiting on it. And he got duped again. They baited him to throw that ball, and he did, and they intercepted the pass. So you got to be more creative, Kyle. But like I said, I'm not panicking. They need to get a covered corner in this day and age. With all the rules of the NFL, you can't touch the corners. I mean, you can't touch the wide receivers and everybody just running free. You need to get a shutdown corner. F them picks. Let's go get them.
Jonathan, thanks. I do think the 49ers are going to do something by tomorrow afternoon. But we'll see what it is. I like the idea of a corner. Yep, Brock, absolutely. He got duped into that last interception. They were bad picks. There's much more to say on this. And in fact, why the 49er offense is having a hard time when they're down in the fourth quarter, why Shanahan's offenses always seem to. Very interesting subject. Wait until you hear the words from someone who has played in this system from yesterday over the weekend. We'll have that for you next, plus more of your calls. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. And remember, your first chance on this show to win your way into Knockout at Chase Center is now just 35 minutes away. This is Willard and Dibs.
Tune into 95.7 The Game.
Still has it. Oh, it's taken away from him by Pratt. We'll see what the marker results in.
That's going to be offensive lineman downfield. I think that's going to be an interception. And wow, what a mistake by Purdy.
Incredible.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Jim. Incredible. Not incredible. It was crap.
It was an incredible pick.
It was a great play. Great
Incredible.
play. Yeah. I mean, it was a great play by the defender. Great play.
Pratt.
So
incredible.
Yeah, give him credit. It was a great play. Big physical and mental mistake by Brock Purdy. No getting around that.
Yeah, huge.
Yeah.
Mostly mental. I mean, physical, great play. Because he was just trying to throw it, and he shouldn't have thrown it because, and you see the official was waiting to throw the flag for ineligible downfield.
Yeah, he shouldn't have even still had the ball, let alone not thrown it.
Right. He should have just eaten it and not thrown it, but...
No, he was supposed to hand it to Kittle before he even took off.
Yeah, and he didn't.
Right.
So, and he stuck with the ball.
It's like a double mental. Put it that way, it's a double mental.
But it's more than a double because you're in the deep red zone, and so that takes points off the board.
Yeah.
And then the other pick that he had, the very next pass that he threw, put points on the board for Cincinnati, and it was night-night.
Yeah.
It's not to blame him for the loss, but he was a part of the unraveling in the fourth quarter for sure.
There's no question about it. I guess my only thing on Purdy, we can. To me, this is the defense is a bigger issue. It doesn't mean the offense isn't an issue, and we will play for you here in just a little bit. What Kyle Rudolph, the former Vikings tight end, who I do a show with on Sunday nights on Fox Sports Radio. Thank you. So he clued me in last night. He's like, I've played in this quote-unquote system. He's not played for Kyle Shanahan. He's played under the Gary Kubiak system, the Shanahan tree. And he knows what makes it such a special offense. And he had something to say about the fact that Kyle Shanahan's offenses are 0-36 when entering the fourth quarter down by 8 or more. He says that's not an accident. So that's interesting, and we'll have those comments for you in just a little bit. We'll keep taking your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We're having fun on the chat on YouTube, youtube.com/957 The Games. Really unique way to watch the show. You can see the handsomeness of Dibs and our new studio for that matter. So get on over there. If anybody swears, you get to hear it. It's just very special. What hoodie is Dibs wearing? All of those things are answered on YouTube. Like and subscribe for all of your 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. What I'm not going to participate in, and I reject that I ever have, I'm not going to participate in the let's show up on Monday and whatever we saw yesterday means that player is this. And then that's it going forward. Admit you were wrong. Purdy's not the guy.
Let's go. We've been waiting.
Okay. No. I will admit nothing.
Will you admit you were wrong about the Adorables beating the Warriors on
Yes,
Friday?
I will admit that.
It's got to burn.
Not even a little bit.
I told you the Warriors would win.
And I'm so thrilled to be wrong. Are you kidding?
You got that one wrong.
Do you know what's even cuter than celebrating Game 2?
Celebrating Game 3?
Losing your home opener and crying on the way out the door. Holy smokes, Kevin Huerter missed all his shots again? Who'd have thunk it?
Man.
Beautiful. It was a gorgeous incorrect call by me.
From Beard on the YouTube feed.
What up, Beard?
CP3 is Willard's daddy.
He's not, actually. That would be gross because
he's actually
younger than me, even though in his job he's super old, but he's 10 years younger than me. So that's super gross.
CP3 off the bench.
Yeah.
And we'll get into that because we're leading right into Warriors tonight.
You mean when Draymond's healthy, CP3 comes off the bench?
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
You got that one wrong, too.
No, I didn't.
CP3 started the opener. You owe Styles some steaks.
No, I don't. Stop it. I do owe you babysitting.
Yeah, you do.
I do owe you babysitting.
Woo!
You were right about the Bengals. I said there's no way this Bengals team beating the Niners.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow got healthy all of a sudden, and the Niners aren't. But, yeah, I was wrong on that one. I was very right that Chris Paul is coming off the stupid bench.
Not a stupid bench.
Fine. The bench.
Thank you.
If Draymond had been healthy, the plan was, as I try to tell you, for 4 months, he's coming off the bench.
Yeah, they look good,
You
too.
coaching. Yeah, I am. You coming off the bench. Okay?
Oh, man.
You're coming off the damn bench. Jeez. But anyway. Can we, that's my only request.
No, it's over. Purdy's done.
And I know the answer's no. But if you want to be an irrational human, I can't stop you. If you want to be rational, you don't spend Mondays saying that whatever you saw yesterday, that's now the definition. It's done. So Purdy's not the guy. Okay. What was he for the first 13 weeks?
Right.
He was the
guy.
And now he's not the guy.
Yeah.
And so let's move on. He's not the guy until he wins a game, and then he is the guy again. What are we doing? If you think that it was an overreaction to be excited about Purdy, I'm not going to allow you the overreaction of not liking Purdy after 3 games.
Well, you don't get to be the gatekeeper of overreactions,
I'm
unfortunately.
the gatekeeper of my reactions, and I still like Brock Purdy.
Yeah, many people still do.
I still think he can win a Super Bowl with the San Francisco 49ers. It does not make him perfect. I was never under the impression he was the best QB in the league. I was never under the impression he wasn't going to throw a pick. That's ridiculous. Who thought he was supposed to win all the games for the rest of his life?
No, of course not.
What are we
Of course
doing?
not.
What are we doing?
We're overreacting, which
Okay.
is what we do on Mondays.
that's
It's an
fine.
overreaction Monday, and the Niners are coming off 3 straight losses. There are people who want to bench the QB, who want to fire the defensive coordinator, who want to run Kyle Shanahan out of here.
I don't want to fire anybody.
I'm just saying, those reactions, those overreactions are out there. If you want to be reasonable, you look at a team going into the bye that's 5-3, and you think, you know what, 5-3 is pretty good. Now, losing 3 in a row is not good.
Yeah.
The defense has got some problems. Is it personnel? Is it scheme? Is it coaching? The answer is a hearty Hunter Pence. Yes, Yes, yes. It's all three. Your personnel is not good enough in the secondary. You need another rushing end opposite Bosa. Your scheme, for some reason, has not matched up to where the guys are playing well. The execution hasn't been good. The performance hasn't been great of late. You got to figure out the defense in these next 12 days.
See, I do think they have the personnel. I do. I'm not saying don't go get more tomorrow. Always get more. Get more. We like more. More is better. But I do think they have the personnel.
See, I think you're one pass rusher short. And Randy Gregory is not the answer.
It worked last year. It worked the year before that. It's worked every...
You had Samson Ebukam last year. And Charles Amenahu. These are players you don't have anymore.
Right, but I mean, so now that's the key to the whole 49ers defense. It was playing well because they had Ebukam and Amenahu.
They had additional pieces. I think that's part of it.
But they were arrived.
But you always had complementary pieces outside of Nick Bosa in your pass rush.
One year it was Kerry Hyder who had a great year. Like, my impression has been Nick is so fantastic that he has made the rest of the defensive line and the secondary so much better. And that's been the case since he was drafted. He's been that good. They have been good every year. And now suddenly we have a personnel issue. I just don't see it that way. I see a defensive coordinator who has come in, and right now the right hand and the left hand cannot shake one another's hands.
That's part of it. Yeah. For sure. I think Isaiah Oliver's not as good as K'Wan Williams was as your nickel corner.
Agreed.
So there's a step back. And, Dre Greenlaw has been hurt at times, and so your linebackers haven't been as deep. And Nick Bosa's not playing at a DPOY level. I don't think he's playing as badly as most people want you to believe.
Probably
based
not.
on the numbers, but he's not been the game-wrecking force you're used to. And Javon Hargrave these last few games has been disappointing in the interior.
Absolutely. He's getting pushed around.
Right.
Which is wild.
I can't imagine pushing that guy anywhere. He's a big guy. He's a big dude.
Very big dude. Okay. Fall brings the best weather, breathtaking views, amazing sunsets to Bodega Bay. Come enjoy it all at the Inn at the Tides with the fall midweek special now through November 26th. Rooms start at just $279. Book your escape now, inatthetides.com. Also, it's looming. It's getting close. 3:30, your first chance on this show to win your way into Knockout at Chase Center. We'll give you more details on that coming up next. Dive into your phone calls. Mike David, stay right there, 888-957-9570. And Kyle Rudolph unlocks the key, or maybe the opposite, to Kyle Shanahan's offenses when trailing in the fourth quarter. You're going to want to hear this, and that's coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions.
Here's Purdy on first down. He's intercepted. Back-to-back throws. He's intercepted by Wilson. All time at home. Purdy coming into this game had only thrown one interception in 8 games. He was 8-0 with only 1 pick, and now he's thrown 2 on his last 2 passes.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, 12 minutes away. Your first chance on this show to get into Chase Center and get all the way down to the floor and play knockout. We'll be doing it every day for the next 2 weeks. We'll normally do it at 4:30. We got Warriors hoops around the corner, so today we're doing it at 3:30. Make sure you're listening in 12 minutes for more details and get ready to call our contest line. We want to give it out now because if you call the regular line, you will mess everything up on this entire show. And we don't want you doing that.
No. And it would mess it up for your chance to win.
Mainly, you won't win. You can't win.
I love when you do that. Adrian.
If you call the regular line, you can't win. So don't do it. So the actual contest line, jot it down, 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Don't call now. You can't win. But I'm giving it to you now, 415-523-4652. We will give you more details in 10 minutes.
Look forward to that.
Okay?
Yeah. I'm also looking forward to this Kyle Rudolph sound. And I heard it once this morning when you sent it along to the group, and it reminded me a lot of what I've been saying for a long time. But he said it in a more astute football expertise sort of a way. And I was just fascinated at his breakdown of the fact that he's not surprised that they don't come from behind.
Right. I think you have been saying it for a while, but he also said it from the perspective of, dude, I've been in this.
Exactly.
I've been in this and felt like we can't come from behind because XYZ. Well, here's the XYZ. Here's Kyle Rudolph on Fox Sports Radio last night talking about Kyle Shanahan's 0-38 record. Is it 36, 38, whatever. 0 for everything. Went down by 8 or more in the fourth quarter.
I think it's more interesting to dive into the 0-38 when trailing by 8 points or more statistic, because that has, in my opinion, that's something that has followed that system everywhere along the way. From Kyle's dad, I played under Gary Kubiak. That system is a system that, I just talked about all of the things that distracted defense that they have going on pre-snap. The wide zone, the stretch run action, the nakeds, the keepers, all of that stuff that goes out the window when you turn into a drop back pass team down more than 1 score.
Okay, here's his firsthand experience in the system.
Trust me, I've been in that system, in that situation. And when we get down double-digit scores and the other team knows that we have to pass. I remember we played the Niners, actually, in the divisional round. It was January of 2020, but it was the 19 season. And, like Nick Bosa and Dee Ford and Eric Armstead, it was like first-round pick, high-paid rusher, first-round pick. They were arguing over, like, no, I'm not going out. You go out. Like, no, it's my turn, because they knew we had to throw the football. In that system, the drop-back pass game is not the strength of the system. The strength of the system is everything looks the same. You rely on the run game to make the shots happen in the pass game. Guys are all of a sudden running wide open because, linebackers are focused on the run game, or safeties get nosy and you hit them over the top with these big plays.
Okay, we got one more, but he's already sitting there confirming for you something that I have no choice but to potentially call a flaw in the offensive system of Kyle Shanahan. Like, sure, you can be genius play caller. You can confuse the hell out of a defense better than anyone. But if that only works when you're tied and ahead or down by 3 or whatever, if it doesn't work when you fall down by 8 to 10 points in the fourth quarter, well, That's a problem. That's a major problem.
It's only a problem if you can't adapt and adjust. And so far, in the last couple of games, they have been unable to adapt and adjust. And I won't use the Cleveland game as an example because you're down by one score. You're able to stick to do what you want to do. You got down in field goal range, and Moody missed the kick, and you lost the game. Yesterday's a little different because you got down by 2 scores, and you have to abandon what you normally do, which he said in his first cut is a lot of the stretch game, the boot off the stretch, the misdirection, the motion, the pre-snap motion, and all the other eye candy, as the experts will call it, in terms of the movement, the pre-snap movement, and you're trying to confuse the defense. Well, if they know you're going to throw it, why do we even go through the rigmarole of all the motions and the shifts and all the rest of it? They know you're going to throw. We know we're going to throw. So now we have to just line up and beat you.
A perfectly timed comment on our YouTube chat. And again, youtube.com/957 The Game. We love chatting with everybody there. Travis Irby, who loves to get on me all afternoon long, just incessantly, Travis. Just want to make sure he knows he's seen and heard. But Travis says the drop back pass isn't the strength because our quarterback isn't a straight drop back type QB. So it's not a strength because of the quarterback. No. Not according to Kyle Rudolph. Travis, would you like a football player to say it instead of me so that you can maybe open up the ears to hear it a little bit better? In other words, is this a flaw in Shanahan's system, or is it because Purdy can't do it?
That worries me a lot more than Brock Purdy trailing at the end of the game and needing to go down the field and get points, because we've seen him do that. Cleveland has one of the best defenses in football, and I'll go back to that last drive in Cleveland in awful weather, wet conditions, and he goes right down the field and gets his team in field goal range for a chance to win the game. So, I have faith in Brock's ability to lead that team down the field, even in a situation where the opposing defense knows it's a pass. I do think there is something to, you're not 0-38 for no reason. There is something to that there.
Oof. I mean,
and what's there is the system more than it is the quarterbacking.
It's not that we didn't know this, but yeah, like you're saying, I mean, this really, this is a thud. This is a hell of a comment by somebody who's, to me, this is coming from somebody who has played in the similar system from the Shanahan coaching tree. And he's telling you that on the field, they felt like they were up a creek if they were down by 2 scores.
Right.
In the fourth quarter. Up a creek.
It's because the system, but I also think in this case, it's also because of the personnel. And part of it is because you don't have Debo. So now you're left with Ayuk, Jennings, and Ray McLeod. Ronnie Bell can't even crack the field, and you got George Kittle. George Kittle had 3 big catches. So they're down by 2 scores, and you've got 3 minutes left when he gets the ball back. So this is a little bit of garbage time stat padding. And Brock Purdy had 109 yards passing on those last 2 drives.
Yep.
So when we look at his numbers, we do have to remember that he threw for 360 or whatever,
it
but
was, yeah.
109 of it came in the last 2 drives. But if you had more time, you could have seen what they were trying to do, which is use Kittle down the middle, Kittle down the seam. They don't have the weapons to be able to sit Brock Purdy back there and go, 1 tight end and 3 receivers or 4 receivers. That's not the way the Shanahan personnel is built. Forget the system and the scheme. We know that he likes to do the fullback, the tight end, the running back, 2 wide receivers. That's his base package. So when you're down by 2 scores, you can't do that anymore. You need more burners. You need more receivers. And I don't think that he trusts these guys to go out there and play.
It's an interesting take. I really it's not where my head has been when I watch these fourth quarters that they, even what you said on the defensive side. I can't believe we're having a conversation about the 49ers personnel. They've got plenty of players. Like, even if I said Juwan Jennings, was he great yesterday? No, he didn't even get a target. But this guy's got a nickname, 3rd and Juwan. We trust this guy to run a big route on 3rd down. Brandon Ayuk's a very good receiver. George Kittle's a great tight end. Christian McCaffrey, I think, is the best back in football. He's got the people. He's got people to complete passes to.
Complete passes too.
Yes.
But when you're down 2 scores, you need to get vertical.
And they did. I mean,
you just mentioned a running back, a tight end, and the lone wide receiver.
Well, no. First of all, you have other receivers that can go over the top. They haven't done it very much. It's not like they don't have people that can go out on the field, though. Ronnie Bell, George Kittle is a good vertical option in terms of the tight end. They hit him over the top a few times yesterday. Like, lost in the 2 awful picks are some throws that were breathtaking yesterday.
Yeah.
The guy bought time.
One that hit Ayuk in the face mask.
That too. And we don't talk about stuff like that, which for a wide receiver is kind of like a pick. Like, that's the mistake you can make.
Right.
Have the ball hit you in the face and not get your hands up and catch the ball. Kittle had a drop yesterday in the red zone.
Cost me a fantasy win.
Did it really?
I lost by 2 points, Mark.
Good Lord.
That's 1 point per catch, and that one went for about 10 yards. That would have been enough.
Unbelievable.
I'm just saying, in terms of the personnel, it may be that they don't have the personnel, or it may be that he doesn't trust the personnel.
You talking about Brock or Kyle?
I'm talking about Kyle.
Okay.
I'm talking about when you're down by 2 scores and you need to go 3 and 4 wide receivers. Ronnie Bell played 5 snaps yesterday, and that was at the very end of the game.
Yeah.
Ray McLeod got 2 targets and 2 catches, including the last play of the game, which wouldn't have counted if Cincinnati would have given a crap. There was a penalty on the play, but they declined it because the game was over. And Ray went for, I think, 40 on that one. And it was, I think, ineligible man downfield, whatever it was.
Yep.
In a real game, that play gets called back. But Kyle doesn't trust these guys to go 4 wides and put Ray and Ronnie along with Jawan and Brandon Ayuk with Debo out. So I do think it's a personnel issue in terms of what Kyle trusts.
Yeah, I mean,
Shanahan, not Rudolph.
Yeah, Kyle's trust has always sort of been a focus, and it's shocking to me, or surprising at least, that 8 games in, we're having this conversation, because 3 weeks ago and throughout Purdy's tenure, it's felt like that's what we've been able to shake that. In other words, it felt like Kyle Shanahan finally had an offense and a quarterback he trusted. And I do still think he does. Certainly more than his predecessor. By the way, if you want to signal to everybody that you're just kind of trying to poke the bear, go ahead and say Brock Purdy's Jimmy Garoppolo. Oh, we're right back. It's good Lord. No, you don't think that, do you? You don't think this looks like Jimmy Garoppolo just because there have been a couple of interceptions?
No, the second interception reminded me of Jimmy Garoppolo.
That's fine. I mean, interceptions are bad.
I know, Mark, but they're not all created equally.
But Pat threw 2 of them yesterday and scored 9.
Brock Purdy has not had that kind of an interception in a long time, ever.
That's true.
That was a classic Jimmy G. I look right, and I'm coming back to the middle. Boop. I mean,
he got duped.
That one reminded me of Jimmy G. That's all I'm saying.
I hear you, but I do not find them to be similar players at all in terms of their production, their legs, their ability to see the field, think their way through a game. I'm not in that spot at all. All right, for your chance to play a game, we're going to go to the phones here in just a sec, but if you want to play a game of Knockout at Chase Center, make sure you're listening for the next 15 minutes when we play this sounder. When you hear that, we're going to ask you a question. Don't call now. Here they come. You can't win. Don't call now. When you hear that sounder again, it means we're about to ask you a question about something that we've said over this next coming 15 minutes. That's when you'll call the contest line. And if you're the first to answer correctly, you win your way right in. Knockout at Chase Center. Again, what you're going to have to do right now is not call, it's listen. So put your phones down, open your ears, because if you're calling right now, you're not going to hear what you need to hear in order to win. So lock in, Dub Nation, over the next 15 minutes, because the question will be about something that is said on this show over the next 15.
That's exciting.
Okay? All right. Can't wait to get our first winner. But right now, let's get back out to the phones to Mike in Santa Clara. Hi, Mike. You're on with Willard and Dibbs.
Gentlemen, how are you doing?
We're great, buddy.
Yeah, it's been a while. I haven't talked to you in a few months. So, I had a few things to want to talk about. Like, look, The first thing I want to talk about is the offensive scheme is I've noticed that, and they even said it on the broadcast and everything. I have to agree with them. They're stacking like 5 DLs against the line, and especially with no Trent Williams. Even if Trent Williams was there, maybe it makes it a little bit better. But they need to focus on the run game a little bit more. And Kyle he had a couple of play action plays, but then he got away from it. And I'm not saying go play action every time, but like we need to focus on the run game with you have the best running back in the league. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the defensive scheme. It was a couple callers ago. He said that we look very basic, and I agree. We look very basic. And when you just paid Bosa all that type of money and everything, put some schemes in there or something different. I know he's more of an edge rusher at this point, but you need to work with the outside linebacker, if not Fred Warner in there somewhere, put some schemes in there. And then the last thing I wanted to say was and again, a couple callers ago, I'm not saying get a shutdown corner, but we do need a better corner. And look, my personal preference would be I would love to trade for Patrick Surtain, but it's not going to happen.
I don't know how available.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, Mike, thank you. I don't know how available Patrick is. I do think if you want something that's a little bit more realistic right now, Jalen Johnson from the Chicago Bears, their left corner is somebody who I do. There are reports out there. The Niners are poking around. I don't think it's going to be terribly expensive either. You're not talking about any first or second rounders.
And he's in his walk year, too, I believe. He's a free agent at the end of this year.
Which is why he's that's why he's available. So, something like that I do think is possible, and I don't think that it would be a bad idea. I also don't think, again, this is not, for me, we're not at fireable offense stuff with Steve Wilks. I think the guys are out of sync. I think they're out of sync. Why? I don't know. But schematically right now, the coverage schemes and the pass rush are not working in concert with one another. And that's the kind of thing. And we've watched the 49ers do this in the past where, as quickly as they lost their flow here, they can get it back. But they got to it just feels like a group that's all not on the same page.
I agree with that, but I do think that the group needs to get better. You need upgrades. And the Patrick Surtain conversation is a non-starter. According to many sources, the Broncos want more than what Patrick Ramsey commanded, which was 2 firsts and a fourth. So that price to me is going to be too steep. That's going to be a no from me, dog, in terms of 2 firsts and a fourth. Yes, he's a good cover corner and somebody who could absolutely upgrade your defense, but you don't want to sacrifice too much of your cap flexibility going forward and give up that much draft capital, even though, F them picks, I believe is what Jonathan said earlier today. I don't know if Shanahan and Lynch are quite in that mode, especially knowing that you're going to need a left tackle here in the near future.
Kyle Shanahan did address, by the way, where Steve Wilks sits during the game.
Like physically or figuratively?
No, like in the
where
booth,
he actually sits.
In the booth or on the field.
Oh, okay.
This whole thing, this came up.
Oh.
Kyle addressed it.
Oh, sit.
He didn't blow it off. Quote, that's something that we'll discuss this week, just the two of us. If that's something that he thinks would help him, we'll definitely try. End quote.
Interesting.
So he did not give the, let me educate you. It doesn't matter where he's sitting. That's stupid. His play calls are his play calls. He didn't do that. He said that's something we're going to talk about this week. So you may see Steve come down to the field.
Yeah, I
don't know.
I don't know how much that will help. If Steve is more comfortable sitting up in the booth, if he thinks he can do his job better, then you're going to ask him to come down on the sideline. And, to me, if he thought that he could do his job better on the sideline, he'd be on the sideline.
Well, but Kyle says he's going to leave it up to him. At least that's what that sounds like.
Yeah.
If you think this will help, then we'll definitely try. But he also said we're going to talk about it. So he didn't again, he gives it some credibility. It's a conversation.
Well, everything has to be a conversation. And the conversation starts with, what the heck, Steve? What happened to your defense? I mean,
why do you stink so bad?
Why is your defense playing so badly?
Yeah.
Is it you, Steve? Is it your scheme? Is it your players? Are you not motivating the guy, Steve? You could tell me, Steve. Look at me.
Steve.
Look at me and stuff. Stevie. Steve, what is it? It's not me. It's you. Wait, it's not you. It's me. That's what I meant to say, Steve. Steve.
Let's go to Mike in Hayward. I wish the next caller's name was Steve. Hi, Mike. What are you doing?
Well, I was thinking while I was watching the game the other day when they went to start more play action passes. Shanahan, I ain't never really been that crazy.
Whoop. Did we lose him? Gone. Oh, man. Mike
He was about to swear until he dumped himself.
He was about to keep it real as far as Kyle's play calling.
I like when Mike keeps it real.
But then he was gone.
The play call that I had issue with was 3rd and 1, opening drive. You try to get cute and give it to Juszczyk on the fullback dive.
Did you want a quarterback sneak?
No, I wanted something where maybe we get the ball to the best running back in football and let him eat.
They just tried that.
Right. They tried to get cutesy-pootsy, as my dad used to say, the late, great Dwayne Dibley.
They just ran him, and he got stuffed.
And so then you went cutesy-pootsy, and you tried to give it to the fullback, and he got stuffed. And now you got to bring on Wisnowski. And I do need to put this on the record, too, because there are 3 phases of football, and the special teams yesterday were not good. You score a touchdown to tie the game at 7, and the resulting kickoff, they run it back to damn near midfield.
Yep.
Mitch Wisnowski, you had to punt, I think in the second half, 4th and 1 from about midfield, and he barely got the ball inside the 20. It was a net gain of about 30 yards. You can't have that in your special teams. They weren't special, Mark. The teams were not special.
Jake Moody made all of his kicks.
Attaboy.
He did almost kick one kickoff out of bounds, and he got saved by the returner who decided to catch it and ran to the 15. I'm like, oh, that guy's not going to enjoy film study. That one's not going to go well for him at all.
Ray had a return, too, where he barely got across the 10.
Yeah, exactly. Although that was more middle of the field. He didn't have as much of a choice on it.
You can fair catch it.
You could.
Fair catch, you get it at the 25 mark.
This is a true story. You know those rules, don't you, Dibs?
I love those rules.
Hey, Dennis. Dennis in the city. What's up, Dennis? What are you doing?
What's up, guys? What am I doing? I'm watching NFL Network right now while I'm listening to you guys.
Okay.
I'm looking at Cynthia Freeland. I like watching her.
All right, Dennis. Thanks.
That wasn't creepy at all, Dennis.
Thanks for just putting that on the air. Everybody knows all about you.
Old man. Well,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm a dirty old man. What could I say?
Yeah.
But anyway, I just think hey, I'm an older guy. I'm a lot older than you guys, so what the hell? Anyway,
who are you trying to impress? Am I right?
Yeah.
All right, Dennis. Dennis, what do we got? Because we got to hustle.
What we got is a defense that can't get off the field. And like what you were mentioning earlier is they're running right up the middle. And the defensive tackles have been non-existent. And that's really concerning. And I don't know if it's the scheme or what, but we had a defense last year that was number 1 that used to give our offense the ball back all the time. Now we can't get off the field. So obviously Wilkes has a problem with whatever scheme he's running because they look like they're out of position. Not only the defensive tackles are non-existent, you don't see the linebackers either. They're running the ball right up the middle, 5, 10, 8 yards.
They're getting gassed. Yeah, Dennis, thank you so much. We got a boogie.
Dennis, thank you.
Updating that poll, 84.6% of the respondents think the defense is a bigger issue than the offense. I know it's fancy on social media to yell about Purdy, but you 49er fans know what the bigger issue right now. It's on the defensive side of the football. All right, contest is coming up next, where we will give you the cue and your chance to win your way into Chase for Knockout. Also, remember, Warriors in New Orleans today. Warriors Live coming up in the 4 p.m. hour, brought to you by Xfinity, the Xfinity Network 10G network made for streaming live sports. And we're presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Your chance to play Knockout at Chase Center is coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
I'm a dirty old man. What could I say?
Mid to low 50s and clear in San Francisco tonight.
Weather brought to you by Total Wine & More.
I'm an older guy. I'm a lot older than you guys, so, what the hell.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, yeah, he's back to NFL Network. That didn't get weird at all. But glad you're with us, no matter what it is you're doing while you listen. Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game, taking your calls after another 49er loss here on a What'd You Think Monday. It is a Monster Monday. Brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Warrior game is not too far away around the corner either, so Warriors Live is coming up. We'll get you ready on all of that. But yeah, we've reached that time, so let's rock and roll. All right, there it is. If you know the answer to the question we are about to give out, get yourself on the contest line, 415-523-4652. Here is our question. Last segment, a caller suggested that the 49ers trade for the Broncos' Patrick Surtain. My response was that he may not be available. It was your response as well, Dibbs. But someone else to look at was blank on the blanks.
Oh, 2 blanks.
Give us either blank, the player's name or the team he plays for.
1 in 32.
Okay? The guy who I said the Niners should go after, either his name or the team. If you've got that, then you are good to go to play knockout at Chase Center. Again, the contest line, 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Call right now for your chance to win your way into Chase.
That's awesome. I cannot wait to see this knockout contest actually go down. I'm hoping that we'll be out there broadcasting our show live that day, and we can really enjoy watching 30 of our favorite listeners out there hoisting bricks at Chase Center.
I would love to officiate the event. I'm not like you. I don't like to put on the stripes normally, but I would for this one because I really want to make sure that those rules get followed. This cockamamie kick the ball into the stands thing, just because someone else missed a free throw, is not okay, Dibbs. This is a game that was very near and dear to my heart when I was a kid, and what has happened to it It's not okay. The evolution of the game of knockout throughout the years is not okay with me. You can't whack the ball across the court and start laughing at the other person while they run after it. That's not the way it's played.
It's a game of skill and basketball skill.
Thank you.
It's not a game of rebounding somebody else's miss and blasting the ball far away. The rule is you can't touch another person's ball.
That is correct.
I mean, that's really the only rule.
That's the rule it's the rule that I
to live by.
I do know that. Yeah.
You got that.
All right.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Good luck with the pivot here.
We've already got the winner. We've already got the winner. Yeah. Yeah.
Did they get it correct?
Well, they didn't win unless they got it correct.
Why?
Did they get the name or the team or both? Name or the team? I'm just curious.
They got the team.
They got the team. Yeah. Okay. All right. So now we can go ahead and say it out loud. What the answer was?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Jalen Johnson of the Chicago Bears. The Bears.
Okay.
And so congratulations to listener Matt Kelly in Santa Clara. You will be hooping at Chase in just a few weeks.
All right. Good stuff. Congratulations to Matt Kelly. And for the other people who are still ringing the contest line, you may hang up now. And try again tomorrow.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say you can't win. You can't win today.
Now, tomorrow will be held at
4:30.
4:30.
Instead of 3:30.
So set your alarms. Get yourself ready. Put it in your iCal or your BlackBerry.
Well, I don't want to confuse everybody, but yeah, when the Warriors are playing over there on the East, we're going to move it a little earlier. So 3:30 today, 3:30 on Friday. But other than that, 4:30 every day is when you're going to need to listen in order to get the info to call in.
So I can call in 3:30 on Friday.
Exactly.
From the couch.
Exactly.
And I'll do that.
No, you won't.
I know.
No, you won't.
I'm out.
We'll take your call. Not on the contest line.
No, I may call in. Bonte called in this morning.
Did he? I missed that.
He had some Niner thoughts.
What did he say? Gosh, he couldn't.
I just saw that he called in. I didn't actually listen to the call.
This is not about Bonte. It's about all of us. It's so funny how hard it is for radio hosts when they, 2 months ahead of time, they're like, I need that day off. And then big old crap goes down the day before the day that you took off. And it is next to impossible. And I know how Bonte felt, where he's just like, you really? Spadoni gets all my takes on a day where I got takes. I got stuff to say.
A lot of takes.
So that phone rings, man. One ringy dingy, and there's Bonte, and he's like, I got stuff to say.
Yeah.
You got to get it out on the air. I hear you. I know how it's like.
Yeah. Well, I looked at the bye week and thought, I need some days. So I'm going to do like a stretch 8 on the bye week and take some days on the weekend and get some days and be back ready for week 10. And then this whole thing went down yesterday. It's like, I got 3 days worth of takes on this game.
When's baseball free agency start? I'm trying to think of like massive things that could go down while you're gone. What if Shohei is a Giant on Friday?
It's not happening. I mean, that's cute.
Yamamoto?
I mean, that stuff happens much later, I think. Yeah.
Well, no, it is in early November that it'll get started. Obviously, you got to get through the World Series first.
When did we go to Linden on that half-baked idea to try to woo Aaron Judge last year?
I'll look that up. It wasn't half-baked. Just because it didn't work.
It was fully baked.
You are not exactly right. You are not. There is nothing more baked than going into the middle of the state and doing a radio show from a Lions club. This is the most baked thing I've ever done since college.
Good call.
Are you kidding me? But anyway, just because something doesn't work doesn't mean it wasn't worthwhile. Okay?
Okay.
We got good Instagram traffic out of that.
It was fun. I enjoyed it. Something different.
That's right.
Something different.
We met new people.
Yep.
We had a show that was mostly on the air. It was great. It
wasn't cold and drafty in there at all.
Oh, my God. It was so hot. It was so hot. Anyway, all right. We'll get to Warrior stuff here. Coming up in a little bit, Warriors and Pelicans tonight, right here on 95.7 The Game. But still plenty of time for your calls, your reaction. Where's your focus? I tell you what, and again, all of these things fall from small sample size, but to update our poll on 95.7 The Game, what's the bigger concern right now for the 49ers? Would it be the offense or the defense? We're running north of 85%.
Yeah.
That say the defense is the bigger concern, and that is the correct answer. Like, quite frankly, and I knew it was going to go this way. I was talking to lovely Christy earlier over on text. She's like, hey, how you doing? I'm like, I'm just getting my armor on. Getting my armor on. Getting your armor on? Yeah, because I got to go to do the show today, and I know exactly what it's going to be. Pow, pow, pow. Nerf guns from every...
Took a lot of L's.
Oh,
a lot of L's in Willard this week.
Look at me. Oh.
Willard.
Very uncomfortable. That felt a little kingpinish. A
little bit.
Anyway.
A lot of L's in Willard these days.
Yeah. Like, I get that whatever I've been saying about Brock Purdy for a year feels cold this week. Fine. This is not going to discourage me one bit. But you got to get the armor on.
Yeah.
And I know that a lot of this is going to go to Brock because that's the quarterback position. That's how many of us talk about football. So I'm not offended or upset by it. However, I will make the comment. Right now, the wrong percentage of conversation is going to Brock Purdy because that's not the number 1, 2, or 3 thing that's going on in terms of why the 49ers are losing football games. He has thrown some inopportune and bad interceptions, and that is definitely problematic. You cannot have the turnover bug and be a good quarterback in the National Football League for a good team. So that's totally fair to have it on your board, but come on, man. If 60% of today's conversation was about Brock, it's too much. That's not 60% of the problem.
I would say in terms of percent of the problem, coming off of yesterday, he's at least 25% of the problem. And I'll put it this way. You're down 17-10.
I don't even agree with that.
And you don't have to agree with it. Yeah. It's my interpretation sensation.
Which is totally fair.
You drive all the way down to the 8, and you've got a situation where it's 1st and goal from the 8. 15 seconds to go, third quarter, you're down by 7, and he throws an inexcusable, my word, interception, and then Cincinnati goes down and they score. Now, why does Cincinnati score? Because your defense is not very good right now. So Cincinnati goes 81 yards in 2 minutes. In 2 minutes, Mark, they go 81 yards on your defense.
The defense is bad right now.
So you're
it's
down
flat bad.
You're down 24-10. And Brock Purdy leads you down, and you get a touchdown. So Brock Purdy gets credit for that. And he led you on a 75-yard drive. It took about 4 minutes. You're back in the game. What does the defense do? They promptly turn around and give up a 78-yard drive for a touchdown that uses 5.5 minutes. Now there's 2:54 left. You're down by 2 scores. Whatever. Brock throws another pick. Brock fumbles the football. The game was already settled. So I give Brock 25% of the blame because of that situation at the 8-yard line.
Yeah, there's something in there. Look, he's the guy with the ball in his hands.
Yeah, he gets more credit than he deserves, so he gets more blame than he deserves.
That's totally fair. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I guess I look at it this way. When you're going into the bye week and you go, what do we need to fix? If Kyle Shanahan is saying that in a room right now, how many things are you going to say before you get to Brock Purdy?
Probably about 8.
I agree with you. That's what I'm getting at.
Right.
That's what I'm getting at.
Or maybe 5, because the Brock Purdy fourth quarter flame out is a thing.
It's a thing, but it would completely feel less damaging than it does if you could run the ball.
Make a kick.
If you could make a kick, if you could stop the run, if you could stop the pass, if you could get a sack, if you could make the other quarterback throw, I don't know, 1 incompletion ever. Like, these things are way, way bigger issues. Brock is a young player who is going to make mistakes. I've never thought otherwise. And he's had a couple at really bad times in the last couple of weeks, and it has helped cost them football games. But it's not their biggest problem right now. Their biggest problem to me is most clearly on the defensive side of the football. I'd also love to explore this with you a little bit, because I don't disagree with you, but I'd love to ask you some more questions about it. Quote unquote, an inexcusable pick. Like, the art of the interception. I know what everyone's response will be if I came out today and I went, well, Mahomes had 2 picks and his team scored 9. And someone will rightfully go, yeah, but that's Mahomes. We don't need to have that conversation about Mahomes. He's won 2 Super Bowls. Okay. Trevor Lawrence threw a ridiculous interception.
Ridiculous.
In the end zone in Pittsburgh yesterday.
In a win.
His team won.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that stuff goes away when you win. In other words, if Jake Moody's kick goes in Cleveland, then that one all gets forgiven. So the art of the, quote, inexcusable pick. What's an excusable pick versus an inexcusable pick?
Well, an excusable pick is when you throw a ball and your own offensive player has it bounce off their chest and the other team gets it.
Okay.
That's a pick that you can excuse.
Well, it's like not even your fault.
Exactly.
Okay.
So the quarterback throws a pick because the wide receiver can't catch and the ball careens off his chest into the waiting arms of a defensive player. Excusable. The desperation throw at the end of a half or the end of a game, that gets picked off.
I would argue, how
excusable.
about the second one in Minnesota, where if there's 25 seconds on the clock, it's desperation sensation.
It's a 1-score game, though.
Yeah, but you're already...
He had somebody open. To me, that's not inexcusable, but it's one that you would like to have back.
Sure. Well, I think they'd like to have all their picks back.
Of course. Well, the one last year down the sideline, I'm trying to remember, was it Ayuk
that was against Kansas City.
Right.
I think when he came in just
chuck it.
Yeah.
That was a chuck it up. Or if you're at the end of the half.
Like a Hail Mary.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's an excusable pick. So those sorts of picks, not every interception's created equally. When you're at the 8-yard line in a 7-point game in the closing gasps of the third quarter where you need a touchdown. A field goal, you'd take a field goal. You wouldn't be thrilled about it. Maybe you wouldn't even kick it if it was 4th and goal from the 2 or the 3. You might go for it there and go for the tie. You need points. And a touchdown gets you in a tie game with 1 quarter left to go at home, and you throw a pass on a running play.
That was bad.
Inexcusable.
Got it. Yeah, I can't argue that one.
That to me is an inexcusable pick. Those picks where, like the second pick, it's just a bad throw. It's also inexcusable, but more understandable because that was a quarterback trying to make a play, and he just got straight up duped.
I guess the thing that
he got clowned.
All right, he got served.
He got served. I was going to that next. He got served.
I guess what we're getting at here, what I'm getting at, right? Like, how many mistakes are expected when you go into a game? I do think that Brock, to a degree, is going to pay for how mistake-free he played for so long. So that now...
It's jarring, yeah.
Right. We're like 2 picks in the same game? Well, yeah, that happens a lot. Happens a lot to the best players in the game. Josh Allen had 3 against the Jets and lost. Mahomes had 2 against the defense that gave up 70 a few weeks ago.
Well, I'm just looking at the game log, and the second of Mahomes' pick, it was 5 minutes to go. You're down 21-9. 4th and 27 at your own 14.
Fair.
I mean, that to me is...
It's different.
It's permissible in that, you're not going to punt. So and we saw one from Zach Wilson yesterday where Zach just took a sack. It's like, dude, it's 4th down. Throw the football somewhere.
Well, you can't comp it because Pat is Pat. Like there's no comparing Pat. And I watched that game. And by the way, Patrick is starting to suffer from his lack of weapons. Like, he threw a teardrop.
Lack of Taylor Swift in the crowd.
Well, that too.
That
Did you see the one to Sky Moore in the end zone?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh. What a beautiful throw. And it bounced off of his forearms. Yep. It's like, good Lord, dude. So we have these conversations. It's not to put Brock in the same vein as a Mahomes or a Montana. Like, these words come up because people will call in and say this, that, or the other. I've compared Montana and Purdy in terms of like the way they look in a uniform, their size, the way they move around the field. It's ridiculous. No one's talking about Brock. Who said that? This guy's Joe Montana. Like, I love that people run around with, Oh, everyone's saying that. No one's saying that. Who said that? No one thinks that. But I do think that because of the unique nature of his arrival, the Trey Lance dynamic, the Mr. Irrelevant pick, and then this run of success where he was almost mistake-free, we're now micromanaging and micro-dissecting anytime the guy makes a mistake. He's going to throw more. I hate to break this to everyone. More on the way. More picks, more losses. And by the way, I will say that about every other quarterback in the National Football League. I'll say it right now. I'm going way out on a limb. You ready? Not one QB is going to win the rest of his games or throw no picks for the rest of the year. None. None of them.
Right.
So when he does that, I just want to know, instead of going, dude, that was a really bad pick. That was a really bad play. Why do we turn this into, now he's a guy who throws interceptions? It becomes a label, a characteristic.
I get that.
I don't think we're there yet.
No,
we're not.
We're not there yet, but all interceptions are not created equally. That's all I'm saying.
I agree.
Patrick threw 2, Brock threw 2. I'm looking at the ESPN, the win probability. And it was Cincinnati's way from 14-7 on. And you get down to where Brock Purdy scrambles 12 yards to the 8-yard line. First and goal, Niners, at the 8-yard line. The Bengals had a 53.9% chance to win. Bengals are up 17-10. Niners have first and goal at the 8. The next play, Purdy throws a pick, and it goes to 76% for the Bengals. That was a 22% swing in the win probability for the Bengals. It was the most impactful play in the entire football game. That's why I call it inexcusable. And that's why when we look at, and again, Brock Purdy won his first 13. He's lost his next 3. He's not on the hot seat. The job is not in jeopardy.
Yeah,
None of those sweeping statements apply.
Thank you for saying
at
that.
all. I will say this.
I don't even think we're close to that conversation, by the way.
I asked you, I think a week or two ago, how many losses would it take for that to actually be a thing?
A QB controversy?
Right, or a QB question.
Like, let's take a look at Sam.
Right.
Well, and the obvious answer, not to be a cop-out, is not all losses are built the same either.
Right.
I think sometimes when you watch the Falcons play, for example,
Desmond Ridder,
or even a little bit the Packers, you look at them and you're like, you're losing because of your QB.
Right.
Like your QB keeps throwing interceptions all day long, right in the most inopportune times. So if the 49ers get to a point where it looks like that, I actually don't think it would take that long. Maybe another 3? You know what I mean? But if you're losing games where the other QB does not throw any interceptions, does not barely throw any incompletions, and the running backs on the other team are picking which hole they want to run through to gash for 6 yards a carry, if that's happening, I don't know how many it would take to talk about the quarterback.
Brock Purdy did not lose you the game yesterday, but he certainly didn't win it for you.
Absolutely correct.
But I think that's a fair way to look at it.
But if they're losing them like this, how many more before you would think about Sam?
I'd say probably 5 more.
Oh, yeah, something like that.
Yeah. He still sits, and if you look at the numbers, he's second in quarterback rating. He's third in QBR. Actually, second in QBR, tied with Patrick Mahomes. It goes Josh Allen, Brock Purdy, Mahomes. That's your top 3. And then there's a pretty big jump down to Herbert. And then Tua is 5th, and that's QBR, the ESPN stat. So even though Brock Purdy has struggled, and I mentioned that the Niners are 19th in football in fourth quarter passer rating, and that doesn't even account for the third quarter pick, the one we've been talking about at the 8-yard line. That was a third quarter interception. I'll see where they are in third quarter passer rating, but
probably better than fourth.
Absolutely. And I think first quarter they might be number 1.
And that's not to let that slide. Like, that is a problem.
Yeah. It's the biggest quarter, Mark.
That is thank you, Dibs.
Yeah.
Well, it hasn't been when they were 5-0 because you could watch the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
right? He did watch part of the fourth quarter against Dallas.
They're 10th in second half passer rating.
Not great.
19th in the fourth quarter, so the third quarter is probably 7th or 8th. They don't break it out
it's not bad, but you want that number to get better, not worse. So absolutely this is what you address. But my man, I am scratching my head about this defense. And I find it to be not an inaccurate take, but a lazy one, in my opinion, because I've heard this batted around in a number of forms when people go, well, I haven't given up that many points. Sure, 31 yesterday, but outside of that, you only gave up 22 to Minnesota. You only gave up 19 to Cleveland. Look, you watched the game. I watched the game. We all watched the game. And if we want to talk about the flow of the ball and the yards per carry and the completion percentage of the opposing quarterback, or even for the fact that P.J. Walker was one of the opposing quarterbacks, you can see all of this with your own eyes. Don't grab some number. This is like what Kurt Warner said. Stop with the stats. Don't make them build your narrative. Allow stats to back the narrative, not build it. Don't give me Minnesota scored 22. The defense played great. You watched the game.
452 yards of total offense.
You know damn well the Niner defense got gassed that night. So it is totally disingenuous to give me Niner defense only gave up 22. They're fine. They have been torched 2 weeks in a row. Zero way around it. Offense.
They probably should have given up 40 yesterday.
No doubt.
Because the Bengals fumbled inside the 10 and they missed a field goal.
This is not to say the offense has been good enough. They haven't been. But you got to go deeper than just grabbing the number of points at the end of a game and thinking it tells an entire story. The Niner defense got killed by Kirk Cousins.
Right.
And killed by Joe Burrow.
452 yards by Minnesota, 400 yards yesterday, and that's from a Bengal team that went up and down the field with a pretty steady amount of ease, and they could have scored 41 or more had they not coughed it up inside the 10 and missed a field goal. The defense has not shown much pushback over the last couple of weeks.
I can't believe we're here. I will say that. That's another take that I don't actually agree with when people go, okay, you're still 5-3. It's not time to panic. It is a little bit of a time to panic. I don't mean that in terms of the standings. I mean that in terms of a 5-0 team we thought was the best team in football is now 5-3. What in the hell is that? What the hell is that? That's not okay.
No, it's not okay.
So
and I'm getting 4-letter words from my my almost former realtor, the great Stephanie Taliat. 20 first downs in the first half they gave up. And
That's
then
absurd.
She proceeds to go on and say, that means we can't stop opposing offenses, Mark. She chose a different word.
She didn't say it like that.
Oh, opposing offenses.
Monster Monday brought to you by First 5 California to learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Go to first5california.com, and we're getting closer. Warriors Live ahead of Warriors Pelicans in New Orleans is coming up next.
Warriors basketball is back. Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and Chris Paul. 60 minutes before every game, we get you ready for tip. It's Warriors Live, and it starts now.
Warriors Live, sponsored by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports. And we will start right off with some developing news that many of you have probably not heard yet. We'll get a little further into it in the injury report, but your instant reaction, Klay Thompson and Jonathan Kuminga are both out tonight against the New Orleans Pelicans.
Little surprised. I thought that all the vets were going to be good to go. I thought that I saw somewhere that Steve Kerr had intimated that there would be no load management, so hopefully it's not any sort of an injury. Little surprised about Kuminga being such a youngster, and but you got to start to do this early in the season to keep these guys fresh for April.
Is it load management or not? I don't know. Yes, they do actually have injuries listed. No way to tell. Are Are they serious? Are they not?
Right.
Do the Warriors just want to give him the day off? But Klay Thompson's officially listed as right knee soreness, and Jonathan Kuminga officially listed as a left knee contusion.
Soreness and contusion.
Also known as a bruise.
I love soreness and contusion, and I'm not diminishing Klay's ability to be sore. But you know what, Mark? The last couple of games, he's playing great.
Yeah.
They're going to miss Klay. He's starting to shoot it.
Yeah.
Opening night was not great. Maybe he hates Chase.
And maybe more importantly than just making the shots, taking the right shots.
Good call.
I really feel like he did not force anything in these last two games. Been really, really good. Brandon Ingram out for the New Orleans Pelicans as well. So more on that in the injury report here in just a sec. But I want to get this take off right out the gate and see what you think. And so I was all kinds of wrong about what was going to happen in Sacramento the other night. But you tell me. To me, even though last night was not a perfect basketball game either, incredibly encouraging to me that this is what the Warriors are doing in their first two road games of the year following what happened on the road last year. And I'm sorry. I'm going to point right to it. I am now going to nickname it so that we don't get personal. I'll just call it, quote, the dynamic.
Okay.
The dynamic is no longer with the team, and you can see it. The Warriors are better on the road because the dynamic has changed.
Yes, and the dynamic is a two-way street, and the dynamic is the relationship and the interplay between two individuals who don't both play for the Golden State Warriors. So the fact that the dynamic has changed, and you add to the mix the fact that you've got a real one. You've got the point guard now for the Golden State Warriors, and he sure looks like he's going to be a lot of fun to watch. Chris Paul averaging 9.3 dimes a game. I said at the summit, watch out. Don't mess around. He might lead the league in assists.
Maturity, I mean, I will give him that. He definitely has that over what the Warriors looked like last year. All right, just the official injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. Klay Thompson, right knee soreness is out. Jonathan Kuminga, left knee contusion is out. Draymond Green with that left ankle sprain is probable. We're expecting him to be in for the Pelicans, in addition to Brandon Ingram, Jose Alvarado, Najee Marshall, and Trey Murphy III. All are out tonight for the Pelicans, so they will be playing with less than a full deck as well.
Welcome back, NBA. This is what we do. We're heavy into the season now, Mark.
It's game 4. You can't expect them to play in the 4th game of the year.
Night 7 of the association, so we're not even technically into week 2 yet, but this is how things go. And boy, it'd be so nice for the Warriors to wrap up a 3-0 trip, which last year the season started with an 0-5 trip.
Warriors Live sponsored by Xfinity, the Xfinity 10G network made for streaming live sports. Let's focus in with an eye on stats and the second half for Steph Curry last night in Houston, because if you were knee-deep in Sunday Night Football or whatever, you really missed a special kind of Final Five for Steph Curry. And by the way, there's nothing more orgasmic in Warrior basketball than Steph doing a shake and bake on Dylan Brooks and putting him on ice skates. It was absolutely beautiful, but he started slow, shot 2 for 7 from the field with just 6 points in the first half, but really turned it on when it mattered most, scoring 14 of the Warriors' final 20. And after that second half flurry, Steph finished with 24 points, 6 assists, and 7 rebounds. Add that into what he did in Sacramento the night before. It's a hell of a weekend for Steph.
He's a good little player, Mark.
Yeah, he's going to do okay.
I mean, just watching him, it becomes almost hilarious. And I actually scared the baby when he hit that third or fourth three. I was holding her, and she wasn't paying attention. Mommy was out at book group, and I let out a, ow! And she, sorry, honey, it's Curry. Because she didn't see that coming.
There's nothing worse as a dad when you scream at the TV for sports and make your baby cry. Like, of all the looks that your wife will give you.
She was gone.
I know, but if she had known. Like when they ask you to go to the grocery store and I asked you to get one thing and you just come back with ice cream, That look is one thing,
right?
But the make the baby cry by reacting to the TV is a way worse look.
I'm not sure if it was the third three, the one where he dribbled left and kind of leaned and just chucked it toward the hoop. And I say chucked it toward the hoop because that's what it looks like, but you know it's going in because that's what Steph does.
Eye on the Stats is brought to you by Goodman Eye Center. When it comes to your vision, be sure to go with a winning team. Go with Dr. Daniel Goodman and his team at the Goodman Eye Center, the choice of champions. Schedule a free consultation at goodmaneyecenter.com. Warriors and Pelicans coming up right around the bend. Let's do our Take It to the Bank prediction, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Dibs, what's something that you see happening tonight?
CP3 with a double-double, and he's averaging 9.3 assists. I think he gets over the 10. He's averaging 10 a night, hasn't shot it great. I think this is one of those, it's got to be a CP3 revenge game. I mean, he's played for virtually every team in the league, so I like CP3 with a double-double tonight, Mark.
Well, I'll go with the double theme, but maybe not a double-double, but I would just give you Moses Moody and a double-digit game from him tonight, especially with Klay Thompson and Kuminga out. I think this is someone who is only averaging 19 minutes a game. Tonight, you're going to probably see that get more in the range of 25 minutes or so, maybe even north of that. I don't know. But on a very young season, he has really impressed me in moments. You talk about a player who's still really young, but the game has slowed down for him, and it's all kind of making sense, and he's playing quote-unquote mature basketball. That's Moses Moody. He may not be a star, but the Warriors have found something in him. That's a good rotational player.
Yeah, earning his minutes, and I look forward to seeing what they can do tonight. Second half of a back-to-back, first back-to-back of the season, trying to wrap up a perfect road trip.
If they can sweep a roadie, are you kidding me? This team that we met last year, a 3-0 road trip?
All eyes on the Guru Steiny bet. 24 road wins is what Guru needs, and he's 2-0. Let's go, Dubs.
I'm not familiar with this bet. What is the bet?
Guru said 24. They'd win 24 games on the road this year.
Woo!
Which would be 24-17. Only Denver reached that mark last year.
That's aggressive.
Yeah.
It's off to a really good start, though.
Couldn't be better. 2-0.
All right, you want to do it again tomorrow?
Yeah, one more day would be good.
One more. Let's do it. Willard and Dibs and Warriors Live. Warriors Live coming up next right here on 95.7 The Game.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make...